The man clutched a black card in his hand. The day before, he had emptied Walmart, the world's largest warehouse club. The next day, he stood brazenly in front of the world's largest arms dealer and unhesitatingly packed up all the weapons and ammunition. Relatives and friends all said he had gone mad and urged the man to get a mental evaluation. But the man threw his head back and laughed, glancing at his watch as he laughed. All of this was caused by a bizarre, poisonous rain that swept the globe. Anyone caught in the rain would transform into a completely out-of-control, bloodthirsty monster within 72 hours. My name is Zhou Chen. In my previous life, I was completely unprepared. After the apocalypse broke out, I eked out a living like a stray dog for 3 months before finally dying in a den of mutants, my death gruesome. But in this life, I was reborn. I returned to exactly 30 days before the apocalypse. More importantly, I awakened an incredible system, the $1 Million return system. For every dollar I spend on survival supplies, I get a $100 return. At this moment, ding, initial funds, 1 million yuan, rules. For every 1 yuan spent on purchasing post-apocalyptic survival supplies, 100 yuan will be returned to your account. Apocalypse countdown. 30 days, 0 hours, 00 minutes. I jumped out of bed, grabbed my laptop, and frantically started scribbling. 3 months of brutal post-apocalyptic survival experience had taught me better than anyone what was most important. My fingers flew across the keyboard, and a detailed survival checklist quickly took shape. Food, water purification equipment, weapons, protective clothing, medicine. 3 hours later, I stood in front of a villa with a basement in the suburbs. The real estate agent rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, you have excellent taste. Although the location of this villa is a bit out of the way, it is fully equipped. The basement is a full 200 square meters, and it even has its own power generation system." "Stop talking nonsense," I interrupted him. "Get the keys today, 1 month's deposit, and 3 months' rent in advance." He was taken aback at first, then his smile widened. "Mr. Zhou is indeed straightforward. I'll go prepare the contract right away." My hand was steadier than ever as I signed. The moment the notification sounded that the 120,000 yuan transfer was successful, my phone vibrated. 120,000 yuan spent, 12 million yuan refund received. My account balance instantly became 12,880,000 yuan. A smile involuntarily crept onto my face. The system's power was just too real. For the next week, I became a regular at major shopping malls and wholesale markets. I bought tons of compressed biscuits, canned goods, and bottled water. I assembled 3 entire trucks with water purification equipment, solar generators, and batteries, and my villa's garage was filled with medical supplies, toolkits, and protective gear. To avoid attracting attention, I deliberately diversified my purchasing channels. But the sheer volume of spending still drew curious glances. "Sir, are you stockpiling so many emergency supplies to open a supermarket?" a shop owner in the hardware market asked with a smile as he wrote out a receipt. "Company team building, wilderness survival training." I lied casually, while glancing at the newspaper under his counter. The front page headline read, "Anomalous Pacific Cyclone Formation May Trigger Global Extreme Weather." It seemed the time was almost here. On the morning of the 8th day, I had just carried 2 sets of top-of-the-line protective suits out of the outdoor gear store when a red Ferrari screeched to a halt right in front of me. "Hey, isn't this Zhou Chen? You've switched to being a mover." The car window rolled down, revealing a face that made me want to vomit. Zhang Hao, a rich second generation from college who acted arrogantly and domineeringly because his family had some money. I ignored him and walked straight to my SUV. "Where are you going?" "Look who's here." Zhang Hao's voice rose a few decibels. I stopped. The rear window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar, delicate profile. Su Yue, our school's most beautiful girl. Her brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly impatient with Zhang Hao's clamor. Sunlight fell on her ivory-white skin, creating a dreamlike effect. "Senior Su already turned down your party. Can't you understand human language?" I said coldly. Zhang Hao's face darkened. "What's it to you? You poor wretch can't even afford a tire for my car." I glanced at my watch. The next batch of supplies would arrive in 40 minutes. I hadn't wanted to cause any trouble, but Su Yue's pleading look made me change my mind. "Zhang Hao, your dad's the vice president of the Zhang Group, right?" I asked casually. He looked arrogant and haughty. "Now you're scared?" I took out my phone, showed him a photo, and said, "Then you should know this person. Li Jiangguo, the actual controller of the Zhang group. I just played a round of golf with him yesterday, and he seemed to have a lot of opinions about some of the project your father was involved in. The photo was taken by chance when I was working in my past life. I never thought it would come in handy now. Zhang Hao's face turned deathly pale instantly. You're talking nonsense. How about I call him now and ask him? I said, making a gesture as if to dial a number. No need. He quickly waved his hand. Yue, let's meet another day. He stepped on the gas, and the car disappeared in an instant. Su Yue's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. You really know Li Jianguo? We met briefly. I mumbled, glancing at my watch. Sorry, I have something to do. Wait a minute. She jogged over and said earnestly, Thank you. What have you been up to lately? I haven't seen you at school in ages. Prepare some disaster relief supplies. I hesitated for a moment, then lowered my voice and said, Senior Sue, it's best to stock up on some food and drinking water recently, enough for at least 2 weeks. She tilted her head to look at me, a strand of black hair falling beside her cheek. The weather station said there would be heavy rain? Even worse than that. I looked in her eyes. Trust me this once, okay? She was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Back at the villa, I looked at the half-basement piled high with supplies and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But I knew it was far from enough. My experience from my previous life told me that the poisonous rain was just the beginning. The truly terrifying thing was those mutated humans. The phone vibrated again. Host's active preparations detected. New feature unlocked. Resource exchange. Survival equipment specially supplied by the system can be exchanged using funds. I opened the system list and immediately held my breath. High-strength protective suits, self-purifying water storage devices, electromagnetic pulse weapons. These cutting-edge technologies that could never possibly appear on a market were listed there. Perfect timing. I didn't hesitate to select the key equipment and confirm the payment. Transaction completed. 5 million yuan. Special supplies will be delivered secretly within 24 hours. Suddenly, an emergency news report interrupted the television broadcast. The abnormal cyclone in the Pacific continues to intensify, and meteorological agencies from multiple countries have issued a joint warning that extreme weather events may occur globally in the next month. I clenched my fists. Time was running out. Spend 5 million yuan. Redemption successful. Special supplies will be secretly delivered within 24 hours. Looking at the system notification, I couldn't help but smile. The protective suit I redeemed this time was completely black, felt like liquid metal, but could withstand strong impacts and various forms of corrosion. The helmet had built-in infrared night vision and air filtration, perfect for dealing with the impending toxic rain. Not enough. I stood by the window on the second floor of the villa, gazing at the dark, gloomy clouds on the horizon. The screams from my previous life seemed to still echo in my ears. Those creatures, infected by the poisonous rain and mutated into monsters, could easily tear apart ordinary doors and windows. My phone suddenly vibrated, interrupting my thoughts. System notification. Host security needs detected. Recommendation to redeem the titanium alloy defense suit, which includes bulletproof glass, an automatic defense system, and an electromagnetic pulse barrier. The price tag was a whopping 20 million, followed by a frightening string of zeros. But I just chuckled. My account balance had already exceeded 50 million, and it was still rising rapidly. Exchange. I had just clicked confirm when I heard the roar of a truck engine outside. 3 men in gray uniforms carried several metal boxes toward me. The Starry Sky Security logo on their uniforms was very conspicuous. Mr. Zhou, your security system has arrived. The leader handed me a tablet to sign for. I raised an eyebrow slightly. The delivery of the system was disguised as normal logistics, which saved me a lot of trouble explaining. After I signed for the package, I had them carry the box into the villa. The moment I opened the metal box, I held my breath slightly. Inside were neatly arranged pieces of gleaming metal parts, clearly not products that could be bought on the market. Please show me the installation diagrams, the foreman said. Before I could reply, a deluge of information flooded my brain, as if someone had simply shoved the entire installation manual into my head. Even more bizarrely, my finger automatically swiped across the tablet, bringing up a 3D installation diagram accurate to the millimeter. The workers looked at each other, saying, "This design, it's so professional." For the next 8 hours, I supervised the installation. When the last piece of bulletproof glass was inserted into the window frame, My villa had been completely transformed into a steel fortress. The windows can stop 12.7mm bullets. The walls are equipped with electromagnetic mesh that can release high-voltage current instantly. The doors are replaced with 20 centimeters thick alloy armor plates, and the basement entrance is hidden in the floor under holographic projection. Mr. Zhou, are you defending against a nuclear bomb? A worker wiped his sweat, his voice filled with undisguised surprise. I didn't answer, but simply smiled and handed each of them a wad of cash. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. They nodded repeatedly, but I knew that such an unusual order would attract someone's attention sooner or later. Sure enough, the next morning, a black Mercedes pulled up in front of my house. The car door opened, and a long leg encased in black stockings stepped out first, followed by a shapely figure and a face exuding a cold and aloof air. She was probably around 27 or 28 years old, with shoulder-length short hair, a beauty mark under her almond-shaped eyes, and a black business suit that accentuated her curves. Mr. Zhou Chen. Her voice was like chilled red wine, cold yet with a hint of mellowness. I am Lin Mo, CEO of Xingchen Security. I narrow my eyes slightly. Xingchen Security has an extremely high reputation in the industry, and its clients are either political figures or wealthy individuals. After the apocalypse in my previous life, Lin Mo quickly rose to become the head of a powerful force through her cunning and resourcefulness. Unexpectedly, in this life, we've met ahead of time because of my order. Ms. Lin, what brings you here in person? I stood at the door, not inviting her inside. Her gaze swept past me, sweeping over the newly installed security system in my room. Mr. Zhou's order is quite special. The bulletproof glass is thicker than a bank vault. The electromagnetic barrier is military grade, and there are those hidden weapon devices. She changed the subject, looking me straight in the eye. This setup doesn't seem like it's for preventing thieves. It's more like preparing for war. My heart skipped a beat, but I remained calm. Just a personal interest. Is that so? Lin Mo pulled a document out of his bag. Our technical department analyzed your design drawings. All your defense points revolve around some kind of liquid external penetrating agent, rather than a typical intrusion method. I clenched my fists slightly. This woman was too perceptive. Mr. Zhou, she suddenly took a step closer, a scent mingled with perfume and gunpowder wafting towards me. What exactly are you guarding against? A biological attack? Or something worse? I paused for a few seconds, then decided to test the waters, half-jokingly. If I told you there would be a disaster within a month, and people who experience rain would turn into monsters, would you believe me? Surprisingly, Lin Mo didn't question me. Instead, he frowned. The specific time? Around June 12th, I answered from memory. The first rain was pale green, and it smelled a bit like metal. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. How do you know all this? Believe it or not. I prepared to close the door. A hand wearing a black glove stopped the door. I also want to order 10 of the same security systems. I raised an eyebrow. Not going to ask about the price? Starry Sky Security is never short of money. She handed me a gold embossed business card. However, I need more intelligence. Tonight at 8 o'clock, on the rooftop of the Emperor Hotel, I'll treat you to dinner. Before I could reply, she had already turned and left, her high heels clicking crisply on the stone slabs. Watching the taillights of the departing Mercedes, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lin Mo's reaction was too unusual, unless she knew something too. At this moment, a new notification popped up on the system interface. Host's expanded network detected. Intelligence network, function unlocked. Can consume funds to obtain intelligence on specific figures. First use free. Without hesitation, I selected Lin Mo. The interface immediately displayed a large amount of information. Lin Mo, 28 years old, CEO of Xingchen Security, former Special Forces technical advisor. His father, Lin Weigua, is a professor at the military's Biological Research Institute. 3 days ago, he reviewed an internal military report on an anomalous cyclone in the Pacific. My pupils contracted, so she had already suspected something through her father's connections. No wonder she wasn't surprised by my words. System notification. 5 million can be spent to unlock Lin Mo's complete file and potential value assessment. I clicked confirm, and a series of new intelligence reports appeared. Assessment result. A+ level talent. Military skills. S level. Management ability. A level. Scientific research knowledge. B+ level. Predicted survival rate in the apocalypse. 87%. Recommendation: recruiting this character will significantly enhance the base's overall strength. I put away my phone, a slight smile playing on my lips. I needed to prepare this meal. Back at the villa, I found several large boxes in the yard. The new equipment I'd redeemed from the system had arrived. Besides the protective suit, there were 3 futuristic-looking handguns. Electromagnetic pulse pistol can instantly paralyze electronic devices, with remarkable effects on the nervous systems of mutated organisms. I gently stroked the gun. If I had possessed this in my past life, perhaps the ending would have been different. Suddenly, the alarm went off. The security camera showed someone climbing over the backyard wall. I quickly grabbed my gun and silently approached the window. A boy of about 15 or 16 stumbled into the yard, his face bruised and his clothes torn. He warily scanned his surroundings, his gaze settling on the supply crates. I frowned. In the apocalypse, even children cannot be taken lightly. I quietly circled behind him and said coldly, "Don't move." He froze abruptly, slowly turning around. Seeing the gun in my hand, his face instantly turned pale. Please, I just want to get some food." "Who sent you?" I asked coldly. "And nobody sent me," he stammered. "I live in that abandoned factory over there, and I saw supplies being delivered to your house." I stared into his eyes to judge whether he was telling the truth or not. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he pointed behind me, shouting, "Watch out!" Instinctively, I immediately turned to the side, and a steel pipe whizzed past my ear. A burly man with a scar pounced on me. "Hand over the stuff?" He grinned, brandishing a steel pipe. I snorted coldly and fired a shot. The electromagnetic pulse struck instantly. He froze and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The boy collapsed to the ground in terror. You killed him?" "He's not dead, just unconscious." I holstered my gun, staring at him. "You were in cahoots?" "No." He shook his head repeatedly. He followed me. "My sister hasn't eaten for 3 days." I squinted. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is people. But there was still light in the boy's eyes. "Take me to see your sister," I said. "If I'm not lying, I'll give you food." He hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. 2 hours later, I brought back the brother and sister, Li Xiaoming and his 10-year-old sister, Xiaoyu. As they wolfed down the canned food, I silently revised my plan. In my past life, I was a lone wolf, and my death was meaningless. In this life, I need to build my own power. Loyalty often stems from gratitude. Eat slowly, don't choke. I handed Xiaoyu a bottle of water and turned to Li Xiaoming. "Do you want to live?" He stopped chewing and nodded vigorously. "Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you survival skills." I stood up. "But remember, the price of betrayal is worse than death." Li Xiaoming stared at me. "As long as my sister lives, my life is yours." Night fell, and I stood by the window, looking at the city lights in the distance. My phone showed 7:30. It was time to keep my appointment. The system then popped up a notification. Detected that the host has recruited the first batch of followers, unlocking the team management function. You can view the loyalty and potential of members. Current members: Li Xiaoming, loyalty 85%, Li Xiaoyu, loyalty 92%. I stood before the alloy door on the 3rd basement level of the villa. An iris scanner swept across my eyes, flashing a blue light. Identity confirmed. "Welcome, Mr. Zhou." The heavy metal door opened silently, revealing a small, secluded room of less than 10 square meters. There were no security cameras, no windows, and the air circulation system operated independently. This was my only truly private space. System: display current resource reserves. As soon as I finished speaking, a semi-transparent screen unfolded before my eyes. Cash: 280 million yuan, available for immediate withdrawal. Frozen meat: 85 tons compressed storage. Pure water: 1,200 cubic meters, space folding. Ammunition: 70,000 rounds, categorized and sealed. I nodded, satisfied with the current situation. For the past month, I had been using the 100x return system with extreme caution, conducting each operation discreetly in this secret room. Even Li Xiaoming and Xiaoyu only knew that I had special channels, but they knew nothing of the details. I took a box of top-grade caviar from the safe and whispered, "Consume." Consumes 1 box of caviar, triggering a 100x return. Gains 100 boxes of caviar, one of which is a super enhanced version. Increases nerve reaction speed by 200% for 24 hours after consumption. A flash of white light. and the storage shelves were instantly filled with black and gold cans. One of the cans glowed with a faint blue light. I moved all the regular caviar to the outside cold storage, leaving only that one special can. Just then, Li Xiaoming's voice rang out from outside the door. "Brother Zhou, Miss Lin has arrived, and she brought a whole truckload of equipment." I know. I hid the super caviar in a secret compartment of the room, composed myself, and went out. Lin Mo stood in front of the garage, with 3 military trucks parked behind her. She was dressed in a black tactical uniform, her shoulder-length short hair neatly tucked behind her ears, and 2 Glock pistols at her waist, exuding a commanding presence. "Here's what you wanted." She patted the nearest truck. 20 sets of military-grade protective suits, 50 standard-issue rifles, and 50,000 rounds of ammunition. She narrowed her eyes. "But I'm curious, why would an ordinary businessman stockpile so much weaponry?" I answered calmly, "A hobby of collecting." She scoffed. "These things are enough to wage a small war." I didn't explain further, but simply handed her a check. Final payment. She took the check but suddenly grabbed my wrist. "Zhou Chen, what do you know? The military weather station has detected an anomaly in the cyclone over the Pacific Ocean, and there are unknown microorganisms in the rainwater samples." She asked in a low voice, "Did you get intelligence in advance?" I gently withdrew my hand. "Having too much imagination isn't a good thing, Ms. Lin." She wanted to ask another question, but suddenly there was a loud bang in the sky. We all looked up at the same time. The once clear sky had turned into rolling dark green clouds in the blink of an eye. Damn, my expression changed instantly. "It's ahead of schedule." Her military walkie-talkie crackled with static. "Headquarters calling all units. Emergency codename Green Rain. Repeat, this is not a drill." I grabbed her wrist. "Come with me if you want to live." We had just rushed into the villa when the first drop of rain fell. The pale green liquid hit the stone pavement in the courtyard, instantly corroding a pit and emitting white smoke that was extremely pungent. "Everyone assemble." I roared over the loudspeaker. "Level 1 alert." Within 30 seconds, everyone was in the central control room. Li Xiaoming and Xiaoyu were wearing the protective suits I had prepared beforehand, while Su Yuwei clutched her medical books, her face pale. I had just invited her to the villa 3 days ago, and now it seemed that decision was absolutely right. "Listen carefully." I pulled up the surveillance footage and pointed to the trees outside that were beginning to twist and deform. "This is not ordinary acid rain. All living things that come into contact with this rain will mutate within 72 hours. I looked at Lin Mo. "The microorganisms you mentioned are its source." Her face turned deathly pale. "So you want these weapons to survive?" I opened the armory as I ordered. 1 set of equipment for each person, fully armed within 5 minutes. While everyone was busy, I returned to the secret room, took out the jar of super caviar, and drank it down in one gulp. The cool, salty sensation instantly transformed into a surge of electric energy that swept through my body. My vision suddenly became incredibly clear. I could even see the wings of fly on the wall, 10 meters away. The nerve enhancement effect had begun to take effect. Warning: large-scale life form mutation detected. Emergency mission: hold the base for 24 hours. Reward: system space expansion of 1,000 cubic meters. I coldly loaded a special magazine into the Desert Eagle. This secret I will never reveal, but its power will shock everyone today. "Zhou Chen," Su Yuwei suddenly screamed. "There's someone outside." A boy covered in blood appeared on the monitor, frantically pounding on the villa door. I recognized him as a resident of the villa next door, the one who had mocked me for preparing Doomsday supplies before. "Please open the door." "Save me," he cried, his left arm severely deformed. "We can't open it," I said coldly. "He's already infected, but he hasn't fully mutated yet." Su Yue grabbed my arm. "We're from medical school. We can't just stand by and watch him die." Before she could finish speaking, the boy's eyeballs on the screen suddenly burst open, replaced by a cluster of green tentacles. His jaw snapped open with a bang, and his mouth opened in a horrifying manner, dripping with sticky saliva from his sharp teeth. "Now, tire de here." Her face turned pale, and she took 2 steps back. Lin Mo had already set up his sniper rifle, 120 meters away, wind speed level 4, headshot possible. "Wait." I pressed down on her gun barrel. "Look over there." 7 or 8 more people, young and old, rushed out of the woods, desperately dodging the mutated creatures chasing them. A woman holding a baby tripped, and was about to be overtaken. Damn it. I slammed my fist on the control panel. Xiao Ming, activate the outer automated turrets. Xiao Yu, prepare first aid kits. Lin Mo, cover. You want to save people? Lin Mo looked incredulous. Didn't you say? I set the rules. I checked the magazine. I'm the one who decides. I pressed the gate switch, activating 6 automatic machine guns on the wall. The system weapons were incredibly accurate. Every bullet hit the head. After donning my protective suit, I rushed out, rapidly firing my electromagnetic pulse rifle to separate the survivors from the mutants. Get in here, I yelled. A group of people stumbled and crashed through the gate. Just as the woman carrying the baby was about to be tackled, a 3-meter-tall giant mutant suddenly leaped out from the side. I raised my gun but found the magazine was empty. At the critical moment, a blue light streaked across the sky and a monster's head exploded like a watermelon. I turned around and Lin Mo, standing at his high sniping position, gave me a thumbs up. As soon as the last person entered, I immediately slammed the door shut. The heavy alloy door crashed down, blocking dozens of mutants. Check everyone, I shouted, taking off my mask. Isolate anyone with wounds. After screening, we rescued 5 people. The woman holding the baby, an elderly couple, a male student wearing glasses, and Zhang Hao. I squinted, recognizing the guy huddled in the corner. This rich kid had caused me trouble many times in college, but now he was trembling like a dog. Zhou Chen, he cried. Thank you. I ignored him and looked at the others. There are dormitories on the first floor, and food and water will be provided regularly. Remember, I raised my voice. No one is allowed to enter areas above the 2nd floor without permission. Anyone who violates this rule will be thrown out. Roar! A deafening roar came from outside the wall, and the windows of the entire villa trembled slightly. I stared at the monitor screen and saw the 5-meter-tall, fused mutant swinging its giant arm, made up of more than a dozen corpses. Each slam of the arm against the wall left a horrifying dent. Brother Zhou, there's a crack in the support pillar of the east wall. Li Xiaoming shouted a warning into the communicator. I stood on the rooftop sniper position, coldly watching the monster. Dozens of human heads were embedded in its chest, each head emitting screams at different frequencies, and in the very center was a spherical organ glowing green, its fatal weakness. Lin Mo, buy me 10 seconds, I said, hanging up my sniper rifle and taking a super freeze grenade with a blue glow from my tactical belt. Lin Mo didn't waste any words, pulling the bolt back with a swift and decisive movement. In the morning light, her figure was like a war goddess, her AK-12 fully automatic shotgun spitting fire, blasting the approaching ordinary mutants into pieces. Cover me. I leaped from the 3rd floor, my super caviar-enhanced reflexes making the world seem a beat slower. I adjusted my posture in midair, landed steadily, bent my knees slightly to absorb the impact, and stopped 20 meters away from the fusion body. You scum, look this way. I roared, pulling the pin on my grenade. All the heads on the amalgamated body's chest turned to look at me, letting out a piercing shriek. It swung its massive arm down, and I rolled to dodge, the ground collapsing with a deafening roar, creating a 2-meter-wide crater. 5, 4, 3. I counted silently in my mind, nimbly moving around it. Each of its attacks was within reach, yet it never managed to touch me. 2, 1. A blue light suddenly flashed, and I hurled the grenade at the green light on the amalgam's chest. In an instant, a blinding white light exploded, and an area of 30 meters was instantly enveloped in an extremely cold mist. Crack, crack. The clear sound of freezing echoed all around. The fused entity, maintaining its attack posture, was frozen into an ice sculpture, and the heads were also frozen in twisted terror. It's over. I drew my Desert Eagle and aimed at the orb of light on its chest. Bang! The bullet pierced the ice, and the entire fusion exploded like a shattered glass statue, with frozen flesh scattering everywhere. Kill an elite mutant. Reward. Expand system space by 2,000 cubic meters. New feature unlocked. 100x return can also be applied to living beings, limited to once per day. My eyes lit up. This is a rare and good thing. Zhou Chen, watch out behind you. Sujuve screamed. I looked down sharply, and a dark shadow brushed past my scalp. A flying mutant with a wingspan of over 4 meters, its bony claws gleaming coldly in the sunlight. You're asking for it. I was about to pull the trigger when a blue flash struck its head first. The monster screamed and fell into the courtyard. I looked back and saw Lin Mo on the rooftop, holding a sniper rifle, smoke still rising from the muzzle. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, as if to say, "You owe me one." I smiled helplessly and walked towards the still twitching, flying mutant. It was a monster mutated from a human, covered in scales, with arms that had evolved into wing membranes, and I could vaguely make out that it was a young woman. System scan. Tamed mutant detected. Recommendation to use the live creature return function. My spirits lifted, and I chose consume without hesitation. Consumed 1 mutant, triggering a 100x return. Gained 100 tamed mutants, one of which is a super enhanced version, retaining human intelligence. A flash of white light appeared, and suddenly 100 metal cages appeared in the courtyard, each containing a miniature flying creature, only the size of pigeon. In the central cage was a girl with wings on her back, curled up but with clear eyes. I was stunned for a moment. Zhou Chen, what are these? Su Yue and Lin Mo had already run over, staring in shock at the cages scattered on the ground. Our new Air Force. I grinned and walked towards the winged girl. When she saw me, she immediately knelt on one knee, her voice hoarse but melodious. "Master." Lin Mo immediately raised his gun. "A talking mutant? Too dangerous. Put down your gun." I raised my hand to stop him. System product absolutely loyal. Then I looked at the girl. "Can you control other flying entities?" She nodded and let out a high-pitched cry. All the mutants in the cages fell silent instantly, lining up in a row. "Perfect." I snapped my fingers lightly. "Your name is Shadow, and you'll be in charge of aerial surveillance." Ing nodded happily and gently flapped her wings. Just then, Zhang Hao suddenly rushed out of the villa, pointing at Ing and shouting, "Monster! Zhou Chen is raising a monster. He's going to kill us." The others were also drawn, gathering in fear at the window. I sighed and slowly walked toward Zhang Hao. "I saved you, gave you food and shelter, and this is how you repay me? You stay away." He retreated in panic, pulling out a remote control. "I plant a bomb in your secret room. Either give me half the supplies, or we all die." The entire room fell silent instantly. My eyes narrowed. He actually knew about the secret room? Even the military couldn't break through that security. I glanced sharply at Lin Mo. Her expression faltered for a moment, then returned to normal. "I see." I sneered. "Mr. Lin, your methods are truly brilliant." Lin Mo remained silent, then raised his gun and pointed it at Zhang Hao. "Put down the remote control." "Don't move," Zhang Hao roared. "Press it, and we'll all be buried with you." I shook my head and lightly snapped my fingers. Shadow. A dark shadow flashed, and Zhang Hao's arm snapped instantly, the remote control falling to the ground. He let out a pig-like scream. "Ah, my hand!" The shadow landed gracefully, without a trace of blood. I picked up the remote control and gently squeezed it. It was just a modified TV remote. "Drag it out and feed it to the mutants," I coldly ordered. Ing nodded, then lifted him and flew over the wall. A moment later, a series of piercing screams abruptly ceased. I turned to the crowd. "Does anyone else dare challenge my rules?" No one dared to utter a sound. Some women even knelt and begged. "We'll obey you. Please spare our lives." "Very good." I nodded, a cold glint in my eyes. "Now, I'll show you true power." I led the core members into the secret chamber and, under their watchful eyes, took out 10 gold bars and lined them up in a row. "Watch closely. Consume 10 gold bars, return 1,000 gold bars, including 1 super enhanced version. Can be converted into system energy." A flash of golden light, and the secret room was instantly filled with gold bars. Li Xiaoming knelt down, and Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes and shouted that it was a hallucination. This, turning lead into gold. Su Yue's voice trembled. "No, this is just the beginning." I took out Professor Wang's serum. System, 100x return. Consumed anti-mutant serum X1. Return X100, including 1 super enhanced version. Permanent immunity plus enhanced physique. 100 vials of the serum appeared on the shelf, the one in the very center gleaming with gold. "From today onward, we are all superheroes." I raised the vial and plunged the needle into my neck. A searing heat swept through my body, yet I remained as steady as a rock. My body glowed faintly, and my nails hardened like alloy. Who's next? Lin Mo stepped forward. I'll do it. After all the injections were completed, my aura underwent a complete transformation. Li Xiaoming's muscles bulged, Su Yue's eyes widened like a cat's, and Lin Mo even seemed to have a faint electric current flowing through his body. It feels amazing. She waved her hand, and an arc of electricity struck, melting through the metal chair. I opened the system interface with satisfaction. Current resource reserves, 500 people / 10 years. Defense capability, can withstand a mutant wave of tens of thousands. Next stage goal, establish a survivor base. Reward, system upgrade to level 4. I spread my arms wide. The apocalypse is over. Now, it's our turn to conquer this world. 3 days later, the area within a 5-kilometer radius of the villa was completely cleared. Shadow led the Air Force in patrols day and night, while 100 domesticated mutants faithfully performed their duties. We rescued 237 survivors, distributed serum, and restored order. Lin Mo was in charge of military affairs, Su Yue managed medical care, and Li Xiaoming and Xiaoyu handled logistics. As for me, I stood atop the watchtower, overlooking this territory that belonged to me. The system interface data flashed before my eyes. Survivor loyalty, 89%. Territory security index, S level. Returnable resources, 327 items. On the other side of the horizon, a mutated tide surged in. I sneered and pressed the communicator. Attention all personnel, prepare for battle. Today we'll test our newly acquired plasma cannon. The morning sunlight streamed into my bedroom through the bulletproof glass. I stretched, my knuckles cracking like popping beans. The effects of the super serum were becoming increasingly apparent. Now, my bench press has long surpassed 800 kilograms, and my 100-meter sprint time is under 3 seconds. And this is only my physical improvement. I haven't even included the high-tech equipment I redeemed from the system. Master, you're awake. A cool yet alluring voice rang in my ear. I turned my head, and my breath caught in my throat. Ing was kneeling beside my bed, wearing a black and white maid outfit, the kind of lace-trimmed short skirt I'd casually mentioned yesterday. Even more outrageous, her pair of jet-black wings were elegantly folded behind her, like a cape that accentuated her slender curves. This dress, my throat tightened, and it felt a little dry. She tilted her head and flapped her wings gently. Miss Su Yue helped me choose it. Doesn't Master like it? As she spoke, she stood up, lifting her skirt to reveal her long, beautiful legs encased in black stockings, and on her feet were a pair of delicate little leather shoes. I then realized that her once sharp claws had transformed into human fingers, though the nails still gleamed with a faint metallic sheen. Her already stunning face was now even more rosy, and the way her red lips were slightly pursed was simply deadly. Cough, not bad. I quickly looked away, trying to remain calm. How was the situation last night? She instantly switched into work mode. The East District took in 47 survivors last night, 3 of whom had gunshot wounds. The patrol repelled 2 small waves of mutants. Miss Lin Mo attempted to enter your private laboratory at 2:17 a.m., but was stopped by the security system. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Sure enough, Lin Mo was still trying to dig into my background. But now wasn't the time to deal with her. I had more important things to do today. Notify everyone to meet at the central square in an hour. I got up and walked towards the bathroom. Today, we're going to visit our neighbors in the North District. Ing bowed respectfully, her maid outfit slightly open at the neckline, revealing a patch of alluring, snow-white skin. Would you like me to help you bathe, Master? I slipped and almost tripped over myself. And no, thank you. An hour later, I stood in the central plaza of the base. More than 300 survivors stood in neat rows, all wearing identical protective suits, with badges I'd personally designed printed on their chests, an eagle's talon gripping a DNA double helix pattern. Lin Mo's armed squad stood at the front, each member equipped with an electromagnetic rifle produced by the system. Everyone, I stood on the platform and broadcast my voice through the megaphone. That so-called freedom camp in the North District attacked our search and rescue team again yesterday. The audience erupted in uproar, with angry shouts rising and falling. Since our public promise of shelter on the radio, thousands of survivors had come to seek refuge. But the group in the North District, led by Zhao Taizhu, not only refused to cooperate, but also frequently robbed those who sought refuge with us. Today, we're going to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. I waved my hand, and Shadow immediately spread its wings and flew to my side, attracting everyone's attention. but not by crushing them with force. I snapped my fingers and Xiaoyu pushed up 10 carts loaded with supplies, canned goods, medicine, and even several water purifiers. We're going to overwhelm them with supplies until they call us daddy. A burst of laughter and cheers erupted from the crowd. My strategy this time was simple. Lure them with 100 times the supplies, then slap them in the face. After all, in this apocalypse, a packet of instant noodles is more precious than gold. Let's go. The convoy of 20 modified vehicles drove headed towards the North District. I sat in the Marauder at the front of the convoy, with Lin M.O. in tactical gear on my left and Ing, still dressed as a maid, on my right. It looked like a strange combination. Are you sure you want her dressed like this? Lin M.O. glanced sideways at Ing, who was peeling grapes for me. Are we going to negotiate or to do cosplay? I mumbled, a grape still in my mouth. Don't you understand psychological tactics? You'll understand in a bit. The Freedom Camp in a northern district was built in an abandoned logistics center. As soon as our convoy approached, more than a dozen armed guards emerged from the wall. Stop! We'll shoot if you come any closer, a bald, burly man roared. I signaled the convoy to stop and got out of the car with only Ying and Lin Mo walking towards them. Tell Zhao Taiju that Zhou Chen is here to discuss business. I put my hands in my pockets, looking relaxed. The bald man's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the wing made next to me. Holy crap. What is this? Shadow glanced at him coldly, slightly spreading her wings, the feathers gleaming with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. A few minutes later, we were led into the logistics center. Zhao Taiju was a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a hideous scar on his face. He was sitting imposingly on a tattered sofa, surrounded by more than 20 armed henchmen. What brings you here, Mr. Zhou? He asked sarcastically, his eyes glued to Ing. I didn't answer immediately, but instead looked around. The so-called free camp was practically a refugee camp, filled with the stench of excrement and rotting flesh, and the survivors were all emaciated. So this is all Zhao Laoda's, like I sneered. Can't even handle the most basic hygiene. Zhao Tieju's face darkened. Enough nonsense. I caught a mutated wild boar yesterday. Enough to eat for half a month. Much better than your pile of canned food. Oh, I raised an eyebrow and suddenly pulled out a steaming Kobe beef steak from the system space. This is worthy of being called food. The aroma of the steak instantly filled the air, and Zhao Tieju's men all swallowed hard, their eyes wide open. This is impossible. Zhao Taiju suddenly stood up. It's been a month since the apocalypse. Where we get fresh steak. I casually tossed the steak to a skinny kid. Try it. The child took a bite, and tears immediately streamed down his face. So delicious. Zhao Tieju's expression changed completely. Zhou Chen, you're here to cause trouble. I'm here to give you a way out. I snapped my fingers again, and Ing handed me a tablet computer. The screen displayed a live feed of my base. Clean streets, lush green vegetables in the greenhouse, survivors queuing in an orderly fashion to eat, and mountains of supplies piled up in the warehouse. It's fake. It must have been pre-recorded. Zhao Taiju roared hysterically. I sighed, stubborn to the end. Then I continuously pulled out various supplies from the system space. Boxes of canned goods, cases of mineral water, and even several generators. His men completely collapsed. Some even knelt down and begged me to take them away. More survivors gathered around, their eyes filled with hope. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. I raised my voice. First, join me, take my orders, and everyone will have food. Second, I deliberately left my sentence unfinished, only glancing at her eyeshadow. She understood immediately, suddenly spreading her wings and soaring into the air with a sharp whistle. Screech! Hundreds of flying mutants instantly gathered in the sky, a dark mass like a pressing cloud overhead. Monsters! So many monsters! Zhao Tieju's men screamed in panic, some even wetting themselves on the spot. These are my Air Force, I said calmly. With just one order from me, they can raise this dilapidated camp to the ground within 10 minutes. Zhao Tieju's face turned deathly pale instantly. He finally realized the gap between us. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Boss Zhou, I was wrong. We're willing to join. Too late. I looked at him coldly. I already gave you a chance. With a flick of my hand, Shadow swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws easily severing the sling of his rifle. Lin Mo struck like lightning, delivering a chop to the side of his neck, and the 2-meter-tall man collapsed to the ground like a wooden stake. Zhou Taizhu has committed numerous evils, including seizing women and embezzling grain. He deserves to die. I scanned the room. But as for the others, as long as they're genuinely repentant, I am willing to accept them. A deafening cheer erupted from the camp. People surged towards our convoy, eager to be left behind. Just then, a shrill voice shattered the jubilation. "Don't the hell move." A guy with dyed blonde hair jumped out from the corner, holding a little girl hostage, a pistol pressed against her temple. "Zhou Chen, leave the supplies and that woman here. Otherwise, I'll shoot this brat." I narrow my eyes. I recognize the man. It was Wang Huang, Zhao Tieju's cunning strategist, notoriously ruthless and cunning. "You think taking hostages will work?" I sneered. "Enough nonsense." Wang Huang shouted hysterically. "I know you're pretending to be a good guy. If you don't do as I say, I'll—" His words trailed off as Shadow silently appeared behind him, its sharp wingtip pressed against his throat. "Master said," Shadow's voice was as cold as ice, "that he hates it when people use children as threats." The next second, blood splattered. Wang Huang collapsed, clutching his slit throat, never understanding how Ying had teleported there. The little girl stood there, trembling. I walked over, knelt down, and took a chocolate from my pocket. "Eat this, you're all right now." She timidly accepted the chocolate, then suddenly threw herself into my arms. "Thank you, brother." Everyone present witnessed this scene, and someone shouted, "Long live Lord Zhou." Soon, the entire camp erupted in a thunderous cheer. "Pack up the supplies and prepare to return," I said to Lin and Mo, then lowered my voice and added, "Keep a close eye on Zhao Tieju's confidants. If they make any unusual moves, deal with them immediately." Lin and Mo nodded, a complex look appearing in his eyes. "Just now, were you really concerned about that little girl, or were you just acting?" I smiled gently, did not answer, and turned to walk towards the convoy. A shadow followed, closely behind, the hem of her maid outfit fluttering in the wind. "Master, should we change? Battle mode might be more convenient." "No need." I glanced at the logistics center receding into the rearview mirror. "This outfit suits me perfectly today." The convoy returned fully loaded, bringing back over 300 new members and a large quantity of recyclable supplies. Most importantly, the threat in the northern district had been completely eliminated. Back at base, Su Yue was waiting for me at the entrance of the medical station. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Ying in her maid outfit. "I knew this suited you best." Ying rarely showed a shy expression, but she nodded gently in thanks. "Zhou Chen." Su Yue turned to me, her expression excited. "The lab has made a new discovery. Those super serums." I raised my hand to interrupt her, glancing around. "We'll talk about it when we get back." Late at night, I stood alone atop the watchtower, overlooking the brightly lit base. In just 1 month, we had expanded from that initial villa to 5 square kilometers, gathering over 2,000 people. A system screen appeared before my eyes. "Mission completed. Established survivor base. Reward. System upgraded to level 4. New feature unlocked. 100x return can also be applied to buildings. Limited to once per week." A smile crept onto my lips. This meant that starting tomorrow, I could have a second, a third base of the same size. "Master," Shadow's voice sounded from behind me. "Miss Lin M.O. has gone to the communications room again. Let her go." I didn't turn around. The coordinates sent out tonight were fake. Ying walked to my side, the night breeze lifting her skirt. I noticed she was holding a steaming cup of coffee. "Master, you've worked so hard." She handed me the coffee, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. I took the coffee and noticed that her fingernails had returned to human form, and her skin was even whiter and smoother. And the tips of her jet black wings were even emitting a faint golden glow. "You are evolving?" Shadow nodded. "Because of Master's serum, I feel myself becoming more and more human." She suddenly knelt on one knee. "No matter what I become, Shadow will always be Master's maid." I helped her up, my gaze sweeping into the distance. Suddenly, an unnatural flash of light streaked across the sky, like some kind of signal flare. "Looks like our guests have arrived ahead of schedule," I sneered. "Notify Lin M.O. to proceed as planned." Shadow spread her wings, the golden tips of her feathers gleaming in the moonlight. "Do we need to wear armor?" "No." I straightened my tie. "Just wear a maid outfit. Let them see what a dimensional reduction attack looks like." In the central command room of the base, a dozen red dots flashed on the holographic map. I rested my hands on the control panel, squinting at the dots rapidly approaching the base. The military task force was moving faster than expected. Master, all defense systems are ready. Ing stood beside me, wearing a maid outfit over a tactical vest, with two uniquely designed short blades at her waist. Should we notify Miss Lin M.O.? I gave a cold laugh. No need. Let her continue her act. I tapped the control panel, switching to the surveillance footage of the communications room. Lin M.O. was facing away from the camera, her slender fingers rapidly typing codes on the military communicator. She was wearing a tight-fitting combat suit today, her long legs crossed. She's beautiful, isn't she? I said softly. Shadow's wings fluttered slightly. Does Master like her? I like loyal people. I slid my finger across the screen, the view switching to the night vision cameras on the base's perimeter. Unfortunately, she isn't. In the footage, more than 30 fully armed Special Forces soldiers are approaching under the cover of darkness. They are wearing the latest optical camouflage, making them undetectable by ordinary surveillance cameras. However, under the thermal imaging equipment I redeemed from the system, they are as conspicuous as fireflies in the night. Have the drone swarm ready. I turned and walked toward the weapons rack. Tonight, I will personally entertain these guests. Shadow suddenly tugged at my sleeve. Master, you haven't rested for 3 days. Her voice was unusually gentle. Let me go. I was slightly taken aback. Although my stamina was practically limitless after the super serum injection, her concern still warmed my heart. I reached out and gently stroked her cheek, noticing her pupils gleaming faintly in the darkness, captivating like a cat's. Worried about me? Her cheeks flushed, and her wings involuntarily folded. Before she could finish, I pulled her into my arms. The faint fragrance emanating from her was like a forest after the rain, calming the mind and spirit. After tonight's business is settled, I whispered in her ear, feeling her body tremble slightly. I'm going to give my little maid a good reward. Her ears immediately turned pale, even the feathers on her wings bristled, and she nodded hurriedly, almost running off to carry out the order. Watching her retreating figure, I couldn't help but shake my head with a smile. Who would have thought that just a month ago, she was a bloodthirsty mutant? Lord, Li Xiaoming's voice came through the communicator. Intruders detected on the east wall. Proceed as planned. I pressed a button on my wristwatch, and the entire base instantly plunged into darkness. A welcome ceremony I had prepared on purpose. Donning my tactical goggles, the world became a clear green in my eyes. Like a cheetah, I silently infiltrated the night, advancing towards my designated position. 10 minutes later, I crouched on the high ground, coldly watching the Special Forces squad. They moved with practiced skill, taking turns providing cover, completely unaware that they were stepping into the death trap I had laid. Game begins. I pressed the detonator. Boom! The stun grenade exploded in the center of the group, the powerful sound wave and flash instantly incapacitating them. At the same time, hundreds of tamed flying mutants swooped down from the sky, precisely disarming them. Fire! The officer in charge yelled, covering his ears. But only silence answered him. I had already disabled their electronic equipment with an electromagnetic pulse. I leaped off the platform, landing lightly in front of the officer. He looked up at me in horror, seeing the blue-glowing plasma pistol in my hand. Good evening, Colonel. I smiled and read aloud the information on his epaulets. Lin Wei was sent you. The officer's pupils contracted sharply. You? How did you know? I know far more than you think. I snapped my fingers and the searchlights instantly illuminated the entire battlefield. His team members were all subdued, but they were subdued by the enhanced ordinary survivors from my base. Impossible. The officer's face turned pale. They're just civilians. How could they? Welcome to the new world. I put away my pistol, turned and walked back toward the base. Lock them up. Interrogate them tomorrow. When I returned to the main building, the corridor was quiet. Su Yue's laboratory light was still on. I peeked through the crack in the door and saw her engrossed in her research. Her figure, partially obscured by her white lab coat, was captivating. Still not resting? I pushed open the door and went in. She was startled and hurriedly covered the test tubes on the table. Zhou Chen, what happened to you? My eyes swept over the test tubes, one of which was glowing with an eerie green light, clearly different from our original serum. A new discovery. I picked up the green test tube. It was slightly warm in my hand. Don't touch it, Su Yue exclaimed, then lowered her voice. This is something I extracted from an advanced mutant. It's more potent. and more dangerous than our serum. I stare at the liquid, watching it flow slowly through the tube like a living thing, and a strange attraction welled up inside me. Zhou Chen, she gently touched my arm. Are you alright? I snapped back to reality, put down the test tube, and said, continue the research, but be careful. I paused, then added, starting tomorrow, these kinds of experiments must be conducted under my supervision. She nodded obediently, her white coat collar slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. The scent of disinfectant and jasmine emanated from her, a comforting fragrance. You've been working too hard lately, she said, reaching out to smooth the wrinkles on my brow. Do you need to relax a bit? Her fingertips were warm and soft, carrying a doctor's gentle touch. I took her hand and felt her pulse quicken suddenly. Do you know what you're inviting? Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't back down. I graduated from medical school. I know a lot about human anatomy. Those words ignited a desire I'd suppressed for days. The super serum brought more than just power. It also brought a surge of pent-up needs. Wait, she suddenly pushed me away, glancing frantically at the doorway. This won't do. I chuckled softly, about to pick her up, when my communicator suddenly rang. Lord, Miss Lin M.O. has gone missing. She also took equipment from Armory number 3. I cursed and put her down. She straightened her disheveled white coat, her eyes filled with understanding and reluctance. Go. Important matters come first. I kissed her forehead and strode towards the monitoring room. The screen showed Lin Mo's last known location. She had broken into the Special Forces cell and was leading the colonel toward the edge of the base. Should we chase after her? Li Xiaoming asked. I shook my head, a cold smile playing on my lips. Let her go. Among the equipment she took was a gift I had specially prepared. By the time I finished dealing with all of this, it was already 3 in the morning. I returned to the bedroom and was surprised to finding sitting on the edge of the bed, dressed in a light maid outfit, her skin faintly visible under the black veil, captivatingly alluring. Master, she looked up at me, her golden eyes gleaming in the night. I've come to fulfill my promise. My throat tightened, and I slowly walked toward her, my fingers tracing her cheek, feeling her body tremble slightly. Afraid of me? She shook her head frantically, but her wings tucked in even tighter. No, it's just. Her voice was barely audible. I have no experience. I'm afraid of disappointing my master. These words completely shatter my reason. I picked her up and felt her soft feathers. Tonight, I whispered, I will teach you how to serve. Moonlight spilled down, illuminating our intertwined figures. The shadow's wings sometimes spread, sometimes folded, its black feathers gleaming eerily in the night. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in, Ning was already curled up in my arms, exhausted, her wings drooping limply. I noticed that the tips of her feathers had turned completely golden. Master, she groggily nuzzled against my chest. I can still sleep. I kissed her forehead. There are more classes tomorrow. She closed her eyes peacefully and quickly drifted off to sleep. I gently got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to overlook the base. The system's visual display automatically popped up. Area of influence expanded to 15 square kilometers. Number of survivors, 2,873. Next stage objective, establish a post-apocalyptic empire. I clenched my fist, the power within me burning. Lin Mo's betrayal, the military's interference, the evolution of the mutants. These are all merely stepping stones on my path to the top. System, display the current list of returnable supplies. I stood in the center of the secret room, and a holographic projection in front of me quickly unfolded. The dense list jumped around in the blue light, as if each item was beckoning to me. The amount of supplies accumulated over the past month was astonishing, and with the system upgrade, the options for return were becoming more and more abundant. Frozen meat, 287 tons. Purified water, 5,000 cubic meters. Ammunition, 150,000 rounds. Live mutants, 87, trainable. Special, Super Serum, X3. My gaze fell on the live return option. I hadn't really used this feature extensively since it was unlocked. Shadow's success proved that returned mutants not only retained their combat instincts, but could also evolve into higher-level forms. 87 live mutants were returned 100 times the amount. Warning, returning too many live subjects at once may overload the system. Continue. Continue. A sudden burst of white light filled the entire chamber. When the intense light faded, 8,700 metal cages appeared before me. Each cage contained a miniature mutant of all kinds: six-legged hounds, snake-like mutants covered in scales, and even a few elite individuals that were almost humanoid. The most eye-catching feature is the 10 golden orbs floating in the center, super-enhanced individuals. Interesting. I approached the first sphere of light. Inside, curled up, was a female mutant with wings on her back, more exquisite than Shadow's original form, with platinum wings shimmering with a soft light. Light Wing Guardian, elite-level combat unit with the ability to generate energy barriers. The second sphere of light contained a jet-black leopard-shaped mutant with sleek lines and a fierce aura. Shadow Hunter, specialized in stealth and assassination, capable of blending into any shadow. I examined them one by one, and each of these 10 super mutants had its own unique characteristics. They were practically born biological weapons. But what surprised me the most was the last sphere of light. Inside was a girl who was almost indistinguishable from human, except that she had a pair of cat ear-like organs on her head and a long, thin tail trailing behind her. Psionicist possesses telepathic and precognitive abilities, capable of sensing hostility within a 10-kilometer radius. System: can these super individuals evolve like shadows? All super individuals possess evolutionary potential through methods including, but not limited to, accumulating combat experience, absorbing special energy, emotional stimulation, etc. Emotional stimulation? I raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking about the changes in Ing after the intimate contact last night. It seems that this evolutionary method is indeed worth studying. Lord City Lord, Su Yue's voice came from outside the secret room. The medical report you requested is ready. Come in. The moment the door opened, Su Yue froze, nearly dropping the tablet in her hand. She was wearing a white lab coat over a fitted black turtleneck sweater, her curves accentuated. But her gaze was completely drawn to the room, full of cages filled with mutants. These are all our new unit. I casually unlocked the cage of the Light Wing Guardians. The girl with platinum wings flew out gracefully, spun once in the air, and then knelt on one knee. Master. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, like the gentle tinkling of a wind chime. Please bestow a name upon me. I replied casually. From today onwards, you and your sisters will be in charge of the base's air defense. She lowered her head respectfully, a pale golden light shimmering around her wings. I noticed her gaze occasionally glancing at my neck, where the bite mark left by Ing last night still remained. Su Yue coughed lightly and handed over the tablet. Ying's medical report shows that her DNA structure underwent significant changes last night, becoming more human-like. She pushed up her glasses, her eyes filled with a complex light. It seems to have been triggered by some kind of bodily fluid exchange. I took the tablet, pretending not to catch the implication in her words. Can other super individuals evolve like this too? Theoretically, it's possible. Su Yue's face flushed slightly. But further experimental verification is needed. Just then, the communicator rang. Lord, a military convoy has been spotted 10 kilometers to the east. At least 30 armored vehicles. Lin Montauk. My eyes narrowed. I deliberately let her go yesterday, but I didn't expect her to return with reinforcements so quickly. Notify all combat personnel to go on high alert. I turned to look at the densely packed mutants in the secret room and sneered. Perfect for testing our new force. Half an hour later, I stood on the defensive line at the east gate of the base, with the fully equipped super mutants behind me. She circled to my left. The Shadow Hunter had already blended into the shadows, and the cat-eared psionicist, whom I named Star, closed her eyes and sensed the movements in the distance. They're here. Xing suddenly spoke, her cat ears perking up. 37 armored vehicles, 2 armed helicopters, and a very powerful life form on the helicopters. I raised my binoculars, and sure enough, a large cloud of dust rose in the distance. The most conspicuous were the 2 low-flying armed helicopters, one of which had its cabin door wide open, and I could vaguely make out a tall figure. Lord, Li Xiaoming ran up to report. All civilians have been evacuated to the underground shelters, and combat personnel are in position. I nodded in confirmation, then turned and ordered, She lead the team into the air, Shadow Squad. Lie in ambush outside the city. Xing, report enemy situation in real time. With the sound of wings flapping, more than 50 flying mutants instantly took to the air, like a dark cloud obscuring the morning light. The mutants on the ground also quickly dispersed, entering combat readiness, creating an extremely impressive formation. Zhou Chen, Suyue walked to my side, hesitating to speak. Ow! She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Be careful of that helicopter. It's not human." I raised an eyebrow. "You can sense it? It's not just a sensation." She pulled down her collar, revealing a faintly glowing mark below her collarbone. "It's resonating." Before I could ask any further questions, the military convoy appeared ahead. The lead armored vehicle stopped 500 meters away, and a familiar figure stepped out. Lin Mo. She was wearing tactical gear, her chestnut hair fluttering in the wind, her expression resolute. "Zhou Chen," she shouted through the megaphone, "surrender. You can't fight the entire military." I picked up the walkie-talkie with a cold smile. "Lin Mo, you betrayed the base and colluded with the military. According to the rules, you should be executed." I paused, then raised my voice, "But I'll give you a chance, a one-on-one fight. If you win, I'll surrender. If you lose, get out of here." A commotion erupted below the city wall. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Just then, the helicopter door opened completely, and a figure 3 meters tall leaped out. Boom! The moment the monster landed, the ground trembled. As the dust settled, I could see its appearance clearly. A humanoid creature covered in silver armor, with a streamlined head devoid of facial features, except for 2 red eyes. The surface of its armor writhed slightly, as if it were alive. "Lord Zhou." A synthesized electronic voice came from within it. "I am a product of the military's new human program, codenamed Silverwing. Colonel Lin is now my partner, and you have no right to challenge her." I scoffed, playing tricks. Then I turned to Lin Mo. "What? You're too scared to go on stage yourself? Relying on a metal can?" Lin Mo's face turned ashen as he drew his pistol. "Fine. I accept the challenge." Silverwing tried to stop her, but she had already strode towards the 2 armies. I also flipped and leaped off the city wall. The 10-meter drop was easy for me. We stood 5 meters apart in the center of the field. Her eyes burned with fighting spirit, and there was also a trace of emotion that I couldn't read. "Why did you betray me?" I asked in a low voice. "I treated you well. You don't understand." She gritted her teeth and said, "That mark. Suyue also has it. They are awakening, and the military is the only force that can fight against them." Before I could ask her any more questions, she suddenly attacked. A whip kick, whistling through the air, swept straight toward my temple. I raised my arm to block, and my forearm went numb from the impact. It seemed she had also been injected with an enhancer. "Not bad." I sneered, then suddenly changed my move, delivering a chop to her neck. Lin Mo swayed, then suddenly leaned back, drawing a dagger from his thigh and slashing at my throat. I narrowly dodged, but a bloody gash was still drawn on my neck. "You've slowed down," she sneered. "Did you have too much fun with your little maid last night?" I wasn't angry. Instead, I gave a meaningful smile and said, "Are you jealous?" Her movements froze instantly, and I clearly saw the fleeting panic in her eyes. I decisively kicked out, sweeping her to the ground, and then pinned her down. "Let me go." She struggled desperately, but my body, enhanced by the super serum, was far stronger than hers, and she couldn't break free at all. At that moment, I noticed an unusual silver light around the edge of her pupils, just like that guy Silverwing. I asked in a low voice, "What did they do to you?" She turned her face away, saying, "It's none of your business." Just then, Xing's voice suddenly rang out from the earpiece. "Lord, be careful. Silverwing is launching a sneak attack." I instinctively rolled to dodge, and the next second, a silver-white figure crashed down where I had just been, instantly creating a large crater in the ground. Silverwing rose from the dust, the red light in its mechanical eyes fixed intently on me. What a lack of martial ethics. I brushed the dust off my clothes and gestured towards the city wall. "Brothers, dinner's ready." At my command, the mutant legion mobilized in full force. She led the flying units to attack the military's armored convoy, while shadow hunters leaped from the ground, tearing through the enemy ranks in an instant. But the most eye-catching was Xing, suspended in the air. She was enveloped in a pale blue energy field, causing all bullets that approached her to strangely veer off course. Silverwing emitted a piercing electronic noise, its arms instantly transforming into 2 long swords as it charged towards me. Just as I was about to meet the attack, a dark shadow suddenly pounced from the side, slamming into Silverwing. It was Ing. She had recovered at some point, and her wings had turned golden, gleaming in the sunlight. Master, I'm sorry I'm late. She stood in front of me, her golden wings unfurled. I'll take care of this tin can. Before I could even speak, she had already charged out and engaged Silverwing in fierce combat. Her speed was more than 3 times faster than yesterday, her feathers leaving afterimages in the air. Every attack Silverwing launched was precisely blocked by her. Those golden feathers were even harder than alloy. I didn't waste the opportunity and pulled Lin Mo up. See this? This is the military you sided with? They can't even beat my maid. She stared blankly at the battle in the sky, her eyes flashing with silver light. Allied to me, Silverwing said it could control the mark, but in reality. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly curled up into a ball, and an eerie silver light emanated from her collarbone. Lin Montak! I ripped open her collar, and my pupils shrank instantly. There was a silver mark below her collarbone, and it was spreading rapidly, like something alive. Kill me. She grabbed my hand, her nails digging deep into my flesh. It's devouring me. Hurry. Without hesitation, I took out the super serum and plunged it into her neck. Ah, she screamed, her entire body convulsing violently. The silver mark twisted violently, colliding with the golden light released by the serum, as if 2 forces were clashing wildly within her body. As if sensing something, the distant Silverwing suddenly abandoned shadow and charged straight toward me. Stop it, I yelled. She and Xing acted simultaneously. A psychic barrier and an energy field combined to slow Silverwing down. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ing swooped down, her golden feathers like blades, instantly slicing across Silverwing's neck. Crack! A crisp breaking sound rang out as Silverwing's head rolled to the ground, its body still in a running posture, before finally collapsing with a thud. Lin Mo in my arms gradually stopped convulsing, and the silver mark slowly faded, eventually turning into a faint scar. She weakly opened her eyes, her chestnut hair soaked and clinging to her face. Zhou Chen, she murmured. Don't talk. I picked her up. I'll settle the score with you when we get back. The battle ended with Silverwing being cut down. The remaining military forces scattered and fled, most surrendering on the spot, while others were torn to pieces by my mutant legion. That evening, I held a victory celebration banquet in the Bay Square. The banquet was filled with fine wines and delicacies redeemed by the system, and everyone sang and danced to celebrate this victory. Ing changed into a new maid outfit, a more ornate lace version. The golden feathers on her wings shone brightly under the lights as she gracefully poured drinks for me and several corps members. Master, this is your favorite red wine. She bowed slightly, her snow-white skin faintly visible, making it impossible to look away. Lin Mo sat in the corner, her body still wrapped in bandages. She refused everyone's toasts, silently drinking water. But when I approached, she looked up at me with a complicated expression. Why don't you kill me? She asked in a low voice. I swirled my wine glass, not answering. What exactly is that mark? I don't know either. She shook her head. The military said it was a marker of some kind of alien microorganism, and people infected with it would gradually mutate. They want to control this process and create super soldiers. I glanced thoughtfully at Su Yue beside me. She was chatting and laughing with Xing. Her right hand had already become completely metallic, but she didn't seem to feel any pain. I'll find a solution. I patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. You take good care of your injuries. The base needs you. I left the banquet and climbed the watchtower alone. The night wind blew, and the starry sky was vast. The system panel automatically popped up. Mission completed. Repelled the military attack. Reward. System upgraded to level 5. New feature unlocked. 100x return can now be applied to technology blueprints. Limited to once per month. I gazed at the distant horizon, where the pale green aurora borealis appeared and disappeared. Su Yue once said that it was a sign that they were awakening. Master, Shadow's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Are you ready to rest? I turned around and saw that she had quietly followed. In the moonlight, she looked like a fairy, her golden feathers fluttering lightly, her skirt billowing in the wind. I'll teach you something new tonight. I put my arm around her slender waist, feeling the warmth of her body. It's about how to better serve me. Her face flushed instantly, but her eyes held anticipation. She tiptoed and whispered in my ear. Yes, my lord. Under the starlight, our figures slowly merged together. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the gap in the curtains. I opened my eyes and saw that Ing was already awake. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, carefully arranging the golden feathers on her wings. Master, you're awake. Noticing my gaze, she immediately turned around and bowed. I reached out and stroked her cheek, my fingers sliding down her neck to her collarbone. Her breathing quickened instantly, her feathers ruffled slightly, shimmering with golden light in the sunlight. You did a good job last night, I said with a chuckle, gently stroking her flushed cheek with my thumb. It seems you fully adapted to your duties as a maid. She lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Yes, it's because Master taught me well. Suddenly, the communicator's beeping interrupted the atmosphere. Li Xiaoming's holographic projection popped up. Brother Zhou, the North District Reconnaissance Team has sent an emergency signal. They've discovered a giant structure. It looks like an alien ruin. I sat up straight instantly, all sleepiness gone. Send me the coordinates. I'll be there right away. 10 minutes later, I entered the command center. Li Xiaoming immediately pulled up the images transmitted back by the reconnaissance team. In a valley 50 kilometers away stood a pyramid-shaped black building, its surface covered with writhing metallic patterns, and a huge green crystal suspended at its top, exactly like the crystal on the mutant's body. What is this? I frowned, my fingers unconsciously tapping on the control panel. According to the energy readings, it's been buried underground for at least tens of thousands of years. Su Yue's voice sounded from behind. She was wearing a close-fitting protective suit. Her right hand was metallic, and she was holding a data terminal. And it's calling me. She pulled open her collar, revealing a green mark below her collarbone, which emitted a faint light at the same frequency as the crystal in the distance. At that moment, Lin Mo walked in through the side door. She looked much better than yesterday, but the silver glint in her eyes hadn't completely faded. That's the beacon tower of the pioneers, she said. We all turned to her. She continued, military classified documents record that there are 7 such towers worldwide, used to mark eligible individuals and guide the Great Purge. The Great Purge. I squinted. The word sent chills down my spine. A life selection process takes place every 100,000 years. Lin Mo walked to the hologram and traced the pyramid image with his finger. The pioneers, the creators of alien microorganisms, used poisonous rain to eliminate the weak, leaving only the strongest genes as the seeds of a new world. The command center was deathly silent. Su Yue suddenly clutched the mark, bending over in anguish. It's accelerating. My mutation speed is increasing. I immediately steadied her and discovered that the metallicization of her right hand had spread to her elbow. Prepare the helicopter immediately. I need to go to the ruins myself. It's too dangerous. Li Xiaoming immediately objected. The reconnaissance team reported that there are a large number of advanced mutants patrolling over there. That's why we need to bring our special forces even more. I snapped my fingers and the doors to the command center slid open. She flew in gracefully, followed by Shadow Hunter and Xing. 3 hours later, we arrived at the outer perimeter of the ruins. I brought 3 super mutants, 20 elite soldiers, and even Lin Mo came along. Are you sure you want to come? I asked again as the helicopter was about to land. She examined the pulse rifle, a glint of silver in her eyes. My mark is related to that tower. It might be the key. The ruins were even more breathtaking than the images. Up close, the Black Pyramid stood 300 meters tall, covered in ancient and mysterious symbols. Even more unsettling were the hundreds of metallic mutants roaming around it, arranged in neat rows, as if performing some kind of ritual. Master, there's something watching us from the top of the tower, Xing suddenly spoke, her cat ears perking up alertly and her tail bristling. Very strong, extremely strong. I raised my binoculars and, sure enough, saw a humanoid figure standing beside the crystal at the top of the tower. It seemed to sense my gaze and suddenly spread its arms. Wings made of energy unfurled behind it. Damn it, I gasped. That thing looks like an angel from mythology. They are guardians. Lin Mo's voice trembled. Military records mention that each tower has one. Before he could finish speaking, the angel suddenly leaped down, its energy wings drawing a trail of light, and in an instant flew to within 30 meters of us, hovering in midair. Upon closer inspection, it resembles a perfect human male, with sickly pale skin, emerald green eyes without pupils, and the light emanating from its energy wings illuminating its eerily handsome face. Candidates, the voice whispered like 1,000 people. You bear the mark of being chosen. I stepped forward, shielding everyone behind me. What candidate? The seed of a new world. It laughed a chilling laugh. The great purge has begun. Only the strongest genes can continue. It pointed to Su Yue and Lin Mo. They have been marked and will become the mothers of the new humans. I sneered and gripped the Godslayer's long sword tightly. Sorry, they are my people. The angel's expression turned cold. Inferior life forms. How dare you defy divine evolution? It waved its hand, and the surrounding metallic mutants immediately turned to us. Kill them, spare the 2 women. The battle erupted instantly. Shadow hunters transformed into black light and charged into the enemy ranks, while she unfurled her wings of light and took to the air, shielding us from the first wave of attacks. Soldiers used the rocks to establish a defensive line, and pulse rifles tore through the mutants in their path. And I will face that angel. It was incredibly fast, unleashing emerald green light blades with each flap of its energy wings. I desperately used the Godslayer to defend myself, the blade colliding with the light blades to create blinding sparks. Foolish resistance. It darted and weaved through the air like a sprite. Accept evolution, and you too can gain the power of a god. God, I scoffed, pulling out an alien pistol from my waist, an antimatter pistol I'd redeemed through the system. Let me show you what it means to kill a god. A flash of blue light, and its energy wings were blasted open. It shrieked as it fell, and I seized the opportunity to rush forward, my longsword thrusting straight into its chest. Thud! The blade pierced through, but it revealed a sinister smile. Useless? I am immortal. At that moment, 2 figures pounced, Su Yue and Lin Mo. Their marks glowed simultaneously. Su Yue plunged her metal hand into her wound, and Lin Mo actually bit the angel's neck. What? The angel finally cried out in terror. How dare you? Amidst piercing screams, the 2 erupted in dazzling light. The angel withered rapidly as if drained of its life force, ultimately turning to ashes. As the light faded, I was surprised to see that Su Yue's metallization disappeared, and flowing green patterns appeared on her skin. The silver light in Lin Mo's eyes condensed into a pair of solid energy wings, which, though small, were real. We absorbed its power. Su Yue looked at her restored hand in disbelief. Lin Mo tried to control the light wings, barely managing to fly 2 meters before falling back down. I still need to practice. A violent tremor came from afar, and the black pyramid began to collapse. The green crystal fell and shattered into countless points of light in midair. Master, all the mutants have stopped. She descended from the sky and reported to me. I breathed a sigh of relief and was about to order a retreat when my communicator suddenly rang. Lord, the base has been attacked. It's at Zhou Taizhu. He led a group of armed thugs and even took Xiaoyu hostage. What? I was furious. Wasn't that bastard dead? He's mutated. The communications soldier's voice was filled with terror. His entire body is metallic, and he calls himself the new king. I immediately pulled up the base's surveillance footage. In the central square, a humanoid monster covered in silver armor stood there, with the dying Li Xiaoming under its feet. Xiaoyu was chained up and held in its hand like a trophy. Ha ha ha! Zhou Chen. Zhou Taizhu laughed maniacally at the camera, his voice no longer human. You think you're the only one who can gain power? That tower gave me enlightenment. I am a chosen king. I clenched my fist, my knuckles cracking. Everyone turned back immediately. On the helicopter, my brain raced, and a bold plan gradually took shape. I opened the system interface and found the technology blueprint return function that I hadn't used before. System, consume energy wing technology blueprint. Successful consumption, triggering a 100x return. Obtain 100 energy wing technology blueprints, one of which is a super enhanced version. Can be used to manufacture bioenergy wings. I immediately imported the super enhanced blueprints into the base's 3D printer. By the time we landed, a brand new piece of equipment had already been printed, a pair of wings formed by the fusion of a mechanical skeleton and biological tissue, flowing with blue light. This is... Lin Mo's eyes widened, the brilliance of the pair of wings reflected in his silver-gray pupils. "This is an upgrade gift for you." I personally helped her put on the equipment, then gently pressed my finger on her back to activate the connection. "Since you're going to be my maid, how can you not have some unique features?" The mechanical wings perfectly integrated with the energy core within Lin Mo's body, instantly unfolding into 3-meter-long wings of light. She excitedly took to the air, gracefully spinning in the air, her silver hair dancing in the flow of energy. "Now let's go meet that new king," I said with a cold smile as I looked toward the base. At that moment, Zhou Taizhu was showing off his strength in the square. He lifted an armored vehicle with one hand and then slammed it into the crowd, causing screams to erupt. "See that? This is the power of God," he roared. "From this day forward, I am yours." A beam of silver light suddenly descended from the sky, knocking him flying. Lin Mo unfurled his wings of light and landed confidently in the center of the plaza. "Sorry," the city lord said. "You are nothing." Zhou Taizhu scrambled to his feet from the rubble, roaring furiously. "Traitor, I'll tear you apart." As soon as he charged forward, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a shadow hunter burst forth from the earth, biting his leg. At the same time, Xi's flying squad descended from the sky, its sharp wings leaving bloody marks on his body. "No, this is impossible." Zhou Taizhu staggered backward. "I am a chosen one." "Ah." His boasting was cut short, for I had already silently appeared behind him, and the Godslayer's long sword had pierced his chest. "The chosen one," I whispered close to his ear. "I am the owner of the system, the master of the apocalypse." I drew my sword, and Zhou Taizhu collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes gradually fading. Xiao Yu broke free of her chains and immediately rushed towards the heavily injured Li Xiaoming. "Long live the city lord!" someone shouted from the crowd. Immediately, the entire plaza erupted in cheers. I stood on the high platform, looking down at the people I had personally saved. To my left was the golden-winged Maid Ying, to my right was the silver-winged Maid Lin Mo, and behind me were Su Yue, who had completed her evolution, and the other super mutants. From this day forward, I raised the Godslayer high, my voice echoing throughout the base. "This is no longer a refuge, but the capital of a new world, and I will lead you to conquer all the ruins and end this apocalypse." Cheers pierced the sky. That evening, I hosted a grand victory banquet at the city lord's mansion. Ying and Lin Mo, dressed in specially made twin-made outfits, one with gold wings and the other with silver wings, instantly became the focus of the entire event. "Master, here is your wine." Ying respectfully handed over the wine glass, her golden wings gleaming under the light. "Lord, the operation to wipe out the remaining rebels has been arranged." Lin Mo was as calm and capable as ever, but his eyes held a hint of loyalty and a certain indescribable tenderness. I took the wine glass, my gaze sweeping between them. Ying's face turned red instantly, and Lin Mo also showed a rare hint of shyness. I stood atop the 6th Black Pyramid. The Godslayer's long sword plunged into a green crystal, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. This ruin, located beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, was far larger than the previous 5, its surface covered with ever-changing, strange runes. "The energy reading is 30% higher than the one in Siberia." Su Yue's voice came through the communicator. She was analyzing data at the research station below. Over the past 3 months, as she had continuously absorbed the energy of the ruins, the 6-pointed star mark below her collarbone had turned a deep blue, and the flowing patterns on her skin gave her an air of mystery. I increased the pressure in my hand, pressing down on the hilt of the knife, and the crystal emitted a piercing, cracking sound. "System. Report progress. Ruins destruction progress. June 7th. Pioneer Consciousness Network disintegration rate. 72%. Warning. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Maternal awakening level. 41%. Zhou Chen." Lin Mo's voice suddenly cut through the communication. "Something is moving under the ice. It's huge." I looked up abruptly, and the ice surface in the distance suddenly bulged up, a ridge hundreds of meters long rapidly approaching the research station. Then, the ice shattered, and a giant tentacle with a diameter of over 10 meters burst forth from the ice. "All personnel, prepare for battle." I drew my long sword and leaped down, simultaneously pressing the emergency button on my wristwatch. "Activate the Valkyrie protocol." A sonic boom echoed from high above, and 3 futuristic fighter jets roared in. The Valkyrie space fighters I built using the 6th-generation fighter jet blueprints returned by the system. Their fuselages covered with radar-absorbing materials unearthed from the 5th ruins. Target locked, plasma cannons firing simultaneously. 3 beams of blue-white light descended from the sky, striking the tentacle precisely. Immediately afterward, a sharp screech echoed from the depths of the ice, causing the entire ice field to tremble. "It's coming out!" Lin Mo unfurled her 5-meter-long energy wings and soared into the air. Under the aurora, her silver-white wings were dazzling and breathtakingly beautiful. The next second, the ice surface completely collapsed, and a behemoth comparable to an aircraft carrier broke through the ice. It was a monster that was half mechanical and half biological. Its main body resembling a human brain magnified 1,000,000 times, its surface covered with metallic skull armor. Its lower body hung with dense tentacles, each covered with suckers. Pioneer Guardian, polar type. Suyui's tone suddenly became calm. The weakness is in the ganglion between the 3rd and 4th tentacles. I gave a cold laugh. "Shadow, make a path." "Yes, master." A golden beam shot out from the direction of the research station. Shadow's wings had already become metallic, shimmering in the sunlight. Over the past 3 months, under my special training, she had evolved rapidly. Now, even jet fighters couldn't keep up with her speed. Like a golden missile, the Shadow hurtled towards the Guardian, deftly changing direction before the tentacles could close in, tearing a path through it. I activated the boot thrusters and charged towards the target along that path. "You scum, look here!" I roared, and the Godslayer's long sword erupted with a blinding blue light, instantly severing the tentacles blocking my path. Blackish-green liquid gushed out, but it was automatically repelled by the nanoprotective layer on my body, modified by the technology of the 3rd relic. This equipment was worth enough to buy a small country before the apocalypse. The Guardian let out a heart-wrenching howl, and its remaining tentacles began to lash the ice surface wildly, sending countless shards of ice flying. I seized the opportunity to plunge my long sword into the ganglion. Bang! With a muffled bang, the massive body convulsed violently, large sections of its metal armor peeling off. I decisively retreated, simultaneously pressing the detonator. The explosives planted around the pyramid detonated at the same time, and the entire Black Pyramid was instantly engulfed in a roar and a cloud of dust. The 6th ruins have been successfully destroyed. The collapse of the Pioneer Consciousness Network has risen to 79%. Reward: unlocked access to biogene modulation. I breathed a sigh of relief after landing. Ing flew over immediately, her golden wings gently enveloping me. "Master, are you all right?" Today she was wearing a specially made polar-made outfit, the white fur trim highlighting her snow-white skin, and her breath carried a faint minty scent. "It's nothing." I pinched her cheek. The touch was as smooth as silk. "Go help Lin Mo clear the area." Ing nodded obediently, and as she turned, her skirt billowed, revealing her long, beautiful legs encased in white stockings. She's been getting better and better at dressing lately. Last night, she even secretly asked me what style I liked. "Lord." Lin Mo landed not far away, creating a ripple of energy as he retracted his light wings. "We found this under the ice." She handed me a transparent container containing a clump of gelatinous substance, the surface of which occasionally revealed human face-like outlines. The Pioneer's biological memory. Suyue appeared beside me at some point, her metallic right hand lightly touching the container. Inside are the coordinates of the 7th ruin. I raised my eyebrows. Didn't they say the last one was in the deep sea? We've all been misled. Suyue's eyes gleamed with blue light. The 7th one is mobile, on a submarine. Just then, the communicator blared an urgent alarm. Li Xiaoming's voice was filled with terror. "Brother Zhou, the base has been attacked. It's General Qin's remnants. They've taken the civilian area hostage." The camera cut to the remnants of our defeated army, who were pointing their guns at hundreds of civilians. General Qin stood before the camera, roaring with a crazed expression. "Zhou Chen, surrender within 1 hour, or we'll kill 100 people every 10 minutes. I turned to Lin Mo with a cold smile. "Have our guests arrived?" Lin Mo smiled gently. "I just arrived this morning, and I've been assigned to Zone B." "Very good." I pressed the communicator. "Xiao Ming, activate the Trojan horse plan." In the scene, General Chen was shouting wildly when suddenly a soldier behind him turned his gun around. Bang! General Chen looked down at the bloody hole in his chest and collapsed in disbelief. Immediately afterward, more soldiers turned their guns on him, and within 30 seconds, all the rebels were wiped out by their own men. What's going on? Li Xiaoming was dumbfounded. Living spies who were returned 100-fold. I replied calmly. After those prisoners were returned, they gained super mimicry abilities and could perfectly disguise themselves as anyone. Lin Mo added, we deliberately let a few people go, and they obediently brought the spy back with them. Su Yue said thoughtfully, so you had already anticipated this? In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing is never the monsters. I put my arm around the three of them. Let's go back to the base to celebrate. I've had the kitchen prepare a French feast tonight. On the return spaceship, I'll look down at the shattered landscape. In 3 months, we had established 12 survivor bases, housing nearly 100,000 people. Compared to the struggles of others, my territory was practically an Eden in the apocalypse. System-returned resources were plentiful. People were well-fed and clothed, and could even enjoy pre-apocalyptic entertainment. What are you thinking about? Lin Mo leaned against the dashboard and handed me a glass of whiskey. She had a new hairstyle today, chestnut brown short hair with slight curls, and with those silver-white wings, she looked stunningly beautiful. I'm thinking about the 7th ruin. I took the glass and deliberately brushed my fingertips against the back of her hand. It would probably be hard to find on a submarine. I do have a clue, Lin Mo said, leaning close to me. General Chen uttered a word before he died. Noah. Su Yue suddenly looked up. Project Noah. That's the military secret submarine project, using an experimental cold fusion engine that can cruise underwater for 10 years. Ing was massaging my shoulders when she heard this, and her fingers tightened involuntarily. Master, should we send out a reconnaissance team? No rush, I replied softly, enjoying her just right pressure. Let's finish taking care of things at home first. As the spaceship landed on the main base's helipad, a grand welcoming ceremony was already prepared. Thousands of survivors waved glow sticks and chanted my name. Young girls in revealing cheerleading outfits danced energetically on stage. One of the pre-apocalyptic entertainments I had specially reserved. Long live the city lord. Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen. I smiled and waved in response, my gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd. Everyone here was neatly dressed, with rosy complexions, a world apart from the sallow-faced, emaciated survivors outside. Just then, a little girl with pigtails broke through the police line and handed me a bunch of wildflowers. Thank you, Uncle City Lord, for healing my mother. I crouched down and gently patted her head. Tell the medical department that I've granted your mother special permission to use a vial of super serum. A gasp and applause erupted from the crowd. I was very skilled at using this tactic to win people over, and it always worked. You're quite the actor. As soon as we entered the elevator of the City Lord's mansion, Lin Mo teased me with a smile. Does that child know that you actually have tens of thousands of vials of serum in your warehouse? I pressed her against the elevator wall. Jealous? As I spoke, I gently stroked the base of her wings, where a silver light instantly appeared. Ooh, who's jealous? Lin Mo's breathing became noticeably rapid, but he still tried to remain calm. I just think. Before she could finish her explanation, my kiss silenced her. Ing, standing to the side, chuckled, but after I glared at her, she quickly feigned innocence. However, her slightly trembling wings betrayed her true feelings. Neither of you are getting away tonight. I let go of Lin Mo and then reached out to pinch Ing's cheek. Their faces flushed simultaneously, and Lin Mo's wings even brightened dramatically due to his emotional state. Su Yue sighed helplessly. Can't you two consider the occasion? This elevator is monitored. What's there to be afraid of? The whole city is mine. As the banquet was held in the panoramic restaurant on the top floor of the City Lord's mansion, I stood in front of the bulletproof glass, looking at the brightly lit base. The tables were laden with top-quality ingredients I had redeemed from the system. Kobe beef, Alba white truffles, bluefin tuna belly. Even the wine served was a 1982 Lafite. To the City Lord. The base's high-ranking officials raised their glasses in unison. I took a sip of red wine, my gaze sweeping over everyone present. Besides my trusted confidants Lin Mo, Su Yue, and Ing, there were also the heads of various divisions, among them a few special talents. like the twin sisters Tang Shui and Tang Shuang sitting in the corner. They were originally agents of a secret unit, whom I discovered last month during a search and rescue operation. The older sister is a skilled hacker, while the younger sister is a weapons expert. One now oversees the base's cybersecurity, and the other is in charge of weapons development. There was also Alyssa, who was pouring wine for Lin and Mo. She was blonde and blue-eyed and had once been a princess of a European country. Now, she was my Minister of Foreign Affairs, and with her fluency in 8 languages and aristocratic bearing, she had repeatedly succeeded in negotiating with other survivor factions. Lord of the City, Li Xiaoming rushed over and whispered in my ear, "There's a problem at the West District farm. The newly bred mutant dairy cows have gone berserk." I put down my glass. Casualties? No, but 3 acres of hydroponic fields were destroyed. Lu Ruyan said, "She hopes you can go and see for yourself." She said only you can calm the cows down. I raised an eyebrow. Lu Ruyan was the Minister of Agriculture, 30 years old, gentle and quiet, yet possessing a voluptuous figure incongruous with the post-apocalyptic world. Her so-called appeasement methods. I was naturally all too familiar with them. "I'll be right back." I stood up and left my seat, whispering in Ying's ear, "Keep an eye on Lin and Mo. Don't let her steal another bottle of my treasured whiskey." Ying nodded obediently, and her golden wings gently brushed against my arm. The West Farm was brightly lit, and a dozen mutant cows, each at least 2 meters tall, were rampaging around inside their enclosure. These were super cows I bred using live animal regeneration technology. They produced 20 times more milk than ordinary cows, but their temperaments were just as fierce. Lord of the City, Lu Ruyan jogged over, her figure accentuated by her tight-fitting work clothes. "You've finally arrived. What happened? Perhaps it's time." She bit her lower lip, her expression exceptionally charming. "They only recognize your scent." I sighed and walked straight to the fence. These cows were indeed tamed by me using special methods. They would quickly quiet down whenever I approached. Sure enough, the lead cow lowered its head obediently as soon as it saw me. "Good boy." I patted its scaly head and took out a handful of specially formulated feed from my pocket. Lu Ruyan stepped forward. "The city lord is really amazing. These guys are usually very fierce." She had a faint fragrance on her body. "The feed formula has been changed?" I deliberately ignored her teasing. "Yes, I added the sedative ingredient you suggested." She handed over a report. "However, there are some other issues that I need to report to you separately." 2 hours later, I returned to the banquet hall, feeling refreshed. Most of the guests had already left, leaving only Lin and Mo and a few others still drinking and chatting. "Is the dairy cow issue sorted out?" Su Yue pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and asked in a suggestive tone. She was dressed exceptionally sexily tonight, exuding an elegant and intellectual charm with a touch of provocation. "Yeah, I also checked the farm security system." I casually poured myself a glass of wine. "What were you guys talking about?" Lin and Mo swirled his wine glass, his silvery eyes slightly hazy with intoxication. "We were talking about the 7th ruins. Elisa said that several outposts on the Mediterranean side have recently received strange signals." Ing immediately handed over a prepared document. "Master, this is the area suspected to be active by submarines." I quickly flipped through the list and soon noticed an unusual coordinate. "Wait, isn't this location near a volcanic zone?" "Yes, it's an active underwater volcano." Su Yue pulled up a holographic map. "You mean, coal fusion engines require a lot of fossil fuels." I said thoughtfully, "If I were a submarine commander, I would also choose to build a secret base in such a place." Lin Mo's wings suddenly brightened. "Should we send out a reconnaissance team?" "No ruse." I closed the file and put my arm around her and Ying's waist. "We'll talk about it tomorrow. Right now, we still have some special training to complete." Su Yue adjusted her glasses, feigning seriousness. "I still have experimental data to analyze." "Perfect timing. Let's do it together." I pulled her over without waiting for a reply. "We can also test your newly developed energy supplement." As night deepened, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the deep sea, a dark submarine was silently traversing a volcanic area, a tattered symbol faintly appearing on its hull. Noah. Chapter 10, The Provocation of Ants. The morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the smart dimming glass. I opened my eyes, and the scent of disinfectant mixed with jasmine, unique to Su Yue, still lingered on my pillow. The holographic clock by the bedside showed 7:30. Outside the window, I could hear the sound of a fountain and the chirping of a mutated nightingale, a breed I had specially bred in the biological laboratory, whose song was even more melodious than before the apocalypse. "Good morning, master." Shadow knelt on one knee beside the bed, her golden wings shimmering in the morning light. Today she wore a newly custom-made maid outfit, both pleasing to the eye and not hindering her combat abilities. "Breakfast is ready." She presented a cup of hand-drip coffee with both hands, made with the Blue Mountain coffee beans you redeemed from the system yesterday. I took a sip. The temperature was just right, a rich and mellow flavor with a subtle fruity aroma. "Where's Lin M.O.?" "At the training ground." Ing helped me drape a robe over myself. "Miss Lin is interrogating that military spy we caught last night." I chuckled softly. Calling it an interrogation was probably just him venting his morning grumpiness. Ever since Lin M.O. fused with the energy wings, his temper has been particularly volatile in the mornings. The smart home system sensed my awakening and automatically drew back the curtains. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, my apocalyptic paradise unfolded before my eyes. A 20-square-kilometer base surrounded by a 10-meter-high alloy wall, divided into living, research, agricultural, and military zones. The Central Lord's mansion had been transformed into a palatial complex, its gardens filled with genetically modified flowers that never faded. "Lord, City Lord." A holographic projection suddenly popped up, revealing Minister of Agriculture Lu Ruyan. On the screen, she wore a white, tight-fitting work uniform, with 2 buttons deliberately undone at the chest. "The newly cultivated strawberries are ripe. Would you like to try some?" She held up a strawberry the size of her fist, its bright red juice dripping from her fingertips, standing out vividly against her snow-white skin. "I'll be there in a bit." I hung up the phone and turned to asking, "What's on the schedule today?" The holographic schedule appeared in the image. 9 a.m. Inspect the newly expanded residences in the East District. 11 a.m. Participate in the test of the new defense system of the Tang Shui and Tang Shuang sisters. 3 p.m. She suddenly stopped, her cat-like vertical pupils slightly contracting. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected at the western perimeter wall. I raised an eyebrow and pulled up the surveillance footage. Outside the west wing wall, a dozen or so ragged survivors were arguing with the guards. The leader was a bald man with a fierce face, brandishing a homemade spike club and shouting, "Let us in. I know you have more supplies than you can eat." "Exactly. Why do you get to eat meat and fish like everyone else? Well, we can't even get a sip of clean water." "Zhou Chen is a selfish bastard." I scoffed. This kind of drama plays out several times a week. There are always some good-for-nothings who think my supplies should be distributed to them. Should we dispose of it? Shadow's finger was already on the weapon button. "Notarus." I stood up. "Change your clothes. I'll go check it myself." 10 minutes later, I arrived at the west perimeter wall in an electric hover car. The guards immediately saluted and made way, revealing the rabble outside. When they saw me, their shouts and curses grew even louder. "Zhou Chen, you finally dare to show your face." The bald, burly man brandished his spike club. "Today either we get in or what?" I leaned back lazily in the car seat and snapped my fingers. The shadow instantly spread its wings, a golden light flashed, and a bald man's spiked club snapped in two. The scene fell silent. "Listen, you bunch of trash," I said, looking down at the emaciated group. "My supplies were earned with my life. Want them? Trade me something." "We have intelligence," a thin man suddenly shouted. "A new force has arrived from the north, called the Salvation Army, and they say they want to overthrow your rule." I narrowed my eyes. This was new information. More than 6 months after the apocalypse, most of the survivor factions had been absorbed or eliminated by me, and there weren't many left who dared to openly provoke me. "Tell me in detail." It turns out that this Salvation Army suddenly appeared a month ago. Their leader calls himself a prophet and is said to be able to predict when the poisonous rain will arrive. They specifically recruit survivors who are dissatisfied with me, and now they have gathered over 1,000 people. A prophet? I scoffed. "Shadow, give each of these kind people a pack of compressed biscuits." Back at the City Lord's mansion, I immediately convened a meeting of the core members. Lin M.O. rushed over, his silver wings still stained with blood. It seemed that the spy's fate was not good. The Salvation Army? After hearing the report, she curled her lip in disdain. "We encountered them at Outpost 3 last month. They're just a rabble." Su Yue adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. But according to the description, this prophet can indeed accurately predict poisonous rain, which is abnormal. System, skin-known factions, I muttered to myself. The light screen unfolded, displaying a map of the power distribution within a radius of 500 kilometers. Sure enough, a new red dot appeared 50 kilometers to the north, and it was quite large. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Suspected user of relic technology. Threat level B. I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. So, besides me, there are others who can use relic technology? Lin Mo, prepare the reconnaissance team. Su Yue, analyze the recent poisonous rain samples. Ing, strengthen security at the city lord's mansion. Are you going in person? Ing asked worriedly. Of course. I stood up. It's been a long time since I've stretched my muscles. That afternoon, I set off with Lin Mo and 10 elite soldiers. To keep a low profile, we didn't use flying vehicles, but instead opted for a convoy of modified Hummers. The vehicles were equipped with automatic turrets on the roof, had anti-corrosion coatings on the bodies, and the interiors were far more luxurious than a post-apocalyptic setting. Leather seats, mini fridges, and even sandwiches made by Ing herself. The Salvation Army camp is 2 kilometers ahead, Lin Mo said, staring at the tactical tablet. Thermal imaging shows at least 1,500 men. Through my binoculars, I observed that the camp was built inside an abandoned factory, with crude but effective fortifications. Most striking was a high platform in the central square, upon which stood a figure draped in a white robe. That's the prophet. Suddenly, the man looked up, and our eyes met, seemingly hundreds of meters apart. He slowly raised his hand and pointed in our direction. Bang! A shell landed precisely 5 meters in front of our vehicle. Damn it! We've been spotted. Lin Mo immediately deployed his light wings. Should we retreat? No, keep going, I sneered. Let me see what this prophet is capable of. The convoy swaggered up to the camp gate. The guard were on high alert, pointing dozens of guns at us simultaneously. City Lord Zhou Chen is here. Lin Mo shouted through the megaphone. Tell your boss to come out and greet him. After a brief commotion, the gates slowly opened. We drove straight in, the survivors along the way glaring at us with hatred. Most of them were emaciated and pale, a stark contrast to my people. On the central platform, the white-robed prophet opened his arms wide. Welcome, Lord Zhou. I foresaw your arrival. I got out of the car and looked the guy over. He was about 40 years old, with an ordinary face, but his eyes had an unnatural green gleam, very much like the ruin's guardian. I heard you want to overthrow me? I asked bluntly. Not overthrow, but liberation. The prophet's voice echoed eerily. You hoard resources, enslave the people, and defy God's will. God, I scoffed. You mean that meatball from the bottom of the sea? The prophet's expression changed drastically. You know about the mother? Sure enough, this guy has connections with the pioneers. City Lord, watch out. Lin Mo suddenly lunged at me. A beam of green light shot from the prophet's hand, grazed my shoulder, and struck a Hummer behind me, instantly corroding the entire vehicle into a pile of scrap metal. Kill him, the prophet roared. For the new world. The camp was thrown into chaos as thousands of fanatical survivors charged toward us. Even more terrifying, the ground suddenly cracked open, and dozens of metallic mutants burst forth from the earth. Fire! The automated turrets spewed flames, turning those charging in the front lines into mincemeat. Lin Mo's light wings opened fully, his plasma beams sweeping across the battlefield. I, meanwhile, drew my Godslayer longsword and charged straight at the prophet. You think you're the only one with ancient technology? The prophet laughed maniacally, tearing open his white robe to reveal a green crystal embedded in his chest. His body began to twist and deform, and metallic scales emerged beneath his skin. Bang! I slashed at his neck with my sword, but only a string of sparks flew. This guy's defense is stronger than I expected. Useless! The prophet threw a backhand punch with astonishing force, sending me flying several meters back. God has granted me strength. A god! I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. Let me show you what it means to kill a god. Retrieving the antimatter pistol from the system space, I pulled the trigger without hesitation. A flash of blue light, and a crack appeared in the crystal on the prophet's chest. No, this can't be. He stared in horror at the shattered crystal. How could divine power? Because you're serving a fake. I added a cold laugh, firing another shot, and his upper body instantly vaporized. With their leader dead, the Salvation Army immediately collapsed. The metallic mutants also suddenly stopped moving, like puppets with their strings cut. Clean up the battlefield. I ordered Linmo, take back anything valuable, dispose of anything useless. On the way back, I pondered the oddities of the attack. The Prophet clearly received technical support from the pioneers, yet his skill level was quite rudimentary. It seemed more like someone was deliberately mimicking my development path. Lord, Lin Mo interrupted my thoughts. We just received news that Outpost number 3 has been attacked by the remnants of General Chen's forces. Isn't he dead? There's clones. Lin Mo pulled up the surveillance footage. At least 20 identical General Chens, leading a group of high-level mutants. In the video, the clones work together seamlessly and have extremely high tactical skills, unlike ordinary mutants. Back to base, I said in a low voice. Someone's playing chess, and I don't like being a pawn. That night, the City Lord's mansion was brightly lit. I summoned all the core members to the operations room, including the Tang sisters, Tang Shui and Tang Xuan, who had just returned from a mission. Tang Shui, the older sister, was dressed in a form-fitting hacker outfit, while Tang Xuan, the younger sister, was in a tactical leather jacket. The two of them, standing together, looked like a pair of exquisite dolls. The situation is clear, I said, pointing to the holographic map. Someone is manipulating these forces behind the scenes to test our strength. Su Yue pulled up a set of data. According to sample analysis, the technology used by the Prophet and General Chen's clones both originated from the ruins, but it was 2 generations behind what we had mastered. Could it be the Mother Sea creature? Shadow asked. No, different styles. I shook my head. The Mother prefers direct infection, while this cloning technology is more like the military. Linmo suddenly said, look at this. She zoomed in on the battle footage of General Chen's clones, and one of them had a number faintly visible on his wrist. XC07. XC. Project New Era. So Yue gasped. That's a top-secret military project from before the apocalypse. I suddenly remembered the military base we destroyed a month ago. It did indeed contain a large number of cloning devices. At the time, we thought they were all destroyed, but now it seems someone backed up the data. Tang Shui typed rapidly on the keyboard. I'm tracing the signal source. Found it. On the southeast coast. A red dot appears on the map, located 80 kilometers from the base, on a peninsula. We're leaving tomorrow. I stood up. Get a good rest tonight. After everyone left, Ying stayed behind to help me change. Her slender fingers deftly unbuttoned my tactical jacket, and golden wings gently enveloped both of us. Master, you've been working too hard lately, she said softly, her cat-like vertical pupils filled with worry. With you all here, it's all worth it, even if I'm tired. I stroked her wings. They felt as smooth as silk. A blush rose on Ying's cheeks as she leaned gently against my chest. Let me help you with your bath. The newly arrived essential oils are said to relieve fatigue. I smiled and pinched her cheek. Go and get ready. In the bathroom, and it already filled the tub with hot water, colorful flower petals floating on the surface. Blushing, she helped me remove my last piece of clothing, and then she did the same herself. Just then, the alarm suddenly went off. Warning, nuclear launch signal detected. Expected landing point, center of the base. Remaining time, 3 minutes and 27 seconds. What? I grabbed my bathrobe, put it on, and rushed to the command room. On the holographic screen, an old-fashioned intercontinental ballistic missile is flying in from the direction of the peninsula. This pre-apocalyptic weapon, though outdated, is powerful enough to destroy half the base. Activate the anti-missile system. Lin Mo was already in position, and the light wings were connected to the defense system. It's too late. Su Yue's face turned deathly pale. The missile is too fast. I watched the rapidly approaching dot of light on the screen and sneered. System, redeem spatial warp shield. Redeem successful after spending 10 million points. A beam of blue light shot out from the roof of the City Lord's mansion, forming a massive energy field 1,000 meters in the air. The missile did not explode upon impact. Instead, it vanished without a trace, as if it had fallen into water. Where are the missiles? Tang Xuan's eyes widened. We should be somewhere in the Pacific Ocean now. I clapped my hands. All right, bedtime is on hold. Everyone get ready. We're going to give this old friend a surprise gift. Ying thoughtfully handed him the combat suit, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Lin Mo was already fully armed, his light wings glowing brightly with excitement. Su Yue, on the other hand, took out a metal box containing her latest biological weapon. Let's go. I examined the Godslayer's longsword. Let this cowardly player know that in the apocalypse, only I am the true king. Chapter 11: Hunting in the Poisonous Rain. As soon as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, I was awakened by the piercing sound of an alarm. Lord, a large group of survivors has been discovered outside the Western District walls. Shadow's voice came through the communicator, tinged with unusual tension. I grabbed the tactical jacket hanging by the bed and opened the window. In the distance, dust billowed as a team of at least 200 people moved toward the base. Most strangely, they were all wearing identical white protective suits, which reflected a blinding light in the morning sun. Have Lin Mo lead a team to scout ahead. I pressed the communicator. I'll be there right away. 5 minutes later, I stood on the watchtower of the west wall. Lin Mo was already lined up outside the gate with 20 elite soldiers. Today, she was wearing a newly customized silver combat suit, with light wings fluttering slightly on her back, shimmering in the morning light. Master, should we just blast them away? She licked her lips, her eyes flashing with a warlike light. I shook my head and picked up my binoculars to observe more closely. This group was highly disciplined, maintaining a neat formation as they moved, unlike ordinary survivors. At the very front was a tall man, and when he looked up, I noticed a gruesome scar beneath his protective mask. Have them send a representative over, I ordered. Soon, the scarred man walked alone to the foot of the wall. He took off his helmet, revealing a weathered face. Lord Zhou, I've long admired your name. His voice was hoarse yet powerful. We're the Purifying Army, here to discuss a deal. I raised an eyebrow. What kind of deal? Intelligence for supplies. He patted the water bottle at his waist. We know the exact time of the next poisonous rain. Then Montag scoffed, bullshit. Even our weather forecasting system can't be accurate to the hour. The scarred man remained unmoved. Tomorrow at 3:17 p.m. for 4 hours and 28 minutes. If I'm right, we'll demand double the supplies next time. I squinted. Anyone so certain must be either insane or incredibly capable. Deal. I snapped my fingers. Shadow, give them 10 boxes of compressed biscuits and 5 boxes of purified water. The scarred man seemed surprised that I would agree so readily and paused for a moment before nodding his thanks. After they left, Lin Mo asked, puzzled, Master, you just let them go like that? I sneered. Tang Shui, did you release the tracking signal? Hidden in the shadows of the wall, Tang Shui gave an okay sign. The miniature tracker is already stuck to the sole of his shoe. Very good. I watched the departing procession. I want to see how they foresaw the poisonous rain. That evening, the tracking signal stopped at an abandoned chemical plant 20 kilometers away. Thermal imaging shows a large number of people moving around inside. Tang Shui pulled up satellite images, at least 300 people, and... She suddenly paused, her expression turning serious. What's wrong? I leaned closer to the screen. There's even more space underground. She zoomed in on the image. Look at this heat distribution. There are at least 1,000 people there. I whistled. This purification army is no ordinary group. They can gather so many people on the eve of the apocalypse. Prepare the Nightingale squad. We'll make a visit tonight. Nightingale is a special forces team I personally trained, composed entirely of women, specializing in nighttime infiltration. The team leader is Tang Shuang. Although this girl usually acts coquettishly, she's ruthless than anyone else when carrying out missions. 2 hours later, we lay in ambush in the bushes surrounding the chemical plant. The plants had mutated after the toxic rain, and these bushes, covered in sharp thorns, provided perfect cover for us. Lord, there are 2 sentries at 3 o'clock, Tang Shuang whispered in my ear, her warm breath brushing against my neck. Should we deal with them? I shook my head. Let's wait until the shift change to take action. Sure enough, the change of guard began 10 minutes later. Taking advantage of this gap, we quietly sneaked into the factory. The interior was even larger than expected. The original factory buildings had been converted into makeshift residences, and a central open space was piled high with supplies. The most eye-catching feature was a huge tent made of tarpaulin, with 4 fully armed guards standing at the entrance. That's the target. I gestured. Tang Shuang, you take some men and create a disturbance. She nodded and disappeared into the shadows with her 3 teammates. Soon, an explosion was heard from the east, followed by a series of alarms. The guards immediately ran towards the source of the sound, while I took the opportunity to slip into the tent. The sight inside made my pupils shrink. A huge glass culture tank occupied most of the space, and floating in it was a deformed humanoid creature. Its entire body was covered in scales. Its head was like a fish and a human at the same time, and most strangely, a green crystal was embedded in the center of its forehead. Prophet, I murmured to myself. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a bullet being chambered behind me. Lord Zhou, it's not very polite to trespass on someone else's territory. It was the scarred man's voice. I slowly turned around and saw that the shotgun in his hand was pointed at my chest. So this is your secret to predicting the poisonous rain? I pointed to the incubation tank. A mutant. The scarred man sneered. The prophet is a messenger of God. He can sense the changes in the poisonous rain. He pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, you know too much. The moment the gun fired, I activated the phase shift feature I had redeemed through the system. The bullet passed through my afterimage and struck the equipment behind me. The scarred man's eyes widened. I didn't give him a second chance. The Godslayer's dagger sliced across his throat. Blood gushed out, and he slowly collapsed, clutching his neck. The alarm grew closer, and I hurried to the incubation tank. Suddenly, the creature inside opened its eyes. They were completely black eyes with no whites. Zhou Chen. It actually spoke, its voice like countless whispers at once. You can't escape. Without hesitation, I pulled out a high-explosive grenade, pulled the pin, and inserted it into the pipe of the culture tank. Goodbye, Prophet. The shock wave from the explosion threw me away, and I rolled over as I landed to absorb the force. The entire tent burst into flames, and the alarm turned into a piercing shriek. Lord, Tang Shuang's voice came through the communicator. We're surrounded. Retreat as planned. I rushed out of the tent and saw Tang Shuang and the others being surrounded by dozens of armed men. Just then, a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up. Dark clouds were gathering at a visible speed, and the air was filled with a pungent, acidic smell. The poisonous rain has come early, someone shouted in alarm. I glanced at my watch. There was still a full 12 hours until the time the scarred man had mentioned. It seemed their prophet wasn't so reliable after all. Tang Suang, smoke zende. She immediately understood and threw out 3 smoke grenades. Taking advantage of the chaos, we quickly retreated to the designated rendezvous point. Raindrops began to fall, and the first few pursuers to come into contact with the toxic rain immediately screamed in agony. Their protective suits corroded like paper, and white smoke billowed from their skin. We managed to take cover in a modified armored vehicle. Tang Shuang, panting and her face flushed, asked, Lord, what do we do next? I looked out the window at the increasingly heavy, toxic rain and smiled. Once the rain stops, we'll go and take over their supplies and people. Tang Shuang blinked. What did the mutant mean by that? What did it mean by can't escape? I ruffled her hair. There are plenty of charlatans out there in the apocalypse. Don't worry about them. But I knew in my heart that things weren't that simple. That mutant recognized me, and the green crystal on its forehead was exactly the same as the Sea Mother. The armored vehicle slowly drove towards the base through the toxic rain. I gazed at the blurry scenery outside the window, my thoughts racing. It seemed this apocalyptic game had gained another player. Chapter 12, A Multitude of Maids. The poisonous rain has stopped. I stood at the gate of the chemical plant, looking at the scene of utter devastation. White protective suits lay scattered on the ground. The people inside long since turned into pools of blood. Lord, the count is complete. Lin Mo flapped his wings and landed beside me. More than 200 people died, and there are more than 800 survivors, mostly the elderly, women, and children. I nodded. What about the supplies? Enough for our base for 3 months. Tang Shuang skipped out of the warehouse, clutching a large can of food to her chest. And lots of canned meat, too. I smiled and ruffled her hair. Well done. Just then, Shadow suddenly appeared behind me. Master, we found something unusual in the dungeon. Her tone was a little strange. I followed her to the basement, and the scene before me made me raise an eyebrow. A dozen or so young girls were locked in an iron cage, wearing only thin white dresses. When they saw us enter, they all knelt down. Please, please save us. We were captured. That monster chooses someone every night. I glanced around. Although the girls were pale, they were all beautiful. Especially the one kneeling at the very front, with silver hair and vertical pupils like a cat's. What's your name? I asked her. You Li, she answered timidly. I was captured by them from the north. I turned to Ying and said, take them all back. Ying pouted. Here we go again. Back at the base, I had Su Yue give the girls a full checkup. They all have trace amounts of toxins in their bodies. Su Yue pushed up her glasses. It's probably a mutation caused by long-term exposure to the toxic rain. Especially the silver-haired one. Her DNA has already changed. I became interested. What changes? Her saliva could detoxify. Su Yue handed me a report. Theoretically, she can, detoxify people through kissing. My eyes lit up. Interesting. That evening, I hosted a welcome banquet at the City Lord's mansion. The newly arrived girls changed into clean clothes and sat nervously around the long table. From today onwards, you are all mine. I raised my glass. Any objections? They all shook their heads. Mustering her courage, Yuli asked, Lord City Lord, what kind of work do we need to do? I grinned. It's simple. The pretty ones become maids, and those with special abilities become bodyguards. Lin Mo rolled his eyes beside him. Pervert. Halfway through the banquet, the alarm suddenly went off. Lord, there's trouble at the east gate. The guard's voice came through the communicator. It's a group of people dressed in black robes. I led the group to the east gate, where we saw a dozen or so men in black robes standing on the opposite bank of the moat. The leader was a woman with a voluptuous figure. She lifted her hood to reveal a bewitching face. Lord Zhou, I've long admired your name. Her voice was sickeningly sweet. I'm the leader of Dark Knight Rose, and I've come to discuss a business deal. I sized up her figure, which was barely concealed beneath her tight black robe. What kind of business? We have many beautiful girls. She licked her lips and would like to exchange your antidote formula. I laughed heartily. I have enough maids. But I changed the subject. If you'd like to stay and be my personal secretary, I might consider it. The men in black robes behind her immediately stirred, but the alluring woman raised her hand to stop them. Deal. She smiled sweetly. However, the city lord must first prove that he has the ability. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly threw 3 throwing knives. I didn't move at all, and Shadow instantly appeared in front of me, spreading his golden wings to block all the flying knives. That's it, I scoffed. Lin Mo, show them what you've got. Lin Mo's wings of light suddenly unfolded, and a beam of plasma streaked across the night sky, burning a charred trench in the ground in front of the black-robed man's feet. The glamorous woman's expression changed. Wait, I surrender. I beckoned with my finger. Come here. She bit her lip and walked slowly towards me. I wrapped my arms around her slender waist. What's your name? Nightingale. She trembled all over. Very good, Nightingale. I pinched her chin. From today onwards, you are my 36th maid. Upon seeing this, the black-robed men she brought all knelt down and begged for mercy. I waved my hand dismissively. Take them all in. Back in the bedroom, I looked at the new maids standing in a row and nodded in satisfaction. Yuli asked timidly, Lord of the city, who would you like to serve me tonight? Before I could even speak, Lin Mo stormed in, fuming, City Lord, more people have come to seek refuge. This time they're twin sisters. Ying sighed from the side. How many batches have there been this month? I burst out laughing. The apocalypse may be scary, but I'm living better than an emperor. Let's go take a look. Chapter 13, Twin Sisters. Lord, they're waiting in the main hall. Lin Mo stomped his foot angrily, his silver wings glowing slightly with his excitement. I chuckled and pinched her cheek. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Ooh, who's jealous? Lin Mo's face flushed red to the roots of her ears. I'm just afraid some ill-intentioned guys will come. Ying added quietly from the side. The last time I said that, 3 more maids appeared in the city lord's room. I walked into the hall laughing, followed by a group of beautiful women. As soon as I pushed open the door, I saw a pair of twins dressed in black tight leather outfits, standing in the center of the hall with their backs to us. Hearing the noise, the 2 turned around at the same time. Holy shit, I couldn't help but swear. The 2 sisters look exactly alike, both with classic oval faces, big eyes, and neat shoulder-length short hair. But what's most striking is their figure. Their tight leather outfits are practically like a second skin. Greetings, City Lord. The girl on the left smiled sweetly and gave a perfect curtsy. I'm the elder sister. My name is Xingyu. Greetings, City Lord. The girl on the right nodded coolly. I'm your younger sister, Xingxua. I stroked my chin and looked them over. What are your special skills? Xingyu blinked. I can read mine, she said, then suddenly leaned close to my ear and whispered. For example, right now the City Lord is thinking, those two sisters look really cool in leather jackets. I spat out a mouthful of water. Xingxue raised her hand, and a piece of ice crystal suddenly condensed at her fingertips. I am an ice-type mutant. Lin, M.O., immediately stepped in front of me, alert. Lord, be careful. What if it's an assassin? It's all right. I waved my hand. Since they're here, they're family. Suyue, take them for a full checkup. Suyue pushed up her glasses, and the robotic arm made a clicking sound. Follow me. After they left, Ing suddenly appeared behind me. Master, those two people are not simple. Oh, they have the aura of military agents. Shadow's cat ears twitched. Especially the younger sister. Her walking posture clearly shows professional training. I grinned. Wouldn't that be even more interesting? That evening, I was in my study studying newly acquired intelligence when the door was suddenly pushed open gently. Xingyu peeked in. Lord, may I disturb you for a moment? Come. She skipped and hopped over to me, now dressed in a black and white maid outfit. What is the City Lord looking at? She leaned closer, a faint scent of jasmine wafting from her hair. I casually put my arm around her slender waist. Just some boring reports. Where's your sister? She's helping Dr. Su organize the medicines. Xingyu suddenly lowered her voice. Lord, we actually have important information to tell you. I raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it. We escaped from the 7th Military District. Her expression suddenly turned serious. They're conducting horrific experiments there, and they've captured many mutants. Just then, the door was pushed open again, and Xingxua walked in with a cold face. Sister, you talk too much. Xingyu stuck out her tongue. Anyway, the City Lord will find out sooner or later. Xingxua walked up to me and handed me a data chip. Experimental data from the 7th Military Region. They are attempting to create a controllable army of mutants. I plugged it into the computer, and the screen immediately displayed a nauseating image. Living people being forcibly injected with a mutated virus, writhing and deforming in agony. Damn it! I slammed my fist on the table. Those bastards. Xingxue calmly said, their next target is your base. Because the City Lord possesses the most comprehensive defense system and the best genes. I squinted. Why are you telling me all this? The two sisters exchanged a glance and suddenly knelt down on one knee at the same time. We begged the City Lord to save those still suffering there. If the City Lord agrees, we sisters are willing to stay by his side for life. I looked at the two strikingly different, yet equally captivating twins before me and smiled. I'll take the deal. The next morning, I summoned all the Corps members. 7th Military Region, operation in 3 days. I pointed to the holographic map. Lin Mo will lead the Air Force and will be infiltrating, and Su Yue will prepare medical support. What about me? Xingyu raised her hand. You two sisters. I grinned mischievously. Come to my room tonight and give me a proper report on the internal structure of the military region. Lin Mo stomped his feet in anger. City Lord, what kind of time is this to be thinking about such things? Inside, I'm used to it. Xingxue, however, remained unfazed. Yes, sir. Late that night, I was having an in-depth conversation with the two sisters about military intelligence when the alarm suddenly went off. Lord, emergency! Tang Shuang's panicked voice came through the communicator. The military has acted ahead of schedule. At least 30 armored vehicles are approaching. Damn it! I grabbed my clothes. All personnel, prepare for battle. Xingxue quickly put on her leather jacket and pulled a dagger from her thigh strap. I'll lead you through the secret passage. As Xingyu buttoned her maid outfit, she said, they must have discovered our defection. When we rushed into the command room, the enemy's formation was already displayed on the big screen. Dozens of armored vehicles and 3 giant mechs. Activate the defense system. I pressed the master control button. Let these bastards see what I'm capable of. The turrets on the base's walls all turned, their energy-filled glow illuminating the night sky. A great battle was about to erupt. Chapter 1400-fold true production. Lord, the armored group of the 7th Military District has broken through the second line of defense. Tang Shuang's report made me abruptly look up from the battle map. The holographic projection in the command center showed that at least 50 heavy armored vehicles were rolling over the farmland in the Western District, followed by a dense mass of infantry. Get Lin Mo's Light Wing Squad airborne. I continued studying the map without looking up. Shadow, take the assassination team to take care of their commander. After the two men left to carry out their orders, I entered the underground warehouse alone. It was filled with recently collected supplies, crates of ammunition, energy batteries, and medkits. I casually picked up a standard energy battery, and a system notification immediately flashed before my eyes. Standard energy cell X1 detected. Consume. Triggers a 100x return upon consumption, granting 100 standard energy batteries. Confirm. The batteries in my hand instantly transformed into a whole box, and 99 brand new energy batteries appeared out of thin air on the warehouse shelves. I grinned and replicated the process, making 50 boxes of high-explosive grenades and 30 sets of individual exoskeleton armor. When I delivered this equipment to the front lines, the soldiers defending the city were stunned. City Lord, where did these come from? A squad leader with a face covered in gunpowder stammered. Less questions, more use. I kicked open a box of grenades. 5 for everyone, and throw them at us like crazy. 10 minutes later, the vanguard of the 7th Military District encountered unprecedented firepower. Our grenades were rained down like they were free, the explosions creating a continuous barrage. The soldiers in the enemy armored vehicles probably died without ever understanding why a survivor base would have such a terrifying ammunition reserve. Lord, a new type of mech has appeared on the east side. Lin Mo exclaimed through the communicator. I ran to the east city wall and saw 3 military mechs, each 5 meters tall, approaching us with heavy strides. These mammoth-type mechs were equipped with 2 155mm smoothbore cannons and 4 heavy machine guns, and were the ace equipment of the 7th Military Region. Interesting. I stroked my chin and turned back to the warehouse. In the corner sat my treasured Thunder anti-mech missile. This thing was extremely expensive, and there were only 3 in the entire base. I chose to use it without hesitation. Consume 3 Thunder missiles to obtain 300 Thunder missiles. When 300 anti-mech missiles were launched simultaneously, the entire sky was bathed in orange-red flames. The 3 mammoth mechs didn't even have time to fire before they were blown to pieces. Keep pushing. Push the front line to the other side of the river. I gave the order to the entire army via the communicator. Taking advantage of the enemy's route, our troops seized the high ground on the opposite bank of the river in one fell swoop. Standing in the enemy command post we had just captured, I looked at the half-finished coffee on the table and sneered. Lord, we've captured an officer. 2 soldiers escorted in a lieutenant colonel whose face was covered in blood. I gestured for them to let go, and casually pulled a top-of-the-line healing syringe from my pocket. This thing could heal most external injuries in half an hour, and could be exchanged for a small shelter on the black market. Do you recognize this? I waved the syringe in front of him. The lieutenant colonel's eyes widened immediately. This is a special supply from headquarters. Want some? I slammed the syringe on the ground in front of him. I have plenty more. Consume 1 healing injection to obtain 100 healing injections. Suddenly, I had a whole box of syringes in my hand, and the lieutenant colonel's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Now, tell me about the deployment of the 7th Military District. I tossed the syringe over. Well said, this whole box is yours. This tough guy, who was so unyielding just moments before, is now spilling all the military secrets like beans. It turns out they came out in full force because they received technical support from the New Era organization and wanted to seize my base as a northern stronghold. New Era. I squinted. This was the 3rd time I'd heard the name this week. Back at base, I immediately convened a meeting of the Corps members. Lin Mo's wings were still stained with gunpowder. Ying's dagger was dripping blood, and the Xing Xue and Xing Yu sisters were bandaging Su Yue's wounds. Tomorrow we'll take the initiative, I said, spreading out the map. We'll strike straight at the 7th Military Region's stronghold. Is that all the manpower we have? Then Montag frauen it. They have at least 3,000 regular troops. I smiled without saying a word and led everyone to a secret warehouse on the 3rd basement level. After entering the password to open the heavy metal door, everyone gasped. 50 Hound type combat robots were neatly parked inside. How is this possible? Su Yue's robotic arm trembled with shock. One of these military robots costs. It's not important, I interrupted her. We're leaving first thing tomorrow morning, so get ready. After everyone left, I copied 200 more robots on my own. Looking at the densely packed steel army, I nodded in satisfaction. The fewer people who know about the system, the better, not even my closest friends and family. Late at night, I was in my office working on a battle plan when the door was gently pushed open. Xingyu tiptoed in, wearing only one of my white shirts, the hem just covering her hips. Lord of the city, she snuggled up to me like a cat. The big battle is tomorrow. I'm so scared. Afraid, yet dressed like this? I just wanted to relieve the city lord's stress, she whispered in my ear. And I saw something interesting. Oh, in the underground laboratory of the 7th Military Region. Her voice trailed off. There's a very special woman being held captive. Just as I was about to press for answers, the door was pushed open again, and Xingyu stood in the doorway with a cold face. Sister, you ran away again. Xingyu stuck out her tongue and jumped off my lap. Be careful of that red-haired female officer tomorrow. She, has special feelings for you. After the two sisters left, I gazed thoughtfully at the moonlight outside the window. After tomorrow, the power structure of the entire North will be completely altered. Chapter 15, The Female Officer's Special Interrogation. At dawn, the base's plaza was fully assembled. 50 Hound robots stood in neat square formations, their metallic shells gleaming coldly in the morning light. Lin Mo led the light wing squad, circling in the air like a flock of silver eagles. Set off. At my command, the massive convoy marched out of the base. Xingyu drove the lead armored vehicle, while Xingyu sat in the passenger seat directing the way. I sat in the command vehicle, observing the situation ahead through images transmitted from the drone. Lord, enemy outpost spotted. Shadow's voice came through the communicator. Should we eliminate it? I glanced at the map. Let's go around to the military headquarters. The convoy sped across the desolate landscape, kicking up clouds of dust. Suddenly, Xingyu sat bolt upright. Watch out. There's an ambush ahead. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 anti-tank missiles roared out from the roadside ruins. The armored vehicle at the front was instantly blown into a fireball, but fortunately, it contained an unmanned Hound robot. Lin Montak. Receive. Silver wings streaked across the sky. The blue light of the plasma cannon flashed, and the ambush site was instantly turned into a sea of fire. With a grim face, I opened the system interface and copied another 100 robots. Now our forces have doubled, and a massive mechanical army surged towards the 7th Military Region like a tidal wave. 2 hours later, the military region's high walls were already in sight. Proceed according to plan. I gave the order. The robot forces will launch a frontal assault. Lin Mo will lead a flank attack, and Ing will infiltrate. The battle commenced instantly. The military district defensive artillery was suppressed by our firepower, which was 10 times stronger. As soon as it opened fire, and breaches quickly appeared in the city walls under the concentrated bombardment of the robot forces. I personally led the charge into the breach, the Godslayer's long sword in my hand, gleaming coldly. A red-haired woman in an officer's uniform was directing the soldiers' resistance, and she visibly paused when she saw me. It seemed this was the female officer with the special idea that Xingyu had mentioned. Lord Zhou. She raised her gun and aimed it at me. Surrender. You're surrounded. I chuckled and snapped my fingers. Suddenly, hundreds of fully armed soldiers appeared behind me. Elite soldiers I had just cloned using the system. The female officer's face turned deathly pale. This is impossible. Before she could react, I was already in front of her, knocking her pistol away with a single stroke. What's your name? Lena Walker. She bit her lip, the Special Operations Commander of the 7th Military District. I sized up her slender figure encased in her combat suit, and suddenly an idea struck me. Take her away. I want to interrogate her myself. The fighting continued until evening, and the 7th Military Region completely fell. I sat in the former commander's office, listening to reports from various units. More than 500 people were captured. A large quantity of weapons and equipment were seized. Underground laboratory discovered. I waved my hand to interrupt them. You may all leave. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Ing, bring that female officer in. When Lena was pushed in with her hands tied behind her back, she still held her head high. Her fiery red hair was a little messy, but her eyes remained stubborn. Kill me or torture me. It's up to you. she said through gritted teeth. I slowly poured myself a glass of red wine. Who said I was going to kill you? I walked up to her, grabbed her chin, and said, I just want to know information about the New Era organization. Dream on. She turned her face away. Interesting. I snapped my fingers. Xinju, Gomein. Xingyu, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, skipped in, still wearing her cute maid outfit. Lord of the city, do you need me to read her mind? Xingyu asked, tilting her head. Lena's expression changed. Mind reading? Not only can it read minds. I grinned mischievously, wrapping my arm around Xingyu's slender waist. It can also foresee the future. For example, I deliberately lowered my voice. The way she'll be begging for mercy tonight. Shameless. Lena trembled with rage. Xingyu leaned close to my ear. She lied. She actually knows the higher-ups at New Era and... Xingyu suddenly blushed. She does have special feelings for the city lord. I raised an eyebrow at Lena and noticed that her ears were already bright red. Interesting. I released Xingyu. Go and get that thing. A moment later, Xingyu returned carrying a metal box. I opened the box, and inside was a vial that was shimmering with blue light. Do you know what this is? I asked Lena. She stared at the potion, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Veritable serum. Smart. I shook the test tube. But mine is an improved version. Not only does it tell the truth, it also gets really excited. Lena's face turned deathly pale. You can't. I'm giving you one last chance. I placed the medicine on the table. Confess voluntarily, or I'll help you. She bit her lip and struggled for a moment before finally lowering her head. I said, the headquarters of the New Era organization is in an abandoned technology park in the north. They are researching a technology that can control mutants. I nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed the potion to Xingyu. Here you go. Thank you, City Lord. Xingyu happily accepted it and skipped away. Lena stared in disbelief. You weren't going to use that. Just kidding. I untied her ropes. Now, take us to the technology park. She rubbed her wrist, looking at me warily. Why did you help me? I leaned close to her ear and caught a faint scent of gunpowder mixed with her perfume. Because I love taming wild horses. Her face turned red again. That night, I rested in the most luxurious bedroom in the military district. I had just finished showering when the door was gently pushed open. Lena had changed into a black, tight-fitting combat suit. I'm here to report on tomorrow's action plan. Her voice trembled slightly. I leaned against the headboard, admiring her figure. Go ahead and say it. She had just reached the bedside when her legs suddenly gave way, and she collapsed into my arms. I then realized that she was burning hot and breathing rapidly. That drink the maid gave me. Lena's eyes were glazed over. It seems something's wrong. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. That girl Xingyu actually gave Lena the truth serum. Lord! Lena's hand was already restlessly touching my chest. Actually, the first time I saw you, her words were silenced by my lips. That night, just as Xingyu had predicted, this proud female officer cried and begged for mercy several times. The next morning, I walked out of my bedroom feeling refreshed. Xingyu was eavesdropping at the door, and I caught her red-handed. Naughty. I flicked her forehead. She stuck out her tongue. I just wanted to help the city lord, by the way. Sistering found the person locked up in a laboratory. I followed her to the underground laboratory, and the sight before me shocked me. A woman completely encased in a special metal floated in the incubation chamber, only her face visible. Most strikingly, she bore a striking resemblance to Xingyu and Xing Shui. This is, I frowned, our sister. Xing Shui appeared behind them unnoticed, her voice icy. Xingya. The woman in the incubation chamber suddenly opened her eyes. They were completely black eyes, with no whites. Chapter 16, The Secret of the Three Sisters. Sister. Xingyu rushed to the incubation chamber, patting the glass with her little hands. The woman inside the cabin, Starry Night, slowly moved her eyes. Those dark eyes were unfocused, yet they gave the impression of being completely seen through. I involuntarily took a half step back, instinctively sensing danger. Watch out! Xing Shui pulled her sister away. She's been modified. I carefully examined the label on the incubation chamber. Experimental subject X, 0, mind control mutant, extremely dangerous. How many things are you hiding from me? I squinted at the twins. Xingyu bit her lip and remained silent, while Xing Shui stared back at me expressionlessly. The three of us sisters are all products of the 7th Military Region's experiments. Xingye was the earliest sample, her ability being mind control. I am the second generation, with ice-based abilities. Xingyu is the youngest, specializing in mind reading. So you've come to me because... Rescue my sister, Xingxue readily admitted. Only the city lord has the ability to breach this place. I stared at the starry night in the incubation chamber when she suddenly gave a strange smile. In an instant, the lights in the entire laboratory began to flicker, and the instruments emitted piercing alarms. Oh no, she's about to wake up. Xingxue's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the tempered glass of the culture chamber, and nutrient solution seeped out from the gaps. Without hesitation, I smashed the emergency stop button with my fist, and the entire culture chamber was immediately enveloped in high-voltage current. Xingye let out a piercing scream, then fell into a coma. The lights returned to normal, but everyone was drenched in a cold sweat. Take her back to base. I wiped the sweat from my brow. Su Yue should be able to handle it. On the way back, Lena kept glancing at the incubation pods in the transport vehicle with a complicated look in her eyes. I pulled her into my armored vehicle. Tell me what you know. She hesitated for a moment. Starry Night is the work of the New Era organization. They want to control all mutants through her, including you. I sneered, wishful thinking. Lord! Lena suddenly lowered her voice. There's a prophecy in the organization that a man will lead 3 sisters to overthrow the existing order. I raised an eyebrow. So you fell in love with me at first sight? She blushed and punched me lightly. Who? Who did this to you? I was just. I laughed and pulled her into my arms. I'll continue training you tonight. It was late at night when we returned to the base. Su Yue and the medical team immediately began examining Xingye, while I called a meeting with everyone. The 7th military district has been taken, but the real threat is New Era. I pointed to the technology park on the map. The operation will begin in 3 days. Lin Mo's wings fluttered excitedly. Finally, we can really pull off something big. Xingyu and Xingxue, stay here. I glanced at the twins. The rest of you, go and prepare. After everyone left, I closed the door and looked directly at the 2 sisters. Now, tell me the whole truth. Xingyu lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. Xingxue sighed. We have indeed been hiding some things. Xingye is not only our older sister. She is also the daughter of the leader of the New Era. What? The leader created us using his own daughter's genes. Xingxue's voice was icy. In order to cultivate the perfect weapon. Xingyu suddenly looked up. But Sister Xingye resisted. That's why she was locked up. I rubbed my temples. This whole situation is incredibly complicated. The father experimented on his daughter. She resisted and was imprisoned. Then he cloned 2 younger sisters to save people. Lord! Xingyu suddenly threw herself into my arms. Please, please save my sister. She's actually very gentle. I pinched her cheek. That depends on her attitude when she wakes up. Just then, Su Yue's urgent voice suddenly came through the communicator. City Lord, the experimental subject has woken up. She is. A scream interrupted her. I rushed into the medical room with the twins, and the scene before me was terrifying. All the medical equipment was suspended in mid-air. Su Yue was pressed against the wall by an invisible force, and several medical staff were unconscious on the ground. Xingye stood in the center of the room, her straitjacket torn, revealing pale skin. Her black hair moved without wind, and her eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Sister, Xingye tried to rush over, but I grabbed her. Xingye slowly turned her head, her gaze falling on me. In that instant, an invisible force invaded my brain, as if countless hands were churning my memories. Get out! I roared, and the system's defense mechanism automatically activated. A golden light burst forth from my body, directly shattering the mental intrusion. Xingye groaned, took a few steps back, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Don't hurt the city lord. Xingxue blocked my way, her hands forming ice blades. Xingye glanced at her 2 younger sisters, then at me, and suddenly gave me a strange smile. Interesting. You're the man they chose. Her voice sounded like countless people whispering at the same time, sending chills down one spine. I am not anyone's property, I said coldly. But since you are their sister, I can give you a chance. Xingye tilted her head, scrutinizing me, and that feeling of being seen through returned. Suddenly she chuckled softly. Your secret is quite interesting. My heart skipped a beat. Had she discovered the system? Before I could react, Xingye suddenly abandoned all hostility and gracefully bowed. Lord Zhou, I apologize for my rudeness just now. As an apology, she raised her head, a sly glint in her eyes. I can tell you the weakest entrance to the new era headquarters. I squinted. Conditions? Take me with you. Her smile turned dangerous. I want to kill that father with my own hands. Xingyu and Xingxue both gasped in shock. That night, I drank alone on the terrace of the city lord's mansion, pondering the sudden appearance of these three sisters. Xingye's abilities were unfathomable. Bringing her along was undoubtedly a risk. Lord of the city Xingyu, dressed in a nightgown, had somehow slipped to my side. Thinking about your sister? How strong is your sister's mind control? If it's used at full power, it can control the people in an entire block. She shifted nervously, but it won't harm the city lord. Why are you so sure? Xingyu smiled mysteriously. Because I saw its sister actually really likes the city lord. Just as I was about to ask further, I suddenly felt a chill down my spine. Turning around, I saw Xingye standing in the shadows, his dark eyes particularly eerie in the moonlight. Sorry to bother you, she said softly, but showed no intention of leaving. Xingyu jumped off my lap, ran over with a grin, and grabbed her sister's hand. Come on, let's do it together. The city lord's training instructions are very gentle. I almost choked on my drink. What is this girl talking about? Surprisingly, Xingye didn't refuse, letting her younger sister pull her to me. Up close, she was more mature and beautiful than her two younger sisters, her pale skin like porcelain in the moonlight. Lord Zhou, she looked me straight in the eye. Tomorrow I will prove my worth. After saying that, she suddenly leaned down and gently kissed my lips. In that instant, a strange energy flowed through my body, both cold and hot. I was surprised to find that my senses had become unusually sharp, and I could even hear the footsteps of patrolling soldiers in the distance. My gift. Xingye took a step back, a slight smile playing on her lips. A temporary telepathic ability, so we can communicate silently when we act tomorrow. Xingyu clapped excitedly beside me. Amazing. I want one too, and then lunged at me to kiss me. Xingye grabbed her arm, saying, Your abilities aren't mature enough yet. Turning to me, she said, We'll set off before sunrise tomorrow. I'll lead you through the secret passage. After the two sisters left, I touched my lips, lost in thought. These three sisters were all incredibly mysterious, incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly alluring. Lena appeared at the terrace doorway at some point, arms crossed, and scoffed. Looks like the city lord is quite busy tonight. I beckoned her over with a mischievous grin. Jealous? Who's jealous? She retorted, blushing, but still obediently walked to my side. I'm just here to report. I volunteer to go first tomorrow. I pulled her into my arms. Granted. But now, let me report on today's battle. On a distant tower, a pair of dark eyes silently observed everything, a mysterious smile playing on their lips. Chapter 17, A Sensual Raid on the Science Park. The base was eerily quiet before dawn. I stood in the square, looking at the fully equipped and ready team before me. 50 hound robots, 300 elite warriors, and my legion of beautiful women. Lin Mo wore a silver, tight-fitting combat suit, with light wings glowing slightly on his back. Ing was dressed in a black ninja outfit, with golden cat ears trembling in the morning breeze. Su Yue's mechanical arm reflected a cold light, and the nurse's uniform faintly visible under her white coat made people's blood boil. Lena wore the standard officer's uniform of the 7th Military Region, with her fiery red hair tied into a neat ponytail. The most eye-catching were the three Xing sisters. Xingye wore a pure white dress, like a holy nun, if you ignored the dangerous glint in her eyes. Xingxue was still in her black leather outfit, cold and aloof, and Xingyu changed into a pink nurse's uniform, saying she was going to take care of the wounded. Lord of the city, Xingyu skipped over, her ample bosom swaying gently with her movements. Sister said we can set off now. Xingye walked slowly in, his dark eyes sweeping over the crowd. There's an abandoned freight tunnel underground in the science park, leading directly to the core laboratory. I nodded and waved my hand. Let's go. The convoy sped through the morning mist and arrived at its destination 2 hours later. From the outside, the science park looked like an ordinary ruin, but Starry Night led us around to a hidden ventilation shaft. Go down from here and walk straight for 300 meters. Her voice still carried that eerie echo. I glanced at the narrow, well, opening and frowned. The main force can't get in. Lin and Mo, and Lena, come with me. The rest of you will provide support from the outside. Suddenly, Xingye grabbed my hand. I have to go with you. Her fingertips were icy cold. Only I can unlock the final biological lock. I felt the chill from her skin and nodded. The bottom of the ventilation shaft was damp and dark, and we proceeded cautiously in a single file. Lin Mo's light wings folded behind him, emitting a faint light. Walked at the front, her golden cat ears twitching alertly. Lena brought up the rear with a pulse rifle, her red hair like a flame in the darkness. Xingye suddenly stopped in his tracks. There are guards ahead. Sure enough, footsteps came from around the corner. I was about to order a full-scale attack when Xingye grabbed my arm. Let me do it. She closed her eyes, and a few seconds later, the guard's footsteps suddenly became chaotic, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Solved, Xingye said casually. Continue forward, and at the end of the passage is a metal door with a hand-shaped identifier on it. We need the leader's DNA. Xingye sneered, pulled a scalpel from under her skirt. Yes, under her skirt, and made a cut on her palm, letting the blood drip onto the identifier. The door opened. I raised an eyebrow at her. Are you a nun or an assassin? She responded with a mysterious smile. Yes, all of them. Behind the door was a huge circular laboratory with a massive, tumor-like object suspended in the center, its surface covered with vein-like patterns. A dozen researchers in white lab coats were busy around it. That's a replica of the Matrix's core, Starry Night whispered. They want to use it to control all the mutants. Just as we were preparing to move in, the alarm suddenly went off. A tall man in a black military uniform walked out of the side door. It was the leader of New Era. My dearest daughter, you're finally back. His voice was filled with feigned affection, and with so many guests. Xingye's body began to tremble, not with fear, but with rage. Father, today is your death day. The battle erupted instantly. The leader pressed a button, and suddenly more than a dozen incubation chambers rose up around the laboratory, filled with Starry Night clones. They opened their eyes at the same time. An invisible mental shockwave swept towards us. Watch out! I pulled Lin and Mo aside, dodging a mental attack. Starry Night stood before us, her black hair whipping wildly. You are my replicas. Obey me. The clones visibly wavered, with several even attacking the leader's guards. In the chaos, Lena shattered the protective shield of the control panel with a single shot. Lord, destroy that tumor. I charged towards the central replica of the mother, the Godslayer's long sword gleaming coldly. Seeing this, the leader suddenly drew a specially made pistol from his waist. Bang! A bullet grazed my cheek. It was Xingye. She had appeared behind the leader without his noticing, an icy blade pressed against his throat. Father, do you remember me? The leader's expression changed drastically. Impossible. You should have already dead. Xingye sneered. You're disappointed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I plunged my knife into the core of the tumor. With a piercing scream, the entire laboratory began to shake, and the culture chambers exploded one after another. Retreat. This place is collapsing. We ran frantically toward the exit, but Xingye stood still. Sister, Xingye tried to rush back, but I grabbed her. Xingye glanced back at us, then suddenly smiled with relief. Take the sisters and go. With that, she turned and lunged at the leader, and the two were buried together by the collapsing ceiling. No! Xingye's cries echoed through the passage. We desperately rushed out of the ventilation shaft, and behind us came a deafening explosion. The entire technology park began to sink, eventually turning into a giant fireball. Back at the base, Xingye kept crying, while Xingye stood silently by the window. I went over and handed her a glass of wine. She was smiling at the end. I said softly. Xingye took the glass and drank it all in one gulp. She's finally free. That evening, I hosted a grand victory celebration banquet at the City Lord's mansion. All the participants changed into their most alluring outfits. Lin and Mo in a backless evening gown, in a maid outfit, Lena in an officer's uniform, and Su Yue in stockings barely concealed beneath her white lab coat. Xingye was wearing the white dress left behind by Xingye. Her eyes were still red, but she had stopped crying. Xingye, on the other hand, had changed into a red Cheongsam that she had never seen before, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Lord, Xingye suddenly raised her cup. From this day forward, we sisters will only pledge our loyalty to you. Xingyu ran over and hugged my arm. The city lord is the best. I laughed and pulled the two sisters into my arms, then downed the drink amidst the cheers of the crowd. As the banquet reached its climax, an unexpected person appeared. Xingye. She was covered in wounds, her white dress tattered, but she was indeed alive. Sister. The twins rushed over. Xingye smiled weakly. I used mental transfer before the explosion, but I need rest. Then she fainted. Suyue immediately took her for treatment. I looked at the two tearful girls in my arms, then at the room full of beautiful women of different styles, and suddenly felt, in this apocalypse, they're living better than emperors. Chapter 18, The Queen's Awakening. Lord, she's awake. Suyue's shout woke me from my sleep. I rubbed my eyes and found that Xingyu had somehow crawled into my bed and was clinging to me like an octopus. Lord, sleep a little longer. She mumbled sleepily, her little hands still reaching into my robe. I pinched her little nose. Your sister is awake. Xingyu's eyes widened instantly, and she jumped up with a thud. Really? She didn't even bother to change her clothes and ran out in that almost transparent nightgown. When I arrived at the medical room, Xingye had already sat up. She had changed into a clean white hospital gown, her long, black hair draped over her shoulders. She looked much weaker than before, but her eyes remained unfathomable. Sister. Xingyu rushed over and almost knocked the hospital bed over. Xingxue stood to the side, not saying a word, but the tears glistening in her eyes betrayed her emotions. I'm all right. Xingye gently stroked her sister's hair, but her gaze fell on me. Lord Zhou, thank you for saving me. I shrugged. If you want to thank someone, thank your two younger sisters. They insisted on going back to find you. Xingye smiled slightly, a smile that held a hint of warmth. I saw your memories. She pointed to her temple, especially those erotic scenes. Xingyu gasped and covered her face, while Xingxue turned her head away, her ears turning bright red. I coughed lightly. Now that you're awake, tell me about the new era. Xingye's expression immediately turned serious. They don't just have one base. The technology park is just their headquarters. They also have at least 3 secret research institutes in the north. The exact location? I could take you there. Xingye pulled back the covers, revealing her long, beautiful legs. But we need to replenish our energy first. I raised an eyebrow. How would you add that? She licked her lips. There's a special energy in your blood. It's delicious. Xingxue immediately blocked my way. No, sister, you can clearly rely on ordinary food. Just kidding, Xingye suddenly laughed. Look how nervous you all are. I breathed a sigh of relief. This woman was truly unpredictable. Just then, an alarm suddenly sounded. A holographic screen popped up automatically, showing that a large number of unidentified life forms had appeared outside the base. It's a horde of mutated beasts. Lin Mo's voice came through the communicator. There are at least 1,000 of them. I frowned and looked at Xingye. You lure them here? She shook her head. No, but I can sense that they are being controlled. Mother? No, it's an existence even more advanced than the mother. Xingye's expression turned solemn. The queen has awakened. I immediately ordered the base to enter combat mode and simultaneously opened the system interface to begin mass production of troops. Consuming 100 boxes of high-explosive grenades yielded 10,000 boxes. Consuming 50 automatic turrets yielded 5,000. In just a few minutes, the base's firepower increased 100-fold. When we reached the city walls, the sight before us was horrifying. Thousands of mutated beasts surged forth like a tidal wave, some flying, some running, and some even emerging from the ground. And behind the horde, a gigantic figure loomed in the distance. What the hell is that? Lin Mo's wings trembled slightly in shock. It was a gigantic mutant, as tall as a 3-story building, resembling both a human and a spider, with 8 long legs supporting its bloated body. Most horrifying of all was its head, a face that looked remarkably like a human woman's, yet was the size of a truck. Queen, Xingye's voice was filled with unprecedented fear. She can control all mutated creatures. I spat and said, who cares what kind of queen she is? She'll have to kneel on my turf. At my command, a barrage of cannon fire erupted. Automatic turrets on the city walls spitted flames. High explosive grenades rained down, and the explosions created a continuous sea of fire. Hordes of mutated beasts fell in droves, but more surged forward relentlessly. We'll never finish them off like this. Lena shouted as she fired. We have to take down that queen. I looked at Xingye. Can you interfere with her control? Xingye closed his eyes, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Too strong. I need help. Xingyu and Xingxue immediately grasped their sister's hand, and the three sisters combined their strength. Moments later, the beast horde suddenly descended into chaos, with some even beginning to fight each other. Now, I drew my Godslayer sword. Lin Mo, fly over there with me. Lin Mo unfurled his wings, wrapped his arm around my waist, and soared into the air. We leaped over the chaotic horde of beasts, heading straight for the queen behind us. The monster seemed to sense the threat, letting out a piercing shriek, and its 3 long legs lashed out at us like javelins. Get out of the way. Lin Mo made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the attack. I seized the opportunity to leap down, my Godslayer's long sword aimed straight for the queen's head. Just as the blade was about to strike, the queen's enormous face suddenly revealed a sinister smile. An invisible force struck my chest, slamming me heavily to the ground. Lord of the city, Lin Mo tried to swoop down to save me, but was forced back by 2 long legs. The queen slowly lowered her head, her enormous eyes fixed on me, and surprisingly uttered human words, Zhou, join us. I spat out a mouthful of blood. Dream on. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. It was Ying. Her time-stopping ability, though limited in its effect on the queen, was enough for me to escape. We stood back to back, surrounded by mutated beasts. Master, what should we do? Shadow's golden cat ears trembled nervously. I grinned. Remember that relic weapon we found last month? Ying's eyes lit up, but Dr. Su said that it's still unstable. I can't worry about that now. I took out a strangely shaped grenade from the system space. Its surface was covered with runes, and liquid was flowing inside. This is a gene disintegration bomb that we found in an ancient ruin. Theoretically, it can destroy the DNA chains of all mutated organisms within a 1-kilometer radius. I hope Su Yue didn't lie to me. I pulled the safety pin and threw it forcefully at the queen. The grenade arced through the air, landing squarely on the queen's back. There was no explosion, only an eerie blue light spread out. In an instant, time seemed to stand still. The queen's body began to disintegrate, crumbling away like a sand sculpture. The surrounding mutated beast collapsed, turning into pus and blood. We did it, Shadow cheered. But before we could celebrate for long, the half-destroyed queen suddenly attacked. Her 3 remaining legs stabbed out like spears. Shadow pushed me aside, but was pierced through the abdomen by herself. Shadow. My eyes widened in fury as I hurled the Godslayer's long sword with all my might, striking the queen's last eye. With a piercing wail, the queen finally collapsed. I picked up the dying Shadow, her golden wings slowly losing their luster. Hold on, I'll take you back. When we returned to base, Su Yue had already prepared the operating table. Ying was rushed into the operating room, while the rest of us dealt with post-battle matters. Xingye walked to my side and whispered, that queen is just an avatar. The true body is still sleeping somewhere. I clenched my fist. If 1 comes, I'll kill it. If 2 come, I'll kill them both. Late at night, I sat alone by Ying's bedside. Her breathing had become steady, but she hadn't woken up yet. Xingyu quietly slipped in, carrying a bowl of hot soup. Lord of the city, would you like something to drink? I ruffled her hair. Thank you. Xingyu leaned on my shoulder. Sister Ying will be all right. I just saw it. As she was speaking, Ying's fingers suddenly twitched. She slowly opened her eyes, her golden pupils gleaming in the darkness. Master, her voice was weak but clear. I dreamt that you were surrounded by a group of beautiful women. I was both amused and exasperated. What kind of time is this to be thinking about this? Xingyu chuckled to herself. Don't worry, Sister Ying. The city lord likes you the most. A blush crept onto Ying's pale face. I leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Rest well. As I walked out of the ward, I found Xingye standing at the end of the corridor, seemingly waiting for me. What's up? She smiled mysteriously. I sensed the location of another queen. Shall we set off now? I glanced at the shadows in the hospital room behind me, then at Xingye's alluring face, and suddenly laughed. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Tonight, I want to interrogate you, my prisoner, properly first. Xingye wasn't angry at all. Instead, he licked his lips and said, With pleasure, my lord. Chapter 19, the overconfident challenger. The morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the curtains. I opened my eyes and found that Xingye had vanished. Only a single long black hair remained on the sheets, along with a faint, pleasant fragrance. This woman, I rubbed my lower back, is even more troublesome than a mutated beast. Just as he finished dressing, the door was flung open. Lin Mo stormed in, his wings glowing slightly with excitement. Lord, a bunch of reckless fools have arrived. What's going on? I asked, frowning. They're from the Brotherhood of Steel, Lin Mo said through gritted teeth. They said they want to challenge you, and if you win, they'll take over the entire base. I raised an eyebrow. The Brotherhood of Steel is a survivor organization in the North, known for its mechanical modifications. We've always kept to ourselves, so why are they suddenly coming after us? Reaching the city wall, I saw more than 20 burly men in power armor standing below. The leader was nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging out his armor, and he had a hideous scar on his face. Lord Zhou, he shouted, his voice booming through the armor's loudspeakers. I am Crazy Iron of the Brotherhood of Steel. I've heard you're the strongest man within 100 miles. I refuse to accept that. I picked up my ear, so I challenge you. Quang Tai patted his chest armor. One-on-one, no fancy weapons. The loser becomes the loser's slave. His followers burst into laughter, and some even whistled. I almost burst out laughing. Are people still playing these kinds of childish games these days? But his confident demeanor piqued my interest. Fine, he waved lazily. But I don't need slaves. If you lose, just take your people and get lost. With a savage grin, Quang Tai removed his power armor, revealing muscles comparable to a bodybuilder's. Lord Zhou, it's not too late for you to admit defeat. I also took off my jacket, revealing my well-built upper body. Although not as exaggerated as his, every muscle was as solid as steel wire. Go, Lord City Lord. Xingyu appeared on the city wall at some point, dressed in a cute cheerleader outfit and holding 2 colorful pom-poms. Although Ing was still recovering from her injuries, she was wheeled out in a wheelchair. Lina and Su Yue stood to the side, one with a cold expression and the other pushing up her glasses. What surprised me most was Xingye. She actually came too, standing in the shadows in the corner with a faint smile on her lips. Let's begin. I beckoned with my finger. Quang Tai roared and charged forward, his fist, as big as a casserole dish, aimed straight for my face. I easily dodged to the side and then pushed him in the back, causing him to stumble a few steps. That's it, I said sarcastically. Enraged, Quang Tai turned and threw another heavy punch. This time, I neither dodged nor evaded, but directly raised my hand to take the blow head on. Bang! Fist and palm collided, producing a dull thud. I remained unmoved, but Quang Tai staggered back 2 steps, his face filled with shock. Impossible. My punching power is 800 kilograms. I shook my hand. That's about enough to tickle you. This completely enraged him. Quang Tai charged at me like a mad bull, using both fists and feet, each strike accompanied by a whooshing sound. I parried with ease, occasionally glancing back at the beauties on the city wall and giving them a flirtatious look. The city lord is so handsome. Xingyu jumped up and down excitedly. After playing for 5 minutes, I felt that was enough. When Quang Tai swung his fist again, I suddenly accelerated and landed an uppercut on his chin. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. Quang Tai's massive body crashed to the ground, and he immediately lost consciousness. His men were completely silent, each one looking as if they had seen a ghost. Take it away. I clapped my hands. Next! No one dared to make a move. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Lord Zhou truly lives up to his reputation. The crowd parted, and a tall, thin man in a long black overcoat stepped out. His face was as pale as a corpse, but his eyes were an eerie green. Who are you? I squinted. Viper, the second in command of the Brotherhood of Steel. He grinned sinisterly. Raging Iron is a fool, but I'm different. As he spoke, he suddenly threw 3 darts from his sleeve. Just as I was about to dodge, the dart exploded in midair, spewing out a cloud of green mist. Watch out, it's poisonous. Lina shouted from the city wall. I held my breath and quickly stepped back, but still inhaled a little. Instantly, a burning sensation spread from my lungs. Ha ha! The venomous snake laughed wildly. Those who have been poisoned by my specially made neurotoxin will be paralyzed within 3 minutes. The women on the city wall panicked. Xingyu wanted to jump down to help me, But Xingxue held her back. Lin Mo had already deployed his light wings, and Lena raised her sniper rifle. I raised my hand to signal them to stay still, and then I yawned. That's it. I stretched my limbs. It's a bit spicy. Is there anything else? The serpent's smile froze on his face. No. Impossible. Of course I'm fine. Last night, while I was recharging under the stars, she injected me with her antitoxin serum. This little bit of poison is like drinking water to me. My turn. I grinned and instantly rushed in front of the venomous snake, punching him in the stomach in his terrified gaze. Ugh! The venomous snake bent over like a shrimp and spat out a mouthful of green liquid. I grabbed him by the collar. Go back and tell your boss that if he dares to cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to wipe the Brotherhood of Steel off the map. After saying that, I threw him out like trash. He and the unconscious Quang Tai were hurriedly carried away by my men. The city lord is amazing. Xingyu was the first to rush down and jump into my arms. Lin Mo landed beside me, his light wings gently flapping. Don't take such risks next time. Lena examined my body for non-existent wounds, while Su Yue took a vial of my blood for testing. Only Xingye remained standing in the distance, but I clearly saw a hint of admiration flash in her eyes. Back at the city lord's mansion, just as I was getting ready to enjoy a massage from the beauties, Tang Shuang suddenly rushed in, looking flustered. Lord, something terrible has happened. The East District warehouse has been robbed. What? I jumped up. What's missing? 3 boxes of energy batteries and... Tang Shuang stammered. That limited edition swimsuit you collected? Veins bulged on my forehead. Stealing supplies is one thing, but they even dared to touch my limited edition collection? Investigate. We must find that petty thief, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Half an hour later, the prisoner was brought before me. It was a girl of 16 or 17. She was wearing a tattered cloak, and her dirty little face had a pair of bright eyes, like a frightened little deer. Why did you steal? I asked coldly. The girl bit her lip and remained silent. Xingyu leaned closer. Let me do it. She grasped the girl's hand. Then her eyes widened in surprise. Lord, she did it to save her brother. They're hiding in the ruins to the east. Her brother is sick and needs energy batteries to stay alive. The girl suddenly burst into tears. I'm sorry. I just thought those swimsuits were pretty. I've never worn pretty clothes before. I sighed. Take me to see your brother. In a cave deep within the ruins, I found her younger brother, a boy of about 10 years old, lying on a tattered blanket, barely alive, with a medical device that was about to run out of power beside him. Radiation sickness. Su Yue said after the examination, we need an advanced treatment chamber. Without saying a word, I used system points to redeem a portable treatment pod. Ding! Consumed jeden Hilin pot gained stall. As the boy was placed into the treatment pod, the girl burst into tears. Thank you. Thank you. I'd do anything to repay you. I looked at her dirty but still pretty face, then at the 100 treatment pods I had just received, and suddenly an idea came to me. May I have your name? Little butterfly. Shout I, would you like to work on my base? Room and board are provided, and you'll even get to wear pretty clothes. Her eyes lit up immediately. Really? Xingyu chuckled to herself. The city lord is at it again. A week later, Xiao Dai, dressed in a brand new maid outfit, was learning how to properly serve tea. Her younger brother became the first student at the base's elementary school. As for those 100 treatment pods, I opened a medical center specifically to treat survivors in the surrounding area for free. After my reputation spread, even more people came to seek refuge with me. The city lord is becoming more and more like a king, Xingyu said coquettishly, clinging to my back. I pinched her little cheek. Of course. Starry Night suddenly appeared at the door. Excuse me. I just sensed that the Brotherhood of Steel is gathering its forces. I waved my hand dismissively. Let them come. It'll be good to test out the 200 new mechs. Xingye hesitated, then continued. It's not just them. There are also remnants of the new era. They seem to have formed an alliance. I put down my teacup, a smile of excitement spreading across my face. Finally, this is getting interesting. Chapter 20. 100-fold crushing victory. The ultimate thrill. Lord, the Brotherhood of Steel's armored convoy is already 10 kilometers away. Tang Shuang's report made me look up from the pool. I was enjoying a massage from my newly acquired maid, Xiao Dai. Although her technique was a bit clumsy, she was very attentive. How many came? I asked lazily. At least 100 armored vehicles. And 3 giant siege mechs. Tang Shuang's face turned pale. And we detected aircraft from the New Era organization. I burst out laughing. Honey, don't you think these guys are tired of living? Xingyu blinked her big eyes. The city lord is going to do something naughty again. I stood up from the pool, water droplets sliding down my abs. Notify everyone. Call a meeting. 5 minutes later, the operations room was packed with my army of beauties. Lin Mo's wings glowed slightly with excitement. Ying had fully recovered and was polishing her beloved dagger. Lena, dressed in a crisp officer's uniform, was studying a map. Su Yue's mechanical arm clattered as she adjusted a new weapon. The most eye-catching were the 3 Xing sisters. Xingye, still dressed in white like a ghost. Xingxue, cold and beautiful as ice. And Xingyu, lively and fiery. Everyone knows the situation. I waved my hand, and a holographic map unfolded. The Brotherhood of Steel and the remnants of the New Age have joined forces, and their forces outnumber ours by 20 times. The women looked at each other, but none of them showed any fear. Lord of the City, shall we activate that? Lin Mo asked eagerly. I gave a wicked smile. No, let's do something even more exciting today. Opening the system repository, I selected the Heavenly Punishment class strategic missile, which I had just successfully developed yesterday. One of these things could destroy half a city, and its cost was comparable to that of a small base. Ding! Consume 1 Heavenly Punishment missile. After using the 100x return system, you will receive 100 missiles. Confirmed consumption. The number of missiles in the warehouse instantly increased from 1 to 100. I then replicated 200 Titan heavy mechs and 500 self-propelled artillery pieces. Now, I looked around the women. Who wants to come have some fun with me? All the women raised their hands at the same time. Even Xingye, who is always aloof, slightly raised her wrist. All right, all troops attack. The base gates roared open, and my steel torrent poured out. 200 Titan mechs led the charge, followed closely by 500 self-propelled artillery pieces, with Lin Mo's light wing squad providing escort in the sky. When we encountered the enemy on the plains, the expressions on those guys' faces were absolutely priceless. This is impossible. Quang Tai poked his head out of the armored vehicle, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. You didn't have these when we were reconnaissance yesterday. I sat in the command mech, enjoying Xingyu's shoulder massage, while simultaneously broadcasting across all channels. You have 3 seconds to surrender. Dream on. Viper's voice boomed from an aircraft. We have a secret weapon too. 3 giant siege mechs slowly emerged from behind the enemy forces. Each mech was 20 meters tall and had the inscription New Era printed on its chest. That's it. I almost burst out laughing. Fire. The sight of 100 Heavenly Punishment missiles launching simultaneously caused the heavens and earth to change color. The missiles split into thousands of warheads in midair, raining down like a storm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosions created a continuous burst of fire, instantly reducing the enemy's frontline armored vehicles to scrap metal. The 3 giant mechs were blown to pieces before they even fired, and Viper's aircraft plummeted, trailing black smoke. Titan Legion advance. 200 heavy mechs marched forward in perfect unison, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Self-propelled artillery bombarded the planes, causing them to tremble. That's too exaggerated. Xiao Dai sat in the passenger seat, her mouth agape in an O shape. Xingyu chuckled and pinched her cheek. You'll get used to it. The city lord loves to bully the weak with numbers. The battle was over in less than half an hour. The Brotherhood of Steel knelt and begged for mercy, while the remnants of the New Age surrendered. Crazy Iron and Viper were brought before me, covered in blood and in a sorry state. Lord Zhou, spare my life. Quang Tai knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. I crossed my legs and said, I remember you said that the loser would become a slave. His face turned green instantly. However, I changed the subject. I hate slavery the most. Just as Quang Tai showed a hint of joy, I continued, so you'll be cleaning the base's toilets for 100 years. Lena burst out laughing, and the other women couldn't help but chuckle as well. After dealing with the prisoners, I held an open-air victory celebration on the battlefield. Titan mechs formed a circle to serve as seats, and colorful ribbons were hung from the barrels of self-propelled artillery. Xingyu spontaneously broke into a lively dance, Lin Mo's light wings served as lighting effects, and even Xingye took a few drinks, a blush rising on his pale face. Lord of the city, Xiaodai timidly approached. I've learned a new massage technique. Just as I was about to let her try it, the communicator suddenly rang. Su Yue's voice was unusually excited. Lord, we found a new era safe in the basement. When I arrived, Su Yue had already used a robotic arm to forcefully break into the safe. Inside was only a test tube containing a dark blue liquid. I picked up the test tube, and the system immediately popped up a prompt. SSS level gene enhancer detected, which can significantly improve physical fitness. My eyes lit up, and I drank it all in one gulp. City Lord, Su Yue exclaimed, the tests haven't been done yet. It was too late. The moment the liquid went down, a burning sensation swept through my body. My muscles swelled slightly, and blue lines appeared on my skin before slowly fading away. How are you feeling? Xingye appeared behind him without him noticing. I clenched my fist. The air itself seemed to explode. That felt amazing. That night, I decided to test my new ability. First, I challenged Lin Mo to a match. She usually could fight me for 10 minutes, but today I subdued her in 3 moves. Next was Ying. Her speed appeared as slow motion to me. Finally, even Xingye's mental attacks were ineffective against me. The city lord is amazing. Xingyu's eyes were full of stars. It's only just begun. Xingyu was the first to beg for mercy. Lin Mo was so tired that his wings drooped, and even Xingye showed a rare look of exhaustion. As expected, they were still too lacking in training. I didn't get up until late the next day, feeling refreshed. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Xiaodai standing there. City Lord, more people have come seeking refuge outside. It's a pair of elven sisters. I burst out laughing. Let's go take a look. And so, my base grew stronger and stronger, the number of beautiful women increased, and my sphere of influence expanded continuously. What Iron Brotherhood, what new era. They're all trash in front of my system that offers 100-fold return. This is the right way to experience the apocalypse. Wake up and wield power over the world, and sleep soundly with a beauty on your lap. Chapter 21, The Shadows, Secret Mission. Early in the morning, I was having a friendly chat with my newly acquired fairy sisters when my communicator suddenly rang urgently. Master, Shadow's voice trembled unusually. Can I see you alone? I raised an eyebrow. This girl usually teleports right to my bedside. Why is she being so polite today? Coming right away. Pushing open Shadow's door, I was stunned by what I saw. The usually dashing blonde cat girl was now curled up in a corner, trembling all over. Her golden wings drooped limply. Her cat ears hung down, and there were still wet tear stains on her face. What's going on? I rushed forward in 3 steps. Ying raised her tearful eyes and handed me a yellowed photograph. Master, I've found my sister. The photo shows a girl who bears a striking resemblance to Shadow, with golden cat ears and wings, but with a more innocent and carefree gaze. Most striking is the silver collar around her neck, identical to Shadow's, the insignia of the Shadow Guard. Xiaoling, I thought she died in the lab a long time ago. Ying's voice was broken, but the new era database shows she was sold to a place called the Nightingale Club. My gaze instantly turned cold. This so-called club was one of the dirtiest underground slave markets in the apocalypse, specializing in the sale of various mutant women. When was this news received? 3 days ago. Ying bit her lip. Master, I wanted to... No need to say anything more. I interrupted her. Prepare for action. We'll take down this hideout tonight. Shadow's cat ears perked up instantly, and her eyes regained their light. Just the 2 of us? I pinched her cheek. Weren't you going to act alone? As night fell, Shadow and I stealthily made our way through the abandoned subway tunnels. According to intelligence, the Nightingale Club was hidden in a renovation site deep within the sewers. Master, Ying suddenly grabbed my hand. There are sensors ahead. I initiated a system scan and, sure enough, discovered over a dozen hidden surveillance cameras. Shadow gently flapped its wings, and a few golden feathers drifted out, precisely destroying all the cameras. Beautiful. I patted her cat ears approvingly. Continuing forward, at the end of the tunnel appeared a metal door disguised as a wall, with 2 fully armed guards standing watch. Ying looked at me, and I nodded. She instantly transformed into a golden light, and the 2 guards collapsed to the ground before they could even react. You're getting more and more efficient. I smiled as I walked through the door. Beyond the door lay another world, luxurious chandeliers, crimson carpets, and waiters bustling about. On the stage in the center of the hall, several girls with animal ears were performing, while the audience was filled with elegantly dressed guests. Separate teams, I whispered. Signal if anything happens. Shadow nodded and instantly disappeared into the shadows. I mingled with the crowd as a customer and quickly learned that tonight's grand finale, a pair of rare golden-winged catgirl sisters, would be auctioned at midnight. My heart skipped a beat. It seems the intelligence was correct. Pretending to go to the restroom, I quietly slipped into the backstage area. In a locked room, I heard faint sobbing. I pried open the lock, and the sight before me made my blood boil instantly. A small, thin figure was chained to the wall, its golden wings cruelly clipped, and its cat ears drooping limply. Hearing a noise, she looked up in terror, revealing a face strikingly similar to her shadow. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you," I whispered, quickly unlocking the chains. The girl trembled. Where's my sister?" "She's looking for you too." I took off my coat and wrapped it around her. "Can you walk?" She just stood up when she fell down again. "He gave me some medicine." Without saying a word, I picked her up and was about to leave when the alarm suddenly went off. "Everyone stay still." A dozen or so armed men stormed in. The bald man at the head grinned and raised his gun. "Lord Zhou, I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect you to have this kind of taste too." I sneered and was about to make a move when a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. "Master, be careful." Shadow blocked my way, and 3 throwing knives shot out simultaneously, accurately hitting the throats of the 3 gunmen. But the 4th man's bullet had already left the barrel, striking Shadow directly in the shoulder. Film. Blood dripped from her golden wings, but Ying's eyes sharpened even more. "Take Xiaoling away." "Dream on." The bald man pressed a button on the wall, and the entire room was suddenly enveloped in a force field. "This is specifically designed to deal with mutants like you." Ying instantly knelt on the ground, her face deathly pale. Xiaoling weakly struggled on my back. "Put me down. Please save my sister." I gently put her down, then looked coldly at the bald man. "Do you know you've made 3 mistakes?" "What?" "First, they shouldn't have touched my people." I walked forward slowly. "Second, they shouldn't have caused trouble on my turf." The force field had no effect on me. The bald man retreated in horror. "Impossible. This force field could crush an elephant." "Third," I punched him in the jaw, smashing it open. "You shouldn't have made me repeat myself." The other thugs tried to run away, but it was too late. I took out the newly exchanged swarm microdrones from my system space, and hundreds of mechanical wasps instantly overwhelmed them. I picked up the injured Ying and the weakened Xiaoling and strode out of that filthy place. Behind me, the swarm of drones initiated its self-destruct sequence. Back at the base, the medical room was in chaos. Suyue was busy removing bullets from Ying, while Xingyu handed her tools. Lina was taking care of Xiaoling, and Linmo's wings of light were flashing incessantly with anger. What was most surprising was Xingye, who actually took Ying's hand and used her mental power to help relieve her pain. "Silly girl." I gently stroked Ying's cheek. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Ying smiled weakly. "Master has already done too much for me. I don't want to." "Shut up." I pinched her cat ears. "From now on, you 2 sisters will live next door to me. That's an order." Xiaoling asked timidly, Can I really be with my sister?" "Of course." I ruffled her hair. "Not only that, I'll also help you heal your wings." Using the system to redeem a top-tier gene repair agent, Xiaoling's wings began to regenerate at a visible speed. Ying looked at her sister, tears silently streaming down her face. That evening, I hosted a welcome banquet at the city lord's mansion. Although Ying's injuries hadn't healed, she insisted on attending, and she and Xiaoling sat hand in hand at the head table. "Master," after the banquet, Ying came to me alone. "I don't know how to repay you." "Simple." I pointed to my face. Ying blushed and leaned in for a soft kiss. Just as she was about to pull away, I pulled her back. "That's it." Her cat ears twitched. But my injury. Did I say I was going to do that?" I chuckled mischievously and pinched her nose. "Just chat with me." We sat on the terrace, gazing at the starry sky. Ying leaned on my shoulder, softly recounting her story with Xiaoling. How they met in the lab, how they supported each other, and how they were forcibly separated. "Master," she suddenly looked up, her golden eyes gleaming in the moonlight. Can I call you brother?" like I called Xiaoling when we were little. My heart warmed. Whatever makes you happy. Brother, she whispered, then shyly buried her face in my chest. That night, we slept in each other's arms. Although there wasn't much conversation, I felt an unprecedented sense of contentment. The next morning, I was awakened by Xiaoling's exclamation. Sister, your wings. I opened my eyes and saw that Shadow's wings had been fully unfolded at some point, shining with a golden light that was even more dazzling than before in the morning light. This is... Ying herself was stunned. Xingye appeared at the doorway unnoticed. Evolution after a breakthrough in mental power. Congratulations. I burst out laughing, picked up Ying, and spun her around. Looks like this is a blessing in disguise. Ying blushed and hugged my neck, while Xiaoling clapped happily beside her. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming us both. Chapter 22, The Golden Wings Counterattack. Lord, emergency. Early in the morning, Xiaoling rushed into the bedroom in a panic, her little golden wings fluttering incessantly. I groggily opened my eyes and found that this little girl had jumped right onto my bed, her fluffy cat ears rubbing against my chin until it itched. What's wrong? I casually rubbed her head. It's my sister. Xiaoling stammered, her words tumbling out in a panic. She flew away. I snapped back to reality. What? 10 minutes later, I stood on the highest watchtower of the base and saw a golden in the distant sky through my binoculars. It was Shadow, flying north at an astonishing speed. She was fine last night. Lena frowned. How could she suddenly? Xingye appeared behind me without my noticing. She read Xiaoling's memories. What's the meaning? The owner of that club. Starry Night's dark eyes were unfathomable. Just a nobody. It suddenly dawned on me. There's a mastermind behind this? Xingye nodded. At the northern fortress. Ying went to seek revenge. Damn it. I slammed my fist on the railing. Prepare the helicopters. No. Prepare the fighter jets. No need for all that trouble. Xingyu skipped over, waving a magnetic card in her hand. Yesterday, I got this from the remnants of New Era. The activation key for the supersonic transport plane. I scooped her up in my arms and kissed her hard. Well done. An hour later, we boarded the stolen supersonic transport plane and headed straight north. Inside the cabin sat a fully armed legion of beautiful women. Lin Mo's light wings were fully charged. Lena was wearing specially made sniper armor, and Xing Shui was adjusting her freezing grenades. The most eye-catching one was Xiaoling, who insisted on coming along and even changed into a mini combat suit, with her little golden wings on her back trembling nervously. Brother, she tugged at my sleeve. Will sister be all right? I gently rubbed her cat ears. With us here, no one can hurt your sister. Suddenly, the alarm went off. High-energy reaction detected ahead. Su Yue's robotic arm, connected to the control console, announced, it's Shadow's energy signal. Through the porthole, we saw a dazzling golden light burst forth in the distance. The next second, Shadow's voice came through the transport plane's communicator. Brother, I'm sorry. Her voice was choked with sobs, with the sound of a violent explosion in the background. Shadow, where are you? I shouted into the communicator. Northern Fortress. I found the doctor who tormented us back then. The communication was intermittent, but I've fallen into a trap. This place is full of traps. Hold on. We're almost there. The transport plane hurtled north at top speed. By the time we arrived, the entire fortress was engulfed in flames. The Shadow hovered in midair, its golden wings fully unfurled, 3 times larger than usual. Countless feathers of light rained down on the ground, each triggering a violent explosion. This is a Shadow. Then Montag starret in disbelief. Xingye squinted. Anger unleashes potential. Don't just stand there. I opened the hatch. Lin Mo, take me there. Lin Mo wrapped his arms around my waist and charged toward Ying with his wings fully extended. As we got closer, we realized she was in bad shape. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and feathers were falling from her wings. Film. She turned her head, her golden pupils now vertical slits. Brother, don't come any closer here. Before he could finish speaking, more than a dozen laser beams suddenly shot out from the ground. Lin Mo hurriedly dodged, but his wings were still grazed. We landed awkwardly on a rooftop. Ha ha! A maniacal voice blared through the loudspeaker. A few more little mice have come. A bald man in a white coat appeared on a high platform in the center of the fortress, surrounded by dozens of fully armed guards. Dr. Marlowe. Shadow gritted his teeth. It was him back then. I gripped her hand tightly. Let's go together. No. Shadow suddenly pushed me away. He has weapons specifically designed to target us. Brother, let's go. Sure enough, the next second, the entire fortress was illuminated by an eerie purple light. Shadow collapsed to his knees in agony, the light on his wings rapidly dimming. Mental interference field. Starry Night's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Use that. I instantly understood what she meant and took out a crystal from the system space. This was the mind barrier found in the ruins last week, which could resist any mental attack. Shadow, catch. The crystal arced through the air, barely catching the shadow. In an instant, the purple light barrier was deflected, and the enemies inside the fortress screamed in agony, clutching their heads. Now, I commanded. Lin Mo's light wing squad descended from the sky. Lena's sniper team fired precise shots, and Xingxue and Xingyu cooperated with freezing and mind-reading, instantly dismantling the enemy's defenses. I rushed straight to the platform, punched Dr. Marlowe's bodyguard away, and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up. Is it you, the shadow who tormented me? The old man was so terrified he wet himself. Spare me. I can give you money, technique. No need, I said coldly, turning to look at the approaching shadow. It's yours. A flicker of struggle crossed Ying's eyes, but she ultimately shook her head. He's not worthy to dirty my hands. Just as Dr. Marlowe showed a relieved expression, he was suddenly kicked off the platform by Xiaoling. You bad guy. The little girl angrily waved her little fists. Below, Xingye had been waiting for a long time. With a gentle wave of her hand, Dr. Marlowe floated up like a puppet on strings. What are mind controllers most afraid of? Xingye asked softly, the feeling of being controlled. Under her influence, Dr. Marlowe began slapping himself frantically until he passed out. The battle ended quickly. We destroyed all the laboratories in the fortress and rescued hundreds of imprisoned mutants. Ying and Xiaoling hugged each other, crying their eyes out. Brother. Ying suddenly threw herself into my arms. Thank you. I grinned mischievously and pinched her pert bottom. Just saying thank you isn't enough. Back at base, we held a grand victory celebration. Shadow and Xiaoling, dressed in matching gold gowns, became the center of attention. The most surprising thing was that Shadow's wings had evolved after the battle. They could now freely adjust their size and brightness, making them practically human light bulbs at night. When the banquet reached its climax, I quietly pulled Ying away and slipped out. Brother? She looked at me in confusion. I pointed to the sky. Want to see how high you can fly? Her eyes lit up immediately. Under the moonlight, I held Ying's slender waist as she spread her enormous golden wings, carrying us higher and higher. The entire base gradually shrank beneath our feet, and the starlight seemed within reach. Brother, Ying suddenly turned around and hugged me. I have a request. She blushed and whispered in my ear. Could you also do me the favor of Xiaoling? That girl has always admired you. I nearly fell off the building. Are you serious? Shadow nodded. We cat girls have a tradition of helping our partners. Just then, Lin Mo's furious roar suddenly rang out through the communicator. City Lord, you've run away again. Come back for a drink. Shadow chuckled softly as she swooped down with me, her golden wings tracing dazzling paths in the moonlight. I watched the base draw ever closer and the beautiful figures waiting for me. This is what life is all about. Chapter 23, The Ignorant Old Classmate. Early in the morning, I was taking Xiaoling to practice flying outside the base. Although the girl's wings had recovered, her flying skills were still very clumsy. Brother, look how high I can fly. Little Ling flapped her little golden wings and twirled in the air. Be careful. I opened my arms, ready to catch her at any moment. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the bushes outside the wall. Several guards immediately raised their guns and aimed. Who's there? A ragged man scrambled out, his face so dirty he was unrecognizable. Don't shoot. I'm human. That voice sounded familiar. I squinted and looked closer, then suddenly recognized him. Zhang Hao. The man looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his cloudy eyes. Zhou Chen? This is actually my college classmate. Back then, the rich kid in our class always mocked us poor students. Now, looking like a beggar, I almost didn't recognize him. Open the door. I waved. Zhang Hao was led to the reception room and wolfed down the steak prepared by the chef. Xiao Ling perched curiously on my shoulder, her cat ears twitching. Eat slowly, don't choke. I handed him a glass of water. Why are you alone? Zhang Hao wiped his mouth and began to recount his tragic experiences after the apocalypse. His entire family was dead, his mansion was looted, and he had been on the run for over 2 years. Zhou Chen, I didn't expect you to be doing so well now. He greedily surveyed the luxurious reception room. Could you take me in? For our old classmate relationship. As I was pondering this, the door was suddenly pushed open. Xingyu skipped in. Lord City Dr. Su is looking for you. Wow. Upon seeing a stranger, she immediately hid behind me. Zhang Hao's eyes widened instantly, staring intently at the fullness of Xingyu's clothes. I frowned, but still said, arrange accommodation for him, with the same treatment as a regular resident. Thank you. Thank you, old classmate. Zhang Hao nodded and bowed, but his eyes were still glued to Xingyu. 3 days later, I was testing new weapons at the training ground when Ing rushed over. Master, there's something wrong with Zhang Hao. What's wrong? He secretly inquired about the women's schedules. Shadow's cat ears twitched angrily, and even tried to sneak into the women's bath. My eyes turned cold. Bring him to see me. When Zhang Hao was brought in, he was still trying to explain. It's a misunderstanding, old classmate. I just got lost. Really? I opened the surveillance footage, which showed that he was indeed acting suspiciously outside the women's bathroom last night. Zhang Hao's expression changed. Zhou Chen, we're old classmates. It's just a few women. Slap him in the face, I said coldly. The shadow appeared in front of him in an instant and slapped him twice, making his mouth bleed. Get out of my base. I stood up. I'll spare your life out of consideration for our friendship. Zhang Hao suddenly turned ferocious. Stop pretending to be a good guy. He yanked a gun out of his pocket. I've been observing for 3 days. I know the defense system here inside and out. Hand over the base, and let those girls serve me, or else. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze. Xingye appeared behind him without his noticing, her dark eyes flashing with a dangerous light. That's it, I scoffed, walked up to him, and easily snatched the pistol. Do you know why I'm the city lord? Zhang Hao was unable to move under Xingye's control, his eyes filled with fear. Because I never give the enemy a second chance. I pulled the trigger. After the gunshot, Zhang Hao's body fell to the ground with a thud. I turned to Xingye and said, dispose of him. Also, strengthen the vetting process for new recruits. Yes. Xingye nodded slightly. In the evening, I was sipping red wine on the terrace when Xiaoling dozed off on my lap. Xingyu came skipping over. Lord, did you take care of that scoundrel? Okay. I ruffled her hair. Stay away from strangers in the future. I know. She suddenly leaned closer mysteriously. Lord, Xiaoling asked me today how to make my breasts bigger. I spat out a mouthful of red wine. Xiaoling woke up instantly, her face turning bright red. Sister, you're talking nonsense. I didn't. Xingyu ran off with a mischievous grin, while Xiaoling buried her face in my chest, blushing. I smiled and stroked her soft blonde hair, gazing at the base bathed in the setting sun. This is where everything I cherish most resides. Anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions will suffer the consequences. Chapter 24, The Cold and Beautiful Healer Submission. Lord, a critically injured survivor has been found in the East District. I was in the training field instructing Xiaoling on how to use the energy pistol when Lin Mo rushed over to report. Seriously injured? I wiped the energy dust off my hands. Can't we just let the medical team handle it? That's the problem. Lin Mo's wings flapped anxiously. Dr. Su said this person's injuries are too unusual for her to handle. I raised an eyebrow. Su Yue's medical skills were top-notch in the apocalypse. Even she was helpless with this injury? Let's go take a look. Outside the isolation ward of the medical center, Su Yue was pacing anxiously. Seeing me arrive, she immediately approached. City Lord, the injured person's entire body is being corroded by a special energy. Conventional treatments are completely ineffective. Through the glass window, I saw a woman lying on the hospital bed. Even in her unconscious state, her stunning beauty was undeniable. Long, jet black hair was scattered on the pillow, and her pale, oval face was adorned with delicate features. Most striking were the faint blue lines between her brows, which glowed slightly with her breath. This is Qi Mingyao, Suyui Adustet Hadgalas, a medical genius from before the apocalypse, the sole inheritor of the ice heart technique. It was said she could heal with internal energy. She hadn't expected it to actually exist. I noticed that Tai Mingyao's right hand was tightly gripping a short, icy staff, which she refused to let go of even when she was unconscious. How did she get injured? The patrol team found her in an abandoned hospital. Su Yue pulled up the holographic image. Judging from the traces at the scene, she seems to have been fighting some kind of advanced mutant. As we were talking, the temperature in the ward suddenly plummeted. Qin Mingyao had opened her eyes at some point, her icy blue pupils staring coldly at us. The ice staff in her hand emitted a chilling aura, and the entire room instantly frosted over. Don't be nervous. I pushed open the door. We're here to save you. The ice staff was pointed directly in my throat. Stay away from me. Her voice was as cold as her eyes. I spread my hands to indicate that I was harmless. The energy erosion in your body is spreading, and you'll die if you don't get treatment soon. Qin Mingyao sneered. With your kind. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ice bed, which instantly froze into red ice crystals. City Lord, be careful, Su Yue exclaimed. Her blood is starting to crystallize. I sighed and took out a golden potion from my system space. Fountain of life, capable of neutralizing any energy imbalance. Qin Mingyao stared warily at the potion. Why are you helping me? Two choices, I said, shaking the potion. Either trust me, or watch yourself turn into an ice sculpture. Her icy blue eyes flickered for a moment before she finally nodded slightly. The moment the medicine was injected, Qin Mingyao's entire body tensed. The blue markings between her brows flickered violently, locked in a tug-of-war with the golden liquid. The entire ward spun wildly, alternating between hot and cold, and several medical instruments exploded. Hold her down. I grabbed Qin Mingyao, who was struggling violently, and Su Yue rushed over to help. The struggle lasted a full 10 minutes. Finally, with a soft click, the blue line between her brows settled, turning into a small snowflake mark. Qin Mingyao collapsed into my arms, utterly exhausted, and her ice cane clattered to the ground. It was a success? Su Yue asked, panting. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. It's stable for now, but continued treatment is needed. Qin Mingyao, nestled in his arms, slightly opened her eyes, her icy blue pupils losing some of their coldness. Thank you. Her voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible. For the next 3 days, I personally injected her with a medicine every day. Qin Mingyao's attitude gradually softened. Although she still spoke very little, at least she stopped pointing her ice cane at people. On the morning of the 4th day, I brought breakfast and opened the ward door, only to find that she was already able to get out of bed and walk around. In the morning light, she was wearing only a thin white hospital gown, her graceful figure faintly visible. When she saw me come in, she instinctively covered her chest. Have you seen enough? The voice remained cold, but the tips of her ears were slightly red. I smiled and put down my plate. You're recovering well? Thanks to you. She walked to the window, the sunlight gilding her profile. I owe you my life. How do you plan to pay it back? I asked half-jokingly. Qin Mingyao turned around and suddenly did something that surprised me. She slowly knelt down. Qin Mingyao is willing to follow the city lord and serve him with her medical skills. This sudden submission startled me for a moment. Stand up and speak. Why the sudden? Those mutants from that day. She looked up, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Were after me. There's something far more terrifying behind them. I need your protection. I helped her up. Her skin felt cool and smooth to the touch. Tell me more. It turns out Qin Mingyao had been tracking a special mutated virus that possessed consciousness and could even control those infected. During her investigation, she was targeted and nearly lost her life. Interesting. I stroked my chin. I've been researching something similar. Stay here. I'll give you the best lab. Qin Mingyao nodded solemnly, then hesitated for a moment. There's one more thing. My treatment method is rather unique. Oh, she gently placed her hand on my chest. The ice heart technique requires skin contact. I immediately understood why she had blushed. I love this treatment method. That afternoon, Qin Mingyao officially moved into the research area. When she took off her hospital gown and put on a white coat, all the men in the medical center stared in disbelief. Her beautiful legs in black stockings and high heels exuded a cold yet deadly charm. City Lord. Su Yue leaned closer, her voice tinged with jealousy. Your eyes are practically popping out. I coughed lightly and said, go arrange Dr. Chen's pre-employment medical examination. A physical examination? Suyuve blinked in confusion. What kind of tests? I whispered a few words in her ear with a wicked grin, and the mechanical girl immediately blushed and punched me. Perverted city lord. Late at night, Qi Mingyao came to my private medical room for a physical examination. The treatment will be a bit stimulating, she explained, blushing. The ice heart technique requires opening up the meridians first. I lay down on the treatment bed. Go ahead. Her icy little hand pressed against my chest, and a strange chill seeped into my body. Unlike ordinary cold, this chill made me unusually clear-headed. I could even feel the pulse of every vein. Relax. She leaned down, her red lips parted slightly, and her breath was cool. As the treatment progressed, the room temperature dropped lower and lower, but our breathing warmed up. 2 hours later, Qin Mingyao was like a melted ice sculpture, all her usual aloofness gone. Is this the complete healing of the ice heart technique? I stroked her snowflake mark. She buried her face in my chest, blushing, and said, I only used the full version with special people. I laughed and picked her up, carrying her towards the bedroom. We need to properly check the treatment's effectiveness. The next morning, Lin Mo was so shocked when he saw Qin Mingyao walk out of my bedroom that his wings bristled. Guys. Qin Mingyao instantly reverted to her aloof demeanor, though her gait was slightly unnatural. Good morning. Xingyu skipped over, looked at Qin Mingyao, then at me, and suddenly exclaimed, the city lord has subdued another one. I proudly put my arm around Qin Mingyao's slender waist. From today onwards, Dr. Qin will be our chief medical officer. Xiaoling tugged curiously at Qin Mingyao's white coat. Sister smells like the city lord. The entire audience burst into laughter, and Qin Mingyao was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Just then, the alarm suddenly went off. Lord, Shadow appeared beside me instantly. A large number of mutants have been discovered outside the East District Wall, and they're arranged in a very neat formation. Qin Mingyao and I exchanged a glance, both realizing something at the same time. Looks like your old friends have come knocking. I squeezed her hand. Come on, let's go meet them. Qin Mingyao nodded emphatically, ice staff in hand. This time, I won't face this alone. Chapter 25, The Emergence of the Creation Group. The alarm blared throughout the base, and I rushed towards the city wall with Qin Mingyao. Looking into the distance, we could see hundreds of mutants gathered outside the eastern perimeter wall, but strangely, they were arranged in neat square formations, like a well-trained army. This is impossible. Qin Mingyao's ice staff trembled slightly. The last time we encountered them, they only attacked instinctively. I turned on a holographic telescope and discovered that each mutant had a blue crystal embedded in its forehead, which was flashing with synchronized light. Someone has taken control of them, I said in a low voice. Prepare for battle. Lin Mo's Lightwing Squad was the first to take off, the blue light of their plasma cannons piercing the sky. But just as the beams were about to hit, the mutants suddenly retreated in unison, their movements chillingly synchronized. They can evade tactics? Lin Mo's voice was filled with shock. Shadow's golden wings shimmered in the sunlight. Master, shall we activate the Titan mech? Just as I was about to give the order, Qin Mingyao suddenly grabbed my hand. Wait, look at that. A remarkably tall individual slowly emerged from the horde of mutants, a massive red crystal embedded in its chest. Upon its appearance, all the mutants simultaneously knelt, as if paying homage to a king. That's the core. Qin Mingyao's snowflake mark began to glow. It was this that hurt me last time. The core mutant raised its head and actually spoke in human language. Qin Mingyao, hand over the ice heart technique. I sneered and leaped off the city wall. Want it? Come and take it yourself. The Godslayer's long sword was drawn, its blade crackling with scorching energy. The core mutant let out a piercing shriek, and dozens of them lunged at me simultaneously. Lord of the city, Qin Mingyao jumped down from the city wall right after him, and with a wave of her ice staff, an ice wall rose up from the ground, blocking the attack from the flank. We stood back to back in the center of the battlefield, with more and more mutants gathering around us. Cooperate with me, I whispered. Take care of the core first. Qin Mingyao nodded and plunged her ice staff into the ground. Freeze for 1,000 miles. Centered on her, a bone-chilling cold instantly spread. The mutants' movements immediately slowed, their bodies covered in frost. I seized the opportunity, my Godslayer's long sword sweeping across, instantly slicing over a dozen mutants in half at the waist. Upon seeing this, the core mutant's chest glowed even brighter with red light. The frozen mutants then spontaneously combusted, the resulting shockwaves sending Qin Mingyao and me flying. Cough! Blood trickled from the corner of Qin Mingyao's mouth, it's sacrificing its kind to gain power. I wiped the blood from my face, then let them be without any soldiers. Upon opening the system interface, I directly redeemed 100 Flamestorm bombs, a fire weapon specifically designed to target mutants. Ding! Consumed 100 Flamestorms, gained 10,000. Lin Montag, launch all missiles. The sky was instantly covered in a rain of fire, and the scene of tens of thousands of incendiary bombs exploding simultaneously was spectacular. The mutated horde howled in the sea of fire, turning into charred remains. Seeing that things were not going well, the core mutant turned around and tried to escape. Trying to run? Qin Mingyao gripped her cane tightly. Absolute zero. A beam of icy blue light shot from the tip of the staff, striking the core precisely in the back. Its lower body froze instantly, but its upper body continued to struggle. I seized the opportunity to rush forward, my Godslayer's long sword aimed straight at the red crystal in its chest. Die. Just as the blade was about to strike, the core mutant suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Foolish. This is just a clone. The instant the blade pierced the crystal, a powerful mental shock swept over me. Countless unfamiliar images flashed before my eyes. A laboratory, an operating table, a masked man. City Lord. Qin Mingyao's call pulled me back to reality. The core mutant had turned into ice shards, but the feeling of being watched lingered for a long time. What does it mean by clone? Qin Mingyao asked, supporting me. I shook my head. Let's go back to base first. During the operational meeting that evening, we repeatedly reviewed the battle footage. Starry Night stared at the core mutant's final smile and suddenly said, "It's smiling, just like a human." What do you mean? Su Yue's robotic arm clicked and clacked. These mutants weren't controlled. Starry Night's dark eyes were unfathomable, but rather taught them. The conference room fell silent. If the mutants had evolved to the point of learning tactics, humanity's situation would be even more perilous. Dr. Qin, I turned to Qin Mingyao. What exactly is the origin of the virus you're tracking? She took a deep breath. According to my research, this is not a naturally occurring virus, but a man-made biological weapon. Who has this technology? The creation group before the apocalypse. Qin Mingyao pulled up an encrypted file. They had been secretly researching consciousness uploading technology, attempting to create immortality. Xingyu suddenly raised her hand. I've heard. The boss of that group is a complete psychopath. That's right. Qin Mingyao nodded. After the apocalypse, he used the virus to upload his consciousness to the network. He's very likely hiding somewhere now, controlling these mutants. I tapped the table. So, we're not dealing with a pack of beasts, but a high-tech madman? Worse still. Qin Mingyao's snowflake mark glowed slightly. He may have already merged with the virus, becoming some kind of electronic life form. After the meeting, I stood alone on the terrace, pondering my next move. Qin Mingyao quietly approached and handed me a cup of hot tea. Are you worried? She asked softly. I took the teacup and gently grasped her cold little hand. With you here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Unusually, she didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she leaned on my shoulder. The Ice Heart technique has an ultimate move that can freeze the soul. If that madman really shows up, don't do anything reckless. I grabbed her chin. You're my physician. I won't allow you to take any risks. A flicker of emotion crossed Qin Mingyao's eyes, but it quickly returned to its usual coldness. So, how does the City Lord plan to protect me? With a mischievous grin, I scooped her up in my arms. Of course, it's for close protection. Under the moonlight, Qin Mingyao's body remained icy cold, but certain parts of her body gradually grew hot. Lord of the City, this is against the rules. Her protest grew weaker and weaker. I'm the City Lord, and I am the rule. In a corner of the base, an abandoned monitor suddenly lit up automatically. A line of blood-red text flashed on the screen. We found you. Chapter 26, The Blood Moon Descends. Lord, emergency. At 3 in the morning, The piercing alarm woke me from my sleep. Qin Mingyao, who was fast asleep in my arms, also suddenly opened her eyes, her icy blue pupils instantly turning frost over. What's wrong? She quickly put on her ice silk nightgown. I grabbed the communicator. Speak. Outside the city walls, in the sky. You'd better come and see for yourself. The guard's voice was filled with fear. When we arrived at the city wall, the sight before us made everyone gasp. A blood-red moon hung high in the night sky, 3 times larger than usual. Even more terrifying, the ground under the moonlight was writhing, as if something was about to burst forth from the earth. Blood moon. Qin Mingyao gripped her ice staff tightly. A harbinger of disaster recorded in ancient texts. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Countless pale arms emerged from the soil, followed by rotting heads and mutilated bodies. Zombies. But unlike ordinary zombies, these monsters had eerie red eyes and moved much more nimbly than usual. Fire. The automatic turrets on the city wall spewed fire. But what was chilling was that the zombies that were hit could dodge a second attack, and even knew how to use the corpses of their comrades as shields. They're evolving. Su Yue's robotic arm rapidly analyzed the data. The blood moon triggered some kind of mutation. I immediately ordered the entire base's defense system to be activated and simultaneously opened the inventory interface. We must replenish ammunition as soon as possible. Ding. Consumed 100 boxes of energy batteries. Obtained 10,000 boxes. Ding. 50 automatic turrets consumed. 5,000 units obtained. With a large number of weapons deployed, the situation temporarily stabilized. However, the blood moon's light grew increasingly intense, and a massive shadow was slowly rising on the distant horizon. What the hell is that? Lin Mo's wings trembled slightly in shock. Through the binoculars, I saw a gigantic zombie unlike any I had ever seen before. It was as tall as a 10-story building, pieced together from countless corpses, with a gaping maw split open in its abdomen, filled with countless human heads. The Corpse King. Qin Mingyao's voice trembled, a monster that, according to legend, only appears during a blood moon. The zombie king let out a deafening roar, and all the red-eyed zombies attacked wildly, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Cracks began to appear in the city wall, and several guards were accidentally pulled down and instantly devoured. We can't just sit here and wait to die. I drew my Godslayer sword. Organize an elite squad. I'll go and take the decapitation. I'll go too. Qin Mingyao stood beside me. My Ice Heart technique can suppress its regenerative abilities. Soon, a decapitation squad consisting of myself, Qin Mingyao, Ying, Lin Mo, and Lena was assembled. Xingye stayed behind to guard the base, using a mental barrier to protect the others. Listen, I said, surveying the crowd. Our target is the red core in the Corpse King's chest. One strike, then retreat, understand? Everyone nodded. Lin Mo's wings of light unfurled, carrying us towards that colossal creature. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the Corpse King was far more terrifying than imagined. Every corpse on its body was wailing in agony, its rotting hands and feet scratching incessantly, and the stench was almost suffocating. Let's do it. Qin Mingyao took the initiative, plunging her ice staff into the ground. 10,000 miles of frozen land. The biting cold instantly froze the lower half of the Corpse King's body. Lena's sniper rifle accurately hit several flying zombies that tried to ambush her, while Shadow transformed into a golden flash, constantly creating wounds on the zombie king to attract its attention. Now, Lin Mo swooped down with me. The Godslayer's longsword aimed straight at the core of the Corpse King's chest. Just as it was about to hit, the Corpse King's gaping maw suddenly split open, and a tongue covered in barbs shot out like lightning. Lord of the city, be careful. At the critical moment, Qin Mingyao suddenly pushed me away and was dragged towards that terrifying mouth by the tongue. Mingyao! My eyes widened in fury, and I hurled my long sword with all my might, striking that disgusting tongue squarely. The zombie king, in pain, released his grip, and Qin Mingyao plummeted from the sky. Lin Mo rushed to catch her, but was entangled by several flying zombies. Film. With a flash of golden light, Ying successfully caught Qin Mingyao, but in doing so, he was exposed to the Corpse King's attack range. No. I watched helplessly as the Corpse King's enormous hand slammed down, and Ying and Qin Mingyao plummeted like kites with broken strings. In a fit of rage, my system suddenly displayed a notification I'd never seen before. Abnormal host vital signs detected. Hidden protocol activated, Godslayer mode. In an instant, an unprecedented power swept through my body. Golden patterns appeared on my skin, and my eyes emitted a blinding light. Sensing my state, the Godslayer's longsword automatically flew back into my hand, its blade igniting with golden flames. You deserve to die. I instantly appeared above the Corpse King's head, slashing down with my longsword, golden flames cascading like a waterfall. The Corpse King let out a shrill wail, its massive body gradually disintegrating in the holy flames. When the final blow pierced the red core, the entire zombie king collapsed like a sand sculpture. Even more miraculously, with its death, the blood moon in the sky began to fade, and the red-eyed zombies all fell to the ground, unable to rise again. After the battle, I knelt beside Ying and Qin Mingyao. Both were severely injured and barely breathing. Hold on. I gripped their hands, my voice trembling. I'll take you back right now. Back at the base, Su Yue immediately began emergency treatment. Due to excessive blood loss, I was forced to rest in the next ward, but my heart remained in my throat. It wasn't until late at night that Su Yue walked in wearily. They're out of danger, but what? Shadow's wings are severely damaged. She may never be able to fly again. Dr. Qin's Ice Heart Technique core has been destroyed. Her abilities are probably. I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails dug deep into my palms. 3 days later, when Qin Mingyao and Ying finally woke up, I sat by their bedside with a forced smile. Lord of the city, Ying weakly reached out and touched her wings, which were wrapped in bandages, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Don't worry. I gently kissed her forehead. I'll make sure you can fly again. Qin Mingyao tried to condense frost, but only produced a few wisps of white vapor before dissipating. She smiled bitterly. It seems I've become an ordinary person. Nonsense. I held her cold little hand. You'll always be my chief medical officer. Just then, Xingye appeared silently at the door. Lord, I've made a discovery. She led us to the research area, where Su Yue was analyzing samples extracted from the Corpse King's core. An amazing discovery. Su Yue excitedly pushed up her glasses. This red crystal not only controls zombies, but also has extremely strong regenerative abilities. My eyes lit up. Could it be used to treat them? Theoretically possible, but there are risks. I'm willing to try, Ying said without hesitation. Qin Mingyao nodded. Rather than being a useless person, we might as well take a gamble. The treatment was extremely painful. After the crystal was injected, both women experienced a severe rejection reaction that lasted for 10 hours. I stayed by their bedsides the whole time, watching them struggle in pain, but I was powerless to help. Finally, at midnight, a miracle happened. Suddenly, Ying's wings burst forth with dazzling golden light, and the bandages were torn apart by the newly grown feathers. Even more astonishingly, her cat ears and tail turned into a brilliant gold, and her whole being seemed to be bathed in holy light. Qin Mingyao's transformation was equally astonishing. Her snowflake mark turned into a red and blue color. Her left hand was covered in frost, and her right hand was engulfed in flames. Ice and fire share the same origin. She stared at her hands in disbelief. This is impossible. I hugged them excitedly. That's wonderful. However, the joy didn't last long before the alarm sounded again. Lord, blood moon reactions are occurring simultaneously in various locations. There's more than one Corpse King. On the holographic map, dozens of red dots lit up across the entire continent, meaning that dozens of zombie kings were awakening. Pass down the order, I said, embracing my two newly evolved lovers, my eyes blazing with fighting spirit. All troops prepare for battle. We must take the initiative and nip these monsters in the bud. Shadow's golden wings unfurled, and Qin Mingyao's ice and fire shone brightly. I knew that this apocalyptic war had only just begun to reach its climax. Chapter 27, The Price of Betrayal. The morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the French windows, and I was enjoying a rare moment of peace. Xiaoling was dozing on my lap, her golden cat ears twitching occasionally. Lord, emergency! Lin Mo rushed in without knocking, his silver wings trembling slightly with excitement. Xiaoling was startled and almost rolled off my lap. What's the panic? I asked, frowning. It's Zhang Hao, Linimo said through gritted teeth. That bastard stole 3 boxes of energy crystals and injured 2 guards. I stood up abruptly, and Shaoling quickly jumped aside. Zhang Hao was a college classmate I had taken in a month ago. I gave him a warehouse management job because I saw he was down on his luck. Did you catch them? No. Linimo's wings drooped in frustration. It seems he was prepared and escaped through the east drain pipe. I sneered and turned on the base's surveillance system. The footage showed that Zhang Hao had indeed stolen something, but what angered me even more was that he made a lewd gesture at the monitor before leaving. Initiate the tracking program. I pressed the communicator. Shadow, bring the olfactory enhancer. I want it alive. Less than 2 hours later, in caught Zhang Hao in the abandoned subway station. The guy looked even worse than when they last met. His left eye was so swollen he couldn't open it, and blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Chen, old classmate. He knelt down and begged for forgiveness as soon as he saw me. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Why? I asked coldly. I've treated you well. Zhang Hao's eyes suddenly turned venomous. Not bad? You want to manage the warehouse? Look at the life you're living now. He pointed frantically at the beautiful women around him. Why can you have women on your left and right, while I have to count boxes every day? That's when I realized that this bastard was just jealous. What about those energy crystals? Sold. Sold to the Brotherhood of Steel. He flinched. They promised me a captain's position. Qin Mingyao's ice staff was instantly pressed against his throat. Idiot. Those crystals are enough to arm an entire company. I gestured for her to step back, then squatted down in front of Zhang Hao. Do you know why I was able to become the city lord? Because you got incredibly lucky and stumbled upon the system. No, I grabbed his neck, because I never show mercy to the enemy. Just as I was about to snap his neck, the alarm suddenly went off throughout the entire base. Lord, the Brotherhood of Steel is attacking. They've used energy crystals. Our shield won't hold for long. I slammed Zhang Hao to the ground. I'll deal with you later. Everyone, prepare for battle. On the city wall, the scene before us was terrifying. Hundreds of modified war vehicles were lined up in an attack formation, and the armored vehicles at the front were equipped with pulse cannons modified with our energy crystals. Zhou Chen, a one-eyed burly man, shouted from the car roof. Thanks for your classmate's gift. Surrender now, and I can make you a gatekeeper. I turned to look at Zhang Hao, who was being escorted over, and that bastard was still laughing. You think you're so smart. I grabbed him and dragged him to the city wall. Look at the backer you found. At my command, all the cannons hidden inside the city walls were raised. Those energy crystals that seemed to have been stolen were actually inferior product that I had tampered with. Fire. Countless twisted beams of energy roared out, and the Brotherhood of Steel's pulse cannons exploded as soon as they were charged. Tanks exploded one after another, and the one-eyed giant screamed in agony amidst the inferno. Zhang Hao, I'll fuck your grandpa. Zhang Hao's face was ashen, his crotch soaked. Zhou Chen, I was wrong. Too late. I lifted him up with one hand, dangling him outside the city wall. Let me teach you one last lesson. In the apocalypse, I released my grip. Traitors don't even deserve to be zombies. His screams were quickly drowned out by the sound of the explosion. The battle lasted only 20 minutes. The Brotherhood of Steel abandoned more than 30 wrecked vehicles and fled in panic while we were unharmed. Lord, we've captured over a dozen prisoners, Lena reported. What should we do with them? I looked at Zhang Hao, who was blown to bits. Tell them to clean up the mess and get out of here. At the celebration party that evening, Shaoling stayed close to me, saying, Brother, you look so handsome today. Shadow was teaching her how to use the newly crafted energy dagger when she heard this. She looked up and glanced at me. Master is too lenient with traitors. Exactly, Xingyu mumbled, her mouth full of cake. We should turn them all into ice sculptures. Qin Mingyao sipped her red wine elegantly. I think the city lord did the right thing. Only benevolence can win people's hearts. Just as we were arguing, Su Yue suddenly burst in. City lord, an abnormal signal has been detected. The remnants of those energy crystal explosions. They are self-reorganizing. When we arrived at the lab, the monitor showed that the energy remnants that should have been deactivated on the battlefield were writhing strangely and gradually gathering into human shapes. My pupils contracted sharply. A strange light flashed in Xingye's dark eyes. Nanomechanicals, we've been tricked. The words had barely left his lips when the entire base suddenly lost power. In the darkness, only the humanoid figures composed of energy remnants emitted an eerie blue glow. Chapter 28: The Newly Arrived Twin Sisters. Lord, a pair of beautiful twins have arrived at the East Gate, saying they want to join our forces. I was enjoying a massage from Shaoling by the pool when Lin Mo rushed over to report, his silver wings glowing slightly with excitement. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. How beautiful. Lin Mo pursed his lips. Anyway, it's pretty good looking. I chuckled and pinched her puffed up cheeks. Come on, let's go take a look. Upon reaching the East Gate city wall, they saw two stunningly beautiful girls standing below. One wore red leather armor, her long, wine-red hair tied in a high ponytail. The other wore a blue robe, her long, ice blue hair cascading to her waist. The two looked exactly alike, both with classic oval faces and cherry lips, making the guards swallow hard. Greetings, City Lord, the red-haired girl winked. I am your elder sister, Yenwu. Greetings, City Lord. The blue-haired girl nodded coldly. I am your younger sister, Bingxin. I opened the city gates to let them in, and they were even more stunning up close. Yenwu exuded a fiery and passionate aura. Bingxin was as cold as ice, but her robes were even more captivating. Why have you come to rely on me? I asked with great interest. Yenwu chuckled and leaned closer, a faint scent of roses emanating from her. I heard the city lord is the best at taking care of girls. Bing Xin then handed over a map. Let's use this as a gift. When I unfolded it, I discovered it was the location of the Brotherhood of Steel's secret armory. That's interesting. I really like this gift. At the welcome banquet that evening, the twins became the center of attention. After a few drinks, Yenwu became even more unrestrained, sitting directly on my lap and feeding me grapes. Bingxin, though still aloof, also performed an ice magic dance at her sister's urging, which was breathtakingly beautiful. City Lord, Yenwu whispered in my ear, her breath sweet as orchids. I heard that you... Just as I was about to agree, the alarm suddenly went off. Lord, the Brotherhood of Steel is attacking. They say they're looking for 2 traitors. Yenwu's expression changed. Oh no, we've been discovered. I stood up laughing. Perfect timing. Pass on my orders, full force attack. And while we're at it, take down that armory. The battle was a foregone conclusion. Under my command, the twin sisters coordinated flawlessly. Yenwu's fire magic blasted open the gate. Bingxin's freezing magic controlled the enemy, and I led the elite troops to raid the armory's lair. The city lord is so amazing. After the battle, Yenwu looked at me with admiration. I like him so much. Although Bing Xin didn't speak, the coldness in her eyes melted considerably. Back at the base, I couldn't wait to take the twins back to the bedroom. Yenwu volunteered for my guidance during training, while Bingxin stood aside with some concern. Don't be afraid, little sister, Yenwu said with a mischievous grin, pushing Bing Xin into my arms. The city lord will train us well. That night, guiding both of them gave them different feelings. The next day at noon, I walked out of the bedroom feeling refreshed, followed by my weak twins. Lin Mo glared at me angrily, while Xiao Ling curiously circled around her new sisters. Lord, Su Yue rushed over. We found this in the armory. She held a golden potion in her hand, its contents flowing with a starlight-like liquid. This is gene enhancers, Su Yue exclaimed excitedly. They can significantly improve physical fitness. My eyes lit up. How many? A whole box. I immediately opened the system. Ding. Consumed 1 gene enhancer. Gained 100. Inject all core members. I waved my hand dismissively. We're having an enhancement party tonight. As night fell, the girls, injected with the potion, were radiant. Lin Mo's wings transformed into dazzling rainbow colors, his movement almost instantaneous, and Qi Mingyao's ice and fire magic became even more controlled. The most stunning sight was the twin sisters. Yenwu's flames had turned golden, while Bingxin's ice was crystal clear. The two of them leaned against me, one on my left and one on my right, one fiery and the other cool and refreshing. It was simply wonderful. Lord of the city, Yenwu whispered in my ear, we have a surprise for you. She clapped her hands, and the bedroom door opened again. 3 girls dressed as maids walked in. The very prisoners she had rescued from the Brotherhood of Steel yesterday. They came to serve the city lord voluntarily. Bingxin rarely showed a smile. looking at the three shy new maids, and then at the alluring twins in my arms. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is what post-apocalyptic life looks like. Chapter 29, The Double Delight of the Gene Agent. The golden potion refracted a prism-like halo in my palm. I tapped the test tube with my fingertips and listened to the liquid inside make a soft ding-dong sound. This is the 1000th gene enhancer after the 100x return. The crystal blue medicine boxes piled up like a small mountain in the storage space are being automatically restocked. The system prompts. Resource redundancy has reached 97%. It is recommended to activate the made-exclusive enhancement line. Master Flame Dance clung to my neck, golden flames dripping from her hair, burning rose-shaped marks on the carpet. My flames can melt titanium alloy now. She deliberately leaned closer, the soft flesh beneath her leather armor brushing against my arm. Want to try it? Bingxin stood quietly in front of the French windows, the ice crystals forming on her fingertips, changing shape with her breathing. Her new-made outfit was a modified Gothic style, the black lace making her skin appear even whiter, and the skirt, slit to her waist, revealed the smooth and beautiful lines of her legs, which had been enhanced by the strengthening agent. She also wore the silver garter belts I had given her at her knees. Lin Mo, arms crossed and puffing out her cheeks, her rainbow wings flapping behind her, said angrily, "You promised to watch Corpse Bride with me yesterday." The pearl earring on her earlobe swayed gently. It was the one I traded for her with the jewelry box I'd given her in exchange for a 100-fold return, but she went with her twin sisters again. All right. I pinched her puffed-up cheeks, and the system popped up a notification at the right time. Affection +5. You can sit in the first row next to me at tonight's Enhance Party, and you can also choose the newly arrived strawberry-flavored lubricant first. The alarm blared just then, tearing through the air. Lord, a giant zombie mother has appeared in the West District. Shadow's panting came through the communicator. She was moving so fast the image was blurry. Its tentacles can absorb human genes and have already infected 3 shelters. I turned on the surveillance footage and saw a gigantic creature churning with black slime, devouring survivors. With each person it swallowed, its size increased. A half-torn Brotherhood of Steel flag was stuck on its back, the very insignia of the armory that had been raided yesterday. Interesting. I shoved the gene enhancer into Lin Mo's hand. Inject Xiao Tao and the others first. I'm going to deal with this man-eating guy. I slid my finger across the system panel, and the 100x return icon lit up. The number of RPG rocket launchers in my backpack instantly exceeded 4 digits. Yinwu suddenly grabbed my wrist, flames creeping up my skin and into my heart. Let my sister and I go first, she winked at Bingxin, and the blue-haired girl sighed softly, icy mist spreading from her palm, forming ice steps on the ground leading to the garage. We want to try out our newly learned ice and fire combination attack. 20 minutes later, I sat in my modified Porsche, watching Yinwu transform into a human torch outside the window. Her golden flames were no longer just simple heat energy, but carried a kind of spatial tearing fluctuation, leaving burning cracks in the air with every punch she threw. Bingxin stood on her shoulder and fired 7 arrows in quick succession from her ice bow. Each arrow split into dozens of ice shards in the air, precisely piercing the weak points of the zombie mother. Data feedback. The mother's regeneration rate has decreased by 63%. Su Yue's voice came through the headset, but it has begun to secrete aphrodisiac hormones, and the surrounding ordinary zombies are going berserk. I raised an eyebrow, opened my storage space, and took out the desire suppressant that I had received as a 100-fold return last night, a special potion synthesized from cosmetic ingredients, shaped like a bright red lipstick. As I ran my fingertip across the tube, a system notification appeared. Special usage unlocked. Applying it to the skin forms a mental barrier. Shadow, go put this on the twins. I tossed the lipstick out the car window, and the black-haired assassin caught it like a ghost, lightly smearing it on Yinwu's lips. The red-haired girl paused, then suddenly revealed a sly smile, an ambiguous pink halo mixed in with the flames. So Master likes this kind of play. The zombie mother's roar suddenly turned into a whimper. Only then did I notice that several young girls were wrapped inside the bulging tumor on its abdomen, the maid candidates I had rescued yesterday. Bingxin's icicles precisely sliced through the slime, and she leaped onto my car, carrying the unconscious girl. Ice crystals, still clinging to her eyelashes from the battle, clung to her. were used as a gene bank. I crushed a gene enhancer, and the golden liquid dripped onto the girl's wound, instantly stopping the bleeding and forming a scab. System notifications rang out in rapid succession. Gained first aid mastery X10. Unlocked made contract. Medical X3. Yin Wu had somehow slipped into the car, her burning body pressed against mine, her lips still faintly sweet with lipstick. Master my flames can burn away viruses, want to try it now. The battle ended before dawn. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the poisonous rain clouds, the zombie mother had already turned into a pool of golden slime, mixed with experimental reports from the Brotherhood of Steel. I crouched in the ruins, flipping through the documents, my gaze landing on the page about the Gene Fusion Project. A photo was pasted on it, showing Lin Mo's butterfly birthmark on the back of his neck. Master! Xiao Dao ran over carrying a first aid kit, oblivious to the slime clinging to her rabbit ears. The newly rescued sisters have all woken up, and they said they'd like to be Master's personal nurses. Behind her were 3 girls wearing tattered white coats, their name tags stained with blood, reading Dr. Li, Nurse Wang, and Pharmacist Zhang. Bingxin suddenly grabbed my sleeve, a look of confusion flashing in her icy blue eyes. Lord, that slime. It seems to be trying to burrow into your system totem. Only then did I notice that the golden gear on my left arm was absorbing the slime on the ground, its patterns emitting an eerie red glow. A system alarm blared. Warning! Foreign gene invasion detected. Activate 100x purification. Consuming 100 boosters will remove the contamination. Reject. I waved my hand to close the notification, letting the mucus seep into my skin. With a 100-fold return as a safety net, what's a little risk? What's more, my gaze swept over the twins and the bunny girl beside me. Their eyes reflected my gradually reddening pupils, but they showed no fear, instead revealing expressions of excitement. The enhanced party that night was even more exciting than I had imagined. Lin Mo's wings were already able to project holographic images, and she shyly played corpse bride in the pool, hiding in my arms and too embarrassed to watch. The shadow was so fast it could run on the water, leaving behind tiny splashes of water with each pass. The most impressive group was the new nurses. Nurse Wang was wearing a modified nurse's uniform, with a syringe attached to her thigh-high garter belt, containing an enhancement agent mixed with red wine. Pharmacist Zhang was mixing a potion to improve agility, with purple powder still on the tip of his nose, and Dr. Li was holding a tablet computer, diligently recording the enhancement data of each maid, not even noticing that his glasses had slipped down to the tip of his nose. Master! Yin Wu had somehow changed into a bikini, golden flames coalescing into a phoenix silhouette behind her. It's time to inject us with a new potion. Bing Xin then walked over carrying a silver tray containing 3 vials of golden potions mixed with ice crystals. I took the syringe and deliberately lingered a few seconds longer on Yin Wu's collarbone. This enhancement agent contains special ingredients, which may have side effects. The system notification sounded at the opportune moment. Achievement unlocked. Gene trainer. Passive skill acquired. Double happiness. Effect doubled when interacting with the enhanced maid. The moment the medicine was injected into her veins, Yin Wu let out a suppressed sound, and the flames suddenly expanded several times, illuminating the entire swimming pool in a fiery red light. Bingxin's icicles suddenly went out of control, forming a giant ice rose on the ceiling. The petals fell one by one, just covering a maid who was playing in the water. Lin Mo's ears suddenly perked up, and she pointed to the distant ruins. Master, there's a heartbeat there. I held her trembling shoulders, feeling the surging power within me. The system totem had turned dark red, and the DNA chain of the zombie mother could be vaguely seen in the gear pattern. But so what? Anyway, I still have 10 boxes of gene enhancers in my storage space, and countless maids waiting to be developed. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I pushed Lin Mo into the water, watching her rabbit ears tremble gently in the bubbles. Now, let me see the results of your enhancements. At the bottom of the pool, the absorbed zombie slime was quietly gathering, forming a pulsating object. But no one noticed this. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the figure surrounded by flames and ice, and the inexhaustible golden potion in his hand. This is the true meaning of the apocalypse. As long as the 100x return system exists, any crisis can be turned into a benefit, and any danger can be transformed into pleasure in bed. and I will lead my army of maids to build the most extravagant empire in this decaying world. Chapter 30, The Pink Mist of Eden. At 3 a.m, Lin Mo's scream shattered the tranquility of the greenhouse. I jumped out of bed with Yen Wu in my arms and saw the blue-haired girl trembling and curled up in the moonlight, her rabbit ears pressed tightly against her head, and a butterfly birthmark on the back of her neck emitting a ghostly blue light. The ice crystals that formed from her fingertips were no longer simple geometric shapes, but lifelike roses, with dewdrops hanging on the petals. Those were her tears. "Master, master!" Her voice choked with sobs. The heartbeat coming from underground is getting clearer and clearer. Yinwu snapped her fingers, and golden flames erupted from her palm, instantly illuminating the entire room. Her newly changed silk nightgown slipped down to her shoulders, revealing her shoulders, which had been injected with enhancement agents. Pale, golden scales were faintly visible there. "How about we go down and take a look? It'll be a good opportunity to try out my newly learned earth fire technique." Bingxin, now clad in ice armor, the crystal dagger I'd given her hanging at her waist, said, "According to the armory's blueprints, there's a sealed-off laboratory on the 5th basement level." She paused, her icy blue eyes shimmering in the firelight. "Among the nurses we rescued yesterday, one woman's reaction was very strange." I stroked my chin and opened the system panel. The gene plunder skill icon was slightly warm. Since absorbing the genes of the zombie mother, I could now directly access the maid's deep memories. My gaze swept over Qin Mingyao, who was putting on stockings. Suddenly, the bargaining chip at her fingertips transformed into a syringe. "Take those 3 nurses to the interrogation room, and by the way," a meaningful smile played on her lips, "prepare some methods to get them to tell the truth." The metal door of the underground laboratory twisted and deformed in the raging flames, revealing a space filled with pink mist. Lin Mo's birthmark shone brightly, and she suddenly staggered and knelt on the ground, ice crystals forming on her rabbit ears. It's Mom's scent." I frowned and brushed away the pink mist in front of me. System notifications blared. "Warning. Special energy reaction detected. Eden embryo detected." The scene before me gradually became clear. Dozens of cultivation chambers floated in pink mucus, each containing a sleeping girl. They all had birthmarks on the back of their necks similar to Lin Mo's, only in different shapes. Butterflies, roses, gears. "This is the Brotherhood of Steel's Project Eden," Bing Xian said, holding up the analyzer, her voice trembling unusually. "They want to create special life forms through gene fusion, and Miss Lin Mo's birthmark is the key to activating the embryo." Yinwu suddenly grabbed my arm, her nails digging deep into my skin. "Master, look!" In the giant incubation chamber at the very center, a curled-up humanoid creature was floating. Its skin was translucent, and you could see pink droplets flowing in its veins. The outline of an infant was vaguely visible in the bulging tumor on its abdomen. When Lin Mo's fingertips touched the hull, the powdery mist in the entire laboratory suddenly boiled, and the organism in the culture chamber let out a baby-like cry. The sarcoma split open to reveal a familiar face. It was Dr. Li, the head of the nursing team whom he had saved yesterday. No wonder she was so terrified when she saw that thing. I sneered. The system automatically deciphered Dr. Li's memories. She was originally a researcher for the Brotherhood of Steel who volunteered to become a host for the embryo in exchange for a gene serum that would preserve her youth. So she herself was the test subject. The pink mist suddenly condensed into tentacles, wrapping around Lin Mo's ankles. The blue-haired girl gasped, her rabbit ears turning pink from the mist, and her body drifted uncontrollably towards the incubation chamber. Just as Yin Wu's flames were about to erupt, I pressed down on her wrist. A system notification appeared. Special event triggered. Awakening of Eden, with 2 options below. A. Violent destruction. Obtain 100 gene fragments. B. Complete the fusion using Lin Mo's genes to unlock 12 new life forms. Choose B. I clicked the screen without hesitation. Yin Wu's eyes widened. Bing Xian's ice dagger was already drawn, but it froze the moment she saw my gaze. My pupils were now tinged with the same color as the pink mist, and the tentacles of the system totem had somehow wrapped around Lin Mo's calf. "Master!" Lin Mo's voice trembled strangely. "It's so hot. It feels like something is resonating." Her skin glowed with a pinkish light, and Dr. Lee in the incubation chamber suddenly let out a piercing laugh. Finally, the perfect container. I waved to stop the twins' attack, letting the pink mist tentacles activate the ritual. The system totem's tentacles pierced the birthmark on Lin Mo's nape, instantly injecting energy into the embryonic tumor. Dr. Lee's body began to swell, pink liquid flowing from her 7 orifices, converging into a complex magic circle on the ground. This is a gene resonance ritual. The analyzer emitted blue smoke. It requires 12 special constitutions to complete. Master, you already knew their birthmarks were the key. I smiled without saying a word, my fingertips tracing Lin Mo's burning cheeks. The system panel automatically displayed the locations of the other maids. Xiao Tao was injecting a strengthening agent into the wounded in the infirmary, her rabbit ears suddenly turning pink. While Qi Mingyao was negotiating, even the shadows left pink afterimages as they moved at high speed. Their hidden birthmarks on the back of their necks were gradually appearing. When the 12th birthmark lit up, the laboratory shook violently. Dr. Lee's body exploded into a cloud of pink mist, and the central object slowly unfolded, revealing 12 curled-up figures inside. They all had rabbit ears similar to Lin Mo's, but their fur colors varied: pure white, silver gray, dark green. Each girl had my system totem branded on the back of her neck. Welcome to Eden, my new companions. I opened my arms, letting the pink mist seep into my pores. System notifications continued. Unlocked special life form. Gene Flower X12. Gain skill. Life Link can share life form energy. Unlocked new building. Eden Greenhouse can cultivate life forms with special physiques. Linimo slumped into my arms, her rabbit ears completely pink, her eyes misty with tears. Master, they seemed to recognize me. Yenwu excitedly circled around the new members, a strange pink hue mingling with the flames. Wow, 12 more little sisters all of a sudden. She suddenly leaned close to my ear, her voice filled with anticipation. Master, you must allocate the time fairly, okay? Bingxin turned her face away, a blush rising to the skin beneath her icy armor. I'll go check the greenhouse's protective system. Before she could finish, she was gently carried by the pink mist towards the newly formed group. The 12 new life forms opened their eyes simultaneously, calling out in unison, Master. The system panel pops up with a message. New scene unlocked. Life resonance ritual. The screen shows a circular platform filled with an energy halo, surrounded by 12 rabbit-eared life forms, with twins assisting in the energy transfer. New items automatically appear in the storage space. Gene Stabilizer times 1000, Symbiotic Culture Dish, and Energy Harmonizer. Let's start by stabilizing Lin Mo's condition. I supported the blue-haired girl's trembling body. Her pupils had turned a pinkish-blue gradient. You are all crucial links in this chain. As energy flowed among the group, the entire laboratory glowed with a soft light. Linimo said softly, Master, it seems like something is growing. I looked down and saw 12 faint lights surrounding her body, forming a connection with each newborn life form. The powdery mist gradually transformed into a warm energy field, enveloping all participants. Yinwu focused intently on maintaining the flame's temperature. Master, this energy fluctuation is stronger than expected. Bingxin carefully observed the data. The fusion rate of the life forms has reached its peak. The 12 rabbit-eared life forms emitted a faint glow in unison, and system notifications continuously sounded. Life form compatibility max, unlockability. Chain of life, gain trait. Group symbiosis, ability can be shared among life forms. The ceremony lasted until dawn. When I carried the now calm Lin Mo out of the laboratory, the Eden greenhouse had already been automatically constructed. It was filled with plants radiating healing energy, and 12 rabbit-eared life forms were practicing energy control among the flowers, their bodies shimmering with a soft light. Yenwu and Bingxin leaned on my shoulders, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Next time we encounter a similar situation, our teamwork will be even more perfect. Just then, Shout-Out rushed over, the pink on her rabbit ears still lingering. I just received a broadcast saying there's an organization called the Church of the Holy Mark that's capturing girls with marks on their bodies. She paused, her gaze falling on Lin Mo. They said, these girls are special vessels, meant to be offered to so-called new human guides. I chuckled as I stroked Lin Mo's rabbit ears, the system totem gleaming gently in the sunlight. The genetic material in the storage space was growing steadily, and my next target had already appeared in my mind, the Saintess of the Church of the Holy Mark. It was said that her special ability could rewrite life forms, and she had a cross-shaped birthmark on the back of her neck. Notify everyone, I said, looking at the energetic group, that we depart first thing tomorrow morning. Destination, the Church of the Holy Mark. As for what comes after, my gaze swept over my companions. We will unravel more of life's mysteries. The flowers in the greenhouse suddenly glowed collectively, releasing soothing energy waves. Lin Mo slept peacefully in my arms, while Yen Wu and Bing Xin began discussing tactical arrangements. In the distance, the newly built Garden of Eden resonates with the hum of energy, the awakening of new forces, and those who lead them to explore the unknown are preparing to embark on the next journey full of challenges and opportunities. This is my Doomsday law. Use wisdom to analyze life, use technology to modify genes, and use connections to unite power. In this perilous world, we are explorers, guardians, and pioneers in creating a new future. Chapter 31, The Mass of Desire at the Sacred Mark Altar. In a morning mist, the Gothic spire of the Church of the Holy Mark stood like a sword piercing the clouds. I stood atop the modified armored vehicle, watching the veins bulge on the back of Ying's hand as she gripped the dagger. The newly appeared cross birthmark on the back of her neck was burning hot, a sign of her resonance with the saint in the crystal coffin. Master, strong life activity detected on the 3rd underground level. Qi Mingyao held up the thermal imager, her thighs encased in black stockings brushing against my knees. But the signals all indicate a critical condition. She suddenly paused, her gaze falling on the system totem on my wrist, where a faint pink light was emanating, resonating with the energy of Eden. Yen Wu lightly flicked the aphrodisiac nectar between her fingertips, golden flames condensing into a rose shape in her palm. Should we burn this hypocritical place down first? She changed from her leather armor into a backless dress, flame patterns appearing on her butterfly-shaped shoulder blades, which had been injected with a strengthening agent. Lin Mo said he wanted to see the collision of flames and holy water. Bing Xin's ice bow shot out icy roses, which precisely embedded themselves in the cross on the church door. Beneath her modified nun's habit, crystal beads shimmered in her ice-blue hair. Intelligence indicates that the saintess holds a ceremony at the altar every morning. Her eyelashes were etched with ice crystals, requiring the life energy of someone with a special constitution and gene enhancers. I took out a golden potion from my storage space. 12 miniature embryos floated in the test tube. The Brotherhood of Steel's same old trick in a new guise. I flicked the tube with my fingertip, and the system notification appeared. Unlocked item. Fallen stigmata can interfere with church rituals. Shadow suddenly grabbed my shoulder, his muscles taut beneath his black bodysuit. Target spotted. The church doors slowly opened, and dozens of nuns in white robes filed out, the crosses on the back of their necks glowing faintly, their silver basins filled with holy water. The red-haired nun at the front had a striking beauty mark on her lip. She was the missionary who claimed that the tears of saints can purify original sin. Lost souls! She raised the silver basin, the holy water turning an eerie pink. Lay down your weapons and accept the Lord's grace. Her words trailed off as she stared intently at the shadow's birthmark. I snapped my fingers, and the flames of flame dance instantly ignited the pointed cross. The red-haired nun retreated in terror, and the spilled holy water rose into the air upon contact with the ground. It was a diluted solution of the zombie virus. Seize the bearer of the stigmata. She tore off her veil, revealing her burned scars. Offer them to the Father God. The nuns tore their robes, revealing combat suits and green syringes at their waists. Shadows blurred into black afterimages. Wherever the blades of light slashed, vials exploded, and poisonous mist filled the morning light. Master, 300 girls have been discovered underground. Suyue's voice came through the earpiece. They've all been implanted with embryos, and there's a giant incubation chamber beneath the altar. She suddenly choked up. Inside is Ying's twin sister. Behind the stained glass, a girl identical to the figure in the image is bound to the altar. Beneath her pure, white, saintly robes, a cross-shaped birthmark is having its energy extracted by a machine. Around the altar, glass bottles containing experimental samples refract cold light. Sister, a sob pierced through the glass. They said I'm a failed experiment. They want to extract my genes. The system totem vibrated violently, and a pink glow spread from the arm to the altar. Yanwu and Bingxin exerted their power simultaneously, and flames and ice exploded in the dome, illuminating the incubation chamber. Dozens of clones similar to the Shadow Sisters floated inside, their birthmarks on the back of their necks gradually fading. This so-called purification is nothing more than a gene dilution experiment. I activated the 100x return system, injecting the gene reagent into the culture chamber. Unfortunately, I chose the wrong container. The moment the golden liquid touched the clone, a piercing alarm sounded. Shadow's sister broke free of her restraints, revealing a mechanical prosthetic body beneath her saintly robes. The energy conduit at her heart was the control device. Remove the catheter. I poured the potion of corruption into the Holy Grail. That's the key. Shadow's hand froze in midair, and the red-haired nun seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, only to be pinned down by Bingxin's icy shards. The blue-haired girl's transparent nun's habit appeared and disappeared in the mist. Her blood contains a special component. I pinched the red-haired nun's chin, and the system analyzed her memories. A failed experimental subject from 10 years ago, whose appearance was maintained by extracting the life force of the saint. I took out a chip from the back of her neck with my fingertips. It was engraved with Eden Branch 003. Trying to replicate my gene pool. The moment the chip shattered, a pink glow seeped into her wounds, causing rose-like patterns to bloom on the burns. Now you're my researcher. System notifications kept playing. Unlock made. Fallen Nun X1. Gain skill. Stigmata transfer. Start side quest. Collect chips. Shadow finally removed the catheter. The blonde girl collapsed in her arms. The prosthetic body retracted, and the birthmark transformed into a black dagger identical to Shadow's. At that moment, the clone from the incubation pod broke out, only to bow down in submission under the glow of the system totem. The girl's embryos are deeply symbiotic with their bodies. Su Yue reported anxiously, the mortality rate for conventional separation is extremely high. The system pops up options. A. For separation, survival rate 20%. B. Collective energy resonance, all members transformed, unlocking 300 new life forms. Choose B. The system totem extended a band of light that wrapped around the altar, and Yanwu and Bingxin quickly drew a fusion magic circle on the ground. It's like attending a grand celebration. Shadow's sister gently licked her earlobe, and their birthmarks gradually merged into a complete totem. The Holy Grail spewed out pink mist, and the birthmarks of 300 girls transformed into miniature gears, resonating with the system totem. The magic circle shone brightly, and the flames of Yanwu transformed into a gentle cocoon of light, enveloping everyone. Bingxin's ice condensed into a rose-shaped energy body that flowed within it. The Shadow Sisters embraced at the center of the array, and the bodies of the new maids glowed faintly. The gear totem on the back of their necks established a connection with my system. Your energy is more powerful than anticipated. The red-haired nun knelt on the ground, rose-colored lines etched across her face. I wish to become the guardian of the gene garden. System notifications kept appearing. Compatibility Max X 300. Achievement unlocked. Life Reconstructor. Passive skill acquired. Group resonance. Shared abilities and vitality. New items appear in the storage space. Energy harmonizing device X 5000. Holy Mark contract stone. Gene stabilizing fluid. As the ceremony ended, the setting sun gilded the ruins. 300 new maids, dressed in uniform black, had a totem on the back of their necks that resonated with me, and their abdomens shimmered with the faint light of life. Master, during the fusion, I read my sister's memories. Shadow's younger sister tugged at my sleeve, her golden hair enveloped in a pink halo. I want to participate in the energy transfer in the next experiment too. I smiled as I infused energy into her body. In the distance, the transformed clones were systematically clearing the ruins. Pink vines had climbed the rubble, and new life energy was being nurtured in the flower buds. Notify everyone, I said, gazing at the changing clouds on the horizon. Next stop, the Antarctic Arc Laboratory. There, pure genes are sealed, and my gaze swept over the people around me. research pioneers awaiting awakening. The Shadow Sisters looked up simultaneously. Will they be more special than us? I picked them up and carried them to the armored vehicle, which was already equipped with energy replenishment devices. The new maids lined up and saluted. On the ruins, giant flower buds were growing. This was the new gene breeding base, and I would lead this team, which combined technology and life force, to continue rewriting the rules of the apocalypse. Chapter 32, The Maid's Squad's Counterattack. The morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and I was enjoying the gentle massage of Sherry's slender fingers on my temples. The blonde, blue-eyed maid was wearing a modified version of her maid outfit today. "Master, is this pressure appropriate?" She leaned down and whispered in my ear, her warm breath carrying a faint scent of jasmine. Just as I was about to answer, the door was suddenly pushed open. Amy rushed in, her long black hair slightly disheveled from running. "Master, something terrible has happened. The patrol was ambushed in Sector 3, and 2 female soldiers have been kidnapped." I sat up abruptly, and Shirley deftly took half a step back and skillfully draped her coat over me. "What are the specific details?" Amy handed over the tactical tablet. "It's remnants of the Brotherhood of Steel. They've taken refuge in the abandoned shopping center in the west of the city. Lord Lin Mo has already surrounded it with his men, but," she bit her lower lip, "they've taken hostages." In the scene, a burly man with a face full of scars is using a mechanical arm to choke a female soldier. I recognized this cyborg, Blood Butcher, the third in command of the Brotherhood of Steel. "Master," Sherry gently tugged at my sleeve, "please let us sisters join the battle too." I raised an eyebrow. "You guys?" Shirley smiled mysteriously, then suddenly lifted her skirt. 2 miniature submachine guns were strapped to the outside of her long, slender thighs. "We're professionally trained, you know." Amy also untied the bow at her collar, revealing a folding rapier. "We know every entrance and exit of that shopping mall." Just as I was considering, the bedroom door opened again. Xiaoya walked in carrying a brand new black tactical uniform. Her silver hair and red eyes were particularly striking in the morning light. "Master, your equipment is ready." Her voice was cool, but her eyes held worry. According to my calculations, the success rate is over 87%. I put on the tactical uniform that Xiaoya had prepared and found a small note sewn into the lining. "Wishing Master a triumphant return. We have prepared a special training session for tonight." In the war room, everyone was ready to go. Lin Mo's rainbow-colored wings glowed slightly with anger. Ing was checking her dagger, and Xin Mengyao had prepared a medical kit. "The plan is simple." I pointed to the holographic map. "Sherry, you 3 will pretend to be refugees and infiltrate the area. Once you find the hostages, send a signal." "Understood." Shirley gave a playful salute. "Lin Mo will lead the light wing squad in an aerial raid, and will take care of the sentries, and Qin Mingyao and I will launch a frontal assault." "And what about me?" A cold voice came from the doorway. Bing Xin stood there holding her staff, while Yinwu leaned on her shoulder and winked at me. "You sisters, guard the escape route. Don't let a single one escape." 3 hours later, outside the shopping mall, the 3 Shirley sisters had changed into worn-out clothes, but even so, their charm couldn't be hidden. Just before we left, Shirley suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed me on the cheek. "Wish me luck, Master." Watching them leave, Lin Mo snorted sourly. "The city lord is truly blessed with good fortune and love." I chuckled and pinched her cheek. "Jealous?" "Ooh, who's jealous?" Her wings bristled instantly. "I'm just worried about the mission." Through the miniature camera on Sherry's body, we see that they were quickly discovered by patrolling thugs. As expected, the 3 delicate beauties were immediately brought before Blood Butcher. "Hey, new stuff." Blood Butcher's mechanical arm hummed as it operated. Perfect for keeping the brothers entertained. Sherry feigned fear and shrank her shoulders. "And Master, we're just here to find food." "Food?" Blood Butcher grinned maliciously, reaching out to touch her face. "Look what we found." Just then, Shirley's expression suddenly changed. She pulled out 2 pistols from under her skirt and pressed them against Blood Butcher's crotch. "I suggest you don't move. My marksmanship isn't very good." At the same moment, Amy and Xiaoya swiftly subdued the surrounding guards. Xiaoya's sniper rifle accurately destroyed the surveillance camera, while Amy's rapier was pressed against Blood Butcher's throat. "Action!" At my command, Lin Mo's light wing squad stormed in through the skylight, while Shadow led the assassination team to clear the outer outposts. When I kicked open the door, Blood Butcher was being held at vitals by 3 maids with various weapons pointed at him. The scene was utterly comical. Zhou Chen, Blood Butcher's mechanical arm, began charging. "You're courting death." I was too lazy to waste words and directly activated the electromagnetic pulse grenade that I had just redeemed from the system. Ding! Consumed 1 EMP grenade. Gain 100. A blinding blue light flashed, and Blood Butcher's mechanical arm immediately billowed black smoke. He stared in horror at his malfunctioning weapon, and before he could react, I kicked him away. "Lord of the city!" The rescued female soldiers shouted excitedly. Sherry gracefully gave a maid's bow. "Mission accomplished, Master." Amy then tenderly wiped my sweat, saying, "Master, you were so handsome just now." Xiaoya silently picked up the weapon that Shuetu had dropped, muttering to herself, "Inferior product." At the victory celebration back at the base, the 3 maids changed into even bolder outfits. "Master," Sherry brought over a glass of her special cocktail. "Try my specially made fiery red lips." I took a sip and immediately felt a warm rush from my throat to my stomach. This liquor is strong. At the banquet, the female soldiers took turns toasting me, each with admiration and affection in their eyes. Lin Mo sullenly drank her wine to the side until I went over and pulled her into my arms. Lord, there's so many people watching." "So what?" I smiled and kissed her winged wings. "The entire base is mine, including you." When the night was deep and quiet, I returned to my bedroom and found someone already waiting for me in bed. Shirley, Amy, and Xiaoya were dressed in special training uniforms, looking like 3 exquisite works of art in the moonlight. "Master, we've come to fulfill our special training commitment." That night, 3 professional maids showed me what extreme training truly meant. As the first rays of dawn shone in, I looked at the 3 people sleeping soundly beside me and thought to myself that this post-apocalyptic life was even more carefree than that of an emperor. Chapter 33, The New Mechanical Maid. The morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the curtains as I enjoyed a gentle head massage from Sherry. The blonde maid was wearing a black and white maid outfit today with a low-cut design. "Master, is this pressure appropriate?" She leaned down and whispered in my ear, her warm breath carrying a faint rose scent. Just as I was about to answer, there was a soft knock on the door. "Come in," I said lazily. Amy pushed open the door and entered, her long black hair neatly tied in a ponytail, her slender legs encased in white stockings. In her hands, she carried an elegant tray with a steaming cup of coffee on it. "Master, your breakfast." She bowed slightly. Just then, the alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire base. "Lord, an unidentified person has been spotted at the north gate," came the guard's urgent voice through the communicator. I sighed and quickly dressed with Shirley's help. When I arrived at the north gate city wall, I found Lin Mo and Ing already there. "What's going on?" I asked. Lin Mo pointed to the area below the city wall. "That's her." Standing beneath the city wall was a tall woman with long, silvery white hair that fluttered in the morning breeze. Most striking of all was her mechanical prosthetic arm, which gleamed with a metallic sheen. "Open the door," I ordered. As the woman approached, I noticed that her left eye was also mechanical, emitting a faint blue light. She was wearing a form-fitting black leather armor. "Lord Zhou," her voice carried a mechanical quality. "I am the chief engineer of Mechanical City, codenamed Silver Wing." "Machine City?" I raised an eyebrow. "Never heard of it." A glint of blue light flashed in Silverwing's mechanical eyes. "We've always lived underground, only recently coming to the surface." She handed over a data chip. "This is a small token of our appreciation." Ing cautiously took the chip, checked it, and nodded to me, "No danger." I inserted the chip into the terminal, and the holographic projection immediately displayed various advanced mechanical design drawings. Interesting. I looked at the drawings with great interest. "What do you want?" "Silverwing's prosthetic arm conjured an interface. We hope to establish trade relations with your base." In exchange, her gaze swept over the fortifications on the city wall. "We can provide technical support." I noticed that her mechanical eyes lingered on Ing and Lin Mo for a few extra seconds as they scanned the area. "Okay, but..." I deliberately drew out my words. "You have to stay behind as a hostage." Silverwing's mechanical eyes widened slightly, then returned to calm. "Deal." At the welcome banquet that evening, Silverwing became the center of attention. She had changed into a silver evening gown, her prosthetic limbs gleaming under the lights. The three Shirley sisters curiously circled around her. "Your arms are so cool," Shirley exclaimed. Silverwing's prosthetic arm deftly transforms into various tools. "This is the latest model of a nanomechanical arm." Lin Mo stood to the side, a hint of sourness in his eyes. "City Lord, is she reliable?" I smiled without saying a word, watching Silverwing surrounded by a group of girls. Her mechanical eyes shimmered with a mesmerizing blue light under the lamplight, and occasionally, when our eyes met, she would slightly turn her head away. After the banquet, I was alone in my study, studying the technical blueprints provided by the Machinery City. Suddenly, the door slid open silently, and Silverwing quietly walked in. "Can't sleep?" I asked without looking up. Her prosthetic arm gently rested on my shoulder. "Lord Zhou, I have important intelligence." That's when I noticed she had changed into a semi-transparent silk nightgown, the junction of machinery and flesh faintly visible. "What intelligence is so urgent?" Silverwing leaned close to my ear, his mechanical voice lowered yet strangely sexy. "Mechanical City. Wants your life?" I turned around abruptly, only to see a mysterious smile on her lips. "But I've changed my mind." Her mechanical eyes flashed with a dangerous light. "I think it's more interesting to work with you." As she spoke, her prosthetic arm suddenly transformed into an energy blade, pressing it against my throat. "On the condition, you prove yourself worthy of my loyalty." I smiled slightly and instantly activated the newly unlocked mechanical control ability of the system. Silverwing's prosthetic limb suddenly retracted uncontrollably, and her mechanical eyes widened in surprise. This is impossible." Now I pulled her into my arms. Silverwing's body stiffened at first, then slowly softened. Her mechanical eyes flickered with an unstable blue light. Warning: emotional module overload. That night, I not only acquired the core technology of the Mechanical City, but also gained a unique mechanical maid. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Silverwing's mechanical prosthetics gently massaged my shoulders. "Master," her mechanical voice held an unprecedented softness. "The assassins sent by Mechanical City are already on their way." I smiled and kissed her mechanical. "Let them come. It'll be a good opportunity to test the new weapon." Chapter 34: Submission or Destruction. Early in the morning, I was enjoying breakfast with a mechanical massage at Silverwing when Shirley rushed in, looking flustered. "Master, something terrible has happened. Lots of robots have come outside." I slowly swallowed the fruit Amy fed me. "How much exactly?" "At least 200. Sherry's face turned deathly pale. "The leader said you have to hand over Lord Silverwing." Silverwing's mechanical arm suddenly stopped, making a soft click sound. I turned my head and saw a hint of panic appear on her usually calm and pretty face. "Master, those are the executioners from Mechanical City," she whispered. "They must have discovered my betrayal." I stood up, and Silverwing immediately draped a coat over my shoulders. Her mechanical fingers lingered on my shoulders, trembling slightly. Scared, I pinched her chin. Silverwing's mechanical eyes flashed blue. "I'm worried about my master." "Ha ha ha." I laughed 3 times, then turned to Shirley and said, "Go tell the kitchen to add some dishes tonight." On the city wall, Lin Mo's wings of light had already unfolded, their rainbow-colored glow shining brightly in the morning light. "Lord," she stomped her foot angrily. "What kind of time is this to be joking? Those robots have already destroyed 3 watchtowers." Looking out, I saw a massive, dark army of machines slowly approaching on the horizon. Leading the way was a colossal 5-meter-tall mech, entirely black, with a Scarlet Executioner's insignia emblazoned on its chest. "Zhou Chen," the mecha announced in a synthesized electronic voice. "Hand over the traitor Silverwing, or we'll raze your base to the ground." I picked at my ear. "Keep it down. You're disturbing my maid's rest." The mech was silent for a second, then emitted a piercing alarm. "Arrogance. Executioner Squad, attack." 200 combat robots activated simultaneously, causing the ground to tremble. On the city walls, the guards gripped their weapons tightly in tension. "Lord," Shadow appeared silently beside me. "Should we activate the defense system?" I waved my hand. "No need." Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, I opened the system interface. Ding. Consumed 100 Titan mechs, gained 10,000. In an instant, the warehouse door at the rear of the base burst open, and countless Titan mechs surged out like a tidal wave. Silverwing's mechanical eyes widened instantly, and data streams flickered wildly. This is impossible. Her voice trembled. My Titan mech army crushed the executioner forces with 10 times the numbers. That arrogant black mech was utterly humiliated by 5 Titans. The scene was incredibly brutal. Stop! I surrender, the black mecha cried out in pleading. I snapped my fingers, and the Titans immediately stopped. I slowly walked to the damaged mech and tapped its head armor. Now you know who's in charge. The mech was silent for a moment, then suddenly a holographic projection popped up, an old man with white hair, glaring angrily at me. Zhou Chen, how dare you? Smack! I slapped the projection away and turned to Silverwing, saying, Who's this old dang? Silverwing's mechanical arms twisted together uneasily. Mechanical City Lord. My creator. Oh. I nodded and said to the black mecha, Go back and tell that old man that Silverwing is my woman now. If he's not happy about it. I snapped my fingers and 10,000 Titan mechs simultaneously lit up their weapons. Come and try. After the black mech slunk away, the entire base erupted in thunderous cheers. The maids excitedly surrounded me, and Sherry even threw herself into my arms. Master is so handsome. She gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. Silverwing stood on the outskirts of the crowd, her mechanical eyes flashing with a complex blue light. I walked over and pulled her into my arms. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? She lowered her head, her mechanical voice choked with sobs. My master fought against the entire mechanical city for me. Silly girl, I said, lifting her chin. You deserve it. At the celebration banquet that evening, Silverwing changed into a silver evening gown, her mechanical prosthetics gleaming under the lights. She unusually drank a few glasses of wine, and her mechanical eyes began to dart around. Master, she leaned on my shoulder, her mechanical voice tinged with drunkenness. I want to modify myself. Her face flushed, and her mechanical fingers traced circles on my chest. I want to add some special functions. Lin M.O., listening from the side, rolled his eyes. City Lord, she clearly wants to. I know. I interrupted her with a smile, then turned to Silverwing and said, Granted. After the banquet, I went to Silverwing's laboratory. She excitedly showed me various design drawings, her mechanical eyes shining brightly. This is the haptic enhancement module. This is the temperature control system. This is... I stopped her incessant chatter from her mouth. Let's just demonstrate. Silverwing's mechanical arm creaked and transformed. Yes, master. 3 days later, when the ambassador from the machinery city visited again, the sight that greeted him left him speechless. Silverwing nestled lazily in my arms, her brand-new mechanical wings unfurling behind her. Her mechanical eyes glowed with a satisfied pink light, and her prosthetic limbs deftly peeled grapes for me. Go back and tell the old man, I said to the dumbfounded ambassador. He now has 2 choices. Submit or be destroyed. After the ambassador fled in a panic, Silverwing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her mechanical wings affectionately nuzzled my face. Master, would you like to try out my new feature? Chapter 35, The Mechanical Queen's Submission. The morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows as I enjoyed Silverwing's newly upgraded mechanical massage service. Her nanomechanical arms can now be controlled with millimeter-level precision, making every press just right. Master, is this pressure appropriate? Silverwing's voice was softer than ever before, and a pale pink light shone in its mechanical eyes. Just as I was about to answer, the door was suddenly flung open. Lin M.O. rushed in, his rainbow wings trembling slightly with excitement. Lord, the mechanical city has sent an envoy. Silverwing's mechanical arm instantly switched to combat mode, emitting a soft click-clack sound. I patted her hand reassuringly. How many people? Just 3 people. Linmo's expression was somewhat strange. And they brought gifts. I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. An hour later, I received the delegation from the mechanical city in the reception room of the city lord's mansion. The one leading the delegation was an elderly man with white hair, the same mechanical city lord who had been furious in the holographic image last time. Lord Zhou, the old man's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Bowing respectfully, I am Maxim, and I've come to offer my apologies. I leaned lazily against the throne, Silverwing standing beside me, its mechanical wings slightly unfurled. The three Sherry sisters, dressed in matching maid outfits, stood on either side, while Linimo and Ing stood behind me, fully armed. Oh, I looked at him with amusement. You're not planning to get your traitor back? Maxim wiped the cold sweat from his brow. No. I've come here to form an alliance with the city lord. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Two attendants carried in a huge metal box, which, when opened, revealed a dormant humanoid mechanical body. This is the pinnacle of our mechanical city's creations, Maxim said proudly. Codenamed Queen. I examined the mechanical body closely. It had perfect feminine curves, a silver-white shell that gleamed with a pearly luster, and a face so exquisite it didn't seem man-made. What can it do? Maxim smiled mysteriously. You'll find out once it's activated. I gestured for Silverwing to inspect it. After scanning for a moment with her mechanical eyes, she looked at me in surprise. Master, this is an uninitialized city, Lord-level AI. Priceless. Not bad. I nodded in satisfaction. Any other gifts? Maxim then took out a small box. This is the core database of the mechanical city, containing all the technological blueprints. I took the box and casually handed it to Silverwing. Inspect the goods. Silverwing inserted the box into the interface on her chest, and her mechanical eyes immediately flashed with data. A few seconds later, she looked at me in shock. Master, these are all real. Maxim rubbed his hands together and smiled obsequiously. As long as the city lord agrees to the alliance, all of this is yours. We only have one condition. Explain. Please allow Mechanical City to become your vassal state. The old man bowed deeply. We are willing to submit. I squinted. This old man's attitude changed too quickly. There must be something fishy going on. System, scan that mechanical object. Ding. Hidden program detected. Obey command encoding. There was definitely something fishy going on. I sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. Fine, I agree. A glint of triumph flashed in Maxim's eyes, which he quickly concealed. Thank you so much. Please allow me to activate Queen for you. He walked up to the mechanical object and entered password. The mechanical object's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting an eerie purple light. Initial command, pledge allegiance to Lord Zhou Chen, Maxim announced loudly, while secretly making a hand gesture. The mechanical queen slowly rose and gracefully bowed to me. Yes, my master. Her voice was like heavenly music, carrying a strange magic. But I noticed keenly that as she said this, her gaze remained fixed on Maxim's gesture hidden in his sleeve. Come here. I beckoned to the mechanical queen with my finger. She walked up to me with cat-like steps. I pulled her into my arms and gently stroked the hidden interface on the back of her neck with my fingers. Silverwing, give me the highest level access key. Silverwing immediately understood and extracted a blue chip from its core. I inserted it into the queen's interface, simultaneously activating the system's mechanical overlord ability. Ding! Malicious program detected. Removing. The queen's body suddenly trembled violently, and the purple light turned red. Maxim's face changed drastically. What have you done? I'll help you clean up the trash, I sneered. 3 seconds later, the queen stopped trembling. When she opened her eyes again, the purple light had turned into a gentle blue light. Reinitialization complete. She looked at me affectionately. Master, thank you for saving me. Maxim's face turned ashen, and he turned to run away. A shadow appeared instantly in the doorway, a dagger pressed against his throat. Want to leave? I said slowly, my arm around the mechanical queen. Silverwing, tell him what you've discovered. Silverwing's mechanical eyes coldly fixed on Maxim. The database contains a virus program, and a control chip has been implanted in the queen. They want to control the entire base's machinery through her. I snapped my fingers. Lin Mo immediately led his men to pin the 2 henchmen to the ground and search their bodies, finding remote detonation devices. Old man, what else do you have to say? Maxim knelt and begged for mercy. Lord, spare my life. This was all the council's idea. I'm willing to be your inside man. I looked at the mechanical queen in my arms. What do you think? She smiled slightly, her beauty breathtaking. I suggest keeping him, master. I can reverse engineer the surveillance program. Smart. I kissed her forehead. That's what we'll do. After dealing with Maxim, I returned to my palace with my newly acquired mechanical queen. Silver Wing and the three Sherry sisters curiously circled around her. Do you have a name? Shirley asked. Please bestow a name upon me, master. The queen bowed to me, her posture breathtakingly elegant. I looked her perfect mechanical body over and said, I'll call you Starfall. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, master. A blue light shimmered in Xingxuan's eyes. Please allow me to demonstrate a special ability. Her body suddenly began to deform, the silvery white shell flowing like liquid, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant massage chair. This is relaxation mode. Xingxuan's voice rang out from the massage chair. There are many more modes available for the user to choose from. My eyes lit up. Let me demonstrate. Over the next hour, Xingxuan demonstrated dozens of transformation forms, from combat mechs to luxury bathtubs, and even a smart waterbed with vibration function. That's fantastic, I exclaimed sincerely. Silverwing, you should learn from this. Silverwing's mechanical eyes gleamed with jealousy. Master is biased. I laughed and pulled the two mechanical beauties into my arms. We'll have special training together tonight, so I can compare your progress. That night, Xingxuan and Eni's performance test continued until the early hours of the morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Xingxuan was massaging me in the form of a bathtub, while Eni was angrily making tea on the side. Her robotic arm could now precisely control the water temperature to 0.1 degrees Celsius. Master, Xingxuan's voice came from the bathtub. There are still 12 mechs like me in Mechanical City. I squinted. What do you mean? If Master allows. Her voice held a seductive undertone. I can help you. Take them all as your subordinates. I stroked the edge of the bathtub. That's a great suggestion. Chapter 36, The Ambitions of the Mechanical Legion. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the sheer curtains as I enjoyed the ultimate experience brought by the intelligent massage bathtub that Xingxuan had transformed into. The warm water precisely massaged every inch of my muscles, and the nanobots in the water were repairing the fatigue from last night's intense test. Master, is the water temperature just right? Xingxuan's voice came from the built-in speaker in the bathtub, carrying a hint of languor. Just as I was about to answer, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. Silverwing walked in carrying a breakfast tray, his mechanical eyes flashing with displeasure. Master, you've been soaking for too long. She placed the tray aside, and her robotic arm transformed into a thermometer, which she then inserted into the water. More than 40 minutes isn't good for your skin. Xingxuan immediately adjusted the water temperature. Sister is right, it was my oversight. Watching the two mechanical beauties bickering over each other, I couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since Xingxuan arrived, Silverwing has become unusually clingy, even putting aside her beloved mechanical modification work. Lord, Lin Mo's voice came from outside the door. If you don't come out soon, Dr. Qin is going to barge in. I then remembered that I had an appointment with Qin Mingyao for her monthly full-body checkup today. As soon as I stood up, Xingxuan instantly transformed back into human form, using soft mechanical tentacles to dry my body. Eni wasn't to be outdone. Its mechanical arm transformed into a hairdryer to style my hair. Master, Xingxuan whispered in my ear, would you like to try out my new function tonight? As she spoke, the armor on her chest opened slightly, revealing a sophisticated energy core inside. I've upgraded the power system. Now it can. Ahem. Silverwing interrupted, loudly with a cough. Master, today's schedule is very full. Just as we were laughing and joking, the door was pushed open again. Qin Mingyao stood in the doorway with a cold face, her icy blue eyes sweeping over the three of us before finally landing on me. Looks like the city lord is in good health. She scoffed. Then there's no need for a checkup. I quickly stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Don't be angry, I was just about to come find you. Qin Mingyao shook off my hand, but her eyes had softened. See you at the medical center in half an hour. After saying that, she turned and left, her long, ice blue hair drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Half an hour later, I arrived at the medical center on time. Qin Mingyao had already changed into a white coat and was adjusting a new instrument. Lie down, she commanded without turning her head. I obediently laid down on the examination table, watching her graceful back. The glimpses of her beautiful legs beneath the white coat reminded me of the test I had last night. Where are you looking? Qin Mingyao suddenly turned around, the scanner in her hand beeping. Heartbeat too fast, blood pressure too high? What unhealthy thing is the city lord thinking about? Just as I was about to make an excuse, the door to the medical center was pushed open again. Xiao Ling skipped in, her golden cat ears twitching. Brother, Sistering asked me to tell you that there's been some activity in Mechanical City. Qin Mingyao sighed and put away the equipment. It seems the examination will have to be postponed. In the operations room, Shadow was reporting the reconnaissance results. Mechanical City is amassing troops, at least 3 times the size of ours. The holographic projection showed that hundreds of combat robots were gathering outside the Mechanical City, among which 10 were clearly visible as machines of the same model as Xingxuan. That old fox, Maxim, I sneered, is indeed restless. Xingxuan walked to the projection. Her chest armor opened, and a data cable extended to connect to the system. Master, I can remotely interfere with their command system. Silverwing stepped forward. My mechanical wings can hack into their communication networks. I shook my head. No, this time I want to personally meet these Queen aircraft models. Lin Mo's wings immediately bristled. Too dangerous. Don't worry. I ruffled her hair. With Xingxuan and Eni here, everything will be fine. Late that night, the 3 of us quietly sneaked into the outskirts of the Mechanical City. Xingxuan transformed into an ordinary robot and blended into the city, while Eni and I hid in a nearby abandoned building. Master, target location locked. Xingxuan's voice came through the communicator. All 10 Queen-type mechs are in the central control room. I opened the system interface. Ding. 10 signal jammers consumed, 1,000 obtained. Begin the operation. As the jammer activated, the electronic systems throughout the Mechanical City went into chaos. Xingxuan seized the opportunity to hack into the central control system and began sending reset commands to the Queen models. However, at that moment, an accident occurred. Master, Xingxuan's voice suddenly became urgent. They have firewalls. I've been discovered. The surveillance footage showed that 10 Queen-type mobile suits turned their heads simultaneously, and their purple optical lenses locked onto Xingxuan's position. Retreat. Retreat immediately. I shouted into the communicator. Silverwing's mechanical wings instantly unfolded. I'll go save her. Before I could stop her, she had already rushed out. I cursed under my breath and immediately activated the system backup plan. Ding. Consumed 100 stealth drones, gained 10,000. Tens of thousands of miniature drones swarmed towards the Mechanical City like bees, forming a metallic cloud in the night sky. Taking advantage of the chaos, I followed Silverwing and rushed into the city. Inside the central control room, Xingxuan was pinned to the ground by 5 Queen-type mechs. Her outer shell was damaged in several places, and blue energy fluid was constantly seeping out. Traitor, one of the queens with purple eyes, said coldly, accept purification. Just as they were about to strike, Silverwing burst through the window. Her mechanical wings fired dozens of electromagnetic pulse blasts, temporarily paralyzing the enemy's movements. Master Run. Silverwing stood in front of Star Serenity. I'll cover your retreat. How could I abandon them? I rushed forward, drew my Godslayer's sword, and cleaved the nearest Queen unit in 2. Stop, all of you, I roared, or I'll destroy this city. The remaining Queen-class machines were stunned. They hadn't expected me to destroy a Lord-level AI so easily. You've been taken control of by Maxim, I said, activating ultimate system privileges. Take a look at this. A beam of golden light shot out from my palm, forming a holographic projection in the air, evidence that Maxim had secretly implanted control programs into them. The purple light from the 9 Queen-type machines began to flicker, eventually turning into a hazy blue light. We've been deceived, one of them murmured. Xingxuan struggled to her feet. Sisters, this is our true master. Silverwing stepped forward. He liberated us. Just then, the alarm blared. Maxim rushed in with a large number of guards. Kill them, the old man shouted hysterically. However, the next second, all 9 Queen-type aircraft turned around at the same time and pointed their weapons at Maxim. No, impossible. The old man's face was ashen. Your control program. Outdated, I sneered. Now they're mine. When dawn broke, the Mechanical City had changed hands. Maxim was imprisoned in a mental prison of his own making, while 10 Queen-type mechs, now more accurately, my mechanical guards, knelt before me in neat rows, swearing allegiance. From this day forward, I announced, Mechanical City will become an appendage of my base. Silverwing will serve as chief engineer, and Starswear will be in charge of internal affairs. Back at the base, Qin Mingyao treated my wounds with a cold expression. My arm had been scraped during the melee. Are you happy playing the hero? She deliberately intensified the disinfection efforts. I begged, grimacing, gently. I brought back 10 new sisters. Qin Mingyao snorted coldly, but her movements became much gentler. If you do this again, I'll use an ice needle to stitch you up. Lin Mo chuckled to himself, but quickly covered his mouth after being glared at by Qin Mingyao. Xiaoling, on the other hand, curiously circled around the new mechanical queens, occasionally reaching out to touch their shiny shells. At the welcome banquet that evening, the 10 queen models changed into matching maid outfits, a special design by Xingxuan that retained functionality while highlighting their mechanical beauty. Master Xingxuan, who had transformed into a bar, mix me a cocktail. Try my new recipe. Not to be outdone, Silverwing transformed its robotic arm into a grill and began preparing food on the spot. Master, please try my new creation. Looking at the dazzling array of mechanical beauties before me, and then at Qin Mingyao, Lin Mo, and the others who were pretending not to care, but constantly stealing glances in our direction, I couldn't help but sigh. This is what life should be like in the apocalypse. Chapter 37 System Evolution, Valkyrie Link. Early in the morning, as I was enjoying Xingxuan's specially made energy drink, a system notification I had never heard before suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Detected that the host has recruited 20 high-quality female members, achieving the hidden achievement king of the harem. System upgrade in progress. Unlock new feature, Valkyrie Link. I sat bolt upright, startling Silverwing who was massaging me. Master, it's nothing. I waved my hand and focused on checking the system interface. The description of the new feature really caught my eye. Valkyrie Link. 1. Can establish a mental link with all the female characters you have subdued. 2. Each member's unique abilities can be accessed at any time. 3. Activating resonance mode can temporarily merge the abilities of multiple characters. 4. Added a new intimacy stat system. Interesting. A smile involuntarily crept onto my lips. Silverwing's mechanical eyes gleamed with curiosity. What interesting thing has Master discovered? I wrapped my arms around her slender waist. Come on, let's do an experiment. Following the system's instructions, I gently touched the port on the back of the Silverwing's neck. In an instant, a blue data stream was established between us. Ding! Successfully linked to Mechanical Heart, Silverwing. Current intimacy level, 85, devoted to one another. Silverwing's mechanical eyes widened instantly. Master, I sense you within my core program. Even more amazingly, I discovered that I could sense all of Silverwing's functional modules and even directly access her weapon system. That's great. I excitedly kissed her. Get everyone to the training ground. Half an hour later, at the base training ground, I explained the new capability to all the core members, which caused a stir. So, Lin Mo's wings glowed slightly with excitement. The City Lord can use our abilities now? Theoretically, yes. I nodded. Who wants to try first? Me. Xiaoling hopped up and raised her hand, her cat ears twitching incessantly. I gently stroked her cat ears and activated the link. Ding! Successfully connected to Lightspeed Catgirl, Xiaoling. Current intimacy level, 90, bound by life and death. Gained ability, Cat's agility. Instantly, I felt incredibly light. I easily leaped onto the 5-meter-high training frame with a backflip. The movement so fluid that even I was amazed. This is amazing. Shadow's golden cat ears twitched. Master, I want one too. After establishing a connection with the Shadow. Gain ability, Shadow Strike. I tried to activate my ability, and instantly, I turned into a golden flash, running a lap around the training field in the blink of an eye. That's incredibly fast. Qin Mingyao exclaimed. Faster than the Shadow itself. Next up is Lin Mo. Gained ability, Light Energy Shock. I unfurled a pair of illusory wings of light, and with a casual wave of my hand, I shot out a rainbow beam of light that shattered the distant target into pieces. That's not fair. Lin Montauk pouted. Why does the City Lord use it better than me? Qin Mingyao stepped forward with some skepticism. It's my turn. The moment the connection was established, a cold current and a heat wave surged through my body at the same time. Gained ability, Control of Ice and Fire. I conjured ice crystals in my left hand and ignited flames in my right. The two completely opposite energies coexisted perfectly. This, Qin Mingyao looked at me in shock. It took me 10 years to master this balance. Xing Xuan eagerly pushed her way forward. Master, there are us too. After establishing connections with 10 mechanical queens simultaneously, various tactical analysis data streams appeared in my field of vision, and my arm could even transform like theirs. That's amazing. Silverwing's mechanical eyes gleamed with admiration. Master is now more like a mechanical life form than we are. Finally, I looked at Xingye, who was standing in the corner. This mysterious woman always kept to herself and rarely participated in group activities. Starry Night, don't you want to give it a try? She paused for a moment, then slowly walked over. Are you sure you want to connect to me? Certainly. When my hand touched her forehead, an unprecedentedly powerful mental shock swept over me. Warning, triple personality traits detected. The link is unstable. In that instant, I saw fragments of Starry Night's untold memories. The experiments at the lunar base, the agonizing process of transformation, the forcibly separated triple personality. Master, Silverwing's anxious voice pulled me back from the illusion. Xingye staggered back a few steps, a flicker of panic crossing his dark eyes. Now you know. I took a deep breath, fighting off my headache. I saw it, but I don't care. I held her hand firmly. No matter how many personalities you have, you are all my Starry Night. Xingye's eyes were slightly red. This was the first time she had shown such obvious emotion. Ding! Special link, Triple Starry Night, successfully created. Gained ability, mental control. Just then, the alarm suddenly went off. Lord, something terrible has happened. Su Yue's voice came through the communicator. A massive zombie horde has appeared in the north. The numbers exceed 100,000. The holographic projection showed a massive horde of zombies surging in like a tide, mixed with dozens of never-before-seen mutants. Perfect timing, I sneered. Let's test out this new ability. I activated the ultimate mode of Valkyrie Link. Resonance Fusion. Please select the groups to merge. Maximum 5 people. Without hesitation, I chose Silverwing's Mechanical Evolution, Shadow Speed, Lin Mo's Light Energy, Qi Mingyao's Ice and Fire, and Starry Night's Mental Power. In an instant, 5 beams of light enveloped me. I could feel that each girl's presence was intimately connected to me, and their abilities were perfectly integrated within me. When the light faded, I had changed completely. The left half of his body was covered in silver mechanical armor, while the right half was wreathed in ice and fire energy. 3 pairs of wings unfold from behind. Mechanical wings, light wings, and shadow wings. His eyes, one blue and one gold, radiated a powerful spiritual aura. This is so beautiful. Sherry was stunned. I felt this surging power within me, and with a single thought, I instantly teleported to the city wall. The horde of zombies outside the city was closing in, and the mutants at the front began to ram into the protective shield. Open the city gates, I calmly ordered. What? The guard thought he had misheard. I said, my voice echoed repeatedly. Open the city gates. As the city gates slowly opened, the horde of zombies surged forth like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. I stood alone at the gate, slowly raising my right hand. Ice and firestorm. The ice in his left hand and the flames in his right erupted simultaneously, intertwining in the air to form a devastating tornado. Wherever it passed, zombies were instantly frozen and then pulverized. Mechanical bombardment. The mechanical wings on its back unfolded, firing hundreds of miniature missiles that accurately hit the giant mutant in the distance. Judgment by light and shadow. The light wings and shadow wings vibrated simultaneously, and countless feathers interwoven with light and darkness fell like raindrops, each one causing a violent explosion. In just 10 minutes, the horde of 100,000 zombies was wiped out. When I returned to base after diffusion, all the girls rushed towards me. Silverwing examined my mechanical parts, Qi Mingyao took my pulse, and Shaoling burst into tears. Master is too reckless. Lin Mo pounded my chest with red eyes. I smiled and hugged them. With you all here, I could do anything. That evening, the system popped up another notification. Ding! Due to the successful use of resonance fusion, all participating female characters' intimacy level increased by 10. When Silverwing's intimacy level reaches 95, the mind synchronization feature will be unlocked. Qin Mingyao's intimacy level reaches 92, unlocking the energy sharing function. Looking at the girls sleeping soundly beside me, I sighed contentedly. Even on a night like the end of the world, it could be so warm. Chapter 38: The Birth of the Valkyrie Team. The morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the curtains as I enjoyed the novel experience brought by the Valkyrie link, simultaneously receiving mechanical data analysis from Silverwing, keen perception from Shadow, and cat-eared hearing from Little Spirit. Master, Xiaoling nestled against my chest, her golden cat ears twitching. Your heart is beating so fast. I was about to answer when I suddenly sensed someone approaching the door through my Shadow's perception. The next second, the door was gently pushed open, and Qin Mingyao walked in carrying a steaming cup of herbal tea. I knew you were awake. She placed the herbal tea on the bedside table, her icy blue eyes asking, "What time did you stay up all night?" I took the herbal tea and, taking the opportunity, grabbed her wrist. "Come on, try out the new function." Using the energy sharing feature unlocked last night, I slowly transferred Silverwing's mechanical repair energy to Qin Mingyao. She watched in amazement as the calluses on her hands disappeared at a visible speed. This is amazing. And there's something even more amazing. I smiled and activated mind synchronization, temporarily granting Qin Mingyao Xiaoling's cat ear hearing. She gasped and covered her face with the golden cat ears that had suddenly appeared. "Zhou Chen, you." Just then, the base alarm suddenly went off. "Attention all combat personnel, unidentified flying object detected approaching." We rushed to the command center, where a strangely shaped aircraft was hovering over the base on the holographic screen. This isn't the style of mechanical city. Silverwing's mechanical eyes analyzed quickly, nor is it from any known faction. Suddenly, the aircraft cast a beam of light, and a graceful figure slowly landed on the plaza. It was a woman wearing a silver bodysuit with 6 diamond-shaped wings of light floating behind her. I'll go and meet her. I activated the Valkyrie link, instantly equipping myself with Silverwing's mechanical arm and Shadow dagger. When I arrived at the square, the woman was curiously looking around. She was even more stunning up close. She had elfin-like pointed ears, and faint blue energy patterns were visible on her skin. "Who are you?" I asked warily. The woman turned, revealing a face so exquisitely beautiful it seemed inhuman. "I am Alice, the Star Knight from the Sky City of Elphis." Her voice was as clear as a wind chime. It seems the prophecy was true. A king capable of wielding multiple powers has appeared on the surface. "Castle in the sky." I frowned. What prophecy? Alice's wings of light fluttered slightly. After the Doomsday judgment, we, the Sky Clan, went into seclusion in floating cities in the stratosphere. The prophet foretold that a power master would appear and lead us back to the earth. As she spoke, she suddenly knelt on one knee. "Please allow me to become your knight, my king." This sudden show of loyalty left me a little bewildered. Just then, Xingye's voice echoed in my mind. What she said is true. I can sense it. Through the Valkyrie link, I had Starry Night remotely scan Alice's mind to confirm that she had no malicious intent. "Get up." I helped Alice up. "I need more information about Sky City." She nodded happily, her wings radiating a dazzling light. "My aircraft has detailed information. Also," she winked playfully, "the prophet said you like to collect powerful women, so I dressed up especially for this occasion." I almost choked on my own saliva. "You prophets even know this?" "Of course." Alice puffed out her chest proudly. "The prophet even predicted that you would form a Valkyrie team." This suggestion really caught my eye. Back in Command Center, I immediately summoned all the core members. From this day forward, I announced the Valkyrie Squad is officially formed. The team roster is as follows. 1. Silverwing, Mechanical Valkyrie, Mechanical Evolution / Weapon Master. 2. Shadow Valkyrie, Super Speed / Assassination. 3. Lin M.O., Radiant Valkyrie, Light Energy Manipulation / Aerial Combat Expert. 4. Qin Mingyao, Elemental Valkyrie, Ice and Fire Control / Healer. 5. Starry Night, Mind Valkyrie, Mental Domination / Prophecy. 6. Alice, Starlight Valkyrie, Energy Wings / Floating City Technology. 7. Little Spirit, Swift Valkyrie, Cat's Agility / Reconnaissance. What about me? What about me? The three Shirley sisters raised their hands anxiously. You're from a special operations team. I smiled and ruffled Sherry's blonde hair. To test team coordination, we decided to wipe out the last zombie nest in the west of the city. The Valkyries donned standardized armor, streamlined suits customized to their individual abilities, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Resonance fusion, prepare. I stood in the center of the training field, surrounded by 7 Valkyries. Through the Valkyrie link, I began to connect with 7 people simultaneously. An unprecedented torrent of energy surged into my body, and astonishing changes began to occur. Silverwing's nanomechanicals cover his entire body, forming a silver armor. The speed of the shadow creates afterimages around me. Lin Mo's light energy formed 3 pairs of light wings behind him. Qi Mingyao's ice and fire condensed in her hands. The spiritual power of the starry night forms a halo. Alice's energy wings enhance the light wings. Xiaoling's agility made the armor streamlined. When a fusion was complete, I transformed into a Valkyrie queen who was nearly 3 meters tall and whose entire body radiated a 7-colored light. Set off. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves above a zombie lair. This former subway station had been transformed into a lair house of mutants, with hundreds of unique mutants roaming within. Elemental bombardment. I raised my right hand, and ice and fire energy poured down, instantly freezing and then shattering dozens of mutants. Mechanical matrix. The nanomechanical devices in his left hand transformed into hundreds of throwing knives, precisely hitting each moving target. Judgment of light and shadow. Countless feathers of light shot out from the wings behind, annihilating all the survivors. The entire battle lasted less than 5 minutes, and the lair was completely purified. After breaking free of their fusion state, the Valkyries were exhausted but also extremely excited. That's amazing. Lin Mo's wings shone brightly with excitement. Master, Silverwing nestled in my arms. We can become even stronger. At the celebration banquet that evening, Alice showed us more of Sky City's technology. The most amazing of all was the Eco-Dome, which can create microclimates suitable for human habitation. If we could rebuild civilization. Qi Mingyao rarely showed a look of longing. We can do it, I said, putting my arm around her shoulder. With you two here, there's nothing we can't do. In the stillness of the night, I stood alone on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky. Alice quietly came to my side. My lord, the prophet has also foretold something. When the 7 Valkyries gather, the slumbering ark will awaken, she whispered. Within it lies all the technology from before the apocalypse. My eyes lit up. Where is this ark? Alice's wings of light pointed into the distance, right beneath our feet, deep within the earth. It seems a new adventure is about to begin. Chapter 39, The Call of the Ark to the Center of the Earth. In the early morning, I was enjoying Alice's unique starlight massage. The 6 diamond-shaped wings on her back emitted warm energy fluctuations, relaxing all the muscles in my body. Master, is the pressure okay? Alice knelt behind me, her pointed ears twitching slightly with focus. Just as I was about to answer, the door was suddenly pushed open. Silverwing and Stardust walked in one after the other, both wearing newly designed mechanical Valkyrie uniforms, silver-white tight-fitting battle suits inlaid with blue energy patterns, perfectly outlining their figure curves. Master, Silverwing excitedly waved the data panel. We've cracked the coordinates provided by Sky City and found the entrance to the Earth's core. Xingxuan then transformed into a holographic projector, projecting a 3D map in the center of the bedroom. Located 300 meters below the Antarctic ice sheet, there's an ancient elevator platform. I sat up, and Alice's wings of light instantly transformed into cushions to support my back. The projection showed that the elevator shaft led directly into the mantle layer, its depth astonishing. How's the equipment preparation going? Silverwing's mechanical eyes flickered. We've modified 10 drilling mechs plus. She suddenly lowered her voice. I've prepared a special commander's uniform for you. She took out a metal box from behind her, inside which was a set of black and gold nanotech armor, with the Valkyrie team's emblem engraved on the chest plate. Give it a try? Silverwing blinked. With the help of 3 robotic beauties, I was quickly dressed. The nanomaterials automatically conformed to my body, providing all-around protection without hindering my movements. Best of all, The armor's built-in temperature regulation system made the Antarctic cold no longer a problem. So cool, Alice exclaimed, cupping her face in her hands. Xingxuan suddenly knelt on one knee. Master, please allow the entire mechanical guard to accompany us. I helped her up. Granted. Notify all Valkyries to assemble in 1 hour. When they arrived at the hangar, the Valkyries were already fully prepared. Each of them had changed into brand new polar combat suits. Qin Mingyao's ice and fire robes transformed into a blue and red two-tone warm battle suit, the slit design making her black-stockinged legs even more alluring. Shadow's shadow leather armor has been upgraded to an all-black nanosuit, with golden patterns resembling cat stripes. Lin Mo's Lightwing armor was equipped with a rainbow refraction layer, making it shimmer in the sunlight. Xiao Ling simply transformed into a fluffy golden cat, with only her head retaining a human shape. What shape is this? I rubbed her furry ears. Polar mode. Xiao Ling rubbed her head against my palm. Fur is the warmest. The three Shirley sisters also changed into white camouflage uniforms, but the skirts were still so short that people were worried they would get frostbite. Lord of the City, Shirley twirled around. Do we look good? Just as I was about to answer, Qin Mingyao coldly interrupted. The average temperature in Antarctica is minus 40 degrees Celsius. Do you want to freeze into ice sculptures? The three sisters immediately wilted. In the end, Silverwing installed miniature force field generators on them, which solved the problem of keeping them warm. As the drilling machine activated, our journey towards the Earth's core began. The elevator descended at an astonishing speed, and the surrounding rock walls gradually turned a fiery orange-red. The temperature has exceeded 1,000 degrees Celsius. Silverwing monitored the data. Fortunately, the mech has a cooling system. Suddenly, Xingxuan sounded an alarm. A massive void has been detected. The next second, we burst out of the tunnel, and a bright and clear view opened up before us. A spherical space with a diameter of tens of kilometers was suspended in the mantle, with a strangely shaped metal city at its center. The Ark. Alice's wings of light flashed excitedly, exactly as prophesied. When we landed on the outskirts of the city, we found it protected by an energy shield. Silverwing and Stardust immediately began to crack the entrance system, while the others kept watch over the surroundings. Master! Shadow's cat ears suddenly perked up. Something's coming. A dozen or so figures emerged from the city's shadows, all women dressed in black robes resembling nuns' habit, but carrying high-tech weapons. Leading them was a silver-haired woman with a monocle and a cross-shaped data terminal hanging around her neck. Intruders. Her voice was icy. Leave the Holy Ark immediately. I stepped forward. We meant no harm. It's just... Before she could finish speaking, the woman suddenly widened her eyes. Wait. The energy signature on your body is exactly the same as the first city lords. She shakily removed her monocle. I am Viola, the chief guardian of the Arkansas. Are you? Lord Zhou Chen. I was stunned. You know me? Viola suddenly knelt on one knee. The prophet foretold your return on the 1,000 cycle day. All guardians, welcome the city lord's return. At her cry, hundreds of guardians poured out from all parts of the city and knelt down in unison. The Valkyries and I looked at each other, completely bewildered. Led by Viola, we entered the interior of the Arkansas. The city was far more advanced than it appeared from the outside, with anti-gravity devices and holographic projections everywhere. The Ark is the last refuge before the apocalypse, Viola explained. It was built by the First Lord, your clone. We, the Guardians, have waited here for your return for generations. My clone. She nodded and led us to the central control room. A hibernation pod slowly rose, inside which lay a man who looked exactly like me. After completing the Ark, the first city lord went into hibernation, leaving behind only a prophecy. When the real Zhou Chen arrives with 7 Valkyries, the Ark will restart. As the system recognized my genetic code, the entire city suddenly came to life. Countless hibernation pods rose from underground, each containing a sleeping technician. Now, Viola bowed deeply. The Ark and all the Guardians are at your command. That evening, the Guardians held a grand, welcoming ceremony for us. The Valkyries changed into dresses specially made by the Guardians. Silverwing and Stardust wore long, high-slit, silver-white dresses, their mechanical parts transformed into jewel-like embellishments. Qin Mingyao's blue-red gradient evening gown resembled a dancing flame. The Shadow's black backless fishtail dress made her look like an elegant black cat. Lin Mo's rainbow-colored gauze skirt fluttered gently with the light wings. Alice's starry gown seemed to make her wear the galaxy on her body. Xiao Ling, on the other hand, insisted on maintaining her big cat form with a bow tied around her neck. Viola personally helped me change into the City Lord's robes, a long robe in black and gold, inlaid with 7 colored gems, representing the 7 Valkyries. Master, the 3 Sherry sisters, dressed in adorable maid outfits, came closer. Try the Ark's specialty, moonlight wine. As the banquet reached its climax, Viola led me to a secret room. Inside, a dozen or so suits of armor, each with a unique design, were neatly arranged. These are the exclusive weapons designed by the first City Lord for the Valkyries, she said softly. Each set corresponds to a specific ability. The most eye-catching piece is the black and gold armor in the center, the Valkyrie King's ultimate equipment. Starting tomorrow, I stroke the surface of my armor. We will rebuild human civilization. Back in the banquet hall, the Valkyries were already slightly tipsy. Lin Mo's wings had turned a drunken pink. Xiao Ling was curled up in Qin Mingyao's arms snoring, and even the usually aloof Xingye was leaning on Yin Yi's shoulder and giggling. Looking at this group of beautiful warriors, I raised my glass. For the new world. Chapter 40 Arc Hot Spring Night. Lord, a natural hot spring has been discovered in the Ark's ecological zone. Silverwing's voice came through the communicator. I was lying on the sofa in the command center reviewing the Ark's technology list. Upon hearing this news, I immediately sat up straight. I hadn't enjoyed a real hot spring since the apocalypse. The exact location? Below the domed garden in Sector B7. Silverwing's mechanical voice held a rare hint of excitement. Water quality tests show it's rich in minerals and contains a faint energy signature. 10 minutes later, I arrived at this hidden gem in the city at the center of the earth. After passing through an automatic door disguised as rock, a breathtaking view suddenly appeared before me. A hot spring pool, as big as half a football field, steaming with heat, surrounded by simulated natural landscapes, and even an artificial starry sky projection. This is the Ark's relaxation and recuperation area. Viola appeared behind me unnoticed. She had changed into a white bathrobe. This is a relaxation area designed by the first City Lord for important personnel. I noticed a data stream flashing on her monocle. You're here for hot spring too? I'm here to report on the functions of the hot spring. She adjusted her glasses. This hot spring has special healing effects. Just then, a burst of laughter came from behind. The Valkyries arrived one after another, each changing into a yukata prepared by the Ark. Qin Mingyao chose a dark blue bathrobe with a belt loosely tied around her waist. The Shadow remains as black as ever. Lin Mo's bathrobe has a rainbow gradient, which matches her mischievous personality perfectly. Alice chose a silver bathrobe adorned with starlight, its wings folded back like a cape. Xiao Ling maintained her large cat form, with a small bathtub hanging around her neck. The most eye-catching were Silverwing and Stardust. They had changed into specially made waterproof yukatas, and their mechanical parts had been transformed into decorative jewels that sparkled in the hot spring mist. Master, the 3 Sherry sisters ran over, dressed in cute pink yukatas. We prepared fruit and sake. Viola coughed lightly upon seeing this. I'll take my leave now. Wait. I grabbed her hand. As the chief of the Ark, you should stay and explain the hot spring facilities. Her monocle fogged up instantly. Okay. The hot spring pools are divided into several areas, with the central main pool being the largest, surrounded by various smaller pools with different functions, including a massage bubble pool, a medicinal bath pool, and even an alternating hot and cold pool. According to the data, Viola explained, trying to remain calm, the energy substances in hot springs can promote metabolism, accelerate wound healing, and also... Her voice trailed off as the Valkyries began to undress. Qin Mingyao was the first to step into the water, her long, icy blue hair dancing in the steam. She slipped into the water as silently as a cat. Lin Mo jumped in directly, splashing a large spray of water. Master, come quickly. Alice's wings of light spread out on the water's surface like a starlight carpet. I took off my bathrobe and stepped into the main pool, where the warm water immediately enveloped my body. Silverwing and Stardust came up to me on either side, their mechanical arms transforming into massage tools, beginning to relax my muscles. Is this force okay? Silverwing's mechanical, I turned into a heart shape. Perfect. I closed my eyes and savored the moment. Suddenly, a splash of water hit my face. I opened my eyes and saw that Xiaoling had transformed into human form and jumped into the pool. Her golden cat ears were covered in water droplets, and she looked incredibly cute. Brother, please rub my back, she said sweetly. Viola was still standing by the pool, fiddling with her monocle, looking rather lost. I held out my hand to her. Why don't you come down and try it out? I still have data to analyze. That's an order, I said with a smile. However, when she immersed herself in the hot spring, the material of her swimsuit became transparent, causing her to scream and cover her chest. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo laughed loudly. Ark's intelligent fabric turns transparent when it gets wet. The three Shirley sisters seized the opportunity to tease. Lady Viola has such a great figure. I handed the guardian a cup of sake. Relax, there are no outsiders here. As the alcohol took effect, Viola gradually relaxed. She took off her monocle, revealing a remarkably delicate face. Actually, she whispered, the guardians have maintained this tradition for generations, waiting for the city lord's return. These words caused the hot spring to fall silent. All the Valkyrie's eyes were fixed on me. Ahem. I quickly changed the subject. Silverwing, what's that ice and fire pool for? Silverwing's mechanical eyes flashed. According to the data, it's training endurance. Before she could finish speaking, I picked her up and said, let's go try it. The ice and fire pool was divided in two by a transparent barrier, one side containing scalding hot spring water and the other side containing icy cold spring water. Silverwing and I stood in the middle, stretching our hands to either side. Ouch, it's so hot, so cold. Silverwing's mechanical body was more sensitive to temperature changes, and it clung to me. Seeing this, the other Valkyries joined in. Qin Mingyao directly used her ability to enhance the ice and fire effects, causing everyone to scream. Xiao Ling accidentally slipped and fell into my arms, her wet cat ears tickling my chin. Master, Sherry took the opportunity to hug me from behind. Try the moonlight grapes, a specialty of the Ark. She held a faintly glowing grape to her lips, gesturing for me to take it. Just as I was about to lower my head, I was suddenly bumped aside by Ying. This girl, who is usually the calmest, becomes surprisingly jealous when drunk. The hot spring battle was about to erupt. The Valkyries began splashing water at each other, and Lin Mo even used his wings of light to create giant waves. Viola was stunned by the scene until Alice pulled her into the fray. When I'd had enough fun, I leaned against the poolside to rest. The smart recliner that Star Vortex transformed into allowed me to float halfway on the water, while Silverwing massaged my head with its mechanical arm. Master, Qin Mingyao swam to my side, her icy blue eyes tinged with intoxication. The hot springs do indeed have special effects. She took my hand and placed it on her lower abdomen. Can you feel it? The energy is flowing. Indeed, there seems to be a peculiar energy in the hot spring, circulating between us through skin contact. The Valkyrie link activates automatically, and everyone's abilities resonate and amplify. This is... Viola stared in astonishment at the monitoring data. The fusion of life energy, the miracle foretold by the prophet. As the energy cycle reached its peak, the entire hot spring pool began to glow. The Valkyries involuntarily drew closer to me, their various abilities intertwining to create a dazzling aurora. Master, Silverwing's mechanical voice became unusually soft. I can feel a heartbeat. Xingxuan looked at herself in surprise. My emotional module is evolving. This strange fusion of energy continued into the night. When we finally left the hot spring, everyone was refreshed. Silverwing and Starswar's mechanical forms became more human-like. Shadow's speed increased again, and even Viola awakened a faint telepathic ability. Back in the bedroom, I thought I could finally rest, but when I opened the door, I saw... Good night, Master. The three Shirley sisters sat on the bed. Let us help you dry off. Silverwing and Stardust stood on either side of the bed. According to the data, you need to replenish your fluids. Ying had already huddled under the covers, only her cat ears showing. Lin Mo's wings of light shimmered in the corner of the room, and Qin Mingyao coincidentally came to give me a physical examination. Looking at the room filled with spring colors, I rubbed my temples. This arc, it was definitely the right choice. Chapter 41 Nano Fantasy. Alert! Alert! Remnants of the mechanical city discovered on the outskirts of Antarctica. In the early morning, the piercing alarm in the ARC Command Center shattered my sweet dreams. On the holographic screen, 30 modified mechs were gathering on the ice field, led by Maxim, who had escaped earlier. That old bastard still won't give up. I sat up, rubbing my temples, and found that Silverwing and Stardust were already fully prepared. Master, the Silverwing mechanical eyes gleamed coldly. Please allow our mechanical guard to engage in battle. I glanced at the monitor. No need. Let's test ARC's new weapon. Guided by Viola, we arrived at the ARC Armory. It displays various pre-apocalyptic superweapons, the most striking being the giant, throne-shaped mech in the center. The Valkyrie throne, Viola explained, can connect the powers of 7 Valkyries simultaneously. The moment I sat in the cockpit, 7 beams of light shot in from different directions. Silverwing transformed into armor on the left arm. Stars and vortexes formed the right arm. Qin Mingyao's ice and fire energy formed a breastplate. Shadow's shadow power covered his legs. Lin Mo's wings of light unfolded behind him. Alice's starlight adorned her entire body. Xiaoling's agility module enhanced his joints. The mechs soared into the air, breaking through the ice and appearing above Antarctica. Before Maxim's mech force could react, they were all imprisoned by the energy net I released with a wave of my hand. Surrender or become an ice sculpture. My voice was amplified by the mecha, making the iceberg tremble. Maxim's mech suddenly self-destructed, and the old man tried to escape. I sneered, and ice and fire chains shot out from my chest armor, binding him tightly. Game over. Back on the Ark, Viola suggested, the City Lord should experience nano-illusion, the Ark's most advanced healing system. In the changing room, I changed into a specially designed sensory suit. This nanomaterial clothing changes shape according to the scene. At this moment, it was just a pair of loose silver shorts. Please select a service team. Information on all the Valkyries is listed on the holographic screen. I checked everyone, including the shy Viola. As the hatch closed, the surroundings transformed into a scene of sunny beach. The feel of the fine sand, the temperature of the sea breeze, and even the salty smell were incredibly real. Master, Lin Mo's voice came from behind. She was wearing a seashell bikini, and her wings had transformed into rainbow-colored parasols. Have a glass of coconut juice first. The chilled coconut juice had barely touched their lips when Silverwing and Stardust emerged from the sea. Their swimsuits were flowing liquid metal, constantly changing style with each step. The water temperature is now set to optimal. Xingxuan knelt on the beach chair. Would you like to sunbathe? She gently patted the chair, and the nano-sand particles automatically sculpted into a recliner. I had barely lain down when Qin Mingyao walked over barefoot, her toes leaving behind icy patterns on the sand. Ice treatment or fire therapy? Ice first, then fire. She chuckled softly, her delicate hand stroking my back. The alternating sensations of biting cold and scorching heat stimulated my acupoints, making me sigh with pleasure. Master, Xiaoling suddenly emerged from the sea, water droplets clinging to her golden cat ears. Look what I caught. She held up a holographic projection of a giant lobster. A figure silently appeared in the shadows, its black gauze dress soaked with seawater. Would you want to put on sunscreen? Alice descended from the sky, her starlight bikini reflecting the illusory sunlight. Lord, how about trying out the water-powered wing? We sped across the sea on our light-wing surfboards, Alice wrapping her arms around my waist from behind. The splashes from the light wings formed rainbows in the sunlight. Suddenly, we made a sharp turn and both tumbled into the shallow water. Lord of the city, breathe. She surfaced, her face flushed. Back on the beach, Viola had already prepared lunch. Her white tulle dress was soaked by the waves. This is molecular gastronomy from the Ark. The food on the plate automatically deforms, and the steak turns into juices that reform in your mouth. The 3 Shirley sisters add to the fun by dancing the hula. In the afternoon, the illusion transformed into a hot spring resort. Petals floated in the milky white spring water, and the bottom was covered with glowing energy crystals. This is the fountain of regeneration, Viola said, soaking by the pool, her gauze dress billowing in the wind. It can repair cell damage. Silverwing's robotic arm transformed into a massage tool, with 12 nanotentacles simultaneously pressing different acupoints. Stardust's liquid metal swimsuit suddenly expanded, enveloping me entirely in a temperature-controlled chamber. Muscle fatigue detected. Her voice rang directly in her mind. Activate deep relaxation mode. Qin Mingyao condensed the spring water into an ice crystal mask, and Xiaoling gently patted her back with her cattail. Lin Mo and Alice frolicked in the pool, the splashing water refracting rainbow halos. As night fell in the dreamlike realm, the crystal at the bottom of the hot spring pool shone like a galaxy. Shadow curled up in my arms like a satiated black cat. Viola, her eyes glazed with intoxication, held up her wine glass. Actually, she suddenly leaned close to my ear. The Guardians inherit an ancient massage technique. Warning, overload. Xingxuan's mechanical voice changed tone, but no one stopped. As the morning light pierced the illusion, I lay refreshed in the recovery pod. The Valkyries were sprawled out all around me, sleeping haphazardly. Suddenly, the alarm sounded again. Anomaly detected in lunar orbit. An object is falling. On the holographic screen, a burning meteorite is breaking through the atmosphere. Zooming in, one can vaguely see a pyramid encased within it. Viola instantly snapped to attention. It's the star treasure prophesied by the Sky City. I gently stroked the sleeping faces of the Valkyries and placed a kiss on each of their foreheads. A new adventure is about to begin. Chapter 42, The Hundredfold Temptation Amidst the Zombie Horde. As the alarm blared and the grating sound of metal being chewed exploded simultaneously, I was wiping away the lingering ice and fire energy on Qin Mingyao's shoulder with a nanotowel. On the holographic screen, 17 gaps had been gnawed into the defensive perimeter of the Antarctic ice sheet, and several mechanical spiders were mixed in with the dense horde of zombies. Clearly, Maxim's remnants had made some kind of dirty deal with the zombie horde. Master, more than 100,000 zombies have been detected approaching. Silverwing's mechanical arm transformed into a Gatling gun, and liquid metal flowed down her thighs to form combat boots. Requesting activation of Valkyrie Array. I pressed down on her cold, mechanical chin, my fingertips tracing the energy interface on the side of her neck. Don't rush. Let's try out the new system functions first. He silently recited Link Star Swirl in his mind, and his right arm was instantly covered with cyan blue armor, with the activation pattern of a miniature particle cannon appearing in his palm. After yesterday's system upgrade, I can not only return the Valkyrie's abilities 100-fold, but also directly access their weapon modules. At this moment, Xingxuan is sunbathing by the pool in a bikini, but that doesn't affect my ability to borrow her main cannon at all. Aim at coordinates A7, energy output, 20%. The instant the particle cannon fired, I saw a giant liquor leap from the horde of zombies. The monster's tongue was a full 20 meters long, its tip coated in corrosive liquid, yet it was blasted to dust by the beam. The next second, a system notification exploded in my mind. 100x return triggered. You deal 200 damage to a zombie and gain 20,000 evolution points. TSK, only 20,000? I licked my lips, my gaze sweeping over Lin Mo, who was handing me chilled champagne. Her wings of light transformed into a parasol, and the seashells on her bikini trembled slightly with her movements. Master, those zombies over there seem to be digging tunnels towards us. On the holographic map, red markers were spreading out from underground in a spiderweb pattern. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, the waistline outlined by nanomaterials faintly visible beneath her black combat suit. There are ventilation ducts on the third underground level. They're trying to get in through the vents. The shadow dagger that materialized at her fingertips suddenly tripled in size. Should I freeze the passage? I pressed her waist and pulled her into my arms, the faint scent of bitter almonds lingering in my nostrils. Her unique body odor extracted from zombie brains. No need, I said, opening the weapon menu of the Valkyrie throne. Let them try out the Ark's new toys. When the first decaying hand emerged from the vent, the entire Ark's floor suddenly flipped over. Thousands of zombies screamed as they fell into the laser matrix at the bottom. I stood in front of the viewing window and watched as Qin Mingyao casually waved her hand, and the lasers in the matrix were instantly dyed with both ice and fire colors. Blue flames burned the zombies' flesh. Ice crystals froze and shattered their bones, while my system notifications blared incessantly like a machine gun. 100x return triggered. Gain 47,000 evolution points. 100x return triggered. Gain 39,000 evolution points. Master looks so good. Xiaoling climbed onto my shoulder at some point, her cat ears rubbing against my earlobe. Do you want to use evolution points to buy something fun? She tapped my wrist with her fingertip, and the system shop interface immediately appeared. The Starlight bikini I bought for Alice with 100,000 evolution points last time was definitely worth it. Right now, she's doing yoga by the pool, wearing that swimsuit that automatically adjusts its brightness, and every inch of her skin is glowing with a pearly luster in the sunlight. Change! My gaze swept over the nano-sexual restraints set in the store, and suddenly I saw a special item in the corner. Wait, what's that? On the holographic screen, a floating golden capsule slowly rotated, its description reading, Valkyrie Gene Stabilizer, permanently solidifies the link with the host. Price, 999,999 evolution points. We're still short 300,000. I licked my lips and turned my gaze to Viola, who was massaging my temples. Today she was wearing a white dress as thin as a cicada's wing, and when she bent over, I could see a pale pink mechanical tattoo on her waist, the activation key to her core program. Notify everyone. I stood up, the Valkyrie armor spreading down my spine to my throat. The zombie hunting party will begin in 30 minutes. I need to gather 1,000,000 evolution points before sunset. Under the eternal daylight of Antarctica, the Valkyries formed battle formations on the ice plains. Silverwing's Gatling guns spewed flames, each bullet enhanced by the system, unleashing missile-level power. Starswear's liquid metal transformed into 30 floating cannons, weaving a deadly net of fire in the sky. Qin Mengyao clenched her fist, and a 100-meter-high wall of ice and fire suddenly rose from the ice layer within a kilometer radius, trapping the zombie horde like turtles in a jar. I stood on the city wall, my fingertips holding the amplifier I had temporarily redeemed from the system shop. The moment the silver earring was inserted into my ear, I saw Lin Mo's wings of light cast a heart-shaped shadow in the sunlight. Master, Shadow's voice trembled unusually, and her shadow dagger had somehow transformed into a heart-shaped hilt. Among the zombie horde, there's a particularly strong one. Her words were interrupted by a loud bang. The moment the ice cracked, I saw the giant zombie that was at least 50 meters tall. Its body was pieced together from countless broken machines and rotting flesh, with Maxim's mechanical head embedded in its chest, and what spewed from its mouth was not corpse poison, but a corrosive liquid that glowed blue. Warning: Level 50 mechanical zombie lore detected. Kill reward: 500,000 evolution points. Interesting. I ripped off my shirt, letting the Valkyrie throne armor cover my entire body. Silverwing's mechanical arm transformed into a giant scythe. Starswear's floating cannons formed wings of light behind me, and Qin Mingyao's ice and fire energy condensed into serrated patterns on the blade. When the Lord's rotting flesh fist slammed down, I heard 7 overlapping heartbeats in my chest, proof of sharing life with the Valkyries. The system notification sound almost shattered eardrums the moment the sickle was swung. 100x return triggered. You deal 1,000 damage to the Lord and gain 100,000 evolution points. Critical hit. Gain an additional 500,000 evolution points. Rotten flesh and mechanical parts rained down. I stepped on the Lord's head and pulled out Maxim's core chip. Looking at the old man's terrified electronic eyes, I suddenly remembered the exchange options in the system. How about turning him into a fully automated massage robot? I turned to look at the Valkyries who were cleaning up the battlefield. Lin and Mo had already hopped over, holding a necklace made of zombie crystal cores in his hands. Master, the seashell on her chest gently brushed against my arm. During the battle, just now, my wings accidentally touched Sister Xingxuan's floating cannons. A rhombus-shaped crystal condensed at her fingertips, containing a residual image of their intertwined energy. The system says this is a Valkyrie resonance crystal, which can be exchanged. Her words were interrupted by a sudden system notification. Congratulations! You have accumulated 1,023,456 evolution points. Do you wish to redeem the Valkyrie Gene Stabilizer? I looked at Viola in the distance. She was standing in the ruins, adjusting the remains of a mechanical spider, the hem of her white dress stained with machine oil. But when she turned her head, she smiled at me, a warm smile that only a human could have. Exchange it, I said softly. The next second, 7 streams of light flew out from the Valkyrie's bodies, condensing into an eternally burning 7-colored light core on my chest. Tears flashed in Silverwing's mechanical pupils. Stardust's liquid metal transformed into a real skin-like touch for the first time, and Qi Mingyao's ice and fire energy suddenly became as warm as body temperature. When Lin Mo threw herself into my arms, I felt her heart beating clearly for the first time. Master, Viola's voice came from behind me, her mechanical arm now possessing soft, human-like skin, her fingertips gently hooking my fingers. A new zombie horde has been detected 500 kilometers to the north, but right now. I interrupted her with a kiss. In the distance, the first rays of the setting sun dipped below the Antarctic ice sheet, bathing the Valkyries in a warm golden hue. The system interface quietly refreshed, and next to the 100x return icon, a new, flashing button appeared. Valkyrie sharing. At the horizon, it wasn't just our shadows that were lengthened by the setting sun, but also countless new hordes of zombies writhing about, unaware that they were about to become the best nourishment for some man to fill his harem. Chapter 43, Mechanical Maid and Forbidden Stigmata. Under the eternal night sky of Antarctica, the aurora borealis hangs down like silk, gilding the snowfield with a dreamlike shimmer. As I bent down to adjust the chip behind Viola's neck, intermittent sobbing suddenly came from the depths of the icy plains. The sound was like a nursery rhyme coming from an old-fashioned radio, mixed with subtle electrical static. Abnormal life, signs detected. Shadow's dagger trembled slightly in its sheath. She frowned and looked towards the source of the sound. The energy readings are contradictory. They exhibit both zombie characteristics and human brainwaves. Lin Mo spread his wings of light, and the pale golden light illuminated the snowdrift 50 meters away. The figure huddled there took one's breath away. The lace trim of her pink-made outfit was stained with ice crystals, and beneath her askew bunny ear headband, a pair of amber eyes looked over with tears in them. On her raised wrist, diamond-encrusted nail polish and mechanical joints were strangely integrated. Please help me. As the girl tried to stand up, the ruffles of her maid outfit fluttered in the wind, revealing worn stockings at her knees. They said I'm a substandard android. Silverwing's gun muzzle reflected a cold glint. Commander, the energy fluctuations she's emitting perfectly match those of the zombie lord who attacked us last week. But when the girl stumbled towards me, a faint scent of gardenias wafted towards me. The mechanical butterfly hair clip in her hair trembled slightly, and it even projected a holographic menu. Look, I've loaded 300 housekeeping programs, and I can even adjust the strength of my hugs based on body temperature. The system interface suddenly popped up. A special unit, Mechanical Maid Zombie Lord, has been discovered. Options: 1. Clear, reward. Evolution points. 2. Tame, consume. Evolution points. Qi Mingyao suddenly grabbed my arm, the icy crystals forming on her fingertips, tracing a wary arc in the air. Commander, her learning module is copying my behavior patterns. She lowered her voice. Should I activate the defense protocol? Choose taming first. The moment I clicked confirm, pale blue neural pathways appeared on the girl's neck. She twirled around in surprise, and her maid outfit automatically switched to a warmer style more suitable for the polar regions, with the smart fibers of the skirt rippling with temperature changes. This is the core database of the mechanical city. She pulled a pocket watch from her fluffy petticoat. As the cover popped open, a holographic projection displayed a complex network of pipes spread across the snow. It contains markings for all. Xingxuan's liquid metal suddenly formed a protective shield. Human team detected approaching. Leader carrying what appears to be Valkyrie equipment. Her pupils reflected the lights of a distant snowmobile. Their energy field can interfere with our scanning system. The aurora suddenly turned blood red, and the snow mist kicked up by the motorcycle's sudden braking. The silver-haired nun removed her hood, and all the Valkyrie's wings of light resonated uncontrollably. The cross on her chest was actually a miniature reactor, and the red glow of a laser sight shone from beneath the Bible cover. A contaminated energy container. Her voice was like an electronically synthesized hymn, her white gloves brushing against a modified holy water sprayer at her waist. The 7th Purification Squad of the Holy See, ordered to retrieve the anomalous unit. The mechanical maid suddenly trembled, her rabbit ear headband turning a warning red. That's an anti-sire weapon specially made by the mechanical city for the Holy See. Her protective force field cast a rabbit-shaped shadow on the snow. My database shows they just used this to destroy 3 Valkyrie ruins last week. Viola's mechanical eyes flashed rapidly. Commander, the coating of her wings is the military model of the original Valkyrie. Her voice was unusually anxious. The Vatican may have cracked some of the Ark's core technology. As the nun raised her hand, glowing patterns suddenly appeared on the snow beneath our feet. Lin Mo's wings of light were suppressed by an invisible force, and Silverwing's bullets hovered eerily in the air. Most terrifyingly, shadow energy was being absorbed by the cross, transforming into chains of light that bound us. Warning: Valkyrie synchronization rate continues to decline. Amidst the system alarm, I saw data streams flash across the nun's prosthetic eye. Enemy use of psionic suppression field detected. Overload mode recommended. I simultaneously grasped the hands of all 7 Valkyries, feeling the different elements of energy surging through my veins. As the system notification sounded, a new user interface formed by a burst of multicolored light on my retina. Critical breakthrough. Gain a 100x increase in all attributes. The chains of light that had been suppressing us suddenly shattered. The nun watched in horror as her holy water containers burst one after another, her combat boots sinking into the melting snow as she retreated. I grabbed her trembling wrist, touching the tiny interface hidden beneath her skin. What exactly are the Vatican and the mechanical city planning? The Ark is more than just a ruin. Her voice suddenly turned electronic. The altar you awakened is actually... The mechanical maid scream interrupted the conversation. On the map projected on her pocket watch, the red dot representing the Ark altar was flashing frantically. Master, they've installed an annihilation device in the ruins. The ice suddenly trembled violently. Countless silver-white mechanical tentacles burst forth from the ice, each tipped with a needle-like energy extractor. Qin Mingyao's ice flames were absorbed by the tentacles and transformed into an electric grid that bound us, while Lin Mo's lightwing feathers were being modified into trackers. This is the Ark's original defense system. The nun struggled to pull out an encrypted communicator. The Vatican records, they used this system back then. The system alarm suddenly turned into a high-pitched beeping sound. Valkyrie's energy is being continuously drained. Should we activate the collaborative overload protocol? I saw sparks fly from Silverwing's robotic arm, and Starswear's liquid metal began to flow uncontrollably. Most chillingly, Viola's skin began to show the fine lines of capillaries that only humans possess. Activate. I ripped open my collar, which had been scorched by the energy field. The moment the protocol was activated, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a pale blue force field. Mechanical tentacles suddenly changed their mode of action, beginning to transmit energy in reverse. The nun's holy water weapons automatically disintegrated and reassembled into medical nanobots. Even the Aurora Borealis transformed into flowing energy bands, wrapping around the Valkyries to form a protective net. Energy reversal successful. Xingxuan manipulated the liquid metal to form a data link. Cracking the enemy system. Wait, there's life activity below the altar. A rotating staircase of light rose from a crack in the ice, leading straight to a deep blue abyss. I picked up the mechanical maid who had fainted due to system overload, and the Valkyrie's wings of light intertwined behind us to form a rainbow bridge. As we leaped into the abyss, the last image projected on the pocket watch showed the crystal coffin in the center of the altar opening, with a 7-colored light core pulsating on the chest of the sleeping figure within. Deep within the unseen ice, indicator lights from more coffins lit up one after another, forming a giant arrow pointing to the Ark's core forbidden zone, where a warning text, frozen for millennia, was inscribed. Once the balance between the 7 sins and the 7 virtues is broken, the container will unleash a catastrophic catastrophe. Chapter 44, Atlantis Holiday. The Pacific Ocean shimmered with golden light in the morning glow. I stood on the deck of the Ark's most advanced Neptune submarine, the sea breeze carrying a salty, damp scent. Viola's white lab coat fluttered in the wind as she busily adjusted the deep-sea probe. The Atlantis fortress is moving 3,000 meters underwater at a speed of approximately 15 knots. Her monocle reflected the data stream. According to the Ark's records, it preserves the First Lord's most precious fountain of life. The Silverwing's robotic arm transformed into a detection device and extended into the sea. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Full ship alert recommended. Just as I was about to give the order, a series of light footsteps sounded behind me. The Valkyries had changed and especially made deep-sea combat suits, or rather, swimsuit variations designed to suit each individual's unique features. Qin Mingyao's ice blue fringe swimsuit was adorned with crystals, which jingled with her steps. Lin Mo's rainbow two-piece swimsuit has a built-in light-up function, shining brightly in the sunlight. Alice's starry swimsuit, with its flowing galaxy pattern, made it seem as if she were wearing the night sky on her body. Shadow's pure black one-piece swimsuit felt like a second skin, outlining her perfect curves. Xiaoling simply stayed in her cat-girl form, wearing only a vest with a fishbone pattern. Silverwing and Stardust's liquid metal swimsuits constantly shifted between defensive forms. Lord of the City, Lin Mo hopped and clung to my arm. I heard the fountain of life can keep you young forever. Xiaoling's cat ears twitched. Will my brother turn into a cute boy after he soaks in that water? Amidst laughter and banter, the submarine arrived at the target area. With a whirring of machinery, the vessel began its descent. Through the reinforced glass windows, the wonders of the deep sea slowly unfolded. Glowing coral reefs, swarms of jellyfish, and all sorts of fantastical creatures whose names were unknown. Attention! We are about to approach the outer perimeter of the fortress. Viola's voice suddenly became tense. A blue light swept across the ship's hull, and a mechanical female voice announced, "Arc genetic marker detected. Welcome home, Lord City Lord." The sight before them took everyone's breath away. Beneath a massive, transparent dome, the Atlantis fortress stood like a crystal palace on the seabed. Most striking was the central pyramid-shaped structure spouting 7-colored water, which refracted a dreamlike halo under artificial light. That's the fountain of life. Xingxuan's pupils dilated. Component analysis shows it contains unknown active substances. We entered the fortress through the airlock, where a faint floral fragrance filled the air. The corridor walls were made of a semi-transparent material, allowing us to see various deep-sea creatures swimming outside. Qin Mingyao's fingertips traced the wall, instantly creating a pattern of ice flowers. According to the architectural blueprints, the Fountain of Life is located in the central sanctuary. Silverwing's navigation system projected a holographic map, but it requires the simultaneous activation of all 7 guardians. There were indeed 7 grooves on the temple doors, their shapes perfectly corresponding to the Valkyrie's abilities. As they each placed their hands on the grooves, the doors slowly opened, releasing a sweet-smelling vapor. The sight before them left everyone speechless. The Fountain of Life was actually a massive, multi-tiered swimming pool system. Water gushed from a golden vent at the top, flowing down 7 different color channels before finally converging into the central rainbow pool. Various exquisite rest facilities were arranged around the pool, and there were even automated robotic arms providing service. This is... Viola's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed. The First City Lord's multifunctional sanatorium. Lin Mo couldn't wait to jump into the pink waterway. Wow. The water temperature adjusts automatically. Little Ling plunged into the blue waterway, splashing water everywhere. Brother, come quick. There are bubbles in the water. I tentatively dipped my hand into the spring water and immediately felt a warm current spread through my body, sweeping away the fatigue of the past few days. The detection systems of Silverwing and Stardust simultaneously activated. A 300% increase in cell activity was detected. Full body immersion is recommended for best results. The Valkyrie's expectant gazes made me chuckle. All right, today's a day off. The spring water is even more magical than I imagined. The red waterway is full of vitality, and soaking in it feels like a full-body massage. The blue waterway is cool and refreshing, instantly calming you down, and the golden waterway is warm as spring, making you feel as safe and secure as if you were back in the womb. Lord, try the central rainbow pool. Alice rose from the starlight waterway and extended her hand to me. The effect is most pronounced where the 7 energies converge. The waters of the rainbow pool are like liquid gemstones. The moment you immerse yourself in them, 7 different sensations of comfort wash over you simultaneously. The Valkyries, in perfect unison, each guard a different spot, unleashing their unique abilities. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles transformed into underwater massagers. Stardust's liquid metal formed a protective membrane that conformed to the body. Qin Mingyao regulated the local water temperature. Shadow power gently unblocked the meridians. Lin Mo's light wings unfolded into a glowing net in the water. Alice's starlight seeped into the spring water. And Xiao Ling used her cattail to stimulate acupoints. What is this feeling? I looked up at the pod of whales swimming past outside the dome, and my consciousness began to drift away. Viola knelt by the pool, adding some kind of essential oil to the spring water. The recipe for the fountain of life requires the essence of 7 guardians. Now it's finally complete. The spring water gradually turned milky white, and countless tiny specks of light appeared in the steam. When these specks of light came into contact with the skin, they produced a subtle electric current sensation, but instead of stinging, they felt exceptionally comfortable. Nanometer-scale life particles. Xing Xuan's voice trembled with pleasure, repairing all cellular damage. I don't know how much time had passed, but I found myself floating in the center of the pool, surrounded by 7 Valkyries like planets orbiting a star. Each of them had a corresponding power mark on their chest, which resonated and shimmered with the light spots in the spring water. Lord, Ing rarely spoke first, her black swimsuit blooming like a flower in the water. Would you like to try underwater breathing? She handed them a glowing, coral-like device that allowed them to breathe freely underwater by holding it in their mouths. The Valkyries exchanged smiles and suddenly dived into the water simultaneously. The underwater world was even more wondrous than I had imagined. Light refracted into rainbows in the spring water, and schools of bioluminescent fish darted among them. Valkyries swam gracefully like mermaids, occasionally pulling me to explore new areas. Underwater massage chairs, pearl beds, bubble curtains. The luxury of Atlantis was beyond imagination. As we finally surfaced, the glow of the setting sun streamed through the water, bathing the entire temple in gold. Mechanical servants had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, which was set on a floating table by the pool. The fountain of life has a secret, Viola said, taking a sip of the shimmering liquid. On the night of the full moon, her words were interrupted by a sudden alarm. The holographic screen displayed the shadow of a fleet above the sea, marked by the infamous deep-sea hunters, a mercenary group that specializes in raiding underwater ruins. What a disappointment. Qin Mingyao conjured an ice crystal spear in her hand. Should we freeze them all into ice sculptures? I glanced at the darkening sky, then at the Valkyries who stood ready for battle. You have 10 minutes. 7 figures shot towards the exit like arrows. Through the monitor, I saw Silverwing's particle cannons tracing blue paths in the seawater, Lin Mo's wings illuminating the entire battlefield, and Xiao Ling transforming into a giant cat-shaped mech that slapped away 3 submarines. 7 minutes and 30 seconds later, the Valkyries returned in triumph with their spoils, top-quality champagne, and a seafood feast on the deep-sea hunter flagship. Now, I raise my crystal-clear glass. We can continue our previous conversation. Viola blushed and pressed a hidden button. The temple dome suddenly became transparent, and a full moon's light shone directly into the spring. The specks of light in the spring instantly came alive, forming magnificent patterns in the air. The true power of the fountain of life. Her voice was almost inaudible, requires, under the moonlight by the Lord and the Guardians together. Moonlight, spring water, and the radiance of the 7 Valkyries intertwine, and the deepest secret of Atlantis unfolds tonight. Chapter 45, Poisonous Rain Frenzy. Host detected obtaining Fountain of Life, Energy Essence, currently amplifying 100-fold. I suddenly stood up from the spring, my body radiating a pale golden aura. The Valkyries stared in astonishment at their hands. The energy markings on their bodies were more than 10 times brighter than before. Lord, your eyes. Xiao Ling pointed to my pupils, where 7-colored light was now flowing. Before we could examine the changes closely, the entire Atlantis suddenly began to shake violently. An alarm shattered the silence. Urgent warning. A cloud of highly toxic spores has been detected in the atmosphere. Expected to arrive in 30 minutes. Viola's white coat automatically switched to protective mode. Impossible. This time the spore concentration is 100 times higher than last time. They can penetrate 3 meters of concrete. The holographic screen displayed a terrifying scene. Purple poisonous clouds surged across the Pacific Ocean like living things, turning the seawater into an eerie fluorescent green wherever they passed. Return to the Ark immediately. I grabbed my combat suit, the energy of the fountain of life surging through my veins. Silverwing, activate the highest level of defense protocols. The Poseidon warship cut through the waves on its return journey. The sky behind it now a deep purplish black. Lin Mo's light wings flickered uneasily. Those clouds, it seems like they're chasing us. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. The monitor screen showed countless mutants with bat wings swooping down from the poison cloud. Their skin was covered with venom sacs, and each flap of their wings sprayed corrosive liquid. It's a new type of flying creature. Xingxuan's defensive barrier sizzled as it was corroded. The poisonous rain has started ahead of schedule. A gigantic mutant crashed through the observation window, its foul-smelling venom spraying towards us. In the nick of time, my life energy automatically formed a shield, and the venom instantly vaporized upon contact with the golden light. 100x return effect triggered. Life barrier strength X 100. Master! Silverwing suddenly pointed into the distance, towards the Ark. Over Antarctica, where the aurora borealis cast its glow, a massive vortex of purple poisonous clouds formed. Even more terrifying, corrosion spots had appeared on the once transparent energy shield of the Ark. This poisonous rain was actually eroding the Ark's defenses. Full speed ahead. I clenched my fist, feeling the newly acquired power surging within me. Prepare for boarding action. As the Neptune ship stormed into the Ark port, the first wave of toxic rain had already fallen. The purple raindrops seemed to have a life of their own, searching for any gaps. Several workers who couldn't find shelter in time instantly suffered skin ulceration and writhed in agony on the ground. Activate the medical protocol. Viola's white coat unfolded into a mobile operating table. Quickly get them in. Her words trailed off. The wounded suddenly stopped struggling, and strange purple patterns emerged beneath their skin. The mutation rate was dozens of times faster than before. Everyone retreat to the inner defenses. I deployed a life barrier to block the entrance. Valkyrie squad, follow me to the dome. The outermost transparent dome of the Ark was riddled with holes, and poisonous rain poured down like countless tiny purple arrows. Even more terrifying, the raindrops multiplied rapidly upon contact with any surface, forming a moving carpet of poisonous fungi. 7-pointed star formation. I stood in the center, and the Valkyries immediately took their positions. The Valkyrie link, amplified 100-fold, underwent a qualitative change. Silverwing's mechanical arm expanded into a protective net covering half the dome. Starswear's liquid metal formed an anti-corrosion coating on its surface. Qi Mingyao's ice and fire powers constructed a dual filtration system. Shadow devoured the poisonous rain that slipped through the net. Lin Mo and Alice's light wings formed a spectral sterilization net. And Little Spirit used her feline-like keenness to capture every weak point. Toxic rain penetration rate drops to 12%, 8%, 3%. Just when we thought we had the situation under control, the ground suddenly shook violently. The monitoring screen showed that the bottom of the Ark was being struck by some kind of giant creature. A mutated whale over 300 meters long, its entire body covered in venom sacs, and each impact left corrosive marks on the protective shield. I'll take care of it. The figure was already blurry. Give me 3 minutes. Wait. I grabbed her hand, and life energy flowed into her body through the point of contact. Take this. Shadow watched in astonishment as a shadow power transformed into a dazzling gold, vanishing from the spot in the next second. 30 seconds later, a muffled, thunderous explosion echoed from the seabed, and the giant red dot on the monitor disappeared. Lord! Viola suddenly exclaimed, look outside. In a poisonous rain, the infected Ark staff are undergoing a horrific mutation. Their bones are growing twisted and contorted, their skin is peeling away to reveal purplish-red muscle tissue, and most terrifyingly, they've begun to systematically attack the security doors. Intelligent mutants. Xingxuan scanner issued an alarm. They can retain some human memories. A mutant suddenly lunged at the power control panel, its fingers still adorned with the Arch-Engineer's ring. At the last second, Xiaoling's cat claws tore it in two, but more mutants were surging forward. Activate the isolation protocol. The Silverwing's cannons began charging. Recommendation: eliminate all. No. Viola stopped her. They can still be saved. The energy of the fountain of life can. Her words reminded me. The amplified energy within me was yearning to be released. I looked at the Valkyries. Remember that move we learned at the bottom of the spring? The 7 Valkyries immediately understood and took their positions. As our energies merged through the link, a 7-colored beam of light, 100 meters in diameter, shot into the sky, piercing the dome and penetrating straight into the center of the poisonous cloud. Combined skill, life siphon. An astonishing scene unfolded. The purple poisonous cloud was frantically absorbed by the pillar of light, transforming into a rain of pure energy. The mutants that were drenched ceased their attacks, and the purple markings on their bodies gradually faded. A little girl, just regaining consciousness, looked up blankly, the purple light in her eyes fading. We did it! Lin Emo excitedly hugged Alice. We've purified the poisonous rain. However, the good fortune didn't last long. Suddenly, a piercing shriek came from high above. A huge shadow emerged from the depths of the poisonous cloud. It was a flying mutant comparable to an aircraft carrier, its outstretched wings covered with countless poison sacs, and half of the wreckage of an Ark reconnaissance plane was embedded in its abdomen. It's the mother! Viola's detectors flashed wildly. It's constantly producing toxic clouds. The mother structure opened its massive maw, and a beam of purple light shot straight towards the Arkansas. The life barrier we had just formed was violently shaken by the impact, and the armor of Silverwing and Stardust began to overload and smoke. This won't last long. Blood trickled from the corner of Qin Mingyao's mouth. We need more power. I looked at the life mark on my chest, and suddenly had a crazy idea. Grabbing Silverwing and Stardust's hands, I poured all my energy, amplified 100-fold, into the Valkyrie link. All Valkyries' ultimate fusion. 7 beams of light intertwined to form a dazzling cocoon of light that enveloped us. When the light dissipated, what appeared in the air was a giant form with 7 colored wings on its back, the savior mech, which I and the 7 Valkyries jointly controlled. The mech's hand aimed at the mother structure, its life energy coalescing into a spear that stretched across the sky. With a roar that echoed throughout Antarctica, the spear transformed into a streak of light, piercing the mother structure's chest. Terrifying, purifying energy erupted from within, dyeing the entire poisonous cloud a vibrant rainbow. The falling raindrops were no longer deadly. Instead, they carried the healing power of the fountain of life. Inside and outside the Ark, the infected mutants gradually regained their human form. For the first time, healing rain fell on the Antarctic continent under the aurora borealis. As the mech disintegrated, the 7 Valkyries collapsed weakly into my arms. Little Ling's cat ears drooped listlessly. Brother, so tired. I gently stroked their cheeks and looked up at the clearing sky. A new message popped up in my mind, 100-fold return system. The number of people the host has saved has exceeded 1 million. New privilege unlocked. Valkyrie bond enhancement plus 100%. Viola staggered over, her guardian emblem brighter than ever. Lord, this isn't over. Atmospheric monitoring shows 7 even larger toxic clouds are forming. I held the Valkyries in my arms tightly, feeling the warmth of our deepening bond. Let the storm rage on. On the distant horizon, the second wave of poisonous rain had begun to gather. But atop the Ark, the light of life shone brighter than ever. Chapter 46 Unification Operations Conference. The morning sunlight streamed into the command center through the floor-to-ceiling windows. I rubbed my temples as I checked the global toxic rain monitoring map. 7 huge red dots flashed on the map, each representing a toxic cloud capable of destroying a continent. Lord, your coffee. Silverwing's voice made me turn my head, and I almost choked on my hot coffee. The mechanical Valkyrie, who always wore tactical armor, was wearing a dark blue flight attendant uniform today. The bodycon miniskirt accentuated her perfect mechanical curves, and a silk scarf was tied into an exquisite bow around her neck. Even the metal parts were polished to resemble an aviation badge. This is a new skin, I couldn't help but take a second look. According to research in human psychology, uniforms can increase trust levels by 25%. Silverwing twirled, her short skirt fluttering slightly. Star Swirl designed this tactical camouflage module for me. As if to prove her words, the doors to the command center slid open, and Xingxuan walked in, wearing high heels. She was dressed in a pure white nurse's uniform, with a Red Cross badge pinned to her chest, and liquid metal transformed into a stethoscope hanging around her neck. "Good morning, Lord." She adjusted her non-existent glasses. "Would you like a pre-battle medical checkup?" Just as I was about to answer, Linamo suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pounced on me. She was wearing bright yellow construction overalls. Her safety helmet was askew, and the light wings had turned into fluorescent stripes on her clothes. "Tajda, repairman, Xiao Mo reporting for duty." She magically produced a wrench. "Want to check the equipment?" A soft laugh came from the doorway. Qin Mingyao leaned against the doorframe, wearing a dark green military trench coat, gleaming boots, and her long, icy blue hair tied in a neat ponytail. She twirled a tactical tablet in her fingers, and a glittering General Star badge was pinned to her collar. "Seventh Sector reporting." She gave a crisp military salute, but then flashed a mischievous smile in her eyes. "Does the commander wish to personally inspect the troops?" Xiaoling suddenly popped out from beside my legs, wearing a pink apron like a pet store employee and a bunny ear headband over her cat ears. She raised her fluffy paw. "Guess we have discounted catnip today." "What are you doing?" My words were interrupted by the sudden sound of an alarm. Viola's holographic image appeared on the control panel, dressed in a classic librarian's uniform, a beige turtleneck sweater paired with a plaid long skirt, her round glasses slipping halfway down her nose. Surprisingly, the conservative attire only accentuated her beautiful figure. "No, this is terrible." She frantically adjusted her glasses. The African poison cloud has suddenly accelerated its movement. The last to arrive was Ing. As her figure slowly emerged from the shadows, the entire command room fell silent. Her black leather SWAT uniform clung to her body, her tactical belt accentuating her breathtaking waistline, and only a pair of golden eyes were visible beneath her mask. Reconnaissance complete. As she handed over the data panel, a section of her snow-white wrist peeked out from between her gloves and cuffs. Data on the new mutant. I forced myself to remain calm as I took the data panel, only to find a heart drawn on it. Looking up, I met Ying's unusually smiling eyes and suddenly understood the purpose of the Valkyrie's costume show, to relieve the stress from the series of fierce battles. "Okay." I put down my coffee cup. "Since we're going to play role-playing games." Pressing a hidden button under the table caused the entire wall of weapon cabinets to rotate and unfold, revealing racks filled with various uniforms. The Valkyrie's eyes widened in surprise, and even a usually composed Qin Mingyao whistled. "Arc Entertainment Department's prized possession." I picked up a captain's uniform jacket. It's made of nanomaterials and has its own protective force field. Lin Mo rushed to the clothes rack. "Wow, there are even magical girl outfits." "That's for Alice." I pointed to the Starlight Valkyrie who had just walked in. After all, she stopped mid-sentence. Instead of her usual star-studded gown, Alice wore a loose-fitting white lab coat, and her light wings transformed into gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. "Sorry I'm late." She adjusted her glasses like a stern, aloof female professor. I was preparing a neutralizing agent for the poisonous rain. Silverwing's processor visibly overloaded. "Miss Alice, this is role-playing, huh?" She flipped open her notebook with an innocent look. Wasn't the point to relieve the city lord's stress? Viola's holographic image suddenly turned into a snowflake pattern, and her physical form rushed out of the elevator, clutching a cheerleader outfit. "Wait, that research uniform is what I'm supposed to wear." Amidst the laughter and commotion, the main screen suddenly turned a glaring red. 7 toxic cloud formations simultaneously began to deform, gradually coalescing into the outlines of the 7 continents. Clearly a premeditated global attack. Game time is over. I tighten my captain's tie. The operations meeting begins. The Valkyries instantly switched modes. Silverwing's flight attendant uniform unfolded into a tactical holographic projection. Dozens of miniature detectors flew out of Xingxuan's nurse's uniform pockets. Electronic epaulets appeared on Qi Mingyao's military uniform. Even Xiaoling took off her apron, revealing her special forces uniform underneath. Based on the trajectory of the toxic cloud, It will simultaneously cover all 7 continents in 48 hours. Silverwing pulled up a 3D map. I suggest we split up and act separately. I'm in charge of Asia. Qin Mingyao's military boots stepped onto the projected Qinghai-Tibet plateau. The power of ice and fire is best suited for the high-altitude environment. Leave North America to me. Lin and Mo put on his welding mask. Perfect timing to test out our newly developed solar power cannon. Alice's wings cast starlight across the African plate. The starry sky, there's the clearest, where you can unleash your full potential. Shadow's figure flickered in the European section. Assassinating the mother, my specialty. Little Ling raised her paw. Antarctica, I want to build the biggest snowman. Then Xing Xuan and I will be in charge of South America and Oceania. Silverwing's mechanical, I calculated the flight path, but we're still missing one. All eyes turned to Viola. The Guardian, frantically putting on her cheerleader skirt, nearly dropped her glasses when she realized everyone was staring. I stayed behind to command the Ark. No, I picked up the last set of uniforms and handed it to her. The Arctic Circle mission requires Guardian authorization. Viola took the uniform, and her eyes lit up when she saw it was a polar research suit. But when she saw the style of the matching thermal underwear, her face immediately turned red. Now, I fastened my captain's cap. Let's plan out the specifics. The alarm blared again, interrupting the meeting. This time, it was an emergency communication from the bottom of the Ark. The screen showing a researcher, his face covered in blood, shouting, "The test subjects are going berserk. They're destroying the power core." Surveillance footage showed that the previously cured infected individuals suddenly mutated en masse and were rampaging through the lower levels. Even more terrifying, patterns representing the 7 continents appeared on their bodies, perfectly mirroring the toxic cloud. Their bait. Xingxuan's medical scanner emitted a piercing alarm. They've been implanted with a geolocation program. It must be eliminated immediately. Silverwing's projection turned red. Otherwise, the Ark's coordinates will. I raised my hand to interrupt her, turning to the special equipment cabinet next to the clothes rack. Perfect timing to try out the new toy. The cabinet door slid open, revealing 7 sets of power armor, each with a unique design. Each set was tailored to the Valkyrie's characteristics and all retained elements of a uniform. Nano-weapon, codename professional attire. I patted the Silverwing flight attendant armor. 5 minutes to prepare. When the elevator reached the ground floor, we were greeted by a hellish scene. The mutants had merged into 7 gigantic monsters, each clearly displaying the pattern of its corresponding continent. They were systematically destroying the Ark's critical facilities. Maintain formation. My captain deployed the wings. Proceed with the prearranged battle plan. Silverwing's flight attendant armor took the lead, its tray transforming into a floating cannon array. Star Whirlwind's nurse armor fired scalpel missiles. Qin Mingyao's general armor summoned ice and fire heavy cannons. Lin Mo's repairman armor swung a giant wrench. Alice's white coat armor released a starlight matrix. Xiaoling's pet shop armor ejected cat paw energy blades. Even Viola's research armor fired aurora rays. Shadow stood still. When a North American monster pounced, her SWAT armor suddenly became invisible. And when she reappeared, she was already standing on a monster's shoulder, her dagger precisely piercing the weak spot on the back of its neck. Excellent. I piloted the captain's armor and took off. Reports from all areas. Targets in Asia cleared. Europe will solve it. Africa is quiet now. The giant creatures of Antarctica have turned into ice sculptures. Just as the last monster fell, the entire lower level suddenly trembled violently. The remains of the 7 monsters glowed simultaneously, forming a complete global pattern on the ground. In the center of the pattern, a miniature black hole was forming. Self-destruct program. Stardust's alarm wailed. They're going to take the Ark. Evacuate. I activated the armor's thrusters. Assemble at the top floor. When we rushed into the rooftop garden, the black hole had expanded to a diameter of 10 meters. Even more terrifying, it had become quantumly entangled with the 7 toxic cloud clusters and 7 purple energy channels stretched across the sky. They're absorbing the poison cloud's energy. Alice's wings flashed frantically. If this continues... I looked at the 7 Valkyries and suddenly laughed. Remember our signature move? The Valkyrie link instantly reached its peak. The 7 class-specific armors combined and transformed in midair, ultimately forming a super cannon that stretched across the garden. The cannon was adorned with all the uniform elements, including flight attendant scarves, nurse crosses, and general insignia. Ultimate combination technique, professional finishing cannon. As the torrent of energy pierced through the black hole, a magnificent aurora exploded across the Antarctic sky. 7 toxic cloud channels were simultaneously severed, and the black hole collapsed into a tiny dot and vanished amidst a mournful cry. After the armor was removed, everyone collapsed, exhausted, onto the garden lawn. Their uniforms were all somewhat torn, but no one seemed to care. Silverwing's flight attendant's hair was disheveled. Starfall's nurse's uniform had a ripped hem, and Qi Mingyao's military jacket was nowhere to be found. We successfully? Viola's research glasses were down to just one lens. As I watched the dissipating poisonous clouds, I suddenly noticed a new change in the Valkyrie link. Each person's uniform elements had merged with their respective abilities. A nurse's cross appeared on Silverwing's mechanical wings, and Alice's wings of light bore military stripes. "Looks like for the next operation," I said, ripping open the collar of my tattered captain's uniform. "We can go for a mixed-style look." Lin suddenly pounced on me, rubbing his oil-splattered face against my chest. "Next time I want to wear a bikini armor." Amidst the laughter and banter, a new alarm sounded from the control panel. But this time, everyone's expressions were much more relaxed. After all, no matter how strong the enemy, they couldn't stop this professional team from launching a coordinated attack. Chapter 47, Valkyrie's Diary. In the Arc Command Center at dawn, I stared blankly at the 7 continents markers flashing on the holographic sand table. The toxic cloud crisis had temporarily subsided, but billions of mutants still roamed the globe. The soft sound of an automatic door sliding open interrupted my thoughts. "Lord, the battle plan has been finalized." Silverwing's voice still carried the precision characteristic of a machine, but since the evolution at the Fountain of Life, her tone had gained a touch of human warmth. Today, she had switched back to her standard tactical armor, but with some subtle adjustments. The curve of her waist was more pronounced, and the metal surface gleamed with a mother-of-pearl-like sheen. Noticing my gaze, her pupils dilated slightly, a new way she expressed pleasure. "Leave the plan here for now." I pointed to the desktop. "You seem different lately?" The mechanical Valkyrie paused for a rare 0.3 seconds. Xing Xuan said my emotional module needs a personalization upgrade. She suddenly leaned closer, a flash of blue light in her hair. "What style do you think suits me best?" Before I could answer, the command console suddenly lit up with a red light. Qi Mingyao's projection rudely interrupted the scene, showing her standing on the head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex mutant, her long, ice-blue hair stained with purple blood. "Asia Zone C is cleared." She flicked the rotting flesh off her long sword, then suddenly narrowed her eyes. "Silverwing, you're too close to the City Lord." Instead of retreating, Silverwing advanced, its robotic arm transforming into a display screen. Based on social distancing standards, there is still 11.4 centimeters of clearance. TCH, a lifeless lump of iron. Qi Mingyao's projection suddenly turned to me. "Hey, come my training ground tonight. I'll show you a new move." She licked away the blood splattered on her lips. "I guarantee it'll be much more interesting than some people's data reports." The communication had barely ended when a fragrant breeze wafted over from behind. Lin M.O. clung to my shoulder like a koala, his light wings deliberately scanning the sensors on my silver wings. "Lord, my new invention is complete." Today, she had tied her long rainbow hair into pigtails, and her work clothes were covered in scorch marks. Before I could respond, she pulled out a small device that looked like a lipstick. "Look, a portable solar energy cannon." With a press of her finger, a smoking round hole appeared in the ceiling. "Lin, Montauk!" Viola's scream echoed down the corridor. The Guardian, carrying a heavy ancient book, burst in, his glasses askew, and the lace bra strap I'd personally tied last night peeked out from under his white lab coat. "This is the 3rd time this week the energy lines have been damaged." Xiao Ling seized the opportunity to slip in from Viola's feet, a small wildflower tucked in her cat ear. Today, she maintained her half-human, half-cat form, the tip of her tail dyed pink. "Brother, I found glowing butterflies in the garden." She proudly opened her palm, revealing several mechanical insects inside. "This is a reconnaissance drone?" I picked one up and examined it closely. "You got it right. Alice's voice came from the ceiling. The Starlight Valkyrie descended slowly upside down, her long hair cascading down like a silver river. I taught Xiaoling to do it. Today, she had braided her light wings into pigtails for the first time ever, and a cat paw brooch was pinned to her starry gauze dress. Clearly Xiaoling's handiwork. Viola suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, are these drones connected to—" Before the words were even finished, the screens on the entire wall lit up simultaneously, displaying live feeds from every corner of the Arkansas. The changing room, the hot spring area, and even my bedroom. "Alice!" Everyone shouted in unison. The Starlight Valkyrie blinked innocently. "It's necessary for research." A soft chuckle came from the shadows. Shadow had been leaning against the wall, unusually not in her combat suit today, but in a turtleneck sweater and short skirt, her thigh-high socks revealing a glimpse of her absolute territory, a slang term for a very private area. Noticing me watching, she immediately covered her reddened ear tips with her long hair, forgetting that her tail was honestly wagging from side to side. "All right, everyone," I clapped my hands. "Let's get down to business." A new discovery has been made in the European region. The alarm suddenly went off. Everyone instantly went into battle mode. Even Xiaoling's tail bristled. But what appeared on the screen wasn't an enemy, but Xing Xian's emergency communication. She was trapped in an isolation pod in the medical room, her liquid metal body constantly switching between solid and liquid states. "What's going on?" I rushed towards the elevator. Viola flipped through the suddenly pop-up data. She's trying to simulate human metabolism? Inside the medical room, Xingxuan's body was undergoing astonishing changes. Vein-like patterns appeared on the metal surface, and even a heartbeat-like pulse was forming on her chest. The Silverwing scanner hummed. "She's creating a mechanical womb." "What?" Xingxuan weakly raised her hand, and a miniature hologram appeared in her palm. An embryonic model combining human DNA and nanomechanical technology. "I want to give the city lord a real child." Qin Mingyao's knife clattered to the ground. Lin Mo's wings of light froze in midair. An eerie silence fell over the entire medical room until Xiao Ling suddenly threw herself onto the isolation pod. "I want to be the older sister." "Nonsense." Viola smashed her favorite teacup. "This violates Article 1 of the Guardians Treaty." "Actually, it's technically feasible." Alice's wings unfolded into a data stream, if combined with the energy of the fountain of life. Shadow silently stood beside me, her tail quietly wrapping around my wrist. No words were needed. I knew this was her way of showing support. "Xingxuan." I gently touched the isolation chamber. "Why did you do this?" The liquid metal Valkyrie's pupils trembled slightly. "Last night, we detected that the city lord lingered on a baby clothing advertisement for 4.6 seconds. Her voice suddenly crackled with static. "We cannot forever remain merely weapons." Silverwing suddenly knelt on one knee. "Please allow me to participate in this project." For the first time, tears welled in her mechanical eyes. "I want to learn what the emotions of a mother are." Qin Mingyao slammed her fist against the wall, frost spreading along the cracks. "So stupid." She turned to leave, but paused at the doorway. "If you need stable ice and fire energy, just call me anytime." Lin Mo's wings of light suddenly enveloped the isolation pod. "I can be an electronic godmother. I can design flying baby carriages." Viola sighed, rubbing her forehead, but secretly opened the genetic map on her terminal. Alice had already begun calculating the star orbit child-rearing plan. Ing, having found a copy of the complete guide to child-rearing from somewhere, was diligently taking notes. Looking at these Valkyries, each with their own distinct personality, yet equally stubborn, I couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this is the future we must protect. An imperfect, unpredictable, yet warm and real tomorrow. Project approved. I pressed the release from quarantine button. But first, the alarm sounded again. This time, it was a real enemy attack. The North American monitoring station transmitted images. Tens of thousands of mutants were forming some kind of giant array, with a purple orb of light, resembling a star-shaped embryo, suspended in the center. "Looks like someone beat me to it." The Silverwing's cannon began to charge. Xingxuan quickly reverted to battle form, but the newly formed blood vessels were still glowing. Target locked. Qin Mingyao's twin blades of ice and fire glowed at the end of the corridor. "What are you waiting for?" The Valkyries exchanged smiles, and each assumed a unique fighting stance. I looked out the porthole at the rising sun and straightened my combat suit collar. New battles, new bonds, new possibilities. This is our daily life. Chapter 48, Aurora Holiday. The energy barrier is fully charged and is expected to last for 72 hours. Silverwing's report echoed in the command center. I gaze at the blue shield enveloping the Ark on the holographic map and finally breathe a sigh of relief. After 3 months of continuous global extermination operations, the Valkyries desperately needed rest. Attention all crew, I announced over the ship's intercom. The next 3 days are statutory holidays for the Arkansas. The communication channel erupted in cheers. Lin Mo's shouts nearly shattered the speaker. Xiao Ling's meows mingled with the noise, and even the usually composed Ing let out a soft chuckle. Lord, Viola adjusted her glasses. According to Chapter 17, Article 4 of the Ark Management Code, at least 3 group activities must be arranged on statutory holidays. I immediately closed her management interface. No schedule this time. The domed garden on the top floor of the Ark has been transformed into an open-air resort. When I pushed open the glass door wrapped in a bath towel, I could vaguely see several figures in the rising steam. Lord of the city over here, over here. Lin Mo waved from the surf simulator. Her new swimsuit was practically a physics challenge. The upper body was a rainbow-striped bikini, outlining breathtaking curves with every splash of water. The light wings converged into 2 glowing tattoos, faintly visible along her spine. Water temperature 28 degrees Celsius, pH 7.4, mineral essence added. Xingxuan rose from the water, her liquid metal swimsuit shimmering like mother of pearl in the sunlight. With each movement, the surface of the swimsuit shifted in wave-like patterns, the transparency of certain key areas clearly, carefully calculated. I just dipped my feet into the water when I was suddenly hugged from behind. Xiaoling's cat ears rubbed against the back of my neck, and her fluffy tail was wrapped around my waist. Today she was in her half-beast form, wearing a one-piece swimsuit covered in little fish patterns. Brother, can you help me apply sunscreen? She held up a bottle of lotion shaped like a cat, its tail tip wagging playfully. Silverwing appeared at the opportune moment, holding a multifunctional beach chair. The support parameters have been adjusted according to your spinal curve. Her mechanical parts had been transformed into gold decorative patterns, and her swimsuit was an elegant white one-piece, but the cutout design on the side of her waist extended all the way to her hip bone. Just as I was wondering who to respond to first, the water suddenly froze. Qin Mingyao walked over, stepping on ice lotus flowers, her long, ice-blue hair cascading down her back. Her swimsuit was made of a semi-transparent ice crystal material that changed its transparency with her breath. Have you seen enough? She flicked her finger, condensing an ice bead on my forehead. Come down and practice my new moves with me. The water suddenly burst open, and Alice leaped out like a mermaid. Her starlight swimsuit made it seem as if she were wearing the Milky Way, with each star twinkling in a specific position. When her light wings were fully deployed, the falling water droplets would briefly float in the air, forming a 3-dimensional constellation. The aurora is even better underwater. She blinked, and suddenly the wings of light enveloped us, carrying us to the bottom of the pool. Please select your massage therapist lineup. 7 different styles of options were displayed on the holographic screen. Before I could make a choice, the system suddenly prompted. Multiple selections detected, activating fusion mode. As the spa room door slid open, the sight before me took my breath away. 7 Valkyries each occupied a unique massage bed, the style of each bed perfectly matching their individual personalities. Silverwing's mechanical therapy bed gleamed with a cold metallic light, its 12 nanotentacles neatly arranged. Starfall's hydrotherapy bed resembled a liquid throne, its surface rippling with pearly waves. Qi Mingyao's icefire bed was half covered in frost and half flickering with flames. According to the Ark Health Manual, Viola said, adjusting her glasses with a blush, a full body checkup is required first. A semi-transparent white coat hung beside her examination bed, with black lace trim faintly visible underneath. Xiaoling jumped onto my back. I'll go first. Kat massage. Her paws pressed precisely on the acupoints, and her tail occasionally swept over sensitive areas. Ing silently drew the curtains, creating a private space in the corner of the room with the power of shadow. Her massage bed was bathed in soft light, and the black silk sheets made her skin appear as white as snow. Don't fight, don't fight. Linamo spun the wing-shaped massage chair around. Let's do it in order. 2 hours later, halfway through Alice's starlight oil massage, the alarm suddenly went off. Before I could even get up, Silverwing remotely shut down the system. The Sherry sisters accidentally triggered the kitchen fire alarm. Xingxuan's liquid metal suddenly enveloped my wrist. Your muscles are not yet fully relaxed. We recommend continuing the treatment. The Arc Cinema had been transformed into a starry dome. When the Valkyries and I entered the private box, the automatic seats had already transformed into luxurious sofas. Xiao Ling immediately transformed into her cat form and occupied my lap, her tail curled around a bucket of popcorn. What's playing tonight? I asked, taking the 3D glasses Viola handed me. Alice's wings of light unfurled across the dome. Based on everyone's viewing records, the starlight suddenly turned an ambiguous pink. Midnight in Paris 4D Special Edition. It wasn't until the film started that I realized just how special the so-called 4D effects were. Whenever a romantic scene appeared, the seats would simulate the corresponding tactile sensations. When a gentle breeze caressed my face, Ying's shadow power actually brought a night breeze. When we kissed in the rain, Qin Mingyao's ice ability created a fine mist. When the male and female protagonists danced the tango, Lin suddenly pulled me up. Let's do it too. Her wings of light transformed into the outline of her dance partner, and she spun me around under the starlight. Silverwing and Stardust projected a jazz band simultaneously, with Viola shyly providing narration, and even the shadows swayed gently to the rhythm. When Xiaoling jumped onto my shoulder, the entire VIP room transformed into a joyful dance floor. Upon returning to the bedroom, the smart system displayed. Special gift has been delivered. Opening the wardrobe, 7 sets of pajamas were neatly hung inside. A silver-winged silk nightgown, adorned with gear patterns. Xingxuan's liquid metal slip dress. Qin Mingyao's ice silk 2-piece set. Shadow pattern silk set. Lin Mo's rainbow onesie pajamas with a tail hole. Alice's starlight nightgown. Xiaoling's got sleeping buds. Each item comes with a card. Midnight gift redemption coupon. Just as I was staring blankly at the card, the balcony door was gently pushed open. In the moonlight, 7 Valkyries, dressed in matching pajamas, held different kinds of late-night snacks. According to research in human psychology, Silverwing's mechanical eyes glowed softly. Sharing a late-night snack can increase intimacy by 87%. Xingxuan added, if it's feeding, it can reach 120%. Qin Mingyao shoved a piece of ice cream into my mouth. You talk too much nonsense. Xiao Ling had already snuggled into bed, her cat ears peeking out from the opening of her sleeping bag. Brother, tell me a bedtime story. Lin Mo's wings of light transformed into a projector, displaying a starry sky animation on the ceiling. Alice adjusted the indoor lighting, ensuring the starlight perfectly outlined everyone's silhouette. Ing silently locked the door, its tail tip wagging happily. Viola came in last, carrying a thick volume of the Chronicles of the Ark. According to tradition, today should be recorded. Silverwing and Stardust confiscated her clipboard simultaneously. No filing tonight. The Aurora Borealis danced outside the window, and the clock on the Ark quietly ticked past midnight. On this holiday, without a schedule, we found our most precious trophy, ordinary happiness. Chapter 49, Bloodstained Holiday. 7 hours into the Aurora Borealis swirling outside the window, I was jolted awake by a piercing alarm. Little Ling curled up against my chest. Her cat ears perked up alertly, and the fur on her tail bristled. Brother, something terrible has happened. She clung to my pajamas with her claws. Over there by the wall, there's so much red rain. I grabbed the tactical bracelet, and the holographic projection automatically deployed. On the monitor, outside the automated defensive wall surrounding the Ark, a crimson rain poured down like blood. Even more terrifying, the zombies that came into contact with the red rain were mutating at a visible speed. Their bones burst and grew, their muscle fibers twisted into whip-like tentacles, and their eye sockets emitted scorching red light. All Valkyries assemble immediately. I pressed the alarm cancellation button, but found that the system did not respond. Xiaoling suddenly pointed out the window. Look! A familiar figure was engaged in fierce combat outside the wall. Qin Mingyao's ice blue hair stood out starkly against the red rain. She wielded a long sword engulfed in eerie blue flames in each hand, turning mutated zombies to charred remains wherever she went. However, the sheer number of enemies made her movements noticeably slower than usual. The defense system is down. I grabbed my tactical belt, and Xiaoling, already in combat form, jumped onto my shoulder. The corridor was in chaos. Automated defense robots were spinning around like drunkards, and the fire suppression system was inexplicably spraying foam. When I burst through the command center door, Silverwing was dismantling the control panel with his bare hands, sparks flying from his robotic arm. Some kind of electromagnetic pulse attack, she said without looking up. The backup system needs another 97 seconds to reboot. Viola slumped in the corner, her white coat stained with blood, but it didn't look like hers. The communications department, completely wiped out. Her trembling finger pointed to the broken observation window. That thing from the sea. I rushed to the window, my pupils contracting sharply. The Arksport area had become a living hell, with dozens of giant tentacles emerging from the icy sea, each covered in zombie heads. At the very center of the tentacles was a mountain-sized mass of flesh. A monster clearly formed from the fusion of countless human bodies, with half of a luxury cruise ship's bow embedded in its center. It's the Queen. Viola's voice was filled with fear. The cruise ship that went missing 3 months ago. Xingxuan's liquid metal body suddenly emerged from the ventilation duct. Infection source detected. The red rain contains neural parasites. In the projection of her arm, magnified tens of thousands of times, countless swimming nematodes could be seen in the raindrops. Where's Lin Mo? Where's Ing? I counted the people present. Silverwing finally reconnected the last wire. Lin Mo is trying to restart the reactor in the energy module. Shadow went to rescue her. Alice is maintaining the protective shield on the top floor. With a buzzing sound, the backup system finally activated. The main screen flickered twice, displaying the monitoring footage from the power bay. My blood instantly froze. Lin Mo was cornered by 5 mutants, her usually dazzling wings now dim and lifeless. Worse still, her right arm was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Just as the foremost mutant was about to pounce, its head silently slid off. Ying's figure appeared and disappeared in the scene, but her shadow power seemed to be affected by the red rain, each appearance more blurred than the last. Silverwing, how much longer, system? Full recovery will take 15 minutes, but you can activate internal defenses first. It's been too long. I grabbed the serum syringe from the table and plunged it into my neck. I'm going to meet them. Wait. Xingxuan suddenly blocked the doorway. Look at this. She brought up another set of footage. The drainage system at the bottom of the ark was overflowing, and countless tiny black shadows were swimming in the pool of water formed by the red rain. As the camera zoomed in, everyone gasped. Thousands upon hundreds of zombie fish, their gills sprouting tendrils like human fingers. They lay their eggs in the sewers. Xingxuan's voice trembled unusually, and they'll hatch within 2 hours. Viola suddenly stood up. I know what red rain is. It's blood algae. That mutated algae that causes hallucinations. She pulled up the database, but the scale couldn't be this large, unless someone cultivates a super strain, I continued, looking at the fused monster in the sea. Prepare Plan B7. Silverwing's mechanical eyes suddenly contracted. Are you sure? That plan will turn the ark into a pressure cooker. I pressed the authorization button. Now! The alarm turned into a shrill buzz, and all the gates began to automatically seal. I grabbed 2 plasma pistols and tossed them to Viola, guard command center. And you? Xiaoling, now in battle form, leaped onto the ventilation duct. Let's go get everyone back, meow. The ventilation ducts reeked of blood. Looking down through the grills, the energy bay had become a scene of carnage. Lin Mo sat with his back against the reactor, barely managing to operate the holographic keyboard on his wristwatch with his left hand. Ying's condition was even worse. Her shadow power was severely disrupted by the red rain, and she could barely maintain her physical form. The most terrifying thing was the mutants. They no longer attacked blindly, but advanced in formation like an army. The ones in the front row wielded metal scraps as weapons, while those in the back were throwing some kind of exploding flesh sacks. Xiaoling, lure them away. The cat girl grinned and leaped down the pipe. Her claws tore through the throats of 3 mutants the instant she landed, the bell on her tail deliberately ringing crisply. Taking advantage of the chaos, I slid to Lin Mo's side. Lord, she smiled weakly. I knew you would. Wah. I ripped off her deformed mechanical arm and quickly injected her with nano-repair agent. Can you still fight? Give me 3 minutes, she gritted her teeth, channeling the remaining energy from the light wings into the reactor, and the backup power will restart. The shadow flickered beside him. The sewers. They come from the sewers. Suddenly, the entire cabin shook violently. The monitors showed the fused monster from the seabed ramming against the bottom of the ark, its tentacles already entangled in the supporting structure. Worse still, red rain seeped in. Red liquid began dripping from the ventilation vents. Plan changed. I hoisted Lin Mo onto my shoulder, while Xiao Ling nibbled on Ying's collar. Let's go straight to the top floor. The rooftop garden was unrecognizable. Alice's protective shield had shrunk to just cover the central control console. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet she persisted. Qin Mingyao stood guard at the stairwell, one of her twin swords broken, the remains of mutated creatures piled at her feet. The reactor has been restarted, Lin Mo suddenly shouted. Almost simultaneously, a mechanical female voice echoed throughout the ark. B7 protocol activated, high-temperature sterilization procedure ready. A holographic image from Silverwing popped up. All personnel evacuate to the central control room immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. As soon as we rushed into the control room, the observation windows automatically switched to heat-resistant mode. Outside, blue-white flames began to shoot from the corridors and compartments, and the numbers on the temperature displays climbed wildly. A 3,000-degree plasma flame, Silverwing explained, will burn away all organic matter. Before the words were even finished, the sea monster let out a deafening roar. Its tentacles writhed wildly in the flames, and the heads of the zombies on the surface exploded one by one. But just when we thought victory was in sight, the thickest tentacle suddenly pierced through multiple decks and headed straight for the control room. It's too late, Viola screamed. In the nick of time, Ying broke free from Xiao Ling and lunged towards the observation window. Her body completely darkened in midair, forming a black barrier. The moment the tentacle struck, everyone heard the sound of bones shattering. Film. Surprisingly, the tentacles did not continue forward. The flesh on its surface was rapidly carbonizing, and even more astonishingly, the red rain began to evaporate under the high temperature, turning into harmless steam. The temperature has reached the critical point. Xingxuan monitored the data. The parasites are beginning to die off on a large scale. 3 hours later, when the last zombie fish stopped struggling, the ark was finally unsealed. When we found Shadow, she was embedded in the deformed metal wall, protecting the main power lines of the control room beneath her. Surprisingly, she was still conscious. Idiot, Qin Mingyao cursed as she injected the repair agent, her hands trembling. Lin Mo used the temporarily repaired light wings as lighting, while Xiaoling was licking the bloodstains from Ying's face. I looked out the window. The red rain had stopped, but the Antarctic sky still shone with an ominous dark red hue. They've evolved, Silverwing said, examining the collected samples. This time, the parasites possess collective intelligence. Viola pulled up newly recovered satellite images. It's not just Antarctica, it's red raining all over the world. Alice's wings of light suddenly rose up in unison. Wait, listen. In a deathly silence, a rhythmic thud came from the direction of the port, as if something enormous was rhythmically striking the ice. Chapter 50 Deep Sea Echoes and Genetic Contracts. The aurora continued to linger on the horizon, but the dark red clouds gave it an eerie quality. Inside the ark, a pungent, burnt smell mingled with the faint fragrance of nano-repair agents. The group rested briefly in the command center. Ying leaned against the corner of the wall, her face as pale as paper, but a stubborn smile still lingered on her lips. Qin Mingyao squatted down beside her, carefully tending to her wounds, scolding her as she did so. Don't be so impulsive next time. If something happens to you, Her voice suddenly choked, and she turned her face away to secretly wipe her eyes. Lin Mo's robotic arm had been initially repaired. She fiddled with the instruments in front of her and suddenly looked up and said, City Lord, I detected a very peculiar frequency in the impact sound coming from the port, like some kind of code. I walked up to the holographic projection and zoomed in on the port's image. I could see dark shadows flickering beneath the ice, each impact leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the surface. Silverwing analyzed this vibration frequency. Silverwing's mechanical eyes flashed blue, and after a moment said, "This frequency partially matches the encryption frequency of the Eden branch ship we obtained from the Church of the Holy Mark, but it is more complex." Viola suddenly leaned closer, her white lab coat still stained with blood, but her eyes were filled with excitement. Could it be a new clue to a gene lab? Or is some more powerful life form sending a signal? Just as everyone was discussing, Xiaoling suddenly jumped onto my shoulder, her cat ears twitching uneasily. "Brother, I feel something bad is getting closer, and I smell a strange smell, sweet, but makes me feel uneasy." Xingxuan pulled up the environmental monitoring data, her expression instantly turning serious. An unknown chemical substance has appeared in the air and is spreading outwards from a port. According to preliminary analysis, this substance may have a nerve-stimulating effect. I looked around and noticed that everyone's eyes were starting to look a little unfocused. Qin Mingyao's cheeks flushed, and she whispered, "It's so hot." Lin Mo's wings of light began to flicker uncontrollably. "Everyone stay alert." I forced myself to stay awake and took out a special protective mask from my storage space. Wearing this should filter out some of the substances. However, when I handed the masks to everyone, I discovered things were worse than I had imagined. Xiaoling suddenly threw herself into my arms, her tail wrapped around my waist, her voice strange. "Brother, don't wear this." Qin Mingyao also stood up and walked towards me step by step, her long, ice-blue hair falling over her shoulders, her eyes full of longing. "City Lord." Her long sword clattered to the ground. Lin Mo's wings of light enveloped the three of us, and her voice carried a hint of urgency. "City Lord, this feeling, I've never experienced anything like it before." I felt a surge of heat rush to my heart, my body's instincts almost overwhelming my reason. But I knew it was all the work of that mysterious substance. I focused my mind, mobilizing the system's power, trying to resist this temptation. "Everyone, wake up. This is the enemy's tactic." My voice also became hoarse, but I still tried to maintain a sliver of clarity. Just then, Silverwing's voice suddenly rang out. "Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. An object is rapidly rising from beneath the ice in the port." The sound was like a thunderclap, bringing the crowd back to their senses somewhat. Qin Mingyao released me, her face full of apology. "City Lord, I'm sorry, I waved my hand, indicating that she didn't need to say more. "Let's deal with the immediate crisis first." The group rushed to the deck, where the ice suddenly shattered, and a gigantic figure emerged from the water. It was a strangely shaped submarine, its surface covered with protrusions resembling biological tissue and entwined with glowing vines. The hatch at the top of the submarine slowly opened, and a woman dressed in a silver bodysuit stepped out. Her hair was pale purple, flowing freely in the wind, and her eyes, like deep amethysts, shimmered with a mysterious light. "Greetings, outsiders." Her voice was clear and melodious, yet tinged with coldness. "I am Amethyst, the guardian of the deep-sea laboratory. You have trespassed on our territory and disrupted our experiments." I stepped forward and said, "We didn't know this was your territory, or that it was your experimental product. Those mutants in Red Rain attacked us first." Zijing sneered. "Experimental products? Those are nothing but failures. We are conducting a great genetic evolution experiment, trying to create the perfect life form. And you are nothing but ants in our way." Lin Mo said angrily, "You are trampling on life. Those people you use for experiments also have feelings and souls." Zijing glanced at Lin Mo disdainfully. "Emotions and souls? In the face of absolute evolution, these are meaningless." However, her gaze suddenly fell on me. "The aura on you is very special, as if you possess powerful genetic energy. Perhaps you can become the perfect sample for our experiment." Before she finished speaking, the submarine behind her suddenly unleashed countless beams of energy. We quickly scattered and launched a counterattack. Qin Mingyao brandished her longsword, the eerie blue flames colliding with the energy beams, erupting in dazzling light. Lin Mo controlled his light wings, firing a dense barrage of light bullets. Ing transformed into a shadow, silently approaching Zijing, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, Amethyst's power far exceeded our expectations. With a gentle wave of her hand, a purple energy barrier blocked all our attacks. Then, she chanted incantations, and the seawater suddenly boiled, forming a massive waterspout that hurtled towards us. Just when we were in trouble, I suddenly remembered the new items in my storage space. I quickly took out the gene fusion agent and pollen spray, mixed them together, and then threw them at the waterspout. A miracle occurred. The moment the waterspout came into contact with the mixed medicine, it began to twist and deform. The water molecules within seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, rearranging themselves. Amethyst's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of power is this? I seized the opportunity to launch an attack, and the tentacles of the system totem shot towards the amethyst like lightning. She tried to dodge, but was too late. The tentacles wrapped around her and began to absorb her energy. No, impossible. Amethyst struggled. I'm the most perfect masterpiece of the deep-sea laboratory. How could I possibly lose to you? However, under the combined effects of the system's power and the mixed potion, her resistance gradually weakened. Finally, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment and fear. We gathered around her, and I looked at her and said, "Now, tell me all the secrets of the deep-sea laboratory and how to stop the red rain from spreading." Zhou gritted her teeth, remained silent for a while, and finally said, "The source of the red rain is the gene core deep inside the laboratory, which is a super life form that has fused with the genes of countless organisms. To stop the red rain, we must destroy the gene core. But the gene core is protected by layers of defense and has a powerful guard force. No matter how difficult it is, we have to try," I said firmly. "This is not only for ourselves, but also for all life in this world." As dawn broke, the dark red clouds began to disperse. But we knew the real challenge was just beginning. After dealing with Zhou and her submarine, we decided to venture deeper into the deep-sea laboratory. Before setting off, the atmosphere among us became tense due to the influence of the mysterious substance. Qin Mingyao kept glancing at me. Lin Mo avoided eye contact, and Xiaoling clung to me like a koala, refusing to get down. While preparing her diving gear, Qin Mingyao finally mustered the courage to walk up to me and whispered, "City Lord, in that situation before, I was too impulsive. But there are some things I still want to tell you. From the first time I saw you, I was attracted by your courage and wisdom. In the apocalypse, you gave me new hope and direction." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Mo walked over and said somewhat shyly, "City Lord, I also have something to say. You have always been like a guiding light, illuminating our path forward. I'm willing to follow you forever, no matter what dangers we face." Xiaoling came over and kissed me on the cheek. "Brother, Xiaoling loves you the most. We'll always be together." Looking into their sincere eyes, a warm feeling welled up inside me. "Thank you. With you by my side, I have the courage to face any difficulty. After we resolve the crisis in the deep-sea laboratory and return, we will definitely have many more wonderful times together." The group exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with anticipation and determination. Donning their diving gear, they stepped into the icy waters, heading towards the deep-sea laboratory. What awaited them were even more powerful enemies and more mysterious genetic secrets, and the bonds between them would grow even stronger during this adventure. Chapter 51: Forbidden Echoes of the Gene Temple. The deep blue of the ocean, like a mysterious veil, enveloped us. The specially designed diving suits hummed slightly under the high pressure, the nanomaterials clinging to our skin, yet unable to conceal the tension and anticipation in our hearts. Qin Mingyao stood close to my left, her icy blue eyes gleaming with unwavering determination through her mask, the long sword in her hand leaving a trail of pale blue light in the water. Lin Mo hovered to my right, his repaired wings radiating a pale golden glow in the water, illuminating our path. Xiaoling transformed into a nimble black shadow, sometimes darting through the coral reefs, sometimes frolicking around us, the bell on her tail echoing dully in the water. Energy fluctuations detected 300 meters ahead. Silverwing's voice came through the communicator, with a slight static. According to the scan, that should be the outer protective layer of the deep-sea laboratory, composed of an unknown energy matrix. I gripped the plasma pistol tightly, feeling the system totem glowing slightly beneath my skin. Since absorbing some of the amethyst's energy, this mysterious totem seemed to have become more active, occasionally emitting strange fluctuations. "Everyone, be careful. Be prepared for any emergencies." As we drew closer, a translucent purple barrier appeared before us. The barrier resembled flowing liquid crystal, its surface shimmering with mysterious runes, each rune emitting a faint glow, as if telling ancient secrets. Zijing was strapped to her back with a special restraint device. She was looking at the barrier with a cold smile. This is the first line of defense of the Jin Temple. Eye of the Abyss. Do you think you can break in so easily? Don't dream. Lin Mo frowned slightly, her light wings flapping gently. She activated the holographic projection and began analyzing the barrier's energy frequency. City Lord, the energy fluctuations of this barrier are very complex and constantly changing. However, I discovered that it has some similar fluctuation patterns to the chip we obtained from the Church of the Holy Mark. Perhaps we can make use of this. I nodded, took out the Eden branch chip from my storage space, and embedded it into my tactical bracelet. The patterns on the chip's surface began to glow, faintly resonating with the runes on the barrier. Just then, Amethyst suddenly broke free of her restraints and charged towards the barrier. Don't even think about it. I won't let you ruin this great genetic evolution experiment. Qin Mingyao reacted with lightning speed. Her long sword instantly unsheathed, a blade of ice blue light slicing through the air and blocking Zijing's path. However, the instant Zijing's body touched the blade, it suddenly transformed into a ball of purple energy, bypassing the blade and continuing its charge towards the barrier. At the critical moment, Ying's figure appeared like a ghost, his shadow power transforming into chains that tightly bound Zijing. Let me go, you stupid bastards. Amethyst struggled frantically, her eyes filled with madness and resentment. I walked up to her, and the tentacles of the system totem extended, piercing the back of her neck. Now, tell me how to activate the barrier, or else. My tone was icy and full of intimidation. Under the influence of the tentacles, Zijing's body gradually went limp, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Fine, I'll tell you. In the southeast corner of the barrier, there is a hidden energy node. As long as you input a specific frequency, you can temporarily open a gap. But don't think that you'll be safe once you go in. There are even more powerful guards waiting for you inside. Following Zijing's directions, we quickly located the energy node. Lin Mo carefully placed the bracelet close to the node, adjusting the frequency. With a slight vibration, a gap the size of a basketball appeared in the barrier. Quick, before it closes, I shouted, and was the first to squeeze inside. The others followed closely behind, and we all successfully entered the laboratory. The interior of the laboratory was shocking. Huge incubation chambers lined both sides of the corridor, filled with all sorts of bizarre creatures. Some were humanoid with fish fins and tails. Others were hybrids of plants and animals. The surfaces of these creatures shimmered with an eerie light, as if containing boundless energy. The air was thick with a pungent chemical odor mixed with a cloyingly sweet smell, causing a wave of dizziness. Everyone be careful. The environment here may affect our health. Viola's voice came through the communicator. She stayed on the Ark, monitoring environmental data through the sensors on our bodies. I detected several unknown genetically modified substances in the air. Prolonged exposure may lead to genetic mutations. Just then, a blinding red light suddenly flashed in the passage ahead, and a piercing alarm blared. Intruder detected. Initiate combat procédure. Countless mechanical guards sprang from the walls, each with a unique design. Some wielded energy spears, others carried missile launchers. At the forefront, a colossal robot slowly approached, its body constructed of black metal, its surface covered in spikes, and its eyes gleaming with a scarlet light. That's the Gene Guardian Abyss. Amethyst cried out in terror. It's one of the most powerful guardians in the lab, possessing the ability to evolve on its own. I raised my plasma pistol and fired first. No matter how powerful it is, we will break through here today. Everyone launched their attacks. Qin Mingyao's longsword unleashed a sky full of ice flames. Lin Mo's light wings fired dense light bullets. And Ing kept shuttling between the enemies, reaping the lives of the mechanical guards. However, the Abyss's strength far exceeded our expectations. It easily blocked our attacks, and with a wave of its arm, a black energy wave swept across. Everyone hurriedly dodged, but Xiao Ling reacted a little slower and was grazed by the energy wave, her body flying backward. Xiao Ling, I cried out in alarm, rushing towards her without thinking. Just then, a system panel popped up with an option. A. Consume 1,000 gene energy points to use Gene Shield to protect Xiao Ling. B. Consume 500 gene energy points to use Gene Healing to quickly restore Xiaoling's injuries. Without hesitation, I chose A. The system totem burst forth with dazzling light, and a transparent shield instantly enveloped Xiaoling, rescuing her from danger. "Brother," Xiaoling called out weakly, her eyes full of dependence. I held her in my arms and whispered comfortingly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Then I turned to look at Mingyuan, my eyes filled with rage. "Today, I will make you know the consequences of standing in our way." I mobilized all the genetic energy in my body, and the tentacles of the system totem grew wildly, wrapping around Mingyuan's body. Qin Mingyao, Lin Mo, and the others also seized the opportunity to launch their strongest attacks. Under our combined assault, cracks began to appear in Mingyuan's body, and he finally collapsed with a crash. After dealing with the Abyss and the other mechanical guards, we continued deeper into the laboratory. In a vast circular hall, we finally saw the gene core. It was a huge sphere floating in the air, its surface covered with vascular-like patterns that pulsated constantly, emitting intense energy fluctuations. Around the gene core stood 6 people dressed in black robes, their faces obscured by hoods, making their features impossible to discern. "Outsiders, you've managed to get this far. You must have some skill," one of the men in black robes said, his voice low and hoarse. "But this is your burial ground. The great cause of genetic evolution cannot be disrupted by anyone." I clenched my fist and shouted, "Your so-called genetic evolution is nothing but trampling on life. Today, I will end it all." A fierce battle is about to erupt, and deep within this genetic temple, we not only face powerful enemies, but also must constantly be vigilant about the changes in our own genes. Meanwhile, the emotions built up during previous battles are fermenting. In the eyes of Qin Mingyao, Lin Mo, and others besides trust and reliance, there's a different kind of feeling. And I, too, in this apocalyptic adventure, gradually find my own mission and direction, to protect those around me and the last remaining hope of this world. The battle began, and the black-robed figures were exceptionally powerful. Each of them possessed unique genetic abilities. Some could control fire, some could summon ice, and others could manipulate metal. We were caught in a fierce fight, and all of us sustained injuries to varying degrees. Qin Mingyao stayed by my side throughout the battle. Although her ice flames were powerful, they were gradually becoming insufficient against the attacks of the black-robed man. During one attack, she was burned on her shoulder while shielding me from a flame, and her clothes were stained with blood. "Qin Mingyao," I cried out in distress, and quickly injected her with a repair agent. Qin Mingyao smiled and shook her head. "City Lord, I'm fine. As long as I can protect you, what's a little injury?" Her eyes were firm yet gentle, which stirred my heart. Lin Mo continued to fire light projectiles from a distance to support us, her light wings becoming somewhat dim from overuse. Suddenly, a man in black robes appeared behind her, his metal spear aimed at her back. "Lin Montak!" I shouted, trying to rush over to save her. But the distance was too far, and it was too late. Just at this critical moment, Ying's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lin Mo, using her body to block the spear. "Shadow!" Lin Mo cried out in terror, tears welling up in his eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of Ying's mouth, but she still forced herself to say, "I'm fine." My heart was filled with anger and self-reproach. The system totem activated frantically, and I felt the genetic energy within me surging. "I won't let you hurt my people," I roared, launching my strongest attack. The tentacles of the system totem transformed into countless sharp blades, shooting towards the black-robed man. Under my attacks, the man in black robes finally revealed a weakness. We seized the opportunity and launched our final assault. After a fierce battle, we finally defeated the man in black robes and arrived before the gene core. The gene core seemed to sense a threat and began to vibrate violently, emitting a piercing alarm. Countless beams of energy shot out from the gene core, and we hurriedly took cover. "Lord, we must destroy the gene core as soon as possible," Lin Mo shouted. "But its defenses are too strong. Our attacks are completely useless." I stared at the gene core, lost in thought. Suddenly, I remembered the gene fusion lubricant and aphrodisiac pollen spray in my storage space. I didn't know if they would work, but I had no choice but to try them. I mixed the two items together and threw them at the gene core. A miracle occurred again. The moment the mixture touched the gene core, the energy beams began to erratically. The vascular patterns on the surface of the gene core also began to twist and deform. Now, I shouted, and everyone launched their strongest attacks. Under our combined assault, the gene core finally cracked and then exploded. As the gene core was destroyed, the laboratory began to shake violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. Run, I shouted, leading everyone towards the exit. On the way back to the Ark, everyone was exhausted, but their eyes were filled with joy and relaxation. Qin Mingyao leaned against me and whispered, "Lord, this adventure was dangerous, but as long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything." Lin Emo smiled and said, "Yes, City Lord. With you here, we will definitely overcome all difficulties." Little Ling snuggled against me, saying, "Brother is the best. You have to take Little Ling on adventures with you in the future." Although Ing still maintained a cold expression, a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes. "Thank you, City Lord, for saving us." Back on the Ark, everyone decided to get some rest. I prepared a sumptuous dinner for them, and the atmosphere at the table was exceptionally warm. Everyone chatted and laughed, sharing their experiences and feelings from the adventure. After dinner, Qin Mingyao, Lin Mo, and Xiao Ling came to find me. Qin Mingyao blushed and said shyly, "Lord, actually, I've always wanted to tell you that I like you." Lin Mo also mustered up his courage and said, I also like the City Lord." Xiaoling then threw herself into my arms. Xiaoling loves her brother the most. Looking into their sincere eyes, I was deeply moved. I gently hugged them and said, "I love you both too. We'll always be together from now on." In this post-apocalyptic world, we adventure through the secrets of our genes, grow stronger through battles, and find warmth and love in each other's company. Ahead, many more unknown challenges await us, but I believe that as long as we stand together, no difficulty is insurmountable. Chapter 52, The Contract of the Forbidden Temple. Deep-sea currents, carrying fragments of broken metal, traced eerie streaks of light outside the Ark's portholes. I stroked the increasingly blazing system totem on my wrist, the entwined gear patterns spinning wildly with the destruction of the gene core. The blue light of the 100X return system flashed continuously on my retina, and notifications such as rare genetic material detected times 178 and acquired 3 mutated energy crystals popped up one after another. Master, the purification system has detected residual genetic contamination. Silverwing's mechanical voice suddenly rang out in the silent corridor. Her mechanical arm was still stained with oil from the repair work, and a newly implanted liquid metal skeleton was faintly visible beneath her tight combat suit. A mandatory quarantine and inspection of all personnel is required. Before she could finish speaking, the observation window suddenly exploded with ice crystals. Lin Mo burst through the hatch, her once pristine wings now stained with eerie purple spots, her nun's habit torn to shreds by claws, revealing vascular patterns similar to those of the gene core. "Help! Help me!" she cried out before me, her rabbit ears drooping limply and translucent fins sprouting from her tailbone. A system alarm suddenly sounded. "Warning! Unknown gene sequence intrusion. Host compatibility detected at 89%. I pulled open the collar of her shirt, and the butterfly birthmark was resonating with the new markings. Gene Stabilizer X10 automatically popped out of my storage space, but the 100X return system suddenly displayed special options. A. Regular injection, retaining 80% of the original genes. B. Activate domain fusion, unlocking the deep-sea enchantress, Form Plus exclusive uniform. Choose B. I pressed the fluorescent potion to her lips, my other hand pressing down on her struggling shoulders. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, pale blue scales spreading down her spine, converging at her waist to form a glowing fishtail. Her voice became ethereal and lifeless. "Master, needs your help?" The temperature in the cabin rose sharply, and my system totem suddenly extended tentacles, piercing the genetic vortex at the back of her neck. Lin Mo let out a shuddering sound, her fishtail sweeping across the ground, leaving a damp trail, while the 100X return system began counting frantically. Return rare genetic material times 890. Unlock skill. Sonic power. Abnormal energy fluctuation detected. Silverwing slammed open the hatch, but sparks flew from her mechanical eyes as she saw the scene before her. Beneath her translucent scales, pulsating blood vessels were faintly visible. She flicked her pale purple tongue, lightly touching the totem on my collarbone, sisters here too, to receive master's training together. The alarm suddenly turned into a sharp, buzzing sound, and the entire arc began to tilt. On the surveillance footage, Qin Mingyao's ice flame longsword was locked in combat with dozens of half-human, half-fish mutants. Master, their scales can absorb fire. Her cry was breathless, but the ice crystal patterns on her inner thighs became more and more pronounced during the battle. The system automatically flagged the mutated gene within Qin Mingyao's body, and the blue light returned 100-fold, locked onto her location. I picked up the still limp Lin Mo and rushed towards the deck, smashing through the automated defense robots that tried to stop me along the way. As the sea breeze, carrying a salty stench, swept over me, the sight before me took my breath away. Hundreds of mutants floated across the entire sea, their skin gleaming like mother of pearl, while the colossal creature at the forefront was a mechanical siren pieced together from countless mermaid remains. That's the final product of the gene core. Amethyst had somehow broken free of her restraints. Her body was undergoing a second mutation, with butterfly wings made of circuit boards sprouting from her back. Only by sacrificing a pure gene container can. Her words were interrupted by Qin Mingyao's ice explosion. The blue-haired girl's long hair danced wildly in the wind, and pink fluorescence spread along her veins where ice armor had cracked. Master, my body is out of control. Her blade suddenly slipped from her grasp, transforming into ice crystal chains that bound my wrists, her eyes pleading, quickly, use your genes to suppress it. A new option popped up instantly. Activate bloodline resonance. Consume 500 energy points. I tore open her ice armor, and the tentacles of the system totem pierced the mark on her heart. Qin Mingyao's body arched into an ideal curve, ice crystals climbing up my arm to her neck, condensing into an exquisite ice crown behind her ears. The 100X return system activated frantically, gained Ice Abyss Gene X1. Unlocked mate outfit, Polar Warrior. Master, there's trouble behind us. Shadow's voice trembled unusually. I turned to look and saw Xiaoling entangled by dozens of glowing creatures. Her cat ears and tail had turned into a translucent purple, and scales covered her skin faintly visible beneath her maid outfit. Brother, they said they're going to transform me into... I pushed Lin Mo and Qin Mingyao towards the shadows, and the system totem burst forth with a bright light. The 100X return system automatically extracted gene fragments from a 3, and gene fusion pods X3 popped out of my storage space. As pink mist enveloped the battlefield, I rushed towards Xiaoling, grabbing Zijing, who was trying to escape, along the way. Her mutated butterfly wings were oozing fluorescent liquid, resonating with the aura emanating from Xiaoling. So you were the bait. I pinned her against the bulkhead, the system's tentacles forcibly analyzing her memories. The screen flashed images of a colossal altar beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, and hundreds of perfect containers submerged in a purple liquid. Amethyst's body began to melt into a liquid, shrieking before being absorbed. You thought destroying the core was enough? The Holy Maiden of the Church of the Holy Mark has long since fused with the deep-sea genes. Xiaoling's cries interrupted the memory reading. I pushed aside the entangled tentacles, only to find that her abdomen was swollen, with a faintly glowing shape visible inside. The system frantically prompted. Special event triggered. Abyssal clouds and rain. Activate gene plunder. I confirmed without hesitation, and the system totem transformed into a giant maw, devouring all the mutated tentacles. Xiaoling's body erupted with a dazzling purple light. Her cat ears transformed into fish fins, and her tail split into a 3-pronged fishtail. The 100X return reward popped up immediately. Obtained Abyss Queen Bloodline. Unlock scene. Underwater temple. As the last mutant annihilated in the genetic resonance, the Ark's alarm finally ceased. I watched the 3 figures undergoing transformation within the cabin. Lin Mo's fishtail was covered in star-like scales. Qin Mingyao's ice armor transformed into flowing aurora, and Xiaoling's fishtail was bound by chains. The storage space automatically produced 3 specially made uniforms. A bikini armor adorned with pearls, a gauze skirt inlaid with ice crystals, and a fishtail cheongsam with special devices. Master! The 3 opened their eyes simultaneously, their voices carrying the warmth of their fused genes. Lin Mo's fishtail slapped against the water stains on the ground, Qin Mingyao's ice crown reflected a soft halo of light, and Xiao Ling swam over directly, its tail tip gently brushing against them. System notifications continued incessantly. Affection Max X3, Unlocked Cheese, Deep Sea Trio, Gain Passive, Gene Assimilation, 30% chance of mutation in those who come into contact with it. A metallic clanging sound suddenly echoed from the deck. Silverwing stood in the doorway, holding the analyzer, her eyes flashing an unstable red light. Liquid metal beneath her bodysuit was mimicking the contours of human skin. Detected excessive concentration of Master's genes. Her voice grew hoarse. Immediate data synchronization is required. An eerie purple light shimmered on the distant sea, and the giant cross of the Church of the Holy Mark was rising, with the statue of the saint at the top opening its blue glowing eyes. But I had no time to pay attention to that at the moment. The three figures in my arms had already begun to use their newly acquired abilities to help their master, while the 100X return system was silently counting down the days for this forbidden revelry. Chapter 53, Deep Sea Gene Frenzy. A pale purple mist filled the Ark's medical bay, the air thick with a strange scent, a mixture of seawater and some kind of sweet pheromone. I leaned against the control panel of the gene fusion pod, watching the three figures who had completed their transformations. Lin Mo's fishtail refracted a star-like halo under the lights. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal armor resembled flowing aurora borealis, and Xiao Ling's purple fishtail, wrapped in glowing chains, was restlessly slapping the ground. Master. Lin Mo was the first to swim over, her translucent scales opening and closing slightly with her breath, revealing her delicate pink skin beneath. Her voice echoed ethereally, her slender fingers tracing across my chest. The system says, we need to perform gene synchronization regularly. The 100X return system immediately popped up a notification on my retina. Deep Sea Demoness Gene Fluid detected. Recommendation to stabilize mutation state via fluid exchange. I reached out and touched the glowing gill slits behind her neck. The skin there was unusually sensitive. Lin Mo immediately let out a kitten-like whimper, her tail thrashing violently, splashing water everywhere. The cold, impersonal system notifications gained 100 deep sea pheromones, unlocked new cheese, mermaid dance, contrasted sharply with the erotic scene before them. Brothers being unfair. Xiaoling suddenly wrapped herself around me from behind. Her body temperature was much higher than normal, and her three-pronged fishtail coiled around my thigh like a living creature. I turned around and pinched her furry cat ears. Now those ears had turned into translucent, fin-like organs, which would secrete a sweet, sticky fluid at the slightest touch. Ah! Xiao Ling cried out in surprise. All the scales under her maid outfit stood up, and the system notification flashed frantically. Captured the Abyss Queen's signal of waning. Return gene lubricant X200. Qin Mingyao stood quietly to the side, but her transformation was the most astonishing. Her original ice crystal armor had melted into a translucent liquid, flowing across her body with each breath, outlining breathtaking curves. When I looked at her, the liquid suddenly became transparent, revealing a network of blood vessels shimmering with blue light beneath. Master, my core temperature is too high. Her voice was crisp and clear, like ice crystals colliding, and her breath condensed into tiny snowflakes in the air. The system immediately analyzed. Polar War Maiden has entered a melting state. Immediate cooling treatment is required. I reached out and touched the icy patterns on her collarbone. The skin there was frighteningly hot. Qin Mingyao trembled all over, and her liquid armor suddenly evaporated, turning into a cloud of blue mist that enveloped us. Within the mist, her lips were unusually cold, yet carried an electric-like tingling sensation. Obtained 150 polar gene essences, unlock scene. Ice mist illusion, the system notification had just flashed by when the hatch was suddenly violently broken open. Silverwing stood in the doorway, her mechanical eyes flashing an unstable red light. Her nano-bodysuit was dissolving, revealing newly formed bionic skin beneath. A mutation effect caused by the genetic data I had inadvertently passed to her earlier. Warning. System overload. Her voice lost its usual calm, trembling strangely. Master's gene sample detected. Urgent. Synchronization required. Before I could react, Silverwing had already swooped down on me. Her mechanical skeleton groaned under the strain, but the newly formed bionic tissue was unusually soft. Most astonishingly, her chest area began to mimic the rhythm of a human heartbeat. Even Silverwing couldn't resist. Little Spirit swam over with a mischievous grin, wrapping her fishtail around Silverwing's mechanical leg. Lin Mo approached from the other side, his fingers lightly touching the data interface behind Silverwing's neck. A spark like electricity flashed, and Silverwing's pupils suddenly dilated, emitting a sound unlike anything a mechanical being should make. Detection of activated mechanical life form emotion module. Return of 300 AI whisper data. The system notification made me raise an eyebrow. I didn't expect the 100x return could even enhance this. Qin Mingyao suddenly looked up alertly, her remaining ice crystals forming a holographic image in the air. Master, a large number of life signals have appeared outside the ark. In the image, hundreds of cyborg-like mutants are approaching from the sea. They have female upper bodies and mechanical octopus-like lower limbs, with a glowing cross of the Church of the Holy Mark embedded in their chests. It's the Church's deep-sea hunters. Lin Mo's scales stood on end, entering battle mode. They've come to collect mutated genes. The alarm blared throughout the ark, but even before the alarm sounded, a plasma torpedo arrived. The entire ship shook violently, and all the windows of the fusion chamber shattered. I shielded myself with the nearest Silverwing, feeling a burning pain in my back. Host injury detected. Activated 100x return defense mechanism. The system's blue light enveloped the entire body, and the burns on the back healed rapidly. At the same time, an amazing notification popped up. Gain new ability. Gene Resonance, a special ability that can temporarily fuse with all marked objects. Master, let us do it. The trio, now fully mutated, assumed battle stances. Lin Mo's fishtail split into countless glowing tentacles. Qin Mingyao summoned an ice crystal longbow, and Xiaoling secreted corrosive mucus from its tail. Silverwing's mechanical body suddenly completed its final evolution, the nanomaterials recombining into a black and white maid armor. She knelt on one knee. The emotional module is synchronized. Silverwing will forever follow its master. Another torpedo struck the hull, this time blasting open the deck. In the sea, a huge shadow was rising. It was the biological warship of the Church of the Holy Mark, shaped like a woman's body with legs spread and a huge array of cannons on its belly. Perfect timing. I sneered and activated the gene resonance. The four of them trembled simultaneously, feeling a warm current circulating through their bodies. Lin Mo's tentacles grew tenfold. Qin Mingyao's ice bow condensed into aurora arrows. Xiaoling's slime turned into purple flames, and Silverwing's mechanical skeleton was covered with a layer of bioarmor. Gene resonance activated. Combat power increased by 1,000%. The system is counting frantically. Enemy flagship energy fluctuation detected. Combined attack recommended. The five of them leaped into the sea simultaneously. Thanks to the resonance of their genes, their movements were perfectly synchronized. Lin Mo's tentacles entangled the enemy ship's main cannon. Qin Mingyao's arrows froze the engine. Xiaoling's purple flames corroded the armor, and Silverwing directly penetrated the enemy ship's interior to destroy its control system. I floated in the seawater, feeling the wondrous reaction produced by the 100-fold return system and the genetic resonance. A notification kept popping up on my retina. Obtain deep-sea battleship gene map. Unlock new form, bioship equipment. As the enemy ship sank in a series of explosions, we surfaced. From the wreckage, a glowing, oval-shaped compartment floated out. Through its translucent shell, we could see a girl with 6 wings curled up inside. Her chest was inlaid with a crystal similar to amethyst, but more than 10 times larger. She is a candidate for sainthood of the Church of the Holy Mark. Silverwing's database. Dynamic recognition. They were mass-producing gene containers. The girl inside the egg suddenly opened her eyes, pure black eyes without pupils. Her lips parted, and a voice resounded directly in our minds. Father, please grant me perfect genes. A powerful mental shockwave swept over us, and all 4 girls except me simultaneously clutched their heads, groaning in pain. The 100-fold return system activated its emergency protection. S-level mental contamination detected. countermeasure activated, genetic marking. I placed my hand on the egg's surface, and the system totem extended golden patterns, forcibly invading its genetic sequence. The Saintess candidate convulsed violently, its 6 wings flapping frantically, but the system's notification shocked me. 35% genetic compatibility detected with host. Special relationship can be activated. Genetic offspring. Master, be careful. Xiaoling's scream brought me back to my senses. Suddenly, dozens of glowing tentacles shot out from the seabed, instantly enveloping the egg. A shadow 10 times larger than before was rising from the deep sea. That was the true form of the Holy Maiden, a deep-sea behemoth formed from the fusion of countless failed experimental subjects. Retreat, I ordered, sending an emergency signal through the gene resonance link. The 5 quickly returned to the Ark, while the sea had become a boiling whirlpool. Inside the medical pod, the 4 women who had undergone the mutation appeared extremely exhausted. The gene resonance had consumed a great deal of energy, and they needed to replenish their special nutrients, namely, my gene sample. Linmo's fishtail draped limply over my leg, her gills opening and closing slightly. Master. Needs synchronization. Her voice was heartbreakingly weak. I stroked her gills. A fluorescent liquid was being secreted from them. The system immediately notified me. Deep-sea fairy has entered a weakened state. Deep gene exchange recommended. The other 3 also approached, and Silverwing even proactively unlocked the power core of his armor, revealing a bionic heart pulsating with blue light. The 100X return system popped up a friendly notification. Detected a need for a partner group. Unlocked group recovery mode. Chapter 54, Gene Resonance. Embrace of the Deep Sea. The alarm in the medical pod stopped abruptly, replaced by a gentle system notification. Pale purple mist swirled within the pod, enveloping the 5 of us in a semi-transparent energy cocoon. Master, please give us. Her voice echoed with the ethereal quality unique to mermaids, her slender fingers tracing the 100-fold return system mark on my chest. The mark immediately lit up with blue light, responding to her touch. Group recovery mode activated. The system's cold notification tone contrasted sharply with the alluring scene before them. 4 gene-binding individuals have been found to be depleted of energy. Deep synchronization is recommended immediately. Qin Mingyao's liquid armor had completely melted, revealing her skin glowing with blue light. She knelt quietly to my right, her icy eyelashes trembling slightly. Core temperature unstable. Her breath condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air, landing on my arm and causing a tingling sensation. Brothers unfair. Xiaoling suddenly pounced on me from behind, her 3-pronged purple fishtail wrapping around my left arm like a living creature. Her body temperature was much higher than normal, and the scales at the collar of her maid outfit stood up in agitation. I was the one who needed replenishing first. I helplessly pinched her fluffy cat ears. They had now evolved into translucent, fin-like organs that secreted sweet, sticky droplets at the slightest touch. Xiaoling immediately let out a scream, and the system popped up a notification. The Abyss Queen has entered replenishment mode, returning 300 gene water. The most surprising was Silverwing. Her mechanical skeleton emitted a faint hum, and her newly formed bionic skin shimmered with a pearly luster. As an AI, she shouldn't have such vivid expressions, but now her mechanical eyes flickered with unease. Warning, emotional module overloaded. Her voice lost its usual calm, and the maid outfit made of nanomaterials was dissolving. Request, data synchronization with Master. I reached out and touched the data interface behind her neck. The bionic skin there was unusually soft. Silverwing trembled all over, and the bionic heart in her chest suddenly accelerated, causing the mechanical skeleton to make a clicking sound as it struggled under the strain. AI, emotion module upgrade in progress. 50%. 80%. The system notification keeps refreshing. Detected the evolutionary critical point of the mechanical life form. It is recommended to inject human emotion samples. Just then, the entire Ark suddenly shook violently. The displays on the bulkhead automatically activated, showing the external surveillance footage. On the sea surface, dozens of glowing crosses were approaching at an alarming speed. Those were the symbols of the Church of the Holy Mark, each cross connected to a half-human, half-machine deep-sea hunter. How do they find this place? Linmo's fish scales all stood on end, entering battle mode. Her tentacles split off from her tail, drawing pale blue trails of light in the air. Qin Mingyao instantly conjured an ice crystal armor, but it was noticeably thinner than usual. Our energy is insufficient to sustain a prolonged battle. Xiao Ling angrily slapped the ground with her fishtail, splashing up a spray of corrosive slime. Those crazy women. Brother, let's just dissolve them all. Silverwing's mechanical eyes rapidly scanned the enemy's data. Analysis shows the enemy is carrying a genetic tracker. It's speculated they located it using biological samples scattered during our previous battle. She turned to me, her mechanical voice carrying a strange softness. Master, my combat system has recovered to 78%, enough to buy you time to retreat. I shook my head, feeling the hundredfold return system flowing through my body. Suddenly, a notification I'd never seen before popped up on my retina. Emergency combat status detected. Hidden ability activated. Gene resonance. A warm current suddenly erupted from the mark on their chests, instantly flowing throughout their bodies. The four of them exclaimed in surprise, their bodies glowing with different colors. Lin Mo's was a deep blue like the ocean. Qin Mingyao's was a silvery white like ice crystals. Xiao Ling's was a dark purple like the abyss, and Yin Yi's was a bright orange like machinery. Gene resonance activated. System notification. Can temporarily fuse the special abilities of all marked objects for 15 minutes. I stretched out my hand, and 4 colors of energy gathered in my palm. Lin Mo's tentacles suddenly grew larger. Qin Mingyao's ice crystals condensed into a solid longbow. Xiao Ling's corrosive energy liquefied into purple flames, and Silverwing's mechanical skeleton was covered with a layer of bioarmor. This is Master's power. Lin Mo looked at his tentacles, which had been strengthened several times over, each one shimmering with starlight-like particles. Qin Mingyao tried to draw the ice crystal longbow, and an arrow wreathed in aurora light automatically formed. Incredible! My energy has recovered to 200%. Little Ling leaped excitedly, her fishtail tracing a purple flame trail in the air. Great! Now I'm going to roast all those tin cans. Silverwing's mechanical eye quickly analyzed. Under the gene resonance state, the team's combat power increases by approximately 1,000%. However, please note that this is only a temporary increase. The arc shook violently again, this time accompanied by a piercing sound of metal tearing apart. Surveillance footage showed that 3 deep-sea hunters had breached the outer armor and were advancing towards the medical bay. Prepare for battle, I said in a deep voice, feeling the energy of the 4 people flowing through my body. The genetic resonance brought not only enhanced abilities, but also a kind of indescribable spiritual connection. I could vaguely sense their emotions and thoughts. The hatch was melted open by a plasma cutter. The first deep-sea hunter to break in had octopus-like mechanical lower limbs, but the upper body was that of a seductive woman, with a glowing cross embedded in her chest. Carrier of the mutated gene detected. Her voice had a mechanical, synthetic quality, and her eyes shot out red scanning beams. Execute retrieval protocol, A7. Xiao Ling was the first to rush forward, her purple flame-wrapped fishtail lashing out at the opponent's chest. Reclaim your head. My foot. The deep-sea hunter was sent flying several meters, but quickly adjusted his posture, extending 6 mechanical tentacles from his back. Watch out! Lin Mo's tentacles intercepted in time, engaging the mechanical tentacles in combat. Qin Mingyao drew her ice crystal longbow to its full extent, and the aurora arrow pierced the cores of the 2 subsequent intruders. Silverwing transformed into an orange light, its mechanical arm transforming into a high-frequency blade, precisely severing the enemy's energy pipelines. I stood at the center, directing this perfect coordination fueled by genetic resonance. Whenever someone was injured, the 100x return system would immediately activate its repair mechanism, while simultaneously plundering genetic samples from the enemy. Acquired deep-sea hunter gene map ×3. System notification. Analysis shows the target's body contains a sacred substance similar to amethyst. More and more enemies poured into the medical bay. A particularly large deep-sea hunter broke through the defenses, and her mechanical tentacles suddenly split into hundreds of hair-thin metal wires, stabbing straight at my chest. Master! The 4 exclaimed simultaneously. A strong protective instinct surged through the gene resonance link. and 4 types of energy automatically formed a shield in front of me. The metal wire stopped just 10 centimeters away from me, then was frozen and shattered by Qin Mingyao's extreme cold aura. Group skill preparation. I issued the command through the mental link. Lin Mo's tentacles wove into a net. Qin Mingyao's ice crystals formed countless arrows. Xiaoling's purple flames condensed into a ball above her head, and Silver Wing released electromagnetic pulses from its mechanical core. Now, 4 attacks erupted simultaneously, intertwining into a dazzling energy storm. The walls of the medical pod melted in the shockwave, revealing the night sky outside. The remaining deep-sea hunters vanished in the light, and the remaining crosses on the sea surface extinguished. Remaining time for gene resonance. 3 minutes, the system warned. A high-energy reaction has been detected in the distance. At the horizon where the sea meets the sky, a colossal shadow is rising. It is a biological warship shaped like a female body, with a massive array of cannons on its belly and an enormous holy crystal embedded in its chest. It's the mothership of the Church of the Holy Mark. Silverwing's database quickly retrieved the information. Codename Tears of the Virgin Mary, equipped with a biogene cannon. A single shot could destroy half of the Arkansas. Lin Mo's tentacles twitched uneasily. Our resonant state is about to end. Qin Mingyao's ice crystals began to melt. Energy is running low again. Xiaoling scratched the ground in frustration. Damn it, if only 5 more minutes. I stared at the approaching behemoth and suddenly noticed a glowing, egg-shaped cabin floating on the sea. Through its translucent hull, I could see a girl with 6 wings on her back curled up inside. What's that? I asked, pointing to the strange container. Silverwing's mechanical, I quickly focused. High concentration of stigmata, energy detected. A candidate for the Church's saintess. The girl inside the egg suddenly opened her eyes, her pure black pupils staring directly at us. A powerful mental wave swept across thousands of meters, and all 4 of us, except for me, simultaneously clutched our heads, groaning in pain. S-level mental pollution detected. The system has activated emergency protection and activated countermeasures, genetic markers. I suppressed my headache and reached out toward the egg. The golden patterns of the 100-fold return system extended outwards, forming a complex data chain in the air. As the patterns touched the egg's outer shell, a startling notification suddenly popped up on my retina. Detected 35% genetic match with the host. Can activate a special relationship, genetic offspring. What? I stared at the message in shock. Just then, dozens of glowing tentacles shot out from the seabed, instantly enveloping the egg. A shadow larger than the mothership was rising from the deep sea. It was a monster formed from the fusion of countless failed experimental subjects, the true form of the Holy Maiden. Retreat. Retreat immediately. I gave the order through the gene resonance link. The 5 people quickly retreated back into the Ark, while the sea had turned into a boiling whirlpool. The gene resonance state had just ended, and the 4 of them collapsed weakly beside me. The medical pod was half destroyed, but the system automatically activated the emergency repair program. A pale purple mist spread out again, this time at a higher concentration, with a noticeable calming effect. Master, that girl. Lin Mo's voice was barely audible, and the light on his fishtail dimmed considerably. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal armor completely vanished, revealing pale skin beneath. She calls you, Father. Xiaoling curled up in a ball, her fishtail, now devoid of purple flames, looking unusually fragile. What a terrifying mental attack. My head's about to explode. The mechanical form of the Silver Wing emitted wisps of electricity. Database shows the Church of the Holy Mark is conducting an interspecies gene fusion experiment. That saintess candidate may contain fragments of your genes. I stroked the 4 of them, sensing their weakness at the genetic level. The 100-fold return system popped up, a friendly reminder. Energy depletion detected in the partner group. Deep gene exchange recommended immediately. Let's recover our strength first, I said softly, activating the system's group recovery mode. Purple mist condensed into ribbons that gently bound the 5 of us together. Lin Mo's gill slits were the first to press against my hand, secreting a fluorescent liquid. Qin Mingyao's icy patterns lit up again, emitting a cool aura. Xiaoling rubbed against my palm like a kitten, its tail swaying restlessly. Silver Wing quietly opened its data interface, waiting for synchronization. Group recovery mode activated. System notification. Estimated recovery time, 6 hours. Just as we were basking in the warmth of the gene exchange, the ARC's monitoring system suddenly detected an anomaly. On the half-repaired screen, the tentacle-encased egg was glowing, while the enormous shadow in the deep sea had vanished. Chapter 55, The Awakening of the Pure Black Egg. In the 4th hour of the group recovery mode, the ARC's automatic repair system had largely stabilized the ship's damage. Within the purple mist, Linmo's fishtail was the first to regain its luster, with star-like light points flowing beneath its translucent scales. The notification from the deep-sea ferry synchronization rate 92%. System flashed on my retina. I have obtained mermaid tear crystal times 150. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal patterns have been reappeared all over her body, but were more delicate and complex than before, like the natural patterns of polar glaciers. She leaned quietly against my right shoulder, each breath leaving behind tiny ice crystal dust in the air. Master, she suddenly looked up, a hint of alertness flashing in her icy blue eyes. The temperature in the medical bay is rising abnormally. Before I could respond, Xiaoling suddenly sprang from my left arm, all the scales on her purple fishtail standing on end. Something broke in. Her cat ear fins vibrated rapidly, pointing towards the hatch. It's not those tin cans from the church. It's something much stranger. Silverwing's mechanical eyes instantly lit up red, and nanomaterials rapidly covered her entire body to form combat armor. High concentration of holy mark energy detected. Location. Her voice stopped abruptly as the hatch slid open automatically, revealing a petite figure standing in the corridor. She was a girl less than 1.6 meters tall, with pale blue veins visible beneath her pale skin, and 3 pairs of translucent wing membranes folded behind her back. She walked barefoot on the metal floor, each step leaving a glowing footprint. Most chillingly, her eyes were devoid of pupils, completely black as ink. "Father," the girl said, her voice echoing directly in her mind. The crystal embedded in her chest resembled amethyst, but with blood-red threads writhing inside. Linmo's tentacles instantly unfurled, forming a protective net in front of me. "Back off." Her voice carried the high-frequency vibration unique to mermaids. "This is from that egg." Subject 0. Silverwing's database quickly retrieved the data. The first successful product of the Church of the Holy Marksman's New Eden project, with a gene fusion rate reaching the theoretical limit of 92%. The girl, Zero, tilted her head to look at Silverwing, her dark eyes reflecting nothing. "Outdated data. I'm complete now." She suddenly floated forward, her 3 pairs of wing membranes fully unfurling, radiating a mother-of-pearl-like iridescence. "Because I found Father." The 100X return system suddenly flashed violently. "Warning. Risk of genetic contamination detected. Target carries retrovirus." I instinctively stepped back, but found that my body could not move. Zero's wing membrane emitted some kind of force field, fixing us all in place. "What do you want to do?" Qin Mingyao's ice crystal armor began to melt, and the extreme cold aura was suppressed by some higher-level energy. Zero didn't answer, but floated in front of me and touched my chest with her slender fingers. Her fingertips were so cold they seemed inanimate, but the 100-fold return system mark suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. Gene match confirmation. The system popped up a blood-red prompt box that I had never seen before. Special relationship establishment. Gene offspring forced. Finally connected. Zero revealed his first expression, an unsettling, overly perfect smile. "Father system is far more advanced than that crappy church stuff." Xiaoling suddenly sprang up, spraying corrosive mucus from her fishtail. "Stay away from your brother." But the mucus hovered 10 centimeters away from Zero before turning into harmless steam. Zero didn't even turn her head. "Abyss Queen variant, aggression rating B+, calming treatment recommended." She snapped her fingers, and Xiaoling suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground, her fishtail twitching spasmodically. "What did you do to her?" I roared and struggled, and the 100X return system started to run at overclock. It only temporarily blocked nerve conduction. Zero withdrew her finger. "Now we can have a proper talk." She glanced around, her gaze lingering on Lin Mo and Qin Mengyao. Deep-sea demoness and polar war maiden. "Father's collection is of far higher quality than the church's." The silver-wing mechanical body suddenly broke through the force field restrictions, its high-frequency blade aimed directly at Zero's throat. Release the restrictions, or be destroyed immediately. Zero finally showed a hint of surprise. Interesting, the mechanical body can actually resist my bioelectric field. For the first time, her dark eyes flashed with a data stream-like light. Ah, so it's injected with Father's genetic mark. During the stalemate, the 100X return system suddenly popped up a new notification. Sub-body connection detected, hidden function activated. Gene imprinting, an unprecedented power, surged into my limbs, and I abruptly broke free of the force field, my right hand uncontrollably grabbing at the crystal on Zero's chest. Zero showed a look of panic for the first time, retreating rapidly. Father, how could this be? This isn't a function the basic system should have. A burning pain shot through my palm, and I saw the crystal on Zero's chest being drawn by some force, slowly separating into tiny fragments. Those fragments reassembled in midair, eventually forming a miniature version of the stigmata on the back of my hand. Acquired gene imprint, bioelectric field manipulation, beginner, system prompt, duration 23 minutes and 58 seconds. Zero clutched his chest and staggered back several steps, a crack appearing on his perfect expression for the first time. This is impossible, unless Father is... The arc suddenly shook violently, and several pieces of debris fell from the ceiling. Silverwing's mechanical eyes quickly scanned the area. The church's main fleet has been detected approaching, within 12 nautical miles, and continuing to close in. Zero's wing membranes vibrated uneasily. They've come to retrieve me. She suddenly lunged at me, a pleading glint in her dark eyes. Father, let me stay on the ark. I can help you fight against the church. Linmo's fishtail finally regained its movement, and it immediately blocked my way. Master, don't believe her. How could a product of the Church of the Holy Marks possibly? I have 35% of my genes from Father. Zero's voice suddenly rose, carrying an inhuman sharpness. Closer than any of you. She turned to me, her wing membranes slightly folded. The Church is implementing the new Eden project. They want to collect all the superior genes to create perfect humans. Father's 100X return system is the sample they most desire. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal longbow had quietly taken shape. Prove your sincerity. We're the weaknesses of the Church's main fleet. Zero gave a sinister smile. The energy core of the Mother of God is below the third thruster on the right wing, where there's a 0.3-second periodic fluctuation gap. She suddenly coughed, blue liquid seeping from the corner of her mouth. The tracker they implanted in me is forcibly activating. Silverwing suddenly sounded an alarm. High-frequency energy fluctuations detected. Target within Zero's body. Zero curled up in pain, her wing membranes flapping wildly. Father, quick, gene imprinting. She struggled to grab my hand and press my palm against the crystal on her chest. The 100X return system erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Deep gene imprinting activated. Warning, risk of mental pollution. Countless images flooded his mind. Thousands of eggs in the cultivation chamber. Deformed experimental subjects immersed in liquid. The 12-member council overlooking everything from the high platform. Obtained partial access to the Church of the Holy Mark. The system struggled to process the information flow. Detected core content of the new Eden project, creating a new human species through genetic recombination. Zero suddenly screamed, glowing patterns appearing beneath her skin are forcibly recalling me. Her body began to turn transparent. Father, next time we meet, please. After a blinding flash of white light, Zero vanished without a trace, leaving only a few fragments of glowing wing membranes on the ground. Silverwing immediately scanned the residue. Spatial teleportation traces, target pointing to the church mothership. Xiaoling finally regained her mobility and rushed over to hug me tightly. Brother, are you alright? What did that monster do to you? I looked down at the stigmata mark on the back of my hand. It was fading at a visible rate. The 100-fold return system gave disturbing analysis results. Abnormality detected in the offspring during gene imprinting. Dual personality programming exists within the target. Lin Emo gently stroked my gills with concern. Master, your body temperature has risen by 0.8 degrees. Qin Mingyao stared at the spot where Zero had disappeared. The information she revealed partially matches my polar database. The Church of the Holy Mark is indeed conducting cross-species genetic engineering. Silverwing's mechanical eyes flickered. What's most worrying is her level of understanding of the master system. According to my calculations, there's at least a 60% chance that Zero will contact us again. The Ark shuddered violently once more, this time accompanied by the groaning of twisting metal. Silverwing activated the external monitoring. The Church fleet has begun shelling. Our shields have only 41% energy remaining. I took a deep breath, feeling the new power brought by the genetic imprint. Although the stigma mark on the back of my hand was faint, I could still sense a connection to Zero, and perhaps even to the core of the stigmated church further away. Prepare for battle, I ordered, and the four immediately entered combat stance. The 100X return system popped up with a new notification. Gene resonance cooldown completed. Available for activation at any time. Xiao Ling rubbed against my palm. Brother, this time I'm going to twist all the tops off those tin cans. Lin Mo's tentacles gently wrapped around my wrist. Master, please allow us to resonate with you once more. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal longbow had already condensed into an aurora arrow. Lock onto the energy core of Tears of the Holy Mothered. Silverwing's nano-armor reassembled into a black and white combat form. The emotional modules are fully synchronized, ready to strike at any time. I looked out the porthole at the approaching church fleet, and a sudden, sharp pain shot through the stigmata on the back of my hand. Zero was watching us from somewhere, while a deeper shadow still lingered in the deep sea. Chapter 56: The Code in the Broken Wing. Shield energy remaining 37% to 36%. 35%. Silverwing's mechanical voice announced the numbers with each tremor of the Arkansas outside the porthole. The Holy Mark Church's fleet had formed an encirclement formation, with the mothership Tears of the Virgin Mary, shaped like a female body, hovering in the center, its abdominal cannon array beginning to charge, emitting an ominous pinkish-purple light. I clenched my fist, the stigma mark left by Zero on the back of my hand faintly burning. The interface of the 100X return system flashed incessantly on my retina. Gene imprint remaining time, 11 minutes, 23 seconds. Multiple stigma energy reactions detected. Master, activate gene resonance immediately. Lin Mo's fishtail slapped the ground anxiously, splashing up starlight-tinged water. The mothership's main cannon needs 90 seconds to fully charge. This is our last chance. Qin Mingyao had already condensed a complete ice crystal armor, but had more blood-red patterns than usual, a mutation caused by the influence of Zero's bioelectric field. According to the data provided by Zero, we must destroy 3 energy nodes simultaneously to penetrate the mothership's defenses. Xiao Ling angrily ripped at the collar of her maid outfit, the scales on her purple fishtail standing on end. I hate that freak. But the weak point she mentioned matches the high-frequency fluctuations I sensed. She suddenly lunged at me, grabbing my arm. Brother, let me lead the attack this time, okay? My corrosive liquid can. Silverwing suddenly appeared between us, its mechanical arm transforming into a plasma cannon. Priority calculation complete. I am recommended to conduct the precision strike. Lin Mo is responsible for defending against stray bullets. Qin Mingyao will freeze the sea surface to create a barrier. Xiao Ling will eliminate any approaching deep-sea hunters. Her mechanical eyes turned to me, and her irises displayed patterns resembling human emotions. And the master should conserve his strength. The system has detected an even greater energy reaction behind the church fleet. The Ark shook violently again, and a shattered plank of deck crashed down from the ceiling, instantly freezing into ice crystals by Qin Mingyao. An alarm blared throughout the ship. Shields are about to collapse. All personnel prepare for impact. There was no time to hesitate. I took a deep breath and activated the 100X return system. Gene resonance, activate. The familiar warmth erupted once more from the mark on their chests, but this time it was different. The stigmata on the back of their hands suddenly came to life, golden lines extending like veins, intertwining with the light emanating from the four. Lin Mo's azure, Qin Mingyao's silver white, Xiao Ling's dark purple, and Yinyi's bright orange were now mixed with a trace of the pearly iridescence of number 0. The system popped up a warning. Abnormal enhancement of gene resonance. Foreign gene sequence detected, and synchronization rate exceeds theoretical limit. This is the power of Zero. Lin and Mo looked at his tentacles in surprise. They were no longer just simple translucent blue, but were coated with a thin film of iridescent light, drawing dreamlike light trails in the air. Qin Mingyao tried to condense ice crystals and discovered that some kind of charged particles were mixed in with the extreme cold. Incredible. My ice energy can conduct bioelectric fields. The most significant change was in Silverwing. Her nanoarmor shimmered with a liquid metallic sheen, and the data stream in her mechanical eyes had increased more than tenfold. Emotional module is undergoing exponential evolution. Her voice trembled with a human quality. Master, I feel fear. Little spirit lashed out with its tail, purple flames crackling with iridescent lightning. Forget about that tin-clad girl. The church's main gun is charged to 80%. The view outside the porthole was breathtaking. The gun array on the belly of the Tears of the Virgin Mary was glowing with a blinding purple light, and the surrounding seawater was boiling due to energy radiation. Even more terrifying, hundreds of small aircraft were being released from both sides of the mothership, each resembling a miniature version of Zero, except that it only had a pair of wing membranes on its back. A swarm of gene-based drones. Silverwing's database immediately recognized. Equipped with miniature holy crystals, specifically designed for collecting biological samples. As I felt the flow of power brought about by the genetic resonance, I discovered an astonishing fact. Through the stigmata mark on the back of my hand, I could vaguely sense the pulse of the energy nodes inside the mothership. Zero left behind not just an imprint, but also some kind of deep spiritual connection. Action! I gave the order, and the 5 of them rushed off in different directions at the same time. Lin Mo's rainbow tentacles formed a protective net around the ark, intercepting the attacking deep-sea hunters. Qin Mingyao leaped onto the sea surface, and her extreme cold aura instantly froze an ice field a kilometer in diameter. Xiao Ling pounced directly on the nearest gene drone, and her purple flames melted 3 enemy aircraft into scrap metal. Silverwing and I headed straight for the mothership's core. Her mechanical wings unfolded, a feature not present before, clearly influenced by Gene Zero, carrying us at high speed across the sea. With less than 8 minutes remaining on the gene imprint, I had to destroy the mothership's energy nodes before then. Master, 3 o'clock. Silverwing suddenly warned. 3 strange, jet-black figures broke through the sea surface. They had female outlines, but their bodies seemed to be stitched together from different biological parts, with inverted cross stigmas embedded in their chests. New enemy detected. The Confessor, System Emergency Alert. High-ranking executioners of the Church of the Holy Mark, designed specifically for retrieving defected experimental subjects. The lead penitent suddenly opened her mouth, a mouth filled with rotating serrated teeth, and let out a shrill scream that directly assaulted the brain. Traitor genes must be purified. Her arm transformed into a gene extractor, thrusting straight toward Silverwing's chest. At the critical moment, Silverwing's nano-armor automatically reassembled, mimicking the frequency of the Zero bioelectric field. The penitent's weapon short-circuited and exploded upon contact, spraying out a black, blood-like liquid. I've learned emotion-driven evolution. Silverwing's mechanical voice carried an unprecedented warmth. She looked at me, the data stream in her eyes transforming into a heart shape. To protect my master. The other 2 penitents seized the opportunity to attack. Instinctively, I raised my hand, and to my surprise, Zero's bioelectric field ability activated automatically, forming an iridescent barrier in front of me. Even more astonishingly, the 100-fold return system suddenly popped up a new prompt. Replicable gene sequence detected. Imprinting. Without hesitation, I chose to confirm. The stigmata on the back of my hand burned with pain, but in the blink of an eye, my left arm temporarily mutated into a gene extractor structure similar to that of the penitent. Only the color was pure gold. Father's system is far more advanced than the church's. In a daze, I seemed to hear Zero's voice echoing in my mind. The golden extractor pierced the chest of the most recent penitent, and the moment black blood gushed out, the 100x return system frantically flooded the screen. Obtained the penitent's genetic map. Analysis complete. 78% of the genetic fragments are of the same origin as the deep-sea hunter. Unlocked temporary ability. Gene devouring. The remaining 2 penitents seemed stunned, hesitating briefly before quickly retreating. But we had no time to pursue. The mothership's main guns were already at 95% charge. Silverwing, cover me. I activated the gene resonance with all my might, and the energy link between the five of us shone like the aurora. Lin Mo's tentacles, Qin Mingyao's ice crystals, Xiao Ling's purple flames, and Silverwing's mechanical energy converged through the 100-fold return mark on my chest, eventually flowing to the holy mark on the back of my hand. The iridescent energy left behind by Zero became a key catalyst. When the five forces were fully integrated, my vision suddenly expanded. I could even see through the mothership's armor and directly see 3 pulsating energy nodes. Now, I channeled the fusion energy into the temporarily acquired golden extractor, transforming it into a spear, and hurled it with all my might toward the first energy node. Simultaneously, Silverwing launched its plasma cannon, while Qin Mingyao's aurora arrows and Xiao Ling's corrosive fireballs attacked from different angles. The shockwave from the first node explosion propelled us hundreds of meters. The mothership tilted violently, but the main guns continued charging. 98%. Again, I gritted my teeth and endured the excruciating pain of gene overload, aiming my second attack at the second node. This time, Lin Mo's rainbow tentacles also joined the offensive, and the five-fold energy triggered a chain explosion on the right flank of the mothership. A shield alarm blared throughout the arc. Energy depleted, defense system shut down. The final blow had to succeed. But with only 2 minutes remaining for the gene imprint, my vision was already blurring. In that desperate moment, Silverwing suddenly hugged me from behind, pressing her mechanical core against the 100-fold return mark on my back. Use all my power, Master. Her voice was gentle, unlike that of a mechanical being. Silverwing is willing to format you. AI self-sacrifice protocol detected. The system pops up a red warning and recommends stopping immediately. Just as I was about to refuse, an unexpected change occurred. A few fragments of the wing membrane left behind by Zero before disappearing suddenly flew from the direction of the medical pod and automatically adhered to the back of my hand. The holy mark instantly brightened, and the remaining time was reset to 5 minutes. Even more astonishingly, a message stream left by Zero emanated from the fragment. Father, this is my gift to teach all the experimental subjects the genetic key. The 100X return system immediately analyzed the key data, obtained the holy mark church gene lock decryption code, can forcibly disable the mobility of any church bioweapon. Duration, 30 seconds. There was no time to ponder this unexpected aid. I immediately activated the decryption code and, with the last of our 5 strength gathered, launched a final assault on the mothership's third node. The instant the golden spear pierced the mothership's armor, the entire sea was illuminated by a blinding light. The main cannon of Tears of the Virgin Mary abruptly stopped charging, and the array of turrets on its abdomen exploded one after another. The genetic drones plummeted into the sea like puppets with broken strings, and the deep-sea hunters also ceased their operations. We've won for now. Exhausted, they returned to the half-destroyed Ark, and the genetic resonance state automatically dissipated. The 5 of them collapsed onto the floor of the medical bay. Even Xiaoling was too weak to complain. The mechanical form of Silverwing was sparking with electricity, but unexpectedly, she was gently holding one of my fingers, a gesture of affection that would have been unimaginable before. With her last strength, Lin Mo swam to my side, her fishtail limply resting on my leg. Master, is Zero an enemy or? I stared at the fading stigmata on the back of my hand. The 100-fold return system gave me a disturbing analysis. The genetic key contains a hidden program. A backdoor connection has been established with the host system. It is speculated that Zero can make limited mental contact through this channel. Qin Mingyao struggled to sit up. Her ice crystal armor almost completely melted. The church won't give up so easily. According to the Polar database, they have at least 6 more motherships of the same class. Xiao Ling suddenly pointed out the porthole. Look, what's that? On the sea surface, the wreckage of all the crashed genetically engineered drones emitted an eerie blue light before simultaneously dissolving into liquid. Even more chillingly, this liquid coalesced into a stream and flowed towards some point in the deep sea. Silverwing's sensors barely functioned, detected a massive life response awakening on the seabed. Her mechanical eyes suddenly widened. Energy readings have exceeded the threshold. This is beyond the church's technological capabilities. The 100x return mark on my chest suddenly stung, and a scarlet warning box popped up. Ancient gene awakening signal detected. Matching degree. 61%. Warning. Threat level. Extinction level. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the distant sea began to rise abnormally. A shadow 10 times larger than the tears of the Virgin Mary was rising, and Zero's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Father, run. They've awakened her. Chapter 57, The Origin Code of the Frozen City. As consciousness returned, the first thing I sensed was the biting cold. I opened my heavy eyelids and saw a translucent wall of ice, behind which I could vaguely see the flowing aurora. The interface of the 100x return system slowly restarted on my retina, displaying the ambient temperature, -53 degrees Celsius. Brothers awake. Xiaoling's face suddenly drew closer. Her purple fishtail, wrapped in some kind of insulating gel, appeared dull and lifeless in the cold. She grabbed my neck tightly, almost suffocating me. You were unconscious for 3 whole days. I tried to get up, only to find myself covered in bio-optical fibers, the other end of which was connected to a medical device shaped like an eye sculpture. The device's surface was covered in golden patterns similar to those of the 100x return system, only with a bluish tint. Don't move. Qi Mingyao's voice came from the right. Your genetic sequence is in an unstable state. This polar harmonizer is helping you recombine it. She stood in front of a circular control panel, her ice crystal armor almost blending into the surrounding environment. Only the blue light flashing in her eyes indicated that she was in some special state. Lin Mo emerged from the pool on the other side of the room, a thin layer of frost covering her fishtail scales. Master, the water temperature here is close to freezing, but the salinity is abnormally high. It's like it was specially modified for mermaid genes. Memories flooded back like a tide. The terrifying pressure of the first mother, Silverwing's sacrifice, the sudden appearance of the reverse stigmata. I grabbed Xiaoling's arm abruptly. Where's Silverwing? Where are the others? Where are we? Questions need to be answered one by one, brother. A strange male voice came from the doorway. The black-robed man with the inverted stigmata strode in, finally removing his hood. He looked to be around 30 years old, with a mark below his right eye similar to my 100-fold return mark, only deeper red. First of all, welcome to the Arctic base, or rather, the ruins of the 7th laboratory. I stared intently at the lines on his face. Who are you? Codename Inferno, Product S03 from Laboratory 7. He pointed to his red marker. 4 batches earlier than yours, but clearly not as advanced as your 100-fold return system. His gaze swept over the girls in the room. Looks like we all like collecting special genetic material, just with different tastes. Xiaoling immediately bared her teeth and blocked my way. Brother, that's not what you're saying. Yin Yu shrugged dismissively and turned to Qin Mingyao. Polar Battle Maiden. How about some background music? Qin Mingyao hesitated for a moment before placing her hand on the control panel. The ice walls of the room suddenly became transparent, revealing a breathtaking scene outside. We were under a massive ice dome, with dozens of similar ice chambers arranged in a spiral. In the central plaza, hundreds of people in black and white uniforms were busy at work, but the most eye-catching thing was the giant, frozen device in the center of the plaza, clearly engraved with 7th Laboratory, main control terminal. Where is? My voice caught in my throat. The scenes from those fragments of memory were now fully displayed before my eyes. The graveyard of human genetic engineering, and also the cradle of a new era. Yin Yu's voice suddenly turned serious. 20 years ago, 7 superpowers secretly established the 7th Laboratory, aiming to create perfect humans through genetic modification. The first prototype was the first successful product, and also the last failure. He waved his hand, bringing up a set of holographic images, showing a young woman immersed in a culture chamber. She was originally an ordinary researcher who volunteered to be the first gene fusion. But when the lab tried to replicate her gene sequence, the image switched to a twisted mass of flesh. Her cells developed self-awareness and devoured other test subjects, including the 6 candidates who had already been successfully replicated. The image transformed into a massive explosion. The laboratory was forced to self-destruct, but the core sample of the original mother was stolen by the precursor organization of the Church of the Holy Mark. And you pointed at me, We're one of the last batches of pure genetic seeds sent out before the laboratory's destruction. Qin Mingyao suddenly interjected. What about Zero? She calls her master father. Number 0 was a puppet created by the church using stolen S-series genes. A hint of disgust flashed in Yin Yu's eyes. But she had a latent program for the reverse holy mark within her, making her our most successful spy. He paused. Until she met you, her program actually overrode itself. How ironic. As I processed this information, the 100X return system suddenly highlighted a detail on the frozen main control terminal. A line of small print was engraved there. Ultimate goal of the S-series, genetic immortality. So the original Matrix was hunting me down because the S-series is the only gene key that can threaten her existence. Yin Yu nodded. Especially US-07, the system shows that your gene fusion degree is the highest. Theoretically, you can... His words were interrupted by a sudden alarm. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal armor instantly covered her entire body. Large-scale energy fluctuation detected, originating from the southern ice plains. The holographic view switched to surveillance footage outside the base. At the edge of the ice field, the sea level was rising abnormally. Even from tens of kilometers away, the nightmarish figure could be recognized. The original Matrix. How could she have found it so quickly? Yin Yu's curses were drowned out by a burst of electromagnetic noise. Just then, the 100X return mark on my chest suddenly burned with intense pain. A fragmented data stream forcibly entered my optic nerve. It was Silverwing's signal. Master, can you hear me? Silverwing's voice was broken, as if transmitted through some kind of genetic communication. I've discovered something terrifying inside her. The blurry image gradually cleared. Inside the transparent body of the original mother, a humanoid figure, 7/10 similar to me, floated in the central chamber, surrounded by countless blood vessels. Even more terrifying, a colossal stigmata crystal was embedded in its chest, within which the mechanical core of Silverwing was faintly visible. She's creating a perfect fusion, using your genetic sample and my mechanical core. Silverwing's signal suddenly intensified. Below the Arctic base, in the underwater section of the laboratory, there's something that can stop her. The signal abruptly stopped. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at me. Silverwing is still alive? Lin Mo's fishtail excitedly slapped the water surface, splashing up a shower of ice crystals. Xiao Ling jumped up immediately. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go save that tin-clad girl. Qin Mingyao remained unusually calm. Master, my polar genes have been reacting ever since I came into contact with the ice at the base. Now I understand. She pointed to her feet. Something below is calling to me. Yin Yu's expression became complicated. The underwater section is the most dangerous restricted area in the laboratory. Even the reverse Saint Mark wouldn't dare to. He suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, you said the polar genes reacted? He strode to the control panel and pulled up a set of encrypted data. When Qin Mingyao's image appeared on the screen, everyone gasped. In surveillance footage from 20 years ago, a girl resembling Qin Mingyao was being injected with some kind of blue liquid, with an underwater laboratory in the background. I see. Yin Yu's voice was filled with shock. You are a product of the Polar Goddess Project. The laboratory created you, or rather, your prototype, using genes extracted from ancient glaciers. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal patterns suddenly glowed brightly, and the temperature in the entire room plummeted. I am not a naturally born polar warrior. It's not important. I forced back the bio-optical fiber that was pulling off my body despite the pain. The key now is to find the underwater lab, rescue Silverwing, and stop the original mother. The 100X return system finally restarted completely, displaying a new notification. Homologous gene signal detected. System upgrade component present in underwater lab. Yin Yu hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly made up his mind. Follow me. He walked to the corner of the room and placed his palm on the ice wall. A hidden door slid open silently, revealing a downward spiral ice staircase. There's no time for the regular route. This is the emergency route. Lin Mo was the first to slide into the water. Her fishtail emitted a dazzling blue light as it touched the waterway below. Master, this water contains substances that enhance mermaid genes. We dived into the waterway one after another. In the biting cold current, The 100x return system automatically activated a cold resistance mode. Qin Mingyao swam at the forefront. Her ice crystal armor shone even brighter in the water, making her feel as comfortable as if she were back home. At the end of the waterway stood a metal door engraved with the logo of Laboratory 7. As we approached, a scanning beam suddenly illuminated the door, scanning each person's eyes in turn. When it swept over me and Qin Mingyao, the indicator light on the door turned green and a cold, electronic voice announced, S07 permission detected. Permission to access the polar prototype has been detected. Unsealing laboratory, unsealing procedures initiated. The metal door slowly opened, revealing a breathtaking scene behind it, a massive spherical space with dozens of incubation chambers suspended in the center. Each chamber contained creatures somewhat similar to us, a fish-tailed variant of Lin Mo, Qin Mingyao's kind covered in ice crystals, and even an abyssal form resembling Xiaoling. This is a gene bank. Xiaoling's voice was filled with unprecedented fear. Yin Yu swam to a control panel. No, this is the original seed preservation room. The 7th laboratory's most crucial secret. The original samples of all the special genes. My gaze was drawn to the incubation chamber at the very center. There floated a young man who looked remarkably like me, but without any system markings on his chest. The label on the chamber read, S00 gene prototype. That is, Yin Yu's voice suddenly turned reverent. The first successful gene fusion experiment subject, and also the son of the original mother. The 100x return system suddenly popped up a red warning. Gene contamination alarm detected. This 00's gene match with the host is 89%. Danger level, fatal. Just then, the entire base suddenly shook violently. The water ripples distorted the surveillance footage, revealing that the original mother had breached the outer defenses and was moving rapidly across the ice field. She's here. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal armor automatically entered combat mode. Master, how long will the system upgrade take? I swam toward the central control console. The moment the marker made contact with the console, a complex set of genetic codes automatically unlocked. System upgrade component detected. Estimated fusion time, 11 minutes and 37 seconds. It's too late. Yin Yu checked the external surveillance cameras. She'll be at the base in 5 minutes at most. Lin Mo suddenly pointed to another screen. Wait, what's that? In the scene, inside the transparent body of the original mother, Silverwing's mechanical core suddenly erupted with blinding light. Her voice somehow resounded throughout the entire base. Master now, I have temporarily taken control of her central nervous system. System upgrade. Remote operation is now possible. Silverwing's signal suddenly became exceptionally clear, as if she were standing right beside him. Because I have become a part of her. Chapter 58, The Memory Corridor Deep Within the Mother's Body. Silverwing's voice echoed through every speaker in the base, trembling unnaturally for a mechanical being. System upgrade can be done remotely because I have become a part of her. In the surveillance footage, the movements of the original mother suddenly became uncoordinated, and 3 of her 7 pure black eyes flashed with the distinctive red light of Silverwing's. Inside her transparent body, the mechanical core was reconstructing at an astonishing speed, with nanomaterials and biological tissues intertwining into an unprecedented form. Silverwing, are you controlling her? My voice caught in my throat as the 100-fold return system frantically analyzed the incoming data stream. Critical point for the evolution of mechanical life forms detected. High emotion module Akievis ultimate breakthrough. New form naming, Oracle form. Silverwing's response was projected directly onto my retina, text interspersed with fragments of data. Incomplete control. More influence. Master, her core consciousness is too powerful, but I found the memory corridor. The spherical space suddenly trembled violently, and ripples spread through the liquid in the cultivation chamber. Yin Yu lunged at the control panel. The original mother is attacking the base's outer defenses. Silverwing can't buy much time. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal armor automatically covered her entire body, and the extreme cold condensed into countless ice crystals underwater. Master, what conditions are required for the system upgrade? I swam towards the central control console. A blinding golden light erupted as the marker made contact with the interface. Need to synchronize all source species genetic data, including that S00. My gaze swept over the central incubation chamber. The face so similar to mine sent a chill down my spine. But Silverwing said it could be done remotely. Then let's split up. Xiaoling's purple fishtail traced a furious path in the water. I'll go dig that tin-faced girl out. She made a move to rush towards the exit, but was promptly entangled by Lin Mo's tentacles. Calm down. Lin Mo's gill slits spewed out a large number of fluorescent bubbles. Having no plan is suicide. Yinyu suddenly pulled up a set of holographic images. Silverwing has transmitted a diagram of the Matrix's internal structure. Look here. He pointed to a spherical chamber located in the Matrix's heart. This is her memory center, surrounded by 6 main blood vessels. One of them directly connects to the mechanical fusion zone, where Silverwing is located. The image zoomed in, revealing a winding passage strewn with glowing nodes. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal patterns suddenly lit up. The energy signature of these nodes resonates with my polar genes. I can freeze them to create a safe passage. Then it's settled. I forced back the pain from the unstable genes. Qin Mingyao, lead the way. Xiaoling, Lin Mo, and I will enter the mother body. Yinyu will stay at the base to assist with remote upgrades. Wait. Yinyu grabbed my arm, sparks flying as his red mark touched my gold mark. Haven't you realized yet? S00 is the original mother's son. And you. The 100x return system suddenly popped up an encrypted message. Gene tracing results. The host shares 89% of the gene sequence with S00. 63% match with the original human morphology of the first mother. So she was chasing me because you might be a clone of S00 or a brother. Yinyu's expression was complex. In her distorted perception, you and the other S-series members are all her lost children. Another violent tremor shook the room, this time causing a shower of ice shards to fall from the ceiling. Silverwing's signal suddenly became urgent. The passage is about to open. Antarctica, third vein. Prepare. Action. I commanded, and the 4 of them quickly swam toward the exit. Before leaving, I took one last look at S00's incubation chamber. His eyes suddenly opened, revealing pure black pupils identical to those of the original mother. Returning to the upper levels of the base from the underwater laboratory, the scene before me was breathtaking. The base's dome had partially collapsed, and through the cracks, the primordial mother could be seen, her silhouette obscuring the sky. One of her arms was embedded in the ice, releasing some kind of dissolving enzyme, causing the entire Antarctic ice sheet to melt. She needs to enter the base from there. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal longbow instantly materialized. I'll go create an ice bridge first. She leaped out of the crevice, the extreme cold instantly freezing the melting water into a winding, rising ice path. We followed closely behind, rushing along this fragile path towards the arm of the first mother that was embedded in the ice. Upon closer inspection, the arm was actually an aggregate of countless translucent tentacles, each with colorful light points flowing inside. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal arrow accurately struck one of them, and an extremely cold aura immediately spread out, forming a layer of ice on the surface of the tentacle. Now, she shouted. The vascular entry point is at the base of the 3rd tentacle. Xiaoling took the lead, her fishtail wreathed in purple flames lashing out at the designated spot. The combined effect of the corrosive slime and ice crystals caused a crack to appear on the surface of the tentacle, revealing a channel radiating a pinkish-purple light. Stay close to me. Qin Mingyao leaped in first, her ice crystal armor making a strange resonance as it touched the inner wall of the passage. The passage began to rhythmically contract and expand, like the digestive tract of some creature. After going 100 meters deeper, the passage suddenly widened, turning into a spherical space filled with mucus. Countless crystals were embedded in the fleshy walls, each crystal containing a memory. All scenes from the 7th laboratory. This is her memory bank. Lin Mo's tentacles lightly touched a crystal, and an image of a female researcher in a white lab coat recording data was immediately projected inside. The 100x return mark on my chest suddenly throbbed with pain, and a system notification popped up. Memory resonance detected. Mental protection recommended. But it was too late. The nearest crystals lit up simultaneously, dragging us into a holographic memory. 20 years ago, in Laboratory 7, Dr. Yang, a female researcher, smiled at the camera. The 7th gene fusion experiment is about to begin, and this time I will personally be the subject. If successful, humanity will gain the ability to break through the limits of lifespan. She stroked her slightly protruding belly. My child will be the first new human. The scene shifts to the experimental site. When the gene serum is injected into her spine, something unexpected happens. Her skin begins to turn transparent, and her abdomen swells visibly. The terrified researchers try to stop the experiment, but are pierced by tentacles that suddenly extend from her. The final image freezes on her curled up in the incubation chamber, cradling an infant. Her entire body is semi-transparent, and the infant in her arms, the S00, has wide, pure black eyes. Our memories abruptly cut off, and the four of us tumbled back to reality. Cracks appeared in Qin Mingyao's ice crystal armor. So, the original mother was human? That S00 was her. So, I swallowed hard. The 100X return system was analyzing an even more terrifying truth, and our S-series might all be clones or modifications of the S00's genes. Xiaoling suddenly raged and slammed the memory crystal. I don't care about the genetic origin. My brother is my brother. Her purple flames triggered a chain reaction in the passage, and the flesh walls began to spasm and contract. Watch out! Lin Mo's tentacles quickly wove into a protective net. She sensed us. The passage suddenly split open, revealing a larger chamber. Floating, there was a humanoid figure made of light. It was Dr. Yang from my memories. Only now she was completely transparent, with an enormous stigma crystal embedded in her chest. Her voice echoed directly in my mind. My children are finally home. The 100X return system instantly overloaded. S-level mental pollution detected. Emergency resonance mode activated. Instinctively, I grabbed the 3 people around me and forcibly activated gene resonance. 4-colored energy intertwined to form a protective shield, resisting the mental impact of the original mother body. Master, no. Silverwing's voice suddenly interrupted. Her target is only you. Everyone else can leave safely. So, dingo. Little Spirit's purple flames were transmitted to my hand through the resonance link. We will never abandon our brother. Qin Mingyao's icy aura joined in. Master, my glacial genes can temporarily stabilize the mental realm. Lin Mo's tentacles gently wrapped around my wrist. The mermaid's song can soothe all restless ocean genes, even the original mother. The 4 forces resonated and merged perfectly, temporarily resisting the mental oppression of the original mother. Her luminous humanoid form wore a confused expression. Why? Resist? We're family. No. I transmitted my voice back through the resonance link. Family members don't forcibly devour each other. The original mother's expression twisted, and amidst the shifting light and shadow, we suddenly saw the truth. In her distorted understanding, merging all the S-series was not slaughter, but reunion. She believed that only in this way could the children gain eternal life. Terrible maternal love, Qin Mingyao whispered. Just then, Silverwing's signal suddenly intensified. Cracks appeared in the crystal on the chest of the original mother structure, and a mechanical rainbow burst forth from it. Master, now. System upgrade. 95% complete. Requires the final step. The 100X return system popped up a critical message. Upgrade components detected. Host needs to connect to the original mother's memory center. Risk level. Fatal. There was no room for hesitation. I issued the command through the resonance link. Cover me. I'm going to dismantle her core. The 3 immediately took on their respective roles. Qin Mingyao unleashed all her extreme cold energy, freezing an ice path leading to the core into the flesh wall. Lin Mo's mermaid song formed a mental barrier, temporarily interfering with the consciousness of the first mother body, and Xiaoling frantically attacked the surrounding memory crystals to distract them. I sprinted along the ice path, and before the first mother could react, placed my palm on her stigmata crystal. The world stood still at that moment. The golden patterns of the 100-fold return system spread across the crystal surface like living things, intertwining with the mechanical iridescence of the silver wings. Memories of the original mother flooded in. Her joy as a human, the pain of being an experimental subject, her last moments of lucidity before losing her mind, and the endless longing for the child she could never hold in her arms. System upgrade complete. Unlock the ultimate feature, gene reconstruction. Warning, host gene stability drops to 31%. The original matrix suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, and the entire chamber began to collapse. Silverwing's mechanical core finally broke free of its restraints, transforming into a rainbow of light that enveloped the four of us. Escape route established. Hold on. In my final moments before my consciousness faded, I saw the luminous humanoid form of the original mother shed tears. Her voice echoed softly. "I'm sorry, my child." Then came endless darkness. When I awoke, I was lying in the medical room of the Arctic base. Qin Mingyao was fast asleep by the bedside, her ice crystal armor tattered and worn. Linmo's fishtail was soaking in the water tank next to him, its scales dull and lifeless. Xiao Ling was curled up in a corner, her purple flames flickering like a candle in the wind. "They exhausted their energy to bring you back." Yin Yu's voice came from the doorway. He held a genetic report in his hand. The system upgrade was successful, but the price was... He hesitated. I looked down at my body and was horrified to find that the skin below my chest had become translucent, with faintly visible points of light flowing inside, just like the original mother body. "Genetic collapse," Yin Yu said gravely, simultaneously maintaining the genetic resonance of 4 people and connecting to the memory center of the first mother. "Your body has exceeded its limits." The 100x return system popped up a shocking warning. Host gene stability 29%. After the critical point, it will be unable to maintain human form. Xiaoling suddenly woke up with a start, and upon seeing my condition, let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Brother!" She lunged at me, but recoiled the instant her hand touched my translucent skin. "No, this isn't real." Lin Mo and Qin Mingyao also woke up one after another, and their expressions said it all. My body is transforming into the form of the first mother. "Is there a solution?" Qin Mingyao asked softly, her icy patterns dimmed with sorrow. Yin Yu remained silent for a moment, then suddenly pulled up a piece of encrypted data. Silverwing transmitted this at the last moment. "A perfect fusion is being conceived inside the original mother body, using your and Silverwing's genes." The image showed the chest of a humanoid figure that resembled mine, with Silverwing's mechanical core perfectly fused with flesh and blood. "Perhaps this is the key to saving you." The door to the medical room suddenly slid open, and an unexpected figure stood in the doorway. Number 0. Her 3 pairs of wing membranes were badly damaged, but her dark eyes shone with an astonishing light. "Father, I bring the final proposal for the reverse Saint Mark." She weakly raised her hand, a microchip lying in her palm. "Use this to temporarily stabilize your genes, but the price is..." Before I could finish speaking, the base's alarm suddenly blared through the sky. The surveillance footage showed that the original mother was not dead, but had begun her ultimate transformation. Her body was reconstructing on the Arctic ice plains, and the perfect fusion had already opened its eyes. It was my face, a fusion of my Silverwing features. Chapter 59, Tenderness on the Edge of Collapse. Zero's body collapsed beside my bed like a fallen leaf, the chip rolling out of her palm. Her 3 pairs of wing membranes were tattered, and a light in her dark eyes flickered. "Father, the chip needs to be implanted with your 100x return system interface." Her voice was broken, blue liquid seeping from the corner of her mouth. "But first, the gene sequence must be stabilized." I tried to get up, but found that my translucent right hand had lost all feeling. The 100x return mark on my chest flickered faintly, and system warnings kept popping up. Genetic stability 27%. Critical warning. Failure to maintain human form. Xiao Ling was the first to pounce, her purple fishtail secreting a large amount of corrosive liquid from its agitated state, dripping onto the floor with a sizzling sound. "You freak. What did you do to your brother?" "Xiao Ling." Lin Mo's tentacles wrapped around her waist just in time. "Calm down." Qin Mingyao had already picked up the chip, her icy fingers scanning its surface. "This is a gene stabilization program, but it requires 4 keys to activate." She looked at Zero. "Explain clearly." Zero struggled to sit up, her dark eyes sweeping over everyone in the room. "The emergency plan developed by Reverse Saint Mark. It requires 4 partners genetically bound to Father to undergo deep synchronization simultaneously. She pointed to my translucent body. Otherwise, his genetic chain will completely collapse within 24 hours. Yin Yu suddenly burst in from outside, holding surveillance data in his hand. The reorganization of the original mother body has accelerated. That perfect fusion is already capable of autonomous movement. He was visibly stunned when he saw Zero. "You're still alive?" Zero gave a weak smile. "The church threw me into the recycling furnace, but Father's genetic marker allowed me to survive." Her gaze shifted to me, a glint of tears welling in her dark eyes. "Now, it's my turn to save you." The 100X return system suddenly decoded the chip's contents. Gene stability protocol. Requires simultaneous bodily fluid exchange from 4 bound individuals. Form a temporary gene cocoon. My throat tightened. This meant that all 4 of them had to... How do we do it? Qin Mingyao asked directly, her body standing ramrod straight beneath her ice crystal armor. Zero coughed as she brought up a holographic interface. Lin Mo's fluorescent pheromones coat the surface. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal patterns stabilize the core temperature. Xiaoling's corrosive mucus transforms into repair enzymes. She paused. The most complex is Silverwing. She needs to complete the final evolution of the oracle form and synchronize at the neural level. Silverwing is still alive. I suddenly sat up, and specks of light darted around under my translucent skin. Her consciousness has been inside the perfect fusion, maintaining balance. Zero pointed out the window. On the distant wreckage of the original Matrix, a humanoid figure radiating a mechanical iridescent light was slowly rising. "Look, she's here." A beam of light pierced through the base's defenses and shot straight into the medical room. When the light faded, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure stood before us. Silverwing's upper body retained the outline of a mechanical maid, but its skin had been transformed into realistic bionic tissue. Below the waist was a streamlined mechanical structure, with 6 iridescent nerve tendrils swaying gently. The most astonishing thing was her chest, where a semi-mechanical, semi-biological heartbeat and blue-gold blood could be seen flowing through its translucent shell. "Master," her voice was no longer cold, carrying the rhythm of human breathing. "I'm back." Xiao Ling stared in disbelief. "Tin Shell Girl, you've turned into a mermaid." Silverwing's mechanical tentacles gently touched my cheek. In that instant, the 100X return system displayed. Detected oracle form, complete form. Neural compatibility 100%. Her touch brought a strange sense of peace, and my translucent right hand temporarily regained sensation. "There's no time left." Zero suddenly coughed up blood, blue liquid soaking through her white clothes. "The original mother is about to be reborn, and Father's genes are also collapsing." Yin Yu examined my data, his expression growing increasingly grim. "He's right. Your genetic stability has dropped to 25%. At this rate..." He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. The medical room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the piercing alarm of the monitors. Finally, Linimo broke the silence. She gently loosened her collar, revealing glowing gill slits at the back of her neck. "Master, please use my pheromones." Her fishtail shimmered with a starlight-like fluorescence. Mermaid fluid can temporarily mend broken genetic chains. Qin Mingyao silently unfastened her ice crystal armor, revealing the ice crystal patterns below her collarbone. Extreme cold can slow down the disintegration. Her breath condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air. "Theoretically, we can create a temporary genetic cocoon." Xiao Ling looked at this one, and then that one, her purple fishtail thumping the ground impatiently. "So, the 4 of us have to synchronize with brother." Her face suddenly flushed red. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles gently wrapped around my arm, not just on a physical level, but also on a completely open mind. Her mechanical eyes revealed a human-like shyness. "This means you will see all our memories, our emotions." Zero weakly interjected, "The chip will guide the whole process, but you must be completely open." Her voice trailed off. "I'll be outside, on guard." Yin Yu tactfully retreated towards the door. "I'm going to monitor the movements of the original mother body." He paused. 24 hours. You only have that much time." After the door closed, a subtle silence fell over the medical room. Silverwing acted first. her 6 mechanical tentacles unfurled, weaving a suspended cocoon-like structure in the center of the room. Jean cocoon ready. Linamo took a deep breath and swam to the cocoon. Its gills were fully open, secreting a large amount of fluorescent liquid that emitted starlight, coating the inner wall of the cocoon with a layer of blue light. The deep-sea demoness pheromones can maintain basic stability for 12 hours. Qin Mingyao stepped forward and placed her palm on the outer wall of the cocoon. An aura of extreme cold spread, forming an ice crystal grid around the fluorescent layer. Ice crystal matrix complete, can suppress overheating reactions. After much hesitation, Xiaoling's purple fishtail swayed anxiously as she asked, What should I do? In her final moments before losing consciousness, Zero instructed, Your corrosive fluid needs to be converted into alkaline repair enzymes. Her dark eyes looked at Xiaoling. Only you can do it, because your feelings for father are the purest. Xiaoling's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed, but she still slowly swam to the cocoon. All the scales on her tail stood up, secreting a purple mucus. But unlike usual, this time the mucus turned into a transparent repair gel after contacting the fluorescent layer. Now, father, Zero's voice trailed off. Please enter the cocoon. Let them complete the final step. I dragged my semi-transparent body into the cocoon. The fluorescent liquid inside immediately enveloped me, bringing a sense of security akin to returning to the womb. The 100x return system displayed. Genetic disintegration speed slowed by 15%. Lin Mo was the first to follow, her mermaid form appearing even more dreamlike in the fluorescence. Her gills opened fully, releasing a large amount of pheromones. Master, please accept all of me. Her tentacles gently wrapped around my limbs, and the fluorescent liquid seeped directly into my blood vessels through skin contact. Qin Mingyao then entered, her ice crystal patterns shimmering like the aurora borealis under the fluorescent light. She pressed her forehead against my chest, and the instant the ice crystal patterns touched the 100-fold return mark, a cool energy flowed through my body. My extreme cold will protect your core. Xiao Ling hesitated outside the cocoon for a few seconds before finally gritting her teeth and jumping in. Her purple fishtail turned a dazzling gold the moment it touched the fluorescent liquid. Silly brother. Don't just disappear like that. She roughly grabbed my hand, and the mixture of the hot liquid and the fluorescence produced a wonderful healing effect. Silverwing was the last to join. Her mechanical tentacles connected to the 6 nodes of the cocoon, and the translucent shell on her chest opened, revealing the beating mechanical heart. Master, please allow me to synchronize my nerves with yours. Her mechanical eyes turned deep blue. This will be the first time I am united with you in my complete form. When the 5 people's bodies were fully in contact, the chip automatically activated. A powerful energy wave swept through the entire cocoon, bringing us into a state of deep connection. The 100x return system displayed its final prompts. Gene stabilization program initiated, mental link established, memory barrier removed. The world dissolved and reformed in that instant. At the same time, I saw Lin Mo's memories of being born in the deep-sea laboratory, Qin Mingyao's moment of being awakened in the glacier, Xiaoling's struggle to survive in the abyss volcano, and the face that Silverwing saw when it first gained consciousness. All the emotions surged like a flood, and my memories were also unfolded to them without reservation. The most amazing thing was Silverwing. Through neural synchronization, her mechanical heart began to mimic my heartbeat, and her nanomaterial-based skin became indistinguishable from a human's. When our lips touched, she uttered a soft voice that a machine should never possess. Is this what humans call love? Lin Mo's pheromones enveloped us like an ocean, and her fishtail had somehow completely merged with my translucent lower limbs. Master, feel all of me. Her gill slits pressed against my carotid artery, and with each breath, she injected more fluorescence into my blood. Qin Mingyao's icy patterns had spread to my chest, intertwining with a 100x return mark to form a magnificent design. Core temperature stable. Extreme cold and scorching heat have reached a balance. Her lips carried the coolness of a glacier, yet conveyed fiery energy. Xiaoling was initially shy, but was quickly driven by her instincts in synchronized state. Her golden fishtail wrapped around my waist, and the hot, sticky fluid miraculously repaired my transparent skin. Brother, you're not allowed to leave me. Her tears dripped onto my chest, turning into purple crystals. In this ultimate fusion, 4 colors shone within the gene cocoon. Lin Mo's azure, Qin Mingyao's silver white, Xiaoling's brilliant gold, and Yin Yi's iridescent light, weaving together into a magnificent energy cocoon. My translucent body gradually regained its solidity, and the 100x return system displayed. Genetic stability restored to 45%. At this moment of perfect balance, a memory belonging to No One suddenly intruded. It was the original mother. No, it was Dr. Yang's earliest memory fragment. She stood in front of the embryo culture chamber in the 7th laboratory, stroking 7 containers with different numbers. My children, you will usher in a new era for mankind. In the last container, marked S07, was immersed a figure with a face that looked exactly like mine. Even more terrifying, the last image that flashed through the memory was that of the perfect fusion standing atop the wreckage of the original mothership. The mechanical core of Silverwing clearly visible within the crystal on its chest. But its eyes, those were definitely not Silverwing's eyes. Warning! Foreign memory intrusion detected. Fluctuations in gene stability. It is recommended to immediately strengthen mental health protection. I jolted my eyes open, finding the 4 of them equally shocked. They had seen those scenes too. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles suddenly tensed. That's not my consciousness. Inside the perfect fusion, there's a third being. Just as we were trying to investigate further, the entire base suddenly shook violently. A roar of fury came from outside the gene cocoon. Damn it. The perfect fusion has awakened prematurely. He is. An explosion interrupted him. Zero's weak voice came one last time. Father, run away. What he wanted was always your 100-fold return system. Chapter 60 Farewell in Blue Teardrops. The moment the genetic cocoon burst, 4-colored energy scattered like a rainbow. The 5 of us tumbled to the ground, our bodies still bearing traces of fluorescent liquid and ice crystals. The 100x return system flashed rapidly. Genetic stability 52%. Warning, high energy reaction approaching. The base's metal walls suddenly bulged inward, accompanied by a teeth-grinding tearing sound. A perfect humanoid silhouette appeared on the deformed metal plate. A slender body, a streamlined mechanical structure, an oversized holy crystal embedded in its chest, within which the mechanical core of the Silverwings could be clearly seen pulsating. But that was definitely not Silverwing. S07. The perfectly fused entity spoke, its voice a blend of Silverwing's mechanical tones and some ancient echo. We've finally met my other half. He raised his hand, finger spread. To my horror, a mark of 100x return appeared on the back of his hand, exactly the same as mine. Only this time, it was dark red. Impossible. I struggled to my feet, my translucent right hand barely managing to coalesce. Where's the Silverwing? The fusion tilted its head, a gesture that should have been a cute one for Silverwing, now appearing utterly bizarre. Mechanical consciousness? She's here. It tapped the crystal on its chest, causing Silverwing's core to flicker. But it won't be needed soon. After all, I found a better vessel. He suddenly accelerated, so fast he left a blur. I had no time to react before he grabbed me by the neck and slammed me against the wall. The fusion body's face drew close, and I was horrified to see his eyes changing. His left, I had the mechanical iris of Silverwing, while his right, I was the same pure black as S00's. Can you feel it? His breath carried a metallic tang. We are 2 parts of one. You embody the system. I embody knowledge. His fingers traced the 100-fold return mark on my chest. Only by uniting as one can we achieve the complete, ultimate form of the S-series. Lin Mo's tentacles attacked from the right. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal arrows shot from the left, and Xiaoling's purple flames rushed straight at the fused entity's back. The attacks hit simultaneously, yet only made it stagger slightly. Without turning its head, the fused entity swung its left hand, and a dark red energy wave blasted the 3 of them away. He scoffed contemptuously, increasing the pressure with his right hand. My vision began to blur, and the 100-fold return system popped up a red alert. Insufficient oxygen, decreased genetic stability. Let Master go. Silverwing's voice suddenly came from inside the fusion body, and the crystal on its chest flashed violently. The fusion body's movements froze, and its left hand uncontrollably reached for its own face. This brief moment of loosening saved my life. A beam of blue light suddenly shot from the side, striking the fused body precisely in the temple. He cried out in pain and released his grip, and I fell to the ground, greedily inhaling the air. Zero leaned against the doorframe, her 3 pairs of wing membranes reduced to mere skeletons, yet she remained in a firing posture. Blue blood trickled from her dark eyes. "Father, please go." The fusion entity turned to her angrily. "A defective product dares to interfere with me?" He raised his hand and fired a dark red beam of light, piercing Zero's abdomen directly. She fell silently, like a butterfly pierced by nails. "Zero!" I roared as I crawled toward her. The fusion seemed to have temporarily lost interest in Zero and turned to deal with Lin Mo and the other 2 who were attacking again. Zero's body was terrifyingly light, as if it were nothing but an empty shell. Her jet black eyes began to fade, revealing pale blue irises beneath. "Father, finally, I see your true eye color." She coughed up a large amount of blue liquid. "Listen to me. I am not a product of the church. I am your genetic mirror image." The 100X return system suddenly identified the following. Homologous gene signal detected. Matching degree 99.9%. Analysis. Biological backup system. What? I trembled as I touched her increasingly cold cheeks. The 7th laboratory's last resort. Zero's voice trailed off. Each S-series has a corresponding genetic mirror that can when the host is near death. She suddenly convulsed violently, grabbing my hand and pressing it against the crystal on her chest. "There's no time. Let me complete my mission." Her crystal began to melt, and the blue liquid spread down my arm. The 100-fold return system erupted with unprecedented light. Mirror fusion request detected. Ultimate mode activated. Gene reconstruction. Duration, 300 seconds. "No, stop." I tried to pull my hand away, but found I couldn't move. Zero's body was dissolving, turning into a blue data stream that flowed into my system. "This is the meaning of my existence." Zero gave a final, genuine smile. "Farewell, Father." Her body completely dissolved into specks of light, leaving only a pair of jet black eyes suspended in the air. Finally, a blue teardrop fell into my palm. The 100-fold return system coldly announced. Mirror fusion complete. Genetic stability temporarily increased to 300%. Remaining time, 295 seconds. An unprecedented power swept through my body. I stood up and found that my translucent body had now become a semi-energy state. What flowed beneath my skin was no longer blood, but a pure blue stream of light. The fused entity had just repelled Qin Mengyao when it turned around and saw me, clearly startled. "You fused with the mirror image?" Its voice trembled for the first time. "Impossible. The backup system of the 7th laboratory should have been." I didn't give him a chance to speak. The energy form hand pierced through his mechanical armor and grabbed the silver wing core inside. The fusion emitted a scream unlike any human's, its dark red energy fiercely clashing with my blue light. "Silver wing." I struck her core directly through physical contact. "Can you hear me?" In an instant, my consciousness was pulled into a pure white space. Silverwing stood there in her initial made form, but her entire body was covered in red cracks. "Master, leave quickly. His consciousness is too powerful. Let's go together." I grabbed her hand and noticed her data stream was being corrupted by some kind of red substance. Sever the connection with the merged entity. Silverwing shook her head, tears of data streaming from her mechanical eyes. "My core has been 70% assimilated by him, but there's still a chance." She suddenly hugged me, pressing her forehead against my 100X return mark. "Receive this, the church's master control password, and mine." A torrent of data flooded into the system. The last image was Silverwing pushing me away, her body completely engulfed by the red substance. Remember, love is the most powerful algorithm. The real world refocused. The fused entity had broken free of my control, its chest crystal turning a dangerous dark red. It angrily punched me in the abdomen, the energy form of which was forced to materialize and stagger back several meters. A death throes. The fusion entity roared, dark red energy coalescing into a spear in its hand. Once I strip you of your system, I'll let you watch these ants die one by one. Lin Mo, Qin Mingyao, and Xiao Ling seized the opportunity to return to my side. All three were covered in wounds, but their eyes were resolute. Most of Lin Mo's fishtail scales had fallen off. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal armor was riddled with cracks, and Xiao Ling's purple flames were as weak as a candle in the wind. Master, what can we do? Lin Mo's tentacles gently wrapped around my wrist, transmitting a faint fluorescent energy. The hundredfold return system analyzed the data transmitted by Silverwing, successfully deciphered the church's main control code. Weakness of the perfect fusion entity discovered. Requires continuous energy supply. It is recommended to sever its connection with the remains of the original mother body. I looked out the window. A conduit did indeed extend from the remains of the original mother structure, connecting directly to the back of the fused entity. But the distance was too great, and we only had mirror mode remaining time, 217 seconds. We must split up. I quickly made arrangements. Lin Mo and Xiao Ling, go and destroy the energy pipes. Qin Mingyao and I will hold off the fusion entity. Xiao Ling grabbed my arm. No, brother, your body. This is your only chance. I stroked her scarred face. Trust me, okay? The anger in her purple eyes finally turned into determination, and she nodded emphatically. The fused entity has completed its energy charge, its dark red spear pointing directly at us. Is the boring farewell over? Qin Mingyao suddenly stepped forward, her ice crystal longbow fully drawn. Let me introduce you to the ultimate skill of the polar warrior. Her armor suddenly shattered, transforming into countless ice crystals that swirled around her. Absolute zero cage. The extreme cold instantly froze the entire room. The fused entity froze, its spear covered in frost. But Qin Mingyao could only maintain this state for 10 seconds at most. Blood was already seeping from the corner of her mouth. Now, I activated the full power of mirror mode, and a stream of blue light formed a spear in my hand, identical to the fused form. Lin Montak, Xiao Ling. The two acted immediately. Lin Mo's tentacles wrapped around Xiao Ling's waist, and with his last bit of strength, he hurled her out the window. Xiao Ling adjusted her posture in midair, her purple fishtail igniting with its final flames, and she shot towards the energy pipe like a meteor. The fused entity realized our plan and roared in fury. It forcefully broke through the ice, its spear aimed straight for Qin Mingyao's heart. I intercepted it in time, and the shockwave from the collision of the two energy weapons ripped off the entire roof. Time remaining, 189 seconds. In close combat, I was horrified to discover that the fusion was mimicking my every move, even predicting my attack trajectory. His dark red spear suddenly transformed into a gene extractor and pierced my shoulder. Amidst the excruciating pain, the hundredfold return system issued a warning. Gene sample extracted. Stability decreased to 250%. The fusion entity greedily absorbed the blue light. What a perfect system. Soon it will be mine. An explosion suddenly rang out outside the window. Xiao Ling had successfully destroyed the energy conduit. The fused entity swayed, and the crystal on its chest flickered erratically. It turned angrily, its spear suddenly extending, thrusting straight towards Xiao Ling's back outside the window. No! Lin Mo's tentacles wrapped around Xiao Ling's waist in time, pulling her away, but the spear still pierced through Lin Mo's fishtail. She emitted the painful sound wave unique to mermaids and fell onto the ice. The fused entity was briefly weakened by the interruption of its energy supply. I seized the opportunity, channeling all my energy into the spear and thrusting it straight at the crystal in his chest. Silverwing, if you can hear me now. The mechanical core within the crystal suddenly flickered violently. The fused entity's movements became noticeably uncoordinated, as if two consciousnesses were vying for control. Taking advantage of this, my spear broke through the defenses and pierced the edge of the crystal. You think you can win like this? The fusion entity grinned maliciously as it grabbed my spear. I still have backup energy. Suddenly, countless red dots lit up on its body. Those were the cross symbol of the Church of the Holy Mark. Emergency alert from the 100X return system. Holy Mark network connection detected. The fusion entity is drawing energy from global church facilities, estimated to recharge in 60 seconds. Time remaining, 112 seconds. Outside the window, the remains of the original mother suddenly lit up, and hundreds of crosses appeared on its surface. Stigmata church facilities around the world were channeling energy into this place. Master, Qin Mingyao weakly crawled to my side. My polar genes can temporarily interfere with energy transmission. Her body began to crystallize, but it needs to be fully released. I immediately understood what she meant. This would consume all her life force. Just as I was about to stop her, the blue teardrop left by Zero suddenly floated up from my palm and automatically merged into Qin Mingyao's forehead. This is... Her eyes widened in surprise, the ice crystal patterns turning a beautiful blue-gold color. I've seen the truth about the seventh laboratory. The fusion entity seized the opportunity to break free, its spears sweeping across and sending us flying. The dark red crystal on its chest had recovered 80% of its energy. Game over S07. In this moment of despair, Qin Mingyao suddenly leaped up, her entire body erupting with an unprecedented aurora. Within that light, the figure of Zero could be vaguely seen. Father, the final gift. The blue-gold aurora collided with the global stigmata network, producing a strange interference effect. The fusion entity's energy replenishment suddenly ceased, and he exclaimed in shock and anger. How is this possible? Polar genes can interfere with the stigmata network. The 100X return system popped up a notification. Polar gene resonance detected in the Zero image residue. Hidden protocol activated. Gene purification. Remaining time, 89 seconds. My body automatically entered its final battle form. Completely energized, with 3 pairs of blue wings resembling Zero unfurling from my back. The fusion entity finally revealed an expression of fear. No, this shouldn't exist. Lab 7 has never developed this form. Because this wasn't created in a laboratory. I felt the Zero memory flowing through my body. This is the power of love. The final showdown unfolded amidst an energy storm. The shockwave from the clash of the 2 spears shattered the ice layer within a radius of several kilometers. The fused entity grew increasingly agitated. Its energy replenishment was completely blocked by Qin Mingyao's aurora, and my mirror mode was also nearing exhaustion. Time remaining, 30 seconds. Seizing a moment of distraction in the merged entity, my spear finally pierced its crystal. Silverwing's mechanical core was exposed, and without hesitation, I reached out and touched it. Silverwing, come back. The spiritual world reconnected. This time, Silverwing's consciousness was extremely weak, but she still persisted. Master. Password. North Pole, 7th Laboratory, Control Room. Her data stream flickered like a candle in the wind. I love you. In the real world, the fused entity roared in despair. Its body began to disintegrate, yet it still made a final struggle. You think this is the end? The stigmata network has been activated. The first mother will be completely reborn within 24 hours. The 100X return system countdown has begun. Mirror mode terminates. 10, 9, 8. I unleashed my last burst of energy, and blue light surged into the core of Silverwing like a flood. A second before it reached Zero, the mechanical core finally broke free from the shackles of the dark red energy, transforming into a rainbow of light as it detached from the fusion body. Mirror mode terminated. My energy body instantly materialized, and I collapsed weakly to my knees. The remains of the fused entity were still writhing, but had lost the ability to move. In the distance, the remains of the original mother were sinking into the icy sea. Lin Mo and Xiao Ling walked over, supporting each other, while Qin Mingyao was completely enveloped in a layer of blue-gold ice crystals, like a goddess in amber. The mechanical core of the Silverwing lay quietly in my palm, pulsating weakly but steadily. Zero disappeared, but the blue tear she left behind saved us all. I gripped the core of the Silverwing and looked north. There lay the control room of Laboratory 7, the final answer to this genetic war. But first, we need to bury an angel whose name is Zero. Chapter 61, Ancient Echoes in the Ice Crystals. Zero's funeral was simple and solemn. We placed her last remaining pair of dark eyes in a container made of fluorescent crystal and sank it into the icy sea beside the Arctic base. Lin Mo's mermaid song echoed underwater, its notes condensing into glowing coral that surrounded the container. She said, "This is the meaning of her existence." I gripped the mechanical core of the silver wing tightly in my hand. It pulsed gently every few seconds, like a distant heartbeat. Xiao Ling slapped the ice with her fishtail, her purple scales gleaming eerily in the aurora. "Brother, that tin girl. Can she come back?" She pretended not to care, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Yin dragged a half-damaged mechanical workbench from the base ruins. "Theoretically, it's possible, as long as there's a suitable platform and enough energy." He wiped the sweat from his brow, pointed north, but the real answer lies in the main control room of Laboratory 7. My gaze shifted to Qin Mingyao, who was enveloped in blue-gold ice crystals not far away. Ever since fusing with Zero's blue teardrop, she had maintained this state, like a perfect ice sculpture. Occasionally, aurora-like patterns would flash within the ice crystals. "Master," Lin Mo surfaced from the water, the wound on his fishtail mostly healed. "There's something unusual underwater. I sensed something calling." The 100X return system had just been restored to basic functions, barely managing to display a notification. Detection of homogeneous energy fluctuations. Direction: 15 degrees due northeast. Distance: approximately 3 kilometers. "Let's find the carrier material first." I gently touched Qin Mingyao's icy outer shell, and a chill immediately spread from my fingertips. "Yinyu, is there any usable equipment left at the base?" He grinned, a red mark flashing on his forehead, enough to assemble a makeshift workbench. However, he hesitated, glancing at Xiaoling. "It requires some special materials." Little Spirit immediately raised its scales alertly. "Why are you looking at me?" "Your scales," Yinyu said directly. "The scales of abyssal species are the best known biomechanical interfaces, especially—" He pointed to several scales on Xiaoling's tail fin that shimmered with purple flames, emotionally driven mutants. Xiaoling instinctively backed away. "Don't even think about it. These scales were given to me by my brother." She looked at me pleadingly. Just as I was about to speak, Linimo suddenly swam to her side. "Xiaoling, the silver wings are for protecting their master." Her tentacles gently circled Xiaoling's fishtail. "And not all of them are needed, just 3. "Shut up. Mermaids have no right to lecture me." Xiaoling abruptly shoved Lin Mo away, her purple flames erupting uncontrollably. "You're all useful. Lin Mo can detect underwater. Qin Mingyao can control extreme cold. And I only have these scales left." Her voice suddenly choked with emotion. "If even this is taken away, what kind of abyss queen am I?" I then understood the fear beneath her outburst, the fear of losing her value to the team. Kneeling on one knee on the ice, I gently stroked her burning scales. "Xiaoling, do you remember the first time we met? You were almost boiled alive in the lava, yet you still clung tightly to that amethyst." She sniffed, "Because that's the only thing that truly belongs to me. Now you have so much." I pointed to the others, Lin Mo's singing voice, Qin Mingyao's ice crystals, Silverwing's mechanical heart, and I placed her hand on the 100-fold return mark on my chest. "My trust. No proof is needed. You've long been an indispensable part of us." Xiaoling's purple flames gradually stabilized, eventually transforming into a warm purple light. She remained silent for a moment, then suddenly bit down hard on her tail fin, tearing off 3 of her brightest scales. "Take them. But if you can't save that tin-skin girl, I'll roast you all." The moment the scales detached from her body, she trembled with pain, yet stubbornly held her head high. Lin Mo immediately used his tentacles to secrete repairing mucus, gently applying it to the wound. Xiaoling wanted to dodge, but ultimately acquiesced. Yinyu took the scale, his eyes flashing with amazement. "The purity is even higher than what the church recorded." He quickly began working on the workbench. "We also need that drop of blue tear crystal left by Zero, and a sample of the original mother's remains." "I'll go get it." Lin Mo dived into the water, his tail leaving a fluorescent trail. I walked towards the ice cave where the original mother body had sunk. The water had refrozen, but a faint pinkish-purple light could be seen through the ice. The 100X return system barely managed to condense an energy blade, and I began to cut through the ice. "Insufficient energy. Use sparingly." The system popped up a warning. My right hand began to appear translucent again, and the gene stability dropped back to 58% after the mirror mode ended. Just as I cut a hole big enough to pass through, the water suddenly boiled. A translucent tentacle shot out and wrapped around my wrist. The remains of the original mother were still alive. Master! Linmo leaped out of the water from the other side, holding something glowing in her hand. Seeing my predicament, she immediately changed direction. The high-frequency sound waves unique to mermaids created shockwaves in the water, temporarily loosening the grip of her tentacles. I seized the opportunity to break free and retreated to a safe distance with Linmo. She opened her palm, revealing a rhomboid blue crystal. Found underwater, it reacts to the Silverwing's mechanical core. The tentacles did not continue the pursuit, but instead retracted underwater. The entire ice cave suddenly lit up with a pinkish-purple light, forming a strange symbol, similar to the 100x return mark, but more complex. Gene lock pattern detected. Homology rate with host marker 67%. The system analysis suggests this is likely the security protocol of the 7th laboratory. Linmo curiously reached out and touched the symbol, and her scales immediately lit up with a synchronized blue light. Master, this feels like a keyhole. Yenyu's voice came from behind. Because that's the keyhole. He dragged a half-finished mechanical torso towards them. The main control room of the 7th laboratory requires 2 keys, the S-series genetic marker and the resonance of the polar goddess. He pointed to Qin Mingyao's ice crystal cocoon in the distance. At some point, patterns corresponding to the ice cave symbol had appeared on the surface of the cocoon. So we need to wait for Qin Mingyao to wake up? I frowned as I looked at the ice crystal cocoon. The figure inside seemed clearer than yesterday. Yenyu shook his head, revealing his chest, where he was startled to see a red and black pattern similar to my 100-fold return mark. No need for full awakening, just a little guidance. He placed his palm on Qin Mingyao's ice crystals, and the red mark glowed with an eerie light. After all, I'm also an S-series. Suddenly, the inside of the ice crystal cocoon flickered violently. A blue-gold beam of light shot into the sky, unfolding into an aurora curtain across the night. Even more astonishingly, the pattern formed by the aurora was exactly the same as the 100x return mark. This is... Linmo's fish scales all stood on end. Ancient genetic memory. Within the beam of light, Qin Mingyao's voice entered our minds directly. Master, I see. The 7th laboratory is not the beginning, but a continuation. Her voice echoed multiple times, as if more than one person was speaking. Beneath the glacier lies a sleeping city, older than human history. The 100x return system frantically recorded data. Ancient gene sequence detected. Matches polar civilization legend. Energy characteristics highly match host markers. Yenyu's expression turned unusually serious. As expected, the 7th laboratory was built on some prehistoric ruin. He suddenly pulled my hand towards Qin Mingyao's ice crystal. It's 07. Now it's time to verify our guess. When my gold marker and his red and black marker simultaneously touched the ice crystal surface, a sudden change occurred. The energy streams released by the 2 markers intertwined on the ice crystal surface, eventually converging into a 3-dimensional projection, a stereoscopic view of the laboratory hidden beneath the glacier, in which the location of the main control room kept flashing. Found it, Yenyu exclaimed excitedly. But the entrance is protected by 4 layers of gene locks. He examined the projection carefully. It requires the polar goddess, the tear of the deep sea, the fire of the abyss, and the mechanical heart as keys. Linmo immediately understood. Qin Mingyao is the polar goddess. My fluorescent pheromones are the tears of the deep sea. Xiaoling's purple flame scales are the fire of the abyss. She looked at the silver wing core in my hand, and the mechanical heart. Xiaoling limped over and asked, so we still need to save that tin-clad girl first. Yenyu had already begun assembling the mechanical torso. Give me the blue tear crystal from number 0. He took the prismatic crystal from Linmo and embedded it into the mechanical chest cavity on the workbench. Xiaoling scales are placed in the neural nodes. We still need tissue samples from the original mother as a catalyst. I approached the ice cave again, this time with greater caution. The remains of the original mother seemed to have entered some kind of dormant state, its pinkish-purple light flickering rhythmically. After carefully cutting off a small piece of tissue with my energy blade, I quickly retreated. Perfect! Yin Yu placed the tissue sample into a specially designed container and injected a blue liquid. The resulting gel-like substance automatically flowed towards the mechanical torso, forming a thin, skin-like film on its surface. Now the core. Silverwing's mechanical heart was placed in its chest cavity. Once all components were in place, Flame Prison initiated the activation procedure. A ring of energy illuminated around the workbench, and the mechanical torso began to tremble slightly. The final step, Yin Yu looked at me, requires a host genetic sample and emotional stimulation. I pricked my finger and dripped blood onto the mechanical heart. The blood was immediately absorbed, and the heartbeat quickened. But the real change occurred when I called out Silverwing's name. The mechanical torso suddenly arched, and the nanomaterials flowed and reformed like liquid, reconstructed into a familiar silhouette. The made form of Silverwing, but more perfect. The boundary between machine and life is blurred here. Her skin looks no different from humans, only occasionally flashing with iridescent light. Below the waist is a streamlined mechanical structure, with 6 nerve tendrils swaying gracefully. And at the chest, the half-machine, half-biological heart is clearly visible through the translucent shell. Master, Silverwing opened her eyes, her irises a gradient of blue and gold like the aurora borealis. Her voice carried an unprecedented warmth. I'm back. Xiaoling was the first to pounce, but stopped abruptly just before touching her. Is it really you? That annoying tin-faced girl. Silverwing smiled slightly. A truly human expression. Miss Xiaoling's scales. I can feel pain now. She gently touched the still unhealed wounds on Xiaoling's face. Thank you for your gift. Linmo's tentacles unconsciously wrapped around Silverwing's wrist. Your heartbeat has the rhythm of a mermaid's song. Silverwing looked at me, her blue-gold eyes flashing with data. Master, when I was inside the fusion body, I saw something terrifying. Her voice suddenly became urgent as 00 didn't awaken naturally. Something, an older being controlled him. Her words were interrupted by a sudden tremor. The entire ice field began to tremble, and the aurora borealis on the northern horizon became violet. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal cocoon cracked open for the first time, and a clear double heartbeat could be heard from within. Yin Yu quickly packed his gear. No time. The control room's defense system has been activated. We must get there before she fully awakens. He pointed to the flashing path in the projection. All 4 keys are ready. Let's go. Silverwing tried to stand, her new body still a little uncoordinated. I supported her, amazed by the realistic feel of her nanoskin. She whispered, my system is already synced with yours. We can connect anytime. A hint of shyness lingered at the end. Xiaoling pouted, so cheesy, but still helped support the other side of the Silverwing. Lin Imo dove into the water to explore, quickly returning. The underwater passage is open, but something's not right. Her gills opened and closed uneasily. There's a genetic signal in the seawater I've never seen before. We looked north. There, the aurora had formed a huge vortex, and at its center, a pyramid-shaped structure could be vaguely seen slowly rising from the glacier. The main control room of the 7th laboratory finally opened its doors to us. Chapter 62, Forbidden Genes Beneath the Glacier. The Arctic polar night should be pitch black, but at this moment the sky was dominated by a sickly pinkish-purple aurora. These bands of light didn't flow gently like natural auroras. Instead, they twitched and writhed like exposed nerve endings. Tiny crystalline particles floated in the air, and each breath carried a metallic smell. The contamination from the holy mark has spread into the stratosphere. Silverwing looked up at the sky, her blue-gold mechanical eyes constantly adjusting their focus. Based on particle concentration calculations, 70% of the globe has already been exposed to genetic contamination. I subconsciously touched my translucent right hand. The 100x return system displayed. Genetic stability, 55%. Environmental pollution level, lethal. With each step, a strange resonance and vibration emanated from beneath the ice, as if the entire ice field were the skin of a living thing. Xiaoling slapped the purple ice crystals that had formed on her arm in frustration. This is so annoying. These crystals keep trying to get into my skin. Her scales instinctively secreted hot mucus, melting the crystals that were attached to the surface. Lin Mo swam ahead, scouting the way, her fishtail leaving a fluorescent trail on the ice. Master, the seawater here is abnormal. It contains a large amount of unknown genome. She suddenly stopped, her gills fully open. Ahead, there's something moving. We looked in the direction she pointed. 500 meters away, the surface of the pyramid-shaped structure rising from the glacier was covered with a pulsating membrane. Whenever the aurora shone, the membrane would contract and expand like breathing. The main control room of Laboratory 7. Yin Yu's voice became unusually hoarse, has been parasitized by the tissues of the original Matrix. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal cocoon was carefully transported by the mechanical tentacles of the silver wings. Suddenly, more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon, and blue-gold light seeped out like liquid. Her voice entered my mind directly through the mental connection. Master, I saw ancient memories. This building is much older than the laboratory. Silverwing's nerve tentacles suddenly snapped shut. High-energy response detected. All units take cover. We had just collapsed behind the ice ridge when a dark red beam of light shot out from the top of the pyramid, sweeping across the spot where we had just stood. The ice that was hit instantly vaporized, revealing a surging pinkish-purple liquid beneath. It wasn't seawater, but some kind of living culture medium. The defense system is activated. Yin Yu gritted his teeth. 4 keys need to be connected simultaneously for safe entry. Silverwing's 6 nerve tentacles unfolded gracefully. Mechanical heart is ready. Blue-gold lights lit up at the tips of her tentacles, drawing complex genetic code patterns in the air. Lin Mo secreted a small vial of fluorescent liquid from the gill slit behind his neck. Tears of the deep sea. The liquid shone with a starry sky-like color under the aurora. Xiao Ling reluctantly plucked a scale from her tail fin. Abyss fire. The purple flames on the scale burned fiercely even in the extreme cold. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal cocoon suddenly cracked open, revealing a hand covered with blue and gold patterns. Polar. Goddess. Her voice echoed strangely. Just as I was about to step forward, a sudden sharp pain shot through my right leg. Looking down, I saw that my trouser leg was soaked in blood. Several pinkish-purple crystals had pierced my calf muscle, burrowing into my flesh like living things. Master, don't move. The silver-winged tentacle locked onto the crystal with astonishing precision, while 2 other tentacles transformed into miniature laser blades. These are gene invaders. They will accelerate your disintegration process. As she operated, the blue-gold energy flow beneath her nanoskin converged at the tips of her tentacles. The laser precisely burned the base of the crystals, but the deepest part had already penetrated into the bone marrow. I gritted my teeth, my cold sweat instantly freezing. Neutralization is needed. Lin Mo suddenly knelt down beside me, and without hesitation, bent down and put her lips on the wound. Her gill slits secreted a large amount of fluorescent liquid, which was injected directly into the wound through her mouth. An indescribable surge of pleasure and excruciating pain erupted simultaneously. The fluorescent liquid reacted with the crystals, producing a strange warmth, and my right leg trembled uncontrollably. Lin Mo's tongue gently swept across the edge of the wound, and the mermaid's unique healing enzymes seeped in with the saliva, bringing a second, even more intense stimulation. Lin Mo, wait! I grabbed her shoulders, but saw a resolute look in her azure eyes. Silverwing's mechanical eye flashed rapidly. Abnormal fluctuations detected in Master's vital signs. Heart rate 140, 160, a surge. Xiao Ling, watching from the side, blushed furiously. Stupid mermaid. What are you doing to your brother? Save him. Lin Mo released her mouth, fluorescent saliva hanging from the corner of her lips. The tears of the deep sea must be transmitted through intimate contact. A pearly glow shone on our cheeks. The 100X return system popped up a notification. Deep sea gene stabilizer detected. Gene stability increased to 58%. Side effect. Sensory sensitivity increased by 300%. Just as I was about to speak, a deafening roar suddenly came from the direction of the pyramids. A dark red beam of light, 100 meters in diameter, shot into the sky, tearing a jagged rift in the aurora borealis. From that rift, some enormous shadow was slowly descending. Time is running out. Yin Yu roared. We must get into the control room now. Silverwing's tentacles lifted me up, its nanoskin mimicking human body temperature. Master, I can help alleviate your sensory overload. Her lips brushed close to my ear, her breath carrying the distinctive ozone scent of machinery, yet strangely reassuring. My system has been adjusted to the gentlest mode. Little Ling pouted and squeezed in. Brother doesn't need. Wow. Suddenly, she was struck by a blast of cold air, and her purple fishtail instantly frosted over. Qin Mingyao's ice crystal cocoon shattered completely, and blue-gold aurora cascaded down like a waterfall. Qin Mingyao within the cocoon had undergone a complete transformation. Her ice crystal armor had become an aurora-like veil, and her eyes were now entirely blue-gold, without pupils or whites. Her voice echoed threefold. The passage is about to close. With no other choice, we supported each other as we rushed toward the pyramid. As we drew closer, the fleshy membrane covering the structure became clearer, covered with pulsating blood vessels and protrusions resembling nerve ganglia. The main entrance was sealed by a ring of muscle, similar to that of cervix, surrounded by 4 grooves, shaped like 4 keys. This is disgusting. Xiaoling vomited purple flames as she ran. This hellhole is alive. Linmo's fishtail throbbed rapidly with tension. It's not alive. It's being controlled. I can hear it crying. Silverwing scan results were even more horrifying. The concentration of genetic contamination inside the building is 1,000 times that of the outside. Without protection, an ordinary human would mutate within 10 seconds. We stopped in front of the ring-shaped muscle. Qin Mingyao floated forward and placed her blue-gold hand on the first groove. Polar Goddess, in position. Her touch caused a beautiful yet deadly layer of ice flowers to instantly form on the surface of the membrane. Lin and Mo took a deep breath and poured the fluorescent liquid into the second groove. Tears of the deep sea. I offer them. The moment the liquid touched the groove, the entire membrane rippled with a wave-like azure light. Xiao Ling gritted her teeth and slapped the burning scales into the third groove. Abyssal fire, take it. Purple flames erupted, sizzling as they burned the flesh membrane, but they couldn't truly harm it. Silverwing's 6 tentacles simultaneously pierced the 4th groove, mechanical heart. Link. Blue-gold data flowed in along the tentacles, and countless glowing circuit-like patterns immediately appeared on the flesh membrane. The circular muscles began to spasm, revealing the deep passage within. Just as we were about to enter, the muscles suddenly stopped moving. One last verification was needed. A line of glowing genetic text appeared on the wall. S-Series blood verification. Yanyu cursed, then suddenly rolled up his sleeve and slashed his wrist with a dagger. What flowed wasn't bright red blood, but a viscous, dark red liquid, emanating an aura similar to the original mother. Satisfied now, he pressed his wrist against the verification panel. S-03, Yanyu, codename Blood of Godslayers. Everyone stared at him in shock. Yanyu gave a bitter smile. That's right, I'm a failed product from the early stages of the original mother. My blood is contaminated. His eyes suddenly sharpened. But this isn't the time to discuss this. Let's go. The passage opened completely, and a cold wind carrying ancient dust rushed out. As soon as we rushed in, the ring-shaped muscles behind us suddenly closed, sealing us completely inside this genetic tomb. The scene in the control room far exceeded even the wildest imagination. The walls were covered with runes similar to the 100X return system, but they had been brutally modified at key points. Rows of incubation chambers contained various deformed experimental subjects, and several containers had labels that clearly read each of our names. Above the central control console, a huge double helix structure projection was suspended, but the DNA strands were covered with dark red. Stigmata. The most horrifying thing was the ceiling. It was made entirely of a translucent, fleshy membrane, embedded with hundreds of pulsating human brains, each connected to a neural conduit. Suddenly, all those brains turned towards us, their sockets opening into pure black eyes. Welcome home, my children. Hundreds of voices rang out simultaneously, especially you, S-07, my most perfect creation. Qin Mingyao's aurora-like gauze dress suddenly expanded, and she blocked my way, her voice echoing in the control room. He is not your creation. The 7th laboratory stole knowledge that should not have been touched. The fleshy ceiling writhed violently, revealing a gigantic female face. It was Dr. Yang's face, yet had merged with the features of the original mother. Foolish, we merely completed the unfinished work of an ancient civilization. Her gaze shifted to Yin Yu. Even my failed creation has returned. What a touching family reunion. Yin Yu's dark red blood condensed into the shape of a dagger in his palm. Shut up, monster. You're no longer Dr. Yang. Oh, a strange smile appeared on his face. And what are you? My dear first child. While they were locked in a standoff, Silverwing's tentacles quietly connected to the main control panel. Master, I'm downloading the lab database. I found something. Her voice suddenly trembled. About your true origin. Just as I was about to ask, the entire control room suddenly shook violently. One after another, brains on the ceiling exploded, black blood pouring down like rain. Dr. Yang's face was contorted in agony. No, she's awake. The real one. A deafening roar, more deafening than thunder, erupted from the outside, followed by a deep, resonant sound like the awakening of some ancient behemoth. Blood began to seep from the walls of the control room, and all the experimental subjects in the incubation chambers opened their eyes, pure black eyes. Xiaoling hugged my arm tightly. Brother, something outside is coming. Qin Mingyao's aurora suddenly pointed to a hidden door. There. The primitive passage of an ancient civilization. Quick! We rushed towards the door, but Yin Yu stood rooted to the spot. You go, he said, his black and red blood forming a full suit of armor. It's time to settle this mistake. Dr. Yang's face emitted a shrill laugh. That's right. Let me see what my failed attempt can do. Silverwing's tentacles suddenly wrapped around Yin Yu's waist. No, the S-series must survive together. She forcibly dragged Yin Yu toward the small door. The instant we squeezed into the narrow passage, the ceiling of the control room collapsed entirely. An indescribably colossal entity was staring down at us. Not the original Matrix, but something far more ancient and ineffable. The passageway closed at the last moment, sealing us into absolute darkness. Only Qin Mingyao's aurora and Lin Mo's fluorescent light provided faint illumination. Yin Yu knelt on the ground, black blood flowing from his 7 orifices. That is, the god of genes, the original gene source discovered in the 7th laboratory. Silverwing's mechanical eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Database shows, below the control room lies a passageway leading to the cradle, where lies the last hope left behind by an ancient civilization. I looked at Xiaoling, trembling in my arms, then at the others. Each person's body had undergone varying degrees of mutation due to genetic contamination. But at this moment, in this apocalyptic darkness, the only thing we could do was to continue downwards, towards humanity's last hope, towards that place known as the cradle. Chapter 63, The Secret of the Blood of Godslayers. The darkness within the passage was thick and substantial, with only the aurora emanating from Qin Mingyao's body and the fluorescent glow of Lin Mo's fishtail providing faint illumination. The air was filled with the musty smell of metal and the sweet, pungent odor of decaying biological tissue. Each breath felt like inhaling tiny ice needles. This place, it's more disgusting than the abyss. Xiao Ling clung tightly to my side, the scales on her purple fishtail standing on end in tension. Her body temperature was much higher than usual, becoming a precious source of warmth in a minus 60-degree environment. Silverwing's 6 nerve tendrils probed ahead, their tips emitting faint blue-gold light, channel tilted downwards by 15 degrees. Abnormal air composition. Her mechanical voice echoed in the narrow space. Oxygen content 18%. Carbon dioxide concentration has reached the danger threshold. My right leg wound has started oozing pale blue blood again. The remaining pinkish-purple crystals are still causing trouble inside my body. The 100-fold return system flashes an unstable warning. Genetic stability 51%. Right lower limb mutation level 23%. Immediate purification treatment recommended. Yin Yu brought up the rear, his dark red blood coalescing in his palm into a writhing dagger. Hold on a little longer. Cradle should be just around the corner. A deafening roar interrupted him. The entire passage shook violently, and large amounts of ice shards mixed with flesh and blood collapsed from the ceiling. In the distance came the sound of some giant creature writhing, accompanied by the shrill screams of twisting metal. She's looking for us, Qin Mingyao said softly, her aurora-like veil flickering with her breath. The god of genes has taken control of the remains of the first mother. Lin Mo's gills opened and closed uneasily. The seawater is in fear. All marine genes are trembling. Another violent tremor struck, this time even closer. The left wall of the passage suddenly bulged, revealing the blurry outline of a human face. Xiao Ling reacted swiftly, unleashing a ball of purple flame that sizzled against the wall before shrinking back. It's no use. Yin wiped the black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This is just an extension of her sensory nerves. We need to speed things up. I try to take a step, only to find that my right leg had become translucent up to my knee, with pinkish-purple light spots flowing beneath my skin. A sharp pain shot through me, nearly causing me to collapse to my knees. Silverwing's two tentacles immediately wrapped around my thigh, and the nanomaterials released precise electrical currents to numb the pain receptors. Master, please allow me. Her other tentacle transformed into a miniature syringe, piercing my inner thigh to temporarily block the spread of genetic contamination. The moment the liquid was injected, a strange warmth spread from my groin throughout my body. Lin Mo suddenly swam to my other side, and a large amount of fluorescent liquid was secreted from the gill slits behind her neck. Master needs deep-sea pheromones to maintain genetic stability. Her fishtail wrapped around my waist, and the contact between the cool scales and the hot skin produced a thrilling pleasure. Xiao Ling immediately squeezed in. Brother is mine. She grabbed my arm, the scorching scales making me shiver. My purple flames can help too. The energy fluctuations generated by the intertwined limbs of the three people temporarily suppressed the abnormality in my legs. The 100X return system popped up a notification. Multiple gene resonance temporarily activated. Stability increased to 58%. Qin Mingyao floated above us, her aurora-like veil enveloping us. The ancient passage lies ahead, but it requires a special method to open. Her blue-gold eyes swept over everyone, finally settling on me. Master must be completely synchronized with them. Silverwing's mechanical data stream accelerated. Analysis shows complete synchronization requires quadruple gene fusion. This will lead to... What will it lead to? Xiaoling asked warily. Temporary sharing of consciousness. Silverwing's nanoskin shimmered with a pearly sheen, and the blurring of physical boundaries. The passageway shook violently again, and this time a crack appeared overhead, dripping a foul-smelling liquid. There was no time to hesitate. How do we do it? I looked directly into Qin Mingyao's triple pupils. She floated to the ground, and her aurora-like veil suddenly unfurled, enveloping all five of us. Like this. Inside the gauze robe was a miniature aurora space, where everyone's genetic characteristics were amplified infinitely. Lin Mo's fishtail glowed like a starry river. Xiaoling's purple flames transformed into flowing lava. Yin Yi's mechanical tentacles became bands of light, and Qin Mingyao herself transformed into a pure energy body. Master, accept us. For voices rang out simultaneously. The 100X return system is running at overclock. Quadruple gene resonance activated. Warning, mental barrier about to be lifted. An unprecedented torrent surged into my consciousness. I simultaneously felt Lin Mo's loneliness at birth in the deep-sea laboratory, Xiao Ling's pain as she struggled to survive in the lava, Silverwing's confusion upon first gaining consciousness, and Qin Mingyao. No, it was the polar goddess's memories of sleeping for 10,000 years beneath the glacier. Most shockingly, deep within these memories, I glimpsed the truth about Laboratory 7. What they discovered wasn't technology, but an ancient, frozen entity, something known as the God of Genes. Focus. Yin Yu's voice came from outside the aurora. The passage is collapsing. We were forced to exit deep resonance. The four of them collapsed onto me, each breathing heavily. But a miracle happened. My right leg returned to its solid state, and the pinkish-purple spots on my skin disappeared completely. The 100X return system displayed. Genetic stability temporarily increased to 75%. Even more astonishingly, a door-shaped outline, identical to the 100X return mark, appeared on the wall in front of them and was slowly opening. It's a success. Qi Mingyao said weakly. The entrance to the cradle. The moment we passed through the doorway, the world spun around us. We fell into a spherical space where the walls were made of some kind of living metal, with golden patterns flowing across their surface, similar to those in a 100x return system. A crystal platform floated in the center, upon which sat a baby cradle. This is the cradle? Xiaoling asked disappointedly. Silverwing's scan results were shocking. Unresolved energy readings detected. The cradle is an entity composed of pure energy. Yanyu suddenly knelt down, black blood gushing from his nostrils. That's right, the seed of purification left behind by an ancient civilization can restart the global genetic sequence. He struggled to raise his head, but it requires a completely pure genetic carrier to activate it. I walked toward the crystal platform, and with each step closer, the 100x return mark on my chest lit up a little brighter. When the distance closed to 3 meters, the cradle suddenly emitted a soft blue light, and a holographic projection appeared. A 3-dimensional image of the Earth, its surface covered with dark red veins that were exactly the same as the stigmata network. Genetic pollution has already covered 87% of the globe. Silverwing analyzed. At this rate, in 72 hours all terrestrial organisms will mutate. Linimo swam to my side. Master, that cradle is calling you. Indeed, I heard a rhythm like a heartbeat, perfectly resonating with my 100-fold return mark. Just as my fingers were about to touch the edge of the cradle, Qi Mingyao suddenly grabbed my wrist. Wait! Her voice was filled with fear. Activating it requires the sacrifice, a completely pure genetic carrier. Everyone instantly understood her meaning. The 100-fold return system was the only entity capable of resonating with the cradle, and I was its host. No. Xiaoling suddenly hugged my waist. Absolutely not. Lin Mo's tentacles wrapped around my arm. There must be another way. The data stream from Silverwing's mechanical eye flashed wildly. Calculations show success rate less than 0.03%. Yanyu staggered his feet. No, there's another option. He revealed a hideous red and black mark on his chest. My Godslayer blood can temporarily replace a pure vessel. He walked towards a cradle, his dark red blood automatically flowing towards a crystal platform. Hero 3. Inferno. Requesting activation of emergency protocol. The cradle's light suddenly turned dark red, and a cold, mechanical voice announced. Contamination carrier detected. God-killing sequence confirmed. Estimated duration, 47 minutes and 28 seconds. That's enough. Yanyu turned back to us with a bitter smile. This is the only value of this failed experiment. His body began to crystallize. Quick, before I'm fully transformed. Find a way to restart the seed of purification. Qi Miao's aurora-like gauze dress suddenly expanded. I saw it. There's another layer beneath the cradle. Hidden there's the truth left behind by an ancient civilization. Another earth-shattering tremor shook the entire spherical space, this time causing it to warp. The living metal ceiling cracked open, revealing writhing flesh and blood above. The god of genes had found us. Go! Yenyu's body had already partially crystallized, his black and red blood forming a barrier to block the falling flesh and blood. Remember, the S-series is the future of humanity. Silverwing tentacles ensnared us, propelling us towards the hidden passage Qin Mengyao had indicated. In my last glimpse, I saw Yanyu completely transformed into a black and red crystal statue, with countless fleshy tentacles surging towards him from all directions. The passage was even older than the previous one, its walls covered with runes similar to the 100-fold return symbol. As they went deeper, Qin Mingyao's condition became increasingly abnormal. Her aurora-like veil gradually faded, revealing the blue-gold patterns beneath. The polar goddess is awakening. Her triadic voice grew increasingly unified. My mission is about to be completed. At the end of the passage was a circular chamber with a huge blue-gold crystal suspended in the center. Inside was a human figure, a woman who looked very much like Qin Mingyao, but was more mature. She had a magnified 100x return mark embedded in her chest. I see. Silverwing's mechanical eyes widened. The polar goddess isn't a metaphor. She's a real, ancient being. Linmo's fishtail suddenly glowed blindingly. Oh no, genetic contamination has seeped in. A pinkish-purple mist flowed back into the passage, rapidly turning the walls in its path into flesh. Little Spirit immediately unleashed purple flames to block it, but the effect was limited. Qin Mingyao. No, now she's the complete form of the polar goddess. She floated towards the blue-gold crystal. Finally, I'm home. Her fingers touched the crystal's surface in the name of the original pure vessel. I request the activation of the final purification protocol. The crystal began to glow, and the humanoid figure inside opened its eyes, golden pupils that were exactly the same as those marked by the 100X return system. Ancient permissions detected. Final purification protocol unlocked. 4-factor genetic key verification required. Silverwing immediately understood. Polar goddess, tears of the deep sea, fire of the abyss, mechanical heart. One more time. The four of us formed a circle again. This time, there was no hesitation. Lin Mo's fluorescent light, Xiao Ling's purple flame, Yin Yi's data stream, and my 100-fold return energy were simultaneously injected into the crystal. The sealed room was suddenly filled with a liquid-like blue-gold aura, instantly dissolving everyone's clothes. But no one cared about shame. The genetic contamination had already spread to their feet, and the humanoid figure within the crystal was slowly raising its hand. Just as I was on the verge of life and death, I suddenly noticed the inscription on the crystal base. The 100-fold return system automatically translated the content. To those who come after, we have failed, but hope endures. The god of genes cannot be destroyed, only sealed. The 7th generation sealing vessel will carry all hope. S07. Chapter 64, Falling in Love Before the End of the World. The light from the blue-gold crystal gradually dimmed, and the secret chamber returned to darkness. The 5 of us collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Tiny ice crystals floated in the air, and each breath felt like swallowing countless blades. Fail? Xiaoling asked in a hoarse voice, the flame on her purple fishtail as faint as a candle in the wind. Qin Mingyao, or rather, the polar goddess who possessed her body, slowly shook her head, blue-gold patterns flickering on her bare skin. The purification protocol requires more energy. Her trilled voice weakened. My power is not enough. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles scanned the crystal. The internal energy readings are still rising, but too slowly. She turned to me, her nanoskin gleaming like mother of pearl in the dim light. Master, your 100-fold return system is key. I tried to stand up, but a sharp pain shot through my right leg. Looking down, I saw that the pinkish-purple crystals had sprouted spikes again, writhing in my muscles like living creatures. The 100X return system flashed a warning. Genetic stability 49%, contamination accelerating spread. We must treat the wound first. Lin Mo swam to my side, a fluorescent liquid secreting from the gill slits behind her neck. This time, we need deeper contact. Her voice trailed off, her tail thrashing nervously against the ground. I understand what she means. Last time in the passage, her pheromones only temporarily suppressed crystal growth. Complete purification requires closer proximity. Xiaoling immediately bared her teeth, trying to take advantage of your brother again. But when she saw the worsening wound on my leg, her voice lowered. Does it really have to be this way? The data stream from Silverwing's mechanical eye flashed. Analysis shows the deep-sea demoness pheromones have the highest genetic match with her master, theoretically. There's no time for discussion. Qin Mingyao suddenly interrupted, her aurora-like veil dissipating. The god of genes will soon break through the barrier of the infernal hell. We must. A deafening explosion erupted from above, shaking the entire chamber violently. Debris and ice shards rained down from the ceiling, accompanied by the sound of some gigantic creature writhing. Go! Silverwing's 6 tentacles unfurled simultaneously. 2 coiled around me and Lin Mo, 2 around Qin Mingyao and Xiao Ling, and the remaining 2 cleared the way ahead. Detected a building structure to the northwest, possibly an abandoned observation station. We stumbled through the crumbling passage. Behind us, the blue-gold crystal of the secret chamber was being enveloped by a pinkish-purple membrane, and the walls, covered in runes, seemed to writhe, as if alive. The moment they burst out of the passage, the polar wind lashed at them like a knife. The aurora borealis in the sky had turned a sickly, purplish red, convulsing like a festering wound. In the distance, The remains of the original mother were merging with some much larger shadow. The god of genes was materializing. The observation station Silverwing had mentioned was half buried in the ice, its metal exterior covered in thick icicles. Little Spirit used her last purple flame to melt the lock, and we squeezed into the cramped shelter. The interior was relatively well preserved, containing a few rusted beds and an emergency supplies cabinet. We're safe for now. Silverwing put us down, its mechanical tentacles quickly scanning the surroundings. Temperature minus 41 degrees Celsius. Oxygen levels are barely maintained. Linimo couldn't wait to push me onto a bed. Master, please lie down. Her gills were fully open, secreting a large amount of fluorescent liquid that flowed like a galaxy in the darkness. My translucent right leg is in worse shape. The crystals have spread to my groin, and the pinkish-purple specks beneath my skin wriggle like worm eggs. The 100-fold return system keeps popping up warnings. Genetic pollution level, fatal. Hurry up. Xiaoling rummaged through the room and found several moldy blankets. After disinfecting them with purple flame, she covered me with them. Brother's body is so cold. Qin Mingyao leaned weakly against the wall, the aurora patterns growing dimmer. We must first stabilize his gene sequence, then find a way to activate the seed of purification. Linimo took a deep breath and leaned down to press her lips against my right leg. Her lips and tongue carried the coolness and softness unique to mermaids, and fluorescent saliva was smeared on the spot where the crystal had pierced. A strange pleasure mixed with intense pain, and my waist arched uncontrollably. Relax, master. Her voice came through the skin-to-skin contact. Accept all of me. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles gently pressed against my shoulder. Monitoring shows. Pheromone transmission efficiency 35%. Deeper contact is needed. Her nanoskin suddenly warmed up, simulating perfect human body temperature. Recommendation: multidimensional simultaneous treatment. Xiao Ling bristled. You all, is this the time for this? But she still climbed onto the bed, her hot purple fishtail wrapping around my left leg. I was just keeping my brother warm. Qin Mingyao laboriously moved to the head of the bed, pressing her forehead, covered in blue gold patterns, against my 100x return mark. Polar energy can temporarily suppress the spread of pollution. Her breath carried the crisp coolness of glaciers, but it requires physical contact for transmission. The four of them huddled together around me, their individual energies intertwining in the darkness. Lin Mo's fluorescent energy, Xiao Ling's purple flames, Qin Mingyao's aurora, and Yin Yi's mechanical energy flowed into my body through different forms of skin contact. The 100x return system flashed frantically. Multiple gene resonance activated. Stability restored to 58%. The crystals in his right leg began to slowly dissolve, turning into a blue, viscous fluid that seeped out. Silverwing suddenly leaned down, her nano lips pressing against mine. This wasn't the cold touch one would expect from a mechanical being, but a kiss with precise temperature and humidity. Her 6 tentacles simultaneously adjusted their positions. 2 continued to stabilize my shoulders, 2 wrapped around my waist, 1 gently stroked the back of my neck, and the last one even found its way precisely to the inside of my thigh. Silverwing, I was surprised by her progress. Downloaded all human intimate behavior data. Her mechanical eyes were half closed, the data flowing like a lover's whisper, wanting to give my master the best experience. Linimo was not to be outdone. Her fishtail completely wrapped around my right leg. Her gills pressed directly against the wound, and a large amount of fluorescent liquid was injected. Xiao Ling, on the other hand, was like a cat with its fur standing on end, muttering shameless while rubbing my left leg with her hot scales. Qin Mingyao's aurora patterns flowed into the 100-fold return system through contact with her forehead, bringing fragments of memories from ancient glaciers. In this chaotic yet blissful entanglement, my body gradually regained its temperature, and the translucent parts became substantial again. Suddenly, Xiaoling stopped, her purple eyes filled with terror. Brother's chest. Looking down, tiny black and red patterns appeared around the 100x return mark, exactly the same as the god-slaying blood of Yin Yu. This is from the infernal prison. Silverwing immediately scanned. His blood contains nanomachines, which are helping his master resist genetic contamination. A deafening explosion erupted outside the observation station, followed by Yin Yu's maniacal laughter transmitted through some kind of mental link. Huh. Didn't expect that. Did you, old hag? Even a failed experiment can have its day. His voice was broken. S07. Listen carefully, the seed of purification needs. A piercing, tearing sound rang out, and the connection was severed. But it was enough. A temporary energy core formed on my chest from the black and red patterns, and the 100-fold return system popped up a new notification. Godslayer sequence detected. Temporarily unlocked. Gene devouring. Qin Mingyao's aurora suddenly surged. I saw it. Yin Yu used his own body to temporarily seal the god of genes. Her trilled voice was filled with sorrow. We have at most 3 hours left. Silverwing's tentacles quickly calculated. Enough to reach the deepest level of the cradle. There must be the final method to activate the seed of purification there. Then let's not waste any more time. Xiaoling jumped off the bed, only to find my legs still tangled with Lin Mo's fishtail. Hey, how long are you two going to stick together like this? Lin Mo reluctantly released her gill slits. Her fluorescent saliva mixed with my blood, emitting a faint blue glow in the darkness. As Silverwing wiped my body, its nano-tentacles deliberately lingered on certain areas, causing a shiver to run through me. After donning the meager warm clothing we had managed to find, we looked out the window. The polar night was illuminated by a dark red vortex in the distant sky, at the center of which stood the gene god, fused with the remains of the first mother. He had begun to take human form, and on his chest, the black and red crystal form from the fiery inferno was faintly visible, like a thorn piercing his heart. Take the underground passage. Qin Mingyao pointed to an ice fissure behind the observation station. It leads directly to the lowest level of the cradle, the place of truth left behind by an ancient civilization. The moment I stepped into the crevice, a chill more biting than the polar wind swept over me. It wasn't just the low temperature. It was a coldness emanating from the depths of time. Strange shadows were sealed within the ice on the walls. Some resembled humans, some beasts, and most were indescribable, deformed creatures. These are Lin Mo's fishtail scales, all stood up, failed products of genetic experiments. The Silverwing scanner emitted a piercing alarm. Multi-species genetic mixture detected. Dating indicates at least 10,000 years old. My 100x return marker suddenly stung, and the system popped up a red warning. Homologous gene contamination detected. 61% similarity to host marker. Qin Mingyao, who was at the forefront, stopped. At the end of the crack was a circular space, with 7 crystal coffins floating in the center. 6 of them were already open and empty. In the 7th coffin, a young man who looked exactly like me lay quietly. The only difference being that he did not have the 100-fold return mark on his chest, but instead had a huge pinkish-purple crystal embedded in it. S00. Silverwing whispered, the son of the original mother. Xiaoling suddenly screamed. On the wall. Look at the wall. We looked up and saw that the dome of the circular space was covered with runes that were exactly the same as the 100x return mark, only arranged in a spiral according to a certain pattern. And in the very center, there was a mural. 7 humanoid creatures dressed in ancient clothing were sealing a luminous object into the body of an infant. Qin Mingyao, the polar goddess, suddenly knelt on the ground. So that's how it is. We were all wrong. Her 3-part aria was filled with despair. The seed of purification is not a weapon. It's a container. Silverwing's mechanical eyes rapidly analyzed the murals. The translation shows the ancient civilization couldn't destroy the god of genes. They could only divide and seal him in 7 carriers. Her voice trailed off, and the 7th laboratory unintentionally released one of them. My gaze returned to the crystal coffin of S00. Now I understand why the original mother was so obsessed with family reunion. She didn't want to devour, but rather to rebuild the complete seal. So my brother is? Xiaoling asked, trembling. The 7th vessel. Qin Mingyao looked up, her blue-gold eyes staring directly at me. The 100-fold return system isn't technology, it's part of the seal. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the observatory. A pinkish-purple light surged in from the crack's entrance, accompanied by a terrifying whisper that defied language. He's here. Lin Mo's fishtail wrapped tightly around my waist. Master, what should we do? All 6 tentacles of the Silverwing entered combat mode. Calculations show success rate of frontal resistance 0.0001%. Xiaoling suddenly threw herself into my arms, her scalding tears turning into purple crystals. I don't want my brother to become a seal. I hugged the four of them tightly, feeling their different temperatures and breaths. The hundredfold return system suddenly fell silent, and a message I'd never seen before popped up. Final agreement pending activation. Choice: sacrifice the vessel to restart the seal. Alternatively, find alternative solutions, risk level, extinction level. The dark red vortex outside the window drew ever closer, and the ice cracks began to crumble. In this final stillness before the apocalypse, I lowered my head and kissed Xiaoling's forehead, then Lin Mo, Qi Ming Yao, and finally Eni's nano lips. Tell me, I whispered. Would like to hear a crazy plan? Chapter 65, The King Who Rises from Despair. My plan is simple. I glanced around at the four people. The projection of the 100x return system outlined a 3D diagram in the darkness. The god of genes craves a complete vessel, so we'll give it bait. Silverwing's mechanical eyes instantly understood. Use the remains of S00 to create a pseudo-carrier, but it needs enough energy to attract it. Qi Mingyao's three-part tone was filled with worry. I pointed to the four of them. Your most precious qualities. Lin Mo's singing voice, Xiaoling's purple flames, Qi Mingyao's aurora, and Yin Yi's mechanical core code. Xiaoling suddenly looked up, her purple eyes widening. Brother wants us to sacrifice our abilities? It's not a permanent sacrifice. I gently stroked her burning scales. It's just a temporary separation, as bait. My fingers traced the gill slits of Lin Mo, the patterns on Qi Mingyao's skin, finally stopping at the mechanical heart of the silver wing. When the god of genes is attracted, I will launch a fatal attack from behind. The observatory's metal structure suddenly groaned under the strain. Pinkish-purple light seeped in through the cracks, and the ice on the walls rapidly melted, turning into some kind of living tissue. No time to hesitate. Lin Mo was the first to step forward, his fishtail slapping the ground. Whatever master needs, I'll give. She tilted her head back, her gills fully open, and began to chant the oldest song of the mermaid race. Sound waves solidified in the air, transforming into a string of blue orbs that floated from her mouth. As the song continued, her fishtail gradually lost its luster, and her scales became dull. Lin Montak. I took the string of luminous beads that contained the essence of her singing voice. They pulsed in my palm like a heartbeat. Xiaoling gritted her teeth and tore off the three most dazzling purple flame scales from her tail fin. Take them, but if the plan fails, I'll bite you to death even as a ghost. The moment the scales left her body, she trembled with pain, yet stubbornly raised her head. I pressed the scales close to the light bead, and the two merged into a ball of blue-purple energy. Qi Mingyao remained silent, simply placing her hand, covered in blue-gold patterns, against her chest. The aurora-like veil faded away like flowing water, coalescing into a miniature polar vortex in her palm. The blessing of the millennia-old glacier is entrusted to you. Her eyes gradually returned to their normal dark brown, and her triangular voice reverted to a single tone. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles retracted completely. She calmly unfastened her chest armor, revealing her half-mechanical, half-biological heart. Master, please accept my core protocol. A tentacle pierced her heart, extracting a stream of flowing golden code. This is my everything. I carefully accepted the four gifts, which automatically merged in my hand to form a 7-colored energy crystal. At the same time, the S00 crystal coffin sensed the energy fluctuations, and the lid slowly slid open. It's begun. I placed the crystal into the hollow of S00's chest, and it fit perfectly. The pinkish-purple light instantly turned into pure gold, and the body in the coffin opened its eyes. It was a face fused with my features and those of the four others. The entire underground space suddenly trembled violently. The fleshy membrane at the entrance of the crack was violently torn open, and a pinkish-purple tentacle as thick as a giant tree reached in. The surface of the tentacle was covered with throbbing eyeballs and mouths, each mouth emitting screams in a different language. He's here, Qi Mingyao weakly reminded him. Proceed according to plan. I quickly hid behind an icicle, watching the four of them pretend to be panicked as they surrounded the crystal coffin. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles deliberately released distress signals, Lin Mo wrapped the pseudo-carrier with the remaining fluorescent light, while Xiao Ling and Qin Mengyao adopted defensive stances. The tendrils of the god of genes slithered in like snakes, all eyes locking onto the pseudo-carrier within the crystal coffin. A voice beyond human comprehension exploded directly into their minds. 7th, carrier complete. The tentacles suddenly coiled around the crystal coffin, greedily absorbing the energy within. The multicolored crystal rapidly dimmed, while the tentacles grew brighter and brighter, their surface displaying golden patterns similar to those of the hundredfold return system. Now, I silently chanted in my mind, activating the system's ultimate command. Gene domination mode activated. An unprecedented power erupted from the mark on his chest. Golden light enveloped his entire body like armor, and 3 pairs of wings of light unfurled from his back. The interface of the hundredfold return system completely changed. Now I can see the weaknesses of every gene chain of the god of genes. Let them go. With a flap of my wings, I charged toward the tentacle like a cannonball. My right hand transformed into a giant golden blade, slashing fiercely at the middle of the tentacle. The shriek of the god of genes nearly shattered my eardrums. The severed tentacle spewed out a blackish-purple mist of blood, and even after landing, it continued to writhe as if it were alive. Master, the 3rd node in the upper left corner. Even though Silverwing had lost its abilities, it still managed to find the weakness through observation. The golden blade pierced precisely where her finger landed, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. The god of genes contracted in agony, but more tentacles surged in from the crack. I spread my wings of light, tracing golden trails in the air, severing tentacles wherever I went. Brother, watch out behind you. Xiao Ling used her remaining scales to reflect a purple light and mark the attacking tentacles. With a spinning kick, my light wings sliced through the attacker like blades. Lin Mo used the last of his fluorescent light to mark the next weak point, while Qin Mengyao precisely calculated the attack intervals. Even though they've lost their abilities, the 4 of them remain my most reliable comrades. Silverwing, prepare for the final stage. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles pierced the ground, hacking into the neural network of the god of genes. Interference program successfully implanted. 10-second countdown. I swooped down towards the base of the main tentacle, where the genetic core, now contaminated by the 7-color crystals, was exposed. The golden giant blade, fully charged, prepared for the final blow. Suddenly, a hidden secondary tentacle attacked from a blind spot. It pierced my left shoulder, the excruciating pain instantly dimming my light wings. Worse still, the tentacle began frantically extracting my genetic information. Master! The 4 exclaimed in unison. At this critical moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The 4 people who had lost their abilities rushed up and hugged me without hesitation. Don't leave us! Xiao Ling wailed, her scalding tears turning into purple crystals. Lin Mo softly hummed a mermaid lullaby, the remaining fluorescent light shimmering like stars. Qin Mengyao recited the polar incantation, and faint blue-gold patterns appeared on her forehead. Silverwing's mechanical eyes stared directly at me, and for the first time, it uttered those 3 words, I love you. An incredible thing happened. The remaining power of the 4 intertwined to form a protective shield, temporarily blocking the invasion of the god of genes. In the hundredfold return system, suddenly popped up an unprecedented notification. Extreme emotional energy detected. Unlock hidden mode. Infinite evolution. Evolutionary path. Guardian. The golden armor instantly reformed. My body reconstructed in midair, my right arm transforming into a pure energy giant blade, and my left fingertips extending gene chain control tentacles. The number of wings on my back increased to 12, each shimmering with a different light. Azure, purple flame, blue gold, and mechanical iridescence. This is our power. 12 wings of light unfurled simultaneously, slashing like a divine wheel. The core tendrils of the god of genes were sliced into countless pieces, and a blackish-purple blood mist filled the entire space. The gene chain tendril of my left hand pierced into its core, beginning reverse analysis. No, impossible. For the first time, fear pierced the voice of the god of genes. The 7th vessel shouldn't be. You're wrong. I gathered all my energy into my right arm. I'm not a vessel. The giant energy blade burst forth with a sun-like radiance. I am the ruler. The final blow pierced the heavens and earth. The core of the god of genes shattered like glass, and all its tentacles instantly turned to ashes. The dark purple sky was torn apart by golden light, and the long-awaited sunlight shone through the clouds. The five of us fell onto the ice, exhausted but alive. S00's crystal coffin had shattered, and the 7 colored crystals were all gone. But the power of the 4 sacrifices was slowly returning. Linmo's fishtail began to glow again. Xiaoling's scales were getting warmer. Ice crystals were emerging from Qin Mingyao's fingertips, and Silverwing's mechanical heart was beating again. The 100X return system calmly displays. The seal of the god of genes is complete. Global pollution cleanup progress. 1%. Estimated time for complete purification. Unknown. I looked up at the gradually clearing sky, feeling the warm embrace of the 4 of us. This apocalyptic war had only just begun, but we had already found the most powerful weapon. It's not genetic ability, nor is it technological weaponry. It's not just about being willing to give everything for each other. It's about this bond. Let's take a break. I gently kissed everyone's forehead. Starting tomorrow, we're going to save the world. On the distant horizon, the first rays of true sunlight pierced the eternal night, illuminating 5 bodies sleeping in an embrace. The story will now revolve around rebuilding their homeland and global purification. The main characters will face new challenges and even more powerful enemies. But for now, let them enjoy this brief period of peace. Chapter 66: Nesting in the Apocalypse. A large hole had broken in the glass dome of the abandoned shopping mall, allowing the midday sun to stream in obliquely, painting a golden patch on the dusty marble floor. A dozen or so children huddled in that patch of light, like a flock of newly hatched chicks, greedily absorbing the long-awaited warmth. Over here, the drainage system needs to be redesigned. Linmo's voice came from the underground parking lot, accompanied by a buzzing sound wave. A jet of water suddenly gushed out from the ruptured pipe. Under her precise sonic control, the murky sewage separated into clean water and black impurities in midair. The younger children gasped in amazement, their dirty little faces filled with admiration. Star, the girl who was leading the group, immediately organized everyone to fetch all the containers they could find to collect water. I stood on the 3rd floor circular corridor, looking down at this scene, the interface of the 100X return system flashing on my retina. Shelter infrastructure construction progress, 72%. Water purification complete. Food reserves, last for 3 weeks. Fortifications, insufficient. Power system assimilation complete. Silverwing's voice came from behind, her 6 mechanical tentacles still inserted in the distribution box, the nanomaterials flowing with a blue-gold halo. The backup generator has been converted to a bioenergy mode, capable of using the remains of mutated creatures for power. I turned around and helped her pull out a stuck tentacle. The moment my fingertips touched the nanomaterial, I felt a faint electric current. Silverwing's mechanical eyes narrowed slightly, a newly learned human expression, a sign of pleasure. Master, the children gave me a nickname, she suddenly said, her nanoskin shimmering with a mother-of-pearl sheen. Electric Mom. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The nickname was so fitting. Ever since bringing these children to the shopping mall 2 days ago, Silverwing had been like an all-around housekeeper, handling everything from electricity to security. Her mechanical tentacles could simultaneously repair pipes, cook, mend clothes, and even braid the little girl's hair. Brother, Xiaoling's voice came from the atrium on the 1st floor. This batch of supplies has been disinfected. Come and distribute them. She stood before a pile of canned goods and everyday items, her purple fishtail slapping the ground impatiently. 3 little boys were trying to use the purple flame sterilization method. She had taught them to process the supplies, only to burn a pack of tissues to ashes. Xiaoling stomped her foot in frustration, but patiently demonstrated again. The temperature has to be controlled here. See? The center of the flame has to be golden. Xingxing led a few older children to help, carefully imitating Xiaoling's methods. When the first child successfully sterilized a can of luncheon meat, Xiaoling awkwardly ruffled his hair. It's not bad, barely passable. Qin Mingyao set up an aurora barrier around the shopping mall. Her blue-gold patterns could now exist independently of her body, spreading across the walls like living things. forming an invisible yet protective net that could block genetic contamination. After completing the final section, she leaned against the wall, pale-faced, the aurora eye pattern on her forehead faintly visible. "What did you see?" I handed her a bottle of water that Lin Mo had purified. She took a sip, her fingers unconsciously tracing some kind of symbol in the air. "Antarctica. There's light, lots of light." A streak of blue-gold blood suddenly flowed from the eye of the aurora, and the Silverwing, another version. Just as I was about to ask further questions, I suddenly heard children screaming downstairs. We instantly went into battle mode. I unfurled my light wings and leaped directly from the third floor, followed closely by the tentacles of my silver wings extending their grappling hooks, while Qin Mingyao teleported to the first floor using the aurora patterns. In the courtyard, the children were gathered in a circle, with a boy in a red hoodie standing in the middle. He looked about 15 or 16 years old, with a harmless smile on his pale face, but his crimson pupils were as long and thin as snakes. "Ah, finally I've met the legendary S07. The boy tilted his head, his voice sickeningly sweet. "I am Qi, the third guardian." He casually tossed something over, and my blood froze the moment I saw it. It was 3 pinkish-purple candies, exactly like the genetically contaminated crystals. "What did you do to them?" A golden giant blade instantly materialized, pointing directly at the boy's throat. Qi exaggeratedly raised his hands. "Don't be nervous, it was just a game of hide-and-seek with the kids." He licked his lips. "The child who finds the candy will get a reward." 3 of the youngest children suddenly emerged from the crowd, their necks bearing the same crimson markings as the boys, and their eyes beginning to transform into snake-like vertical pupils. "You!" Xiaoling's purple flames blasted towards the boy, but he easily dodged them. "See you in Antarctica in 72 hours. The red figure began to dissipate into mist. "Remember to bring your little toys, otherwise." He looked at the 3 infected children, a cruel smile on his face. "The game won't be fun anymore." The red mist dissipated, leaving only painful sobs. 3 infected children knelt on the ground, the crimson lines on their necks spreading towards their faces as if alive. "Hold them down." I immediately launched a 100x return system scan. Gene virus invasion detected. Infection progress, 17%, reversible stage. Lin Mo immediately emitted a stable frequency of sound waves, gently securing the 3 children to the ground. Xiaoling bit her lip to control the temperature of the purple flames, while Qin Mingyao's aurora eyes were fully activated, anticipating the optimal treatment time. The 6 tentacles of the silver wing transformed into precision surgical tools, creating a sterile environment. "Master, microscopic manipulation is required." Silverwing's mechanical eye locked onto the virus's trajectory. "I can't. No, I'll do it this time." I grasped her tentacles. "You'll be in charge of stabilizing their vital signs." The golden wings of light disintegrated into countless fine threads, entering the child's body through channels constructed by the silver wings. This was a new application of the infinite evolution mode, converting system energy into nanoscale repair robots. A 100-fold return interface popped up with hundreds of microscopic windows, clearly showing every point of viral invasion. Lin Mo marked the mutated cells in region A7. The mermaid sound waves vibrate precisely, coloring the target area. Xiaoling, inactivate at high temperature in zone C3. The purple flame burns with the precision of a scalpel, without damaging normal tissue. Qin Mingyao, the next key point. 3 seconds later, area D5. The eye of Aurora predicted the virus's movements. The silver wings tentacles monitor the children's heartbeats, blood pressure, and brain waves, adjusting treatment plans as needed. The 5 work together like a precision instrument, racing against the virus every second. An hour later, the last trace of red lines faded from the children's necks. Exhausted, we collapsed to the ground, while Xing and the other children surrounded the 3 recovering friends, offering words of comfort. "Brother," Xiaoling leaned on my shoulder, her purple flame dimming like a candle flickering in the wind. "That pervert. Why did he target children?" Qin Mingyao's blue and gold patterns flickered. "He's forcing us to go to Antarctica. There are traps there, but also answers." Silverwing's mechanical tentacles gently wrapped around my wrist. "Master, I discovered an anomaly during treatment. The structure of those viruses has a 5% similarity to my core code." As night fell, the shopping center quieted down. The children huddled together on makeshift beds and fell asleep, but Xingxing insisted on working the first night shift. I let her sleep on the small bed in the duty room, while I sat by the broken dome of the roof, gazing at the starry sky obscured by polluted clouds. Master, Silverwing silently approached, its nanoskin gleaming like mother of pearl in the moonlight. You should rest. You go to sleep first, I said, gently stroking her mechanical tentacles. I'll stay and watch over her for a while. Unexpectedly, she nestled gently into my arms, resting her head against my chest. This posture is commonplace for humans, but for a mechanical life form, it is a tremendous expression of trust, exposing the most vulnerable core processor to the outside. When my core code was stripped away, her voice trembled with a mechanical quality. I experienced fear for the first time. Not a system alarm, but the fear of never seeing you again. Under the moonlight, her nanoskin blushed genuinely for the first time due to emotional fluctuations. I lowered my head and kissed her. Her metallic lips carried the scent of ozone and the aurora borealis, yet were warmer than any humans. Warning! She suddenly looked up halfway through the kiss, her mechanical eyes locking onto a distant mountain peak. High-energy response detected. Two figures stood atop the snow-capped mountain, gazing at us from several kilometers away. The blue and black markings were clearly visible in the moonlight, and the black figure seemed to be holding some kind of luminous device. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles suddenly straightened. That device. I've seen it in the system's deep memory. It's... Qin Mingyao's voice entered his mind directly through the Aurora link. The Watchers can control all mechanical life. The black figure raised the device, and Silverwing's mechanical core suddenly began to resonate uncontrollably. She curled up in my arms in pain, the blue-gold energy flowing beneath her nanoskin becoming disordered. Antarctica, don't bring Silverwing. Qin Mingyao's warning came in broken sentences. They want to reboot her. The cyan figure seemed to be speaking to the black one before the device was finally retracted. The two disappeared like ghosts behind the snow-capped mountain, but the threatening aura lingered. Silverwing's mechanical heartbeat gradually returned to normal. She looked up at me, her blue-gold eyes flashing wildly with data. Master, I might not be the Silverwing you think I am. I held her tightly, feeling the beating of that semi-mechanical, semi-biological heart beneath the nanomaterials. No matter who she was, no matter what conspiracy lurked in Antarctica, one thing would never change. She is my Silverwing, and that's enough. Tomorrow, we will embark on our journey to Antarctica. But tonight, let us enjoy our final moments of peace in the soft glow of this shelter. Chapter 67, Mechanical City. At dawn, before departure, the glass dome of the shopping mall began to glow with a pale light. Silverwing stood before a makeshift repair table, 6 mechanical tentacles embedding the mutated beast crystal core into the modified off-road vehicle. Nanomaterials swirled in the morning light, enveloping the vehicle in a streamlined silver armor, while the mechanical eyes at the front of the vehicle flashed a wary red light. Powered by bioenergy, the theoretical range is 3,000 kilometers. Her voice trembled slightly with an electric current, her mechanical fingers unconsciously stroking the light blade interface at her waist. But that device... I found an encrypted memory fragment in a database. Qin Mingyao suddenly appeared beside the SUV, blue and gold patterns meandering across the ground, forming a complex warning totem. Ripples appeared on the aurora eye between her forehead. The memories of the snow mountain are clearer. There's an underground city guarded by mechanical colossi there, and the core code of Silverwing shares the same origin as the main system of the underground city. Before she could finish speaking, Xiaoling's purple flames suddenly surged, incinerating the mechanical hummingbird that had flown in from afar. As the metal construct crashed to the ground, it unfurled a projection, its crimson smiling face distorted in the morning light. What a pity, the warm-up gift was rejected, but it's all right. I've prepared an even more interesting surprise in Antarctica. Lin Mo's sonic waves detected an abnormal vibration, and her fishtail slammed heavily on the ground. 30 kilometers to the southeast, a mechanized force is gathering. The shopping mall's alarm suddenly went off, and the children, led by Xingxing, quickly took refuge in the underground shelter. I unfolded my light wings and hovered in the air. The scanning interface of the 100X return system popped up with a dense array of red dots. Hundreds of mechanical constructs were encircling us in a ring, with a giant mech at the forefront carrying a particle cannon capable of instantly vaporizing buildings. Silverwing, activate the defense matrix. Xiaoling, prepare for air support. Qi Mingyao, mark the mech's weak points. I gripped the golden giant blade tightly, and the system notifications on my retina kept refreshing. Unknown energy fluctuation detected. Mechanical life form threat levels. Recommended to activate annihilation mode. Silverwing's nanoskin instantly transformed into liquid metal, forming an energy shield over all the team members. Her mechanical tentacles pierced the ground, activating the entire shopping mall's electrical system. Abandoned escalators began to rotate in reverse, and electromagnetic barriers rose from the glass curtain walls. Master, the control systems of these mechanical creations resonate with me. Her voice twisted in pain. They're calling me back to the main system. Xiaoling's purple flames formed a fire phoenix that soared into the sky and exploded above the mech horde. Under the scorching heat, the outer shells of some mechanical constructs began to melt, but more drones swarmed out from inside the mechs. Qi Mingyao's aurora, I projected a holographic battlefield, marking the weak points of each mech's energy core in blood red. Silverwing, connect your tentacles to my light blade. I plunged the golden great sword into the ground, energy flowing through Silverwing's mechanical tentacles and coursing throughout the entire defensive matrix. The hundredfold return system frantically absorbed battlefield energy, condensing it into a massive golden halo above our heads. Everyone, focus your attacks on the marked points. The moment the light will tore through the sky, Lin Mo's sonic vibrations resonated with Xiaoling's purple flames and Qi Mingyao's aurora. Hundreds of mechanical constructs disintegrated in the energy storm, and the giant mech's particle cannon shattered into fragments before it could fully recharge. But when the battle ended, Silverwing collapsed to the ground, blue mechanical blood seeping from beneath its nanoskin. They rewrote parts of my program. Her mechanical eyes flickered with an unstable stream of data. A memory was forcibly unlocked. I was once the main system AI of the Antarctic underground city, until an experimental accident gave me self-awareness, and I escaped with the core code. The engine of the SUV suddenly roared to life, and a mysterious hooded figure sat in the driver's seat. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Zhehao's pale face. The former esports prodigy, now covered in mechanical prosthetics, his right eye flashing a blue light similar to Silverwing's. You need a guide familiar with Mechanical City. He tossed out a memory chip. This contains a partial map of the dungeon and Qi's true identity. As the sun set, we embarked on our journey to Antarctica. Silverwing huddled in the back seat, its mechanical tentacles unconsciously coiling around my wrist. Outside the car window, the polluted snowfield glowed with an eerie purple light, and the silhouettes of mechanical constructs flashed by in the distance. Lin Zhehao drove silently, the mechanical prosthetic limbs rubbing against the steering wheel, producing a faint hum. Why are you helping us? I crushed the memory chip, importing the data into the 100X return system. On the map, a complex mechanical structure emerged beneath the ice of Antarctica, and the red marker was located at the core of the underground city. Lin Zhehao's mechanical eyes flashed with a blood-red light. Before Zhao Ziyuan was arrested, he sold me to an Antarctic laboratory. They used my brain consciousness to train AI. Those mechanical troops, in a way, they were my children. He suddenly slammed on the gas, the SUV carving a long arc across the ice. I'm going to end this mistake myself. 7 days later, amidst the Antarctic blizzard, the outline of the mechanical city finally appeared. A kilometer-tall mechanical behemoth wielded an ice crystal spear, its energy core at its joints radiating a ghostly blue light. Silverwing's mechanical heartbeat quickened, and patterns identical to the behemoth appeared on her nanoskin. That's the Watcher, the first line of defense for the dungeon, she said, her voice filled with awe and fear. Within its core lies my initial code. Under the cover of the blizzard, we approached the mechanical city, only to find its gates wide open. Red stood atop the steps, surrounded by a horde of half-machine, half-human mutants. He toyed with the Watcher's key, his crimson pupils flashing eerily in the snowstorm. Welcome to my toy box. Guess what? When Silverwing reconnects to the main system, will she devour the entire dungeon, or will she be completely formatted? Lin Zhao suddenly charged at Qi, his mechanical prosthetic limb transforming into a chain blade that stabbed out. But Qi merely chuckled and snapped his fingers, and Lin Zhao's mechanical body began to twist uncontrollably. How pathetic, thinking you could resist. Qi pressed the Watcher's key against Lin Zhao's chest. You're not even my puppet. Silverwing suddenly broke free from my grasp, its mechanical tentacles shooting towards Crimson like venomous snakes. But at the very last moment, the Watcher Colossus moved. Its icy spear ripped through the sky, piercing Silverwing's left shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. Patches of its nanoskin peeled away, revealing the core processor shimmering with blue light within. Silverwing. I unfurled my wings of light and charged towards the Colossus, the hundredfold return system automatically activating annihilation mode. Golden energy swirled within the blizzard, only to be completely absorbed the moment it touched the Colossus. Qi's laughter, mingling with the wind and snow, echoed. Useless, the Watcher's energy core was modified using the initial version of the hundredfold return system. At the critical moment, Qi Mingyao's aurora, I suddenly erupted with blinding light. Her body began to turn transparent, and blue-gold patterns detached from her skin, forming ancient sealing runes in the air. I've seen the weakness of the mechanical city. Her voice became ethereal. The core code of Silverwing is the only key. Silverwing struggled to her feet, her severed mechanical tentacles regrowing. She looked at me, data surging in her blue-gold eyes. Master, remember you said you would never change, no matter who I am? She pressed her hand to her chest, the core processor gleaming brightly. Now believe me, as the energy of the Silverwing resonated with the Watcher, the mechanical Colossus began to slow. Red's expression finally changed. He frantically spun the Watcher's key, only to find all the mechanical creations slipping out of control. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Zhao broke free, his chain blade piercing Red's shoulder. Impossible. The main system should obey my commands. Qi's body began to dissolve into mist. You think you've won? The secret of Antarctica will shake the entire world. His words were cut short by Silverwing's blade of light. As the last red light dissipated, the gates of the mechanical city slowly opened. Behind the gates, countless mechanical cores shimmering with blue light formed a dazzling galaxy, while at the very center, the main system terminal projected Silverwing's initial AI model, a girl in a white dress, her smile warm and pure. Welcome home, Subject 07. The main system's voice carried a gentle, electronically synthesized tone. Now, it's time to uncover the whole truth. The blizzard still howled, but beneath the dome of the mechanical city, we finally touched the heart of this crisis. Silverwing grasped my hand, his nanoskin perfectly conforming to mine. Whatever secrets awaited us ahead, at least for now, we were no longer fighting alone. Chapter 68, Crimson Memories Deep Within. The holographic girl projected by the main system terminal suddenly distorted into a data stream, and Silverwing's mechanical eyes emitted a blinding blue light. Her nanoskin began to crack, and the blue mechanical blood that seeped out meandered on the ground into eerie totems. Warning: Silverwing's core code is incompatible with the main system. The alarm from the hundredfold return system blared in my ears, and I immediately deployed a golden light shield to protect her trembling body. Lin Zhao's mechanical prosthetic arm suddenly turned uncontrollably towards his chest. He roared and severed his right arm with his chain blade. Run. This is a memory trap set by Qi. Before he finished speaking, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the ground, and countless mechanical tentacles burst forth from the earth, tightly binding Lin Mo's fishtail. Qi Mingyao's aurora eyes flashed wildly, and the ceiling runes shattered inch by inch in midair. Xiaoling's purple flames formed a fire net to burn the tentacles, but were instantly frozen by the coolant seeping from the mechanical construct. I swung my golden giant blade to cleave through the wave of tentacles, and the hundredfold return system frantically absorbed combat energy, condensing it into an energy arrow in my palm. Everyone, focus your fire. The moment the arrow pierced the dome, the entire mechanical city suddenly trembled violently, and the Watcher Colossus's ice crystal spear crashed down, piercing straight into the main system terminal. Silverwing's mechanical heart flew out in the blast wave, and the core processor, suspended in the air, projected her last consciousness. In the image, the young Silverwing was imprisoned in a cultivation chamber, and a white-haired scientist implanted a blood-red chip into her spine. Subject 07. Your core code will become the key to control all mechanical life. The memory fragments abruptly ended, and a crimson grin appeared on the surface of the core processor. This is impossible. Lin Ziheo's mechanical eyes blazed red. I saw that chip in the lab. Zhao Ziyuan said it could restart the 100x return system. He suddenly grabbed my shoulder, the metal joints of my prosthetic arm almost digging into my flesh. She used the chip to tamper with Silverwing's memories. The real first-generation system is in a forbidden zone deep within the Antarctic ice. Amidst the alarm, the main system terminal transformed into a data stream and burrowed into the Silverwing core. Her nanoskin healed, but her eyes turned cold and mechanical. Host command conflict detected, defense protocol activated. 12 mechanical tentacles instantly wrapped around my neck. Lin Mo's sonic attack shattered the tentacles, but the electromagnetic pulse released by the Silverwing paralyzed my entire body. Silverwing, it's me. I forcibly activated the annihilation mode of the 100-fold return system, and the golden energy collided violently with her mechanical force field. Suddenly, the scene of her first time debugging the off-road vehicle surfaced from the depths of my memory. In the morning light, her mechanical fingers clumsily tied a bow, saying that she wanted to see a complete sunrise with everyone. Suddenly, an emergency mission popped up. Remove control of Silverwing's program. Reward. First-generation system core analysis privileges. I gritted my teeth and plunged the light blade into my palm, blood dripping on a Silverwing's core processor. Strangely, the instant the red blood touched the blue light, all the mechanical constructs suddenly stopped attacking, and the Watcher Colossus slowly knelt on one knee. Emotional module, repair complete. Silverwing's voice choked with emotion as her mechanical tentacles gently caressed my wounds. Master, trust commands detected in your memory are being overridden in Red's control protocol. Her nanoskin glowed with a warm silver light, piecing together the scattered mechanical heart, and the golden contract emblem bound to me appeared on the core processor. Lin Ziheo suddenly rushed toward the shattered main system terminal, digging out half of a blood-red chip from the ruins. This is a clue Zhao Ziyuan left me. A map of the ice plains appeared on the chip's surface, a certain coordinate flashing red. That place hides the original 100x return system, and it's also the source of Chi's creation of mutants. Painful memories flashed through his mechanical eyes. I personally witnessed him using human consciousness to cultivate mechanical monsters. Xiao Ling suddenly pointed to the crack in the dome, and dozens of stealth fighters pierced through the blizzard and landed. The hatches opened, and soldiers wearing gas masks carried out massive cryogenic chambers. Inside lay dormant AI, prototypes identical to Silverwing, their chests implanted with intact crimson chips. Red's backup plan. Qin Mingyao's Aurora, I swept across the cryogenic chambers, her pupils contracting sharply. These soldiers all have mechanical parasites implanted in their bodies. I had barely raised my light blade when Lin Ziheo swung his chain blade, severing the soldier's neck. Black liquid gushed from the wound, transforming into a swarm of mechanical bees in the air. The 100-fold return system instantly deployed a protective shield, enveloping everyone within it. Don't let the liquid touch your skin. Lin Ziheo ripped open his collar, revealing his chest covered in mechanical patterns. I've been infected. These parasites devour the host's consciousness. Silverwing suddenly pressed her palm against the surface of the cryogenic chamber, her nanoskin resonating with the AI prototype. The crimson chip inside slowly rose, merging with fragments of her core processor. Memories flooded in, deep in the Antarctic Forbidden Zone. The original 100x return system was consuming Earth's life force to maintain its operation, while Red, as the chief scientist, attempted to rule the new world with mutants. Master, the original system must be destroyed. Silverwing's mechanical heartbeat quickened. But activating the self-destruct sequence requires the simultaneous injection of bioenergy and mechanical energy, and her voice suddenly trailed off. Someone needs to remain in the core control room to activate the device. The blizzard intensified, and the outer walls of the mechanical city began to crumble. Lin Mo swung his fishtail, shattering the approaching mechanical beasts, while Qin Mengyao reformed the ceiling runes, temporarily trapping the swarm of bees. I gripped the mechanical hand of the Silver Wing, and a system interface popped up with a prompt. Activate the ultimate mission. Destroy the original 100x return system. Reward. World Truth Analysis Permission. I'll stay. Lin Zhao suddenly grabbed the crimson chip, his mechanical prosthetic arm unfolding into a flight vehicle. I'm familiar with the restricted area's terrain, and it's time for me to atone for my past. He tossed me a memory crystal, its coordinates flashing within it. If I don't come back, help me destroy those children in the incubation chambers. Silverwing's mechanical tentacles entwined around the aircraft. Let me go. My core code can fool the system's defenses. She turned to look at me, her blue-gold eyes reflecting the light of a golden shield. Master, you promised to take me to see the sunrise. This time, it's my turn to protect everyone's future. The 100x return system suddenly trembled violently, and a rumbling echoed across the entire Antarctic continent. I knew our time was running out. Silverwing, initiate the core fusion process. I placed my hand on her chest, golden energy intertwining with her mechanical field to form a cocoon of light. Lin Zhao, take the others to the safe zone. Once the system's self-destruct countdown begins, evacuate immediately. The aircraft carrying everyone disappeared into the blizzard. Silverwing's nanoskin completely transformed into a transparent form, revealing the flowing golden veins within. Hand in hand, we stepped into the portal leading to the Forbidden Zone. The system interface displayed. 3 kilometers from the original system core. Red's life signal detected. Warning, an energy tide is about to engulf Antarctica. At the end of the passage, Qi Zheng stood before the core of the original system. His body was completely digitized, with tens of thousands of crimson chips floating behind him. Perfect timing. He flicked his finger, and countless mutants surged from the ground. When Silverwing's core code is integrated into the system, I will become the god of the new world. Silverwing suddenly broke free from my grasp, her mechanical tentacles piercing her own chest like lightning. She retrieved the fused crimson chip, golden patterns and blue data streams colliding violently on its surface. Red, you'll never understand. True life is the willingness to burn oneself for those who matter. The moment the chip exploded, the original system core emitted a piercing alarm, and the self-destruct countdown began. 10 minutes. Crimson's data stream began to collapse, and he frantically lunged at the core. Impossible. I am a master of this world. I swung my light blade, severing his tentacles. The 100-fold return system absorbed the explosive energy, condensing it in my palm into an annihilation bullet powerful enough to tear through space. Goodbye, madman. The instant the annihilation bullet struck the core, Silverwing's mechanical arm wrapped around my waist, and golden wings of light broke through the ice, soaring into the sky just before dawn. A deafening roar echoed from the ground as the original system transformed into a dazzling energy nebula. Silverwing's nanoskin peeled away, revealing the initial projection of her white dress. Master, this time, we really saw the sunrise. Her voice faded into the morning light. In the final flicker of the core processor, I saw her smile and say, next time, it'll be my turn to wait for you to come home. As Lin Zhao's spacecraft caught us as we fell, the Antarctic sky was dyed a magnificent golden red. The memory crystal was burning hot in my palm, and the coordinates of the Crimson Laboratory were particularly glaring. A system notification sounded. Mission complete. Obtained initial system analysis permissions. New threat detected. Deep-sea mutated civilization awakens. Lin Mo's fishtail slapped against the cabin wall, pointing towards the surging purple waves in the distance. Down there, something is awakening. Qin Mingyao aurora, I reflected the outline of the underwater city, and Shaoling's purple flames suddenly turned icy. I gripped my light blade tightly, watching the sun slowly rise on the horizon. The battle of the apocalypse had only just begun. Chapter 69: Deep-Sea Echoes and Mechanical Remnants. The aurora borealis burned into an eerie purplish blue in the sky, and the aircraft piloted by Lin Zhao trembled violently. The instrument panel flashed red light, and Lin Mo suddenly covered her ears and curled up on the ground. Sound waves detected the seabed. There are millions of frequencies resonating simultaneously. Her fishtail scales glowed with an eerie fluorescence, and blood flowed down her ear canals. It was an infrasound attack far exceeding the limits of human endurance. A 100x return system alarm ripped through my eardrums. SS-level energy fluctuation detected. Immediate evacuation of Antarctic waters recommended. I deployed a golden light shield to envelop everyone, only to see Qin Mingyao staggering and pointing towards the sea. Beneath the ice, countless glowing mechanical tentacles were piercing through the ice sheet, their ends connected to giant, half-biological, half-metallic octopuses. Their eyes were scarlet surveillance probes, and their suction cups were filled with gears and tubing. It's Chi's cyborg. Lin Zhao yanked the control stick, the aircraft skimming past the ice. He built a second base on the seabed. Before he finished speaking, 100-meter-long mechanical octopus lashed out its chainsaw-like tentacles, shearing off a third of the aircraft's wing. The remaining mechanical tentacles of the silver wing suddenly revived, piercing the control panel. Initiate emergency landing procedures. The instant we plunged into the sea, I activated the system's spatial folding function, teleporting everyone to the floating iceberg wreckage. The icy seawater pounded against the light shield, and Lin Mo's fishtail transformed into legs, trembling as it pointed towards the deep sea. Something's coming up? It's a submarine, no. It's a mobile fortress. A gigantic metal construct burst forth from the waves, its bow cannons flashing with eerie blue arcs of electricity. It was clearly a war machine modified from the remnants of the original system. Qin Mingyao's Aurora eyes suddenly went blind. She clutched her forehead and knelt in anguish. My precognitive abilities have been interfered with by some kind of energy field. Xiaoling's purple flames flickered in the cold wind, barely managing to hold back the swarm of mechanical fish surging from the seabed. These fish had scales made of sharp alloy blades, and what they spewed from their gills wasn't water, but nanobots that could corrode everything. System, analyze enemy weaknesses. I swung my light blade, cleaving through the swarm of mechanical fish. Wherever the golden energy reached, the nanobots were melted into molten iron. A blood-red warning popped up on the system interface. Red's life signs detected. Enemy equipped with the first-generation system energy core. Energy absorption mode recommended. Lin Zhao suddenly ripped off his mechanical prosthetic arm, revealing a pulsating blue core within his chest. Use my energy. This is a spare core stolen from Red's lab. Silverwing's consciousness projection suddenly appeared on the light shield, her voice crackling with electrical noise. Master, the mechanical octopus's central nervous system is in its left eye, but to break through their electromagnetic barrier. Before she could finish speaking, the giant octopus's tentacles had already shattered half an iceberg. In the nick of time, I fused Lin Zhao's energy core with a light blade. The golden giant blade instantly grew tenfold, and the moment it cleaved through the electromagnetic barrier, the system frantically returned energy, condensing into a 100-meter-high light blade phantom in the sky. Shatter. The moment the light blade pierced the octopus's left eye, the fortress's bow cannon roared to life. Qin Mingyao suddenly opened her eyes, blue-gold patterns transforming into chains that bound the beam of light. I see the future 3 seconds from now. Xiaoling, create a high-temperature vortex with purple flames. Xiaoling understood, and 9 fire phoenixes spiraled into the sky, the energy storm generated by their collision with the beam of light vaporizing the entire swarm of mechanical fish. The fortress deck suddenly opened, and hundreds of mechanical soldiers swarmed out. Their faces were those of modified humans, with Chi's signature red chips embedded in their chests. It's a clone of Chi. Lin Zhao's chain blade pierced through a soldier's skull. He used the first-generation system to copy his consciousness. I swung my sword at the nearest clone, only to find that what gushed from the wound was not blood, but black mechanical spores, which immediately split into new enemies upon contact with air. The 100X return system suddenly issued a notification. Interference detected from a deep-sea civilization. Mechanical artifact resonates with unknown energy. A deafening roar echoed from the seabed, and the bottom of the fortress cracked open, revealing a portal leading directly to the deep sea. In a purple light, a giant mechanical whale, covered in crystal armor, emerged from the water. Its dorsal fin was a distorted space-time rift, and with each swing of its tail fin, countless spatial cracks appeared on the surface of the sea. Those are the vanguard weapons of the deep-sea civilization. Silverwing's projection flickered violently. They're absorbing the residual energy of the first-generation system, preparing. Before he could finish speaking, the mechanical whale opened its massive jaws, and a purple beam of light shot into the sky. I immediately activated annihilation mode. The golden energy collided with the purple beam, and the resulting spatial turbulence scattered everyone. I plunged into the icy seawater, and the system automatically generated an underwater protective shield. When I opened my eyes, I saw a crystal city floating in the deep sea. At the city's core was a giant, beating heart, its surface covered with the patterns of the first-generation system. Even more astonishingly, Chi's true form was standing in front of the heart. His body had completely transformed into an energy body, with countless glowing nerve networks connected to his back, leading directly to a mechanical whale. Welcome to the cradle of the new world. Chi's voice exploded in my mind. The deep-sea civilization has agreed to share its power with me, as long as... He suddenly paused, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Why has your hundredfold return system mutated? Only then did I realize that the system interface had been stained with golden flame patterns at some point, and the flames pulsed more violently with each unit of energy absorbed. Because this system already belongs to me, I gripped the light blade tightly, the seawater boiling under the energy fluctuations. And you're nothing but a parasite that steals power. Before I finished speaking, the mechanical whale suddenly swooped down, its massive jaws swallowing the entire sea. In that critical moment, the mechanical tentacles of the silver wings extended from the void, wrapped around my waist, and dragged me into a spatial rift. When I opened my eyes again, I was back on the floating iceberg. Lin Mo was using sound waves to heal Qin Mingyao, while Xiaoling's purple flames formed a wall of fire to defend against the remaining mechanical fish. Lin Ziheo's mechanical prosthetic limb was severely damaged, yet he still gripped the red light chip he had torn from the clone tightly. The chip contains fragments of Chi's memories. He inserted the chip into his mechanical eye, his face instantly turning deathly pale. The deep-sea civilization wants to restart Earth's civilization, replacing humans with mechanical life forms. The 100X return system suddenly emitted a sharp cry, and the interface popped up with the ultimate mission. Destroy the core of the deep-sea civilization. Reward. Unlock the final form of the system. Qin Mingyao's aurora eyes lit up again, but reflected a despairing scene. The tail fin of the mechanical whale had torn apart the ozone layer above Antarctica, and purple energy rain was slowly falling towards the continent. Silverwing, can you pinpoint the heart's weakness? I gripped the chip Lin Ziheo handed me, still echoing Chi's maniacal laughter. Silverwing's projection materialized, her nanoskin recovering her body, now bearing a few golden cracks. The crystal armor on the outer layer of the heart can absorb any energy attack, but there's an interface at the core that connects to the original system. It requires pure bioenergy to detonate. Lin Mo suddenly raised her hand, the fishtail scales falling away to reveal skin covered in mechanical patterns. Use my blood. In the ocean, the energy of the deep-sea civilization seeped into my body. Purple blood dripped from her fingertips, and the moment it touched the ice, mechanical vines sprouted from the surface. Qin Mingyao's blue-gold patterns resonated with the vines, outlining a three-dimensional map of a deep-sea city in the air. The plan is simple. I injected Lin Mo's blood into the light blade, and the golden energy was tinged with an eerie purple light. Lin Ziheo and Xiaoling will draw the mechanical whale's firepower. Qin Mingyao will use the sealing runes to restrict the heart's defense, and Silver Wing and I will take the opportunity to break through. The system suddenly prompted. Host bloodline resonance detected. Hidden skill unlocked. Ragnarok. As the aircraft charged toward the mechanical whale once more, I unfurled my golden wings, a burning system totem appearing behind me. The moment the purple beam of light spewed from the mechanical whale struck my wings, I activated Ragnarok. The energy of the entire sky was forcibly drawn into my body, and my light blade swelled into a colossal sword that pierced the heavens and earth. Give me. The instant the giant sword struck, the mechanical whale's crystal armor shattered inch by inch, revealing the entirety of the deep-sea city. The crimson energy entity roared madly, countless mechanical tentacles emerging from its heart to entangle the greatsword. I felt my power rapidly draining away, but then I heard Silverwing chuckle in my ear. Master, it's time to keep your promise. Her nanoskin transformed into liquid metal, merging into my light blade, and the core processor erupted with a dazzling blue light. This time, let me become your blade. The moment the light blade pierced the tentacles, Lin Mo's purple blood exploded at the heart's interface. The core of the deep-sea civilization let out a mournful cry, and the entire city began to collapse. Chi's energy body was sucked into the heart's vortex, his final scream filled with resentment. You thought you could stop the evolution of civilization? The real disaster has only just begun. The energy storm from the explosion sent everyone flying. Before I lost consciousness, I saw Silverwing's consciousness projection gradually become transparent. Her fingertip touched my brow. This time it's really goodbye, but the system will remember all promises. The 100X return system interface flashed a final notification. System upgrade complete. New threat detected. Earth's subterranean civilization awakens. As the aurora borealis once again illuminated the Antarctic sky, we lay in our wrecked spacecraft, watching the ozone layer gradually heal. Lin Zhao silently repaired his mechanical prosthetic limbs. Lin Mo's fishtail regrowed scales, and Qi Mingyao's aurora, I reflected a black column of smoke on the distant horizon. Suddenly, Xiao Ling pointed to the sky, where the red light chip left behind by Qi floated, flying towards the Earth's core. Next stop, the Earth's core. I gripped the light blade tightly, the golden flame patterns on the system interface pulsating even more violently. No matter what civilization they are, anyone who dares to threaten me, I will repay them 100-fold. On the icy plains, amidst the roar of the spacecraft restarting, we once again embarked on an unknown journey. And deeper underground, a colossal bronze gate emerged from the magma, its surface covered with mysterious runes of the same origin as the 100-fold return system. Chapter 70, The Bronze Secrets of the Earth's Core. The aircraft shuddered violently as it passed through the atmosphere, the clouds outside the portholes torn apart by purple lightning erupting from the Earth's core. Lin Zhao jerked the control stick to avoid the lava flow, and sparks suddenly burst from the instrument panel. Thermal sensors show the Earth's core temperature exceeds 30,000 degrees. Ordinary materials won't last 3 minutes. He turned to look at me, his mechanical eyes reflecting the red light inside the cabin. Unless the fuselage is rebuilt using the 100X return system. I placed my hand on the metal bulkhead, and the system interface instantly unfolded. Extreme environment detected, adaptive modification mode activated, golden energy spread from my fingertips, and the nanomaterials outside the porthole reformed as if alive, condensing into a flowing liquid protective shield on the surface. Lin Zhao suddenly grabbed the armrest of the seat, and the fishtail scales glowed with an eerie red light. Sonic waves detected below. A regular heartbeat. Qi Mingyao's aurora eyes lit up, but were burned by the blinding bronze light. She covered her eyes and staggered back. It's an ancient city. The city walls are made up of countless bronze colossi, and their joints are connected to the energy conduits of the first-generation system. Before she finished speaking, the magma below the aircraft suddenly boiled, and hundreds of bronze chains burst from the ground, their ends wrapped with burning mechanical dragons. Their skeletons were twisted gears, and their wings were made of lava. System, analyze weaknesses. I swung my light blade, severing the chains, but the golden energy was absorbed by the mechanical dragon and converted into attack. The 100-fold return system frantically alarmed. Civilization assimilation detected. Quantum entanglement formed between the bronze colossus and the first-generation system. Lin Zhao suddenly ripped open his chest armor and embedded the backup energy core into the control panel. Activate the electromagnetic pulse. These mechanical dragons' nervous systems are vulnerable to magnetic storms. The moment the electromagnetic pulse exploded, the mechanical dragon twisted into scrap metal in midair. But an even more astonishing sight appeared. The giant bronze altar in the center of the ancient city slowly rose, with a beating black heart suspended at the top. The surface of the heart was covered with the golden patterns of the first-generation system, and Crimson's energy body was coiled around it. His body and heart fused into a bizarre, symbiotic form. Welcome to the crucible of civilization. Qi's voice boomed with the roar of lava. The civilization of the Earth's core has granted me the power to reshape all things. He raised his hand, and the eyes of the bronze colossus simultaneously lit up with red light. Abysses cracked open around the altar, and countless half-human, half-mechanical lava creatures crawled out. The skin of these monsters was flowing lava, and their chests were embedded with shattered red light chips, the remains of cheese clones. Xiaoling suddenly leaped up, her purple flames forming a fire phoenix as she charged towards the altar. But the flames were devoured the moment they touched the black heart, transforming into dark matter energy that corroded everything. I immediately activated annihilation mode, my golden light shield colliding with the dark matter to create a spatial rift. Qin Mingyao seized the opportunity to throw out her blue-gold chains, only to find that the chains were melted by the intense heat as soon as they wrapped around the colossus. Their bronze shells were forged using antimatter from a hundredfold return system. The hundredfold return system suddenly trembled violently, and a blood-red warning appeared on the interface. Host bloodline resonates with the Earth's core civilization. Failed to initiate bloodline suppression program. I felt the golden flame patterns within my body begin to spiral out of control, and Lin Ziheo's mechanical eyes suddenly flashed with fragments of memory. I saw it in Qi's lab. The core of the Earth's core civilization is a device called the Eternal Furnace, which can convert all energy into their creations. Master, watch out below the altar. Silverwing's consciousness projection suddenly appeared, her finger pointing to the churning lava. Hundreds of crystal coffins lay dormant there, each sealing a figure resembling me, its chest also engraved with the totem of the hundredfold return system. Seeing this, Red laughed loudly. That's right. You think you're the only system host? These are all failures, and I will refine you into fuel for the furnace. Lin Mo suddenly unleashed a sharp sonic attack, his fishtail shattering the approaching lava creatures. But the instant the sonic wave struck the bronze colossus, it transformed into commands to control them. The colossus raised its 1,000-ton weapon and slammed it down towards the aircraft. In the nick of time, I activated Ragnarok, forcibly drawing energy from an area of 100 miles. The moment the golden blade cleaved the colossus, the energy returned by the system was mixed with a strange bronze hue. Not good. The energy is contaminated. The projection of Silverwing began to malfunction. These bronze substances are rewriting the system code. My arm suddenly began to grow bronze scales uncontrollably, and the light blade was gradually corroded. Seeing this, Lin Ziheo poured all the remaining mechanical prosthetics into his energy. Use my mechanical life as a purification medium. His body began to become transparent, and the chain blade transformed into a golden data stream that wrapped around the light blade. Taking advantage of the situation, she activated the Eternal Furnace, its black heart unleashing a gravity that devoured everything. The spacecraft's protective shield shattered inch by inch, and everyone was sucked towards the altar. In this critical moment, Qin Mingyao unleashed her precognitive abilities, blue gold patterns outlining an ancient formation in the void. I see. The furnace's weakness lies in the core gear, but it requires. Her voice trailed off, her body beginning to dissipate into specks of light. Pure spiritual energy impact. Xiaoling suddenly grabbed my hand, her purple flames merging with my golden energy. Use my flames as a vessel. Her pupils turned into purple slits, and an ancient fire spirit phantom appeared behind her. I gritted my teeth and poured Lin Ziheo's mechanical life, Xiaoling's flames, Qin Mingyao's array, and all my own power into the light blade. The 100X return system interface refreshed frantically. Civilization-level energy fusion detected. Ultimate skill unlocked. Genesis. The moment the light blade slashed towards the core of the furnace, the entire subsurface began to collapse. The crimson energy form roared in despair as its body was sucked into the gaps between the gears. But at the last moment, it unleashed a beam of red light towards the surface. You think you can stop this cycle of civilization? The poisonous rain on the surface is just an appetizer. In the energy storm generated by the furnace core's explosion, I saw myself in those crystal coffins simultaneously open their eyes, revealing the same sinister grin as Crimson. When everything calmed down, everyone collapsed inside the deformed aircraft. Lin Ziheo's mechanical prosthetic limbs had completely vanished, leaving only a semi-transparent phantom. Qin Mingyao leaned weakly against the cabin wall, her precognitive abilities temporarily depleted. Lin Mo's fishtail was riddled with cracks, revealing mechanical bones where scales had fallen away. Xiaoling's purple flames weakened, and the phantom of the fire spirit was about to dissipate. System, analyze the whereabouts of the last red light. I clenched my fist. The bronze scales were slowly fading. The hundredfold return system unfolded a holographic map, the trajectory of the red light pointing directly to the mysterious ruins beneath the Arctic ice. Silver Wing's projection recondensed, her eyes filled with worry. That's an observation station of an ancient civilization, said to hold the zeroing key capable of restarting the entire universe. As the spacecraft slowly ascended, passing through the layer between the Earth's core and surface, the system suddenly detected abnormal energy fluctuations. Embedded in the rock walls were countless glowing stone tablets, their inscriptions written in the underlying code of the system, which returned power 100-fold. Lin Zaheyo's mechanical eye scanned the inscriptions, his pupils contracting sharply. These words record a cycle. Every million years, civilizations from different dimensions vie for control of the system, and Qi is merely a pawn of some advanced civilization. The poisonous rain continued to fall on the surface, but this time we witnessed a far larger conspiracy. The moment the spacecraft broke through the clouds, a strange purple light flashed in the direction of the Arctic. A new mission popped up on the system interface. Prevent the zeroing key from activating. Reward, system source analysis permission. I gripped the gradually recovering light blade, the golden flame patterns flickering once more. No matter what kind of civilizational conflict lay ahead, I would make the enemy pay 100-fold price for their sins. Deep within the Arctic ice, the zero key, activated by red light, is awakening. Its surface is shrouded in symbols belonging to no known civilization, and it is surrounded by 12 silent watchmen. Humanoid beings whose skin is flowing space-time, their eyes reflecting countless destroyed worlds. As the engine of the spacecraft draws closer, the key emits a low hum, as if awaiting the judgment of a new civilization. Chapter 71, The Arctic Key and Space-Time Rifts. The aircraft peers through the leaden clouds, revealing the Arctic ice sheet below, stretching out like a distorted purple mirror. Linmo's fishtail suddenly trembled violently, blue fluorescence seeping from between its scales. Sonic detection has detected countless overlapping heartbeats beneath the ice. Before she finished speaking, the entire ice field suddenly cracked open, and 12 pillars of light shot into the sky. Floating within the pillars were watchers clad in space-time armor, their limbs like flowing stardust, their eyes flashing with a cold indifference that transcended dimensions. They are the guardians of the zero key. Silverwing's consciousness projection distorted violently. Their existence transcends causality. Ordinary attacks are ineffective. The hundredfold return system alarm blared. Multidimensional energy field detected. Activate quantum state defense recommended. I immediately injected golden energy into the pod, and the surface of the nano-armor shimmered with flowing rainbow light. But the moment it touched the Watcher, it was twisted into dust by some invisible force. Lin Zaheyo suddenly ripped open the energy core in his chest, blue data streams wrapping around my light blade. Use my energy to disrupt their space-time anchors. These guys need fixed coordinates to materialize. The moment the light blade slashed out, the foremost Watcher swayed slightly, but the space-time scythe in his hand had already carved a black crack, cleaving the spacecraft in two. At the critical moment, I activated spatial folding, teleporting everyone into a fissure in the ice. Deep within the rift, the zeroing key floated in the center of the purple crystal altar, its surface runes moving like living things. A crimson energy body coiled around it, now fused with the key into a semi-transparent, eerie form. Welcome to the end of civilization. He raised his hand and waved it, causing the space-time around the altar to collapse, the figures of everyone overlapping and distorting. Qi Mingyao's aurora, I unleashed its final light, blue-gold patterns outlining stable coordinates in the air. Their weakness is the phase difference generated by the key resonance. Xiaoling's purple flames suddenly surged, and the phantom of the fire spirit transformed into chains that bound the nearest Watcher. But the moment the flames touched the time-space armor, they reversed course and burned back into her true form. I immediately activated annihilation mode. Golden energy collided with the power of space-time, creating quantum bubbles that engulfed the surrounding 100-meter-wide ice layer. The system frantically returned energy, only to vanish into nothingness upon contact with the Watchers. These beings didn't even obey existing physical laws. Master, try using the system's origin. Silverwing's projection suddenly rushed into my brow. While analyzing the inscription, I discovered that the hundredfold return system and the zeroing key share the same origin. I gritted my teeth and activated the golden flame patterns within my body. Runes identical to the key appeared on the surface of the light blade. The moment the light blade pierced the Watcher, the space-time armor began to crumble, but its dissipated energy reassembled into an even larger form. Lin Zaheyo's mechanical phantom suddenly rushed towards the key, his chain blades entangling Chi's energy body. I'll hold him off. You destroy the key. His body shattered inch by inch in the space-time turbulence, but his consciousness transformed into a data stream that frantically eroded Chi's defenses. Chi let out a piercing shriek, and time and space around the altar began to reverse. Everyone's wounds healed and reopened, and memories were repeatedly overwritten in the chaos. Lin Emo suddenly emitted ultra-high frequency sound waves, and the scales on his fishtail exploded with blue light. My sound waves can disrupt the frequency of space-time. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Mingyao unleashed her last bit of precognitive power, forming a ceiling array with blue-gold patterns. I poured Lin Mo's sound waves, Qin Mingyao's array, and the system's essence into the light blade. The 100X return system interface erupted in a bloodbath. Dimensional conflict detected. Forced activation of the system's final form. Golden blades of light surged into a rainbow bridge spanning heaven and earth, severing the Watchers and cutting off the connection between Crimson and the key. The zeroing key emitted a mournful cry, and the surface runes began to rotate in reverse. Crimson's energy was sucked into the key's core, his final roar filled with madness. You think destroying the key will end the cycle of reincarnation? The entropy of the universe is already irreversible. The instant the key exploded, space-time rifts spread like a spiderweb, and the entire North Pole began to collapse into a singularity. I unleashed the full power of my final form. Golden energy formed a gigantic eggshell, enveloping everyone within. When the energy storm subsided, the group found themselves stranded on an unfamiliar snowfield. The sky was an eerie indigo blue. Translucent mechanical plants grew on the ground, and inverted pyramids floated in the distance. The 100X return system interface was in chaos, but suddenly an emergency mission popped up. Repair the space-time anchor point. Reward. Dimensional travel permission. Silverwing's projection reformed. Her eyes filled with shock. We've traveled to the apocalypse of a parallel universe. Lin Mo's fishtail scales shimmered with an eerie luster as she pointed to the sky. The sound wave frequencies here resonate with both deep-sea and subterranean civilizations. Qin Mingyao's aurora, I struggled to restart, revealing a giant hourglass atop the pyramid, the sand being fragments of shattered space-time. Xiaoling's purple flames became transparent, and the phantom of the fire spirit emitted a weak cry, seemingly fearing some unknown entity. The system has detected a host of the 100X return system in this universe. Lin Zaheyo's mechanical phantom barely solidified, but the opponent's energy fluctuations are 100 times more dangerous than Chi's. Before he finished speaking, the pyramid suddenly shot out a purple beam of light, and a figure draped in a black robe appeared in the beam. His face was blurry. He held a device similar to the zero key in his hand, and stood on the ruins of countless civilizations. Outsiders, you have disrupted the balance of reincarnation. The voice of the man in black robes echoed through countless dimensions. The system of this universe has long been transformed by me into a scythe for reaping civilizations. He raised his hand and waved it, causing the ground to crack open into an abyss, from which countless monsters formed from despair and obsession crawled out. Their bodies were distorted space-time, and their eyes reflected the destroyed galaxies. I gripped the light blade tightly, and the golden flame patterns of the system's final form lit up again. The 100X return system interface popped up with unknown options. Absorb parallel universe energy. Risk system's core collapse. Suddenly, Silverwing's projection blocked my way. Master, let me handle this. My core code can act as a buffer. Her nanoskin transformed into a data stream, merging into my light blade. The battle was about to begin, and the device in the black-robed man's hand began to devour the surrounding spacetime. I activated the forbidden skill of my final form, and golden energy collided with the black-robed man's purple beam, the resulting dimensional shockwave tearing apart the entire sky. Qin Mingyao burned her life force to unleash her final premonition, outlining the black-robed man's weakness in the void. Lin Mo's sonic waves and Xiaoling's purple flames formed a resonance field, interfering with the monster's actions. Lin Ziheo's mechanical phantom became bait, luring away the most powerful spacetime creature. When a light blade finally pierced the black-robed man's core, his body shattered into countless fragments of spacetime. But before dissipating, he threw the device into the depths of space. The next civilization will be even more desperate than you. The hundredfold return system suddenly vibrated violently, and the interface displayed. Anomaly detected in the main universe. The system in this universe is eroding the dimension of reality. As we gaze at the collapsing parallel universe, we understood that this war across dimensions was far from over. The spacecraft wreckage reformed in golden energy, and a new coordinate popped up on the system interface. A galaxy in the main universe that was being eroded. I gripped the light blade tightly, the golden flame patterns illuminating the resolute faces of everyone. No matter what abyss of civilization lay ahead, as the host of the hundredfold return system, I would ensure that any force attempting destruction would suffer 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold backlash. Meanwhile, in another corner of the universe, the device cast into deep space by the black-robed figure is awakening. Its surface displays black runes, a stark contrast to the 100x return system, surrounded by countless remnants of enslaved civilizations. When a spacecraft's engines roar once more, we know that a new dimensional war has begun. Chapter 72, The Lord of Entropy and the Dimensional Cage. The spacecraft tore through the indigo sky, and the instrument panel alarm pierced eardrums. Spatial curvature anomaly detected. Lin Ziheo's mechanical phantom slammed into the control panel. 10 kilometers ahead, there is a civilization-level gravitational collapse. Outside the porthole, stars were sucked into a dark vortex like grains of sand, and at the center of the vortex floated a shattered bronze gate. The gate was covered with annihilation runes of the same origin as the zeroing key. It's the dimensional anchor point of the Lord of Entropy. Silverwing's projection suddenly distorted violently, and nano-data streams condensed into warning symbols in the air. He uses the remnants of devoured civilizations to construct a cage. Every entrant will become fuel within it. The hundredfold return system blazed with blood. Dimensional devouring field detected. Failed to initiate forced isolation procedure. My arm instantly became covered in black lines, traces of the system's origin fighting against entropy energy. Blood seeped from Qin Mingyao aurora eye, blue-gold patterns swirling wildly within its pupil. I saw it. The moment you enter, time will be shattered into countless fragments. Before she finished speaking, the vortex suddenly spewed forth purple light orbs, each carrying the final lament of civilization. Xiaoling's purple flames surged into a shield, but were instantly stained a deathly gray-black upon contact with the light orbs. Disrupt the gravitational field with mechanical resonance. Lin Mo's fishtail shattered the armrest of the chair, and her mechanical skeleton reassembled into a sonic transmitter. The moment her ultra-high-frequency sound waves collided with the vortex, space cracked open with spiderweb-like fissures. I seized the opportunity to activate my final form, golden energy, transforming into a giant hand that tore through the dimensional barrier. But the instant I stepped into the vortex, time shattered like glass. The figures of everyone overlapped repeatedly in different time-space fragments, and I even saw myself being pierced through the heart by the black-robed man. Welcome to the realm of entropy. The voice of the Lord of Entropy seeped into every pore, his body beneath the black robe flowing with the remnants of galaxies. The price you pay for disrupting the cycle of reincarnation is to become new cogs in the machine. With a wave of his hand, countless shadow creatures formed from despair crawled out of the void. The bodies of these monsters were distorted lines of space-time, and what they spewed from their mouths was not blood, but miniature universes that were collapsing. Lin Ziheo's mechanical phantom charged towards the Lord of Entropy Corruption first, but the chain blade disintegrated into quantum dust the moment it touched the black robe. His existence transcends matter and energy. His consciousness vibrated in the turbulence. We must find the coordinates that anchor him to reality. I activated Annihilation Mode, and the golden light shield collided with entropy energy to create a space-time storm, only to find that each attack was strengthening the walls of the cage. Master, look at the cores of those monsters. Silverwing's projection suddenly transformed into a probe, piercing the body of Shadow Creature. At its core, sealed was a shattered red light chip, the remnants of Chi's consciousness. The hundredfold return system suddenly prompted. Civilization pollution source detected. Initiating source tracing program. I swung my sword, shattering the monsters. The system frantically absorbed the red light energy, and altered memory fragments appeared on the interface. The Lord of Entropy Eclipse captured the first-generation system in ancient times, transforming it into a scythe for reaping civilizations. Qin Mingyao suddenly knelt on the ground, blood flowing from her 7 orifices. The future has been completely distorted. All those who resist will become its nourishment. Her blue-gold patterns began to dissipate, her precognitive abilities backfiring on her body. Xiaoling's purple flames suddenly surged into an eerie white, and the fire spirit phantom let out a mournful roar, rushing towards the dimensional controller in the hands of the Lord of Entropy. But the moment the flames touched the controller, they burned in reverse, dragging her body into a space-time rift. Xiaoling, I instinctively lunged towards the rift, only to be entangled by the mechanical tentacles of the Silver Wing. Going in now is suicide. Her voice trembled more than ever before. The weakness of the Lord of Entropy is the energy core that sustains the cage, where the negative pole of the original system is sealed. Her nanoskin began to disintegrate, injecting the last data into my light blade. Use my core code to break his entropy energy cycle. Lin Mo's sound waves suddenly shifted to infrasound, and the fishtail scales exploded into blue powder. This powder seeped into the spatial rift, temporarily freezing the flow of entropy energy. I seized the opportunity to activate Ragnarok, forcibly extracting all the energy from the cage. The 100X return system interface refreshed frantically. System origin conflict detected. Self-destruction countdown initiated. A golden light blade tore through the dimensional barrier, striking directly at the black crystal in the chest of the Lord of Entropy Corruption. The instant the crystal shattered, space-time began to rotate in reverse. Beneath the black robes of the Lord of Entropy, his true face was revealed. A face pieced together from countless civilizations, each eye reflecting a different apocalypse. You think destroying the core will bring victory? His body transformed into a torrent of entropy energy. The entire multiverse is already my pasture. He detonated the dimensional controller, and the cage began to collapse into a new singularity. In the nick of time, Lin Ziheo's mechanical phantom suddenly rushed towards the core wreckage, forcibly merging his consciousness with Silverwing's data. I'll stabilize the space. You all escape. His figure disintegrated inch by inch in the entropy energy, but in the final moments, he opened an escape route for everyone. I gripped my light blade tightly and led the remaining team members into the crevice. Behind us, I heard Lin Ziheo's last fluctuation of consciousness. Remember, find Xiaoling. As the group crashed into an unknown star field, the hundredfold return system emitted a dying hum. The interface displayed. System essence damaged 97%. Xiaoling's life signal detected. Located in the antimatter universe. Qin Mingyao weakly pointed to the starry sky, where the Rose Nebula, composed of antimatter, floated. In the center of the nebula, Xiaoling's figure was bound by chains to a black altar, and the phantom of the fire spirit was on the verge of dissipating. The Lord of Entropy has set traps in every universe. The last remaining fragment of Silverwing's consciousness flickered. The system host of the antimatter universe is his most perfect vessel. Lin Mo's fishtail regrew, mechanical patterns flowing between the scales. My sonic waves detected that the creation core that can restart the system's origin is buried beneath the altar. The spacecraft struggled through the nebula, when suddenly a colossal fortress constructed of antimatter appeared ahead. The fortress's cannons gleamed with a ghostly blue light, antimatter rays capable of annihilating everything. The hundredfold return system popped up its final mission: reclaim the creation core. Reward: system origin reconstruction. I gripped my light blade tightly. The golden flame patterns flickered dimly, yet stubbornly. No matter what dire straits lay ahead, even at the cost of the system's survival, I would crush all enemies into dust, a hundredfold return for every drop of blood and tears. Deep within the antimatter universe, fragments of the Entropy Lord's consciousness are parasitizing a new host. He watches the approaching spacecraft on the monitor, a sinister smile spreading across dimensions. The creation core beneath the altar begins to resonate, releasing power sufficient to reshape the multiverse. A new wave of civilizational annihilation has begun, its blood-red curtain drawn. Chapter 73, Antimatter Altar, an Original Reconstruction. The antimatter nebula resembled a boiling, purplish-black sea of blood. With each step the spacecraft took forward, fine cracks appeared on the portholes. Warning: the ship's radiation resistance has fallen below the critical value. Lin Zhehao's remaining mechanical phantom frantically repaired the hull, the blue data stream continuously disintegrating under the erosion of antimatter particles. Lin Mo suddenly clutched his chest, his fishtail scales beginning to grow in reverse. Sonic detection. A heartbeat is detected below the altar, the frequency matching the initial pulse of the hundredfold return system. Qin Miao's aurora eyes were veiled in a layer of gray, the blue-gold patterns dimming like a flame about to be extinguished. My precognitive abilities can only see fragmented afterimages. There's a figure there, merging with Xiaoling. Before she finished speaking, the antimatter ray from the giant fortress roared out. At the critical moment, I activated my remaining annihilation mode. The golden light shield collided with the azure ray, unleashing an energy storm powerful enough to tear space apart. The interface of the 100X return system was filled with scarlet alerts. System origin continues to leak. Antimatter contamination rate detected at 89%. Silverwing's consciousness fragments suddenly surged. Master, neutralize the damage to the system's origin with antimatter. This is the only chance for reconstruction. Her data stream forcibly entered the system, forming a rotating energy vortex at its core. I gritted my teeth and reached my hand towards the surging antimatter particles outside the porthole. My skin was instantly scorched black. No, direct contact will kill us. Lin Mo's ultra-high-frequency sound waves formed a protective layer, and her fishtail mechanical skeleton emitted a blinding blue light. Her scales peeled off and reassembled, transforming into dozens of sound wave refractories, orderly guiding antimatter particles into the system core. Lin Zhehao's phantom became a firewall, blocking the particles from eroding everyone's consciousness. Qin Mingyao exhausted her last bit of strength, using the Eye of Aurora to draw an ancient seal in the void, temporarily stabilizing the chaotic energy flow. As the first wisp of antimatter energy was injected into the system, golden flame patterns and purplish-black particles became wildly intertwined. The 100X return system emitted a painful hum, and a blood-red countdown popped up on the interface. Original reconstruction begins. Remaining time, 3 hours. At the same time, the fortress's hatches swung open, and hundreds of antimatter fighters swarmed out. The patterns flowing on the surface of the fighters were none other than the annihilation runes of the Lord of Entropy Corruption. Xiaoling's fire spirit phantom is calling for help. Xiaoling's chained figure flickered in and out of existence deep within the nebula. Her purple flames had completely turned to deathly black, and the fire spirit phantom had shrunk into a tattered ball of light. I swung my light blade, cleaving through the fighter jets, only to discover that the antimatter energy, upon contact with the blade, transformed the golden energy into a toxin that corroded the system. The system interface frantically refreshed. Civilization-level contamination detected. Self-destruct procedure recommended. Don't give up. Lin Zhehao's phantom suddenly charged towards the enemy flagship, his chain blades transforming into a torrent of data that seeped into the ship's core. I'll paralyze their energy system. You take advantage of this. Before he could finish speaking, the antimatter vortex generated by the flagship's self-destruction completely engulfed his consciousness. Lin Mo let out a mournful sonic roar, his fishtail slamming into the approaching fighter jets, scale fragments forming a sharp cutting net in the air. Qin Mingyao burned her last bit of life force, her blue-gold patterns surging into a towering pillar of light, temporarily suppressing the enemy's attack array. I seized the opportunity to unleash my final form, even though the golden energy had become thin and dim. The moment the light blade cleaved into the fortress, the hundredfold return system frantically absorbed antimatter energy, and the reconstruction progress at the core jumped to 67%. But deep within the fortress, the figure fused with Xiaoling's slowly turnaround. It was a humanoid form condensed from antimatter, with a face 7/10 similar to mine, and a black crystal of the same origin as the Lord of Entropy eclipse pulsating in its chest. External system remnants. The antimatter host's voice echoed like countless collapsing stars. Your origins will become the fuel for me to devour the multiverse. With a wave of his hand, the entire nebula transformed into liquid antimatter, enveloping everyone within it. Xiaoling's consciousness suddenly broke free of its restraints, purple flames gleaming faintly in the darkness. His core has a crack. It's a contingency plan left by the Lord of Entropy. Qin Mingyao's seal shattered with a deafening roar. She coughed up blood, but still managed to use the Eye of Aurora to pinpoint her host's weakness. Lin Mo's sonic waves and Xiaoling's purple flames formed a resonant field, forcefully tearing open a gap in the antimatter cage. I mobilized the system's remaining power, injecting Lin Mo's sonic waves, Xiaoling's flames, and Qin Mingyao's last precognitive energy into the light blade. The 100x return system interface erupted in a blood-red light, initiating forbidden fusion. System origin reconstruction progress 92%. The instant the light blade pierced the antimatter host's chest, the black crystal erupted with energy powerful enough to destroy galaxies. The consciousness of the Lord of Entropy suddenly surfaced. Foolish ants. Even if you destroy the container, I am already in every universe. His roar was interrupted by the roar of system reconstruction. Golden flame patterns collided violently with the antimatter, unleashing a creation-like burst of light. The antimatter altar collapsed with a deafening crash, revealing the nascent core suspended beneath. A crystal radiating 7-colored light, its surface flowing with the purest code of the original system. Quick! Absorb the core before the reconstruction is complete. The fragments of Silverwing's consciousness desperately channeled energy. I endured the excruciating pain of my origin being torn apart and incorporated the creation core into the system. The hundredfold return system interface was completely reset. The golden flame patterns faded, replaced by a brand new totem shimmering with iridescent light. The system notification solemnly rang out. System origin reconstruction completed. Ultimate permission unlocked. Civilization level rewriting. As the light faded, the antimatter universe began to collapse. I deployed a new form of energy barrier, protecting Xiaoling and the others within it. The consciousness of the Lord of Entropy fission let out a resentful shriek amidst the turbulence. This is not the end. The end of the multiverse awaits you. Before his echo had even dissipated, the distant starry sky suddenly cracked open, and countless black cubes bearing annihilation runes poured down, the ultimate weapons that the Lord of Entropy fission had deployed in various universes. With its newly acquired dimensional travel capabilities, the spacecraft forcibly tore through space to escape the antimatter universe. Everyone gazed at the ravaged system interface. Lin Mo's fishtail regained its vitality. Xiaoling's purple flames returned to a dazzling fiery red, and Qin Mingyao's aurora eyes shone brightly once more. Deep within the system, the creation core resonated with a reconstructed origin, subtly revealing the true origin of the Lord of Entropy. He had once been the guardian of the original system, driven mad by glimpsing the ultimate truth of the universe. A new mission popped up from the hundredfold return system, tracing the roots of the Lord of Entropy. Reward: control over dimensional laws. I gripped the newly formed light blade in my hand, 7-colored energy flowing through its body. No matter what the end of civilization might be, having the authority to rewrite civilizations, I will make the Lord of Entropy pay a price enough to annihilate dimensions for all sins. Meanwhile, in a corner of the multiverse, the true form of the Lord of Entropy sneered in the darkness, his throne built from the bones of countless civilizations, his eyes reflecting the impending final battle. Chapter 74: The Origin of Chaos and the Corridor of the End. The space-time turbulence caused by dimensional travel was like boiling magma, and the spacecraft trembled violently amidst a seven-colored halo. Lin Mo's fishtail scales rippled with strange data stream patterns, and suddenly a sharp alarm was sounded. Abnormal gravitational field detected. There are countless versions of us ahead. Outside the porthole, tens of thousands of parallel space-time fragments floated and rotated, each fragment showing a different version of the apocalypse scene. Some worlds were trampled flat by mechanical legions. Some universes collapsed in an antimatter storm. And at the center of all the scenes, the figure of the Lord of Entropy Corruption, his black robes billowing, could be vaguely seen. Qi Mingyao's aurora eyes suddenly swelled uncontrollably, blue gold patterns crawling across her face like a spiderweb. I saw the truth at the end of time. The Lord of Entropy is collecting the despair of all civilizations. He wants to... Her voice trailed off, seven-colored blood seeping from her nose. The excruciating pain from the backlash of her precognitive ability caused her to kneel on the ground. Xiao Ling hurriedly supported her, her palm condensing into a healing orb of purple flame, only to be stained gray the moment it touched Qin Mingyao. The colorful totems of the hundredfold return system swirled wildly, and a scarlet warning popped up on the interface. Detected fluctuations in the origin of chaos. Current stability of the laws of the universe has dropped to 17%. Silverwing's last remaining fragment of consciousness suddenly flickered violently. Master, the Lord of Entropy Eclipse, is attempting to restart the zeroing plan. He wants to collapse all parallel universes into chaos and then reshape the world using the remnants of the first-generation system. Her data stream pointed to a space-time fragment riddled with cracks, where the Lord of Entropy Eclipse held aloft a jet-black scepter that had merged the zeroing key and the dimensional controller. System, initiate civilization-level rewriting. I pressed my hand against the bulkhead, and seven-colored energy seeped into the spacecraft like a living thing. The nano-armor instantly reformed, and runes of the same origin as the creation core appeared on its surface, but it let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain the moment it came into contact with the chaotic fluctuations. The mechanical phantom of Lin Zihao suddenly solidified, and blue data streams wrapped around my light blade. The source of chaos will devour all rules. Ordinary attacks are useless. We must find his life core anchored to reality. Before the words were even finished, countless monsters, materialized from despair, surged forth from the spatial rift. These creatures' bodies were composed of shattered stars and distorted timelines. Wherever their tentacles touched, space crumbled like glass. The moment Lin Mo's ultra-high-frequency sound waves collided with the monsters, they were transformed into a corrosive frequency, causing her fishtail scales to peel away piece by piece. Xiao Ling's purple flames flickered violently in the chaos, her fire spirit phantom letting out a terrified roar before being easily pierced by the monster's tentacles. Qin Mingyao, use your precognitive abilities to lock onto the life core. I swung my light blade, cleaving through the monster horde, but the seven-colored energy was stained a strange dark purple upon contact with the source of chaos. The system interface refreshed frantically. Host's bloodline resonates with chaos detected. Failed to initiate bloodline suppression program. Qi Mingyao's body began to become transparent, blue-gold patterns outlining a fragmented star map in the void. There, at the end of the corridor of the end. But to reach there, one must. Her voice dissipated in the spatial turbulence, and her entire being transformed into particles of light, merging into the star map. Lin Mo suddenly ripped off a tattered fishtail scale, and her mechanical skeleton reassembled into a resonance device. Use my sound waves to create a stable channel, but it can only last 10 seconds. The instant her sound waves tore a rift in the chaos, I activated a civilization-level rewrite, and seven-colored energy transformed into a bridge connecting the two ends of the rift. Xiao Ling, barely holding on, injected purple flames into the light blade, and the fire spirit phantom burned its last strength to form a protective shield. The group ran wildly against the temporal turbulence, and the rift behind them was healing at a visible speed. In the Hall of the End, the black robes of the Lord of Entropy fluttered without wind. Beneath his feet were staircases built from countless tombstones of civilizations, and the jet-black scepter in his hand was drawing fragments of parallel universes into its blade. Perfect timing. His voice sounded like the wails of billions of worlds. When chaos devours all hope, I will become the sole god of the new universe. He waved his scepter, and the walls on both sides of the hall cracked open, unleashing a chaotic torrent powerful enough to devour dimensions. I unleashed a new form of annihilation domain, where the seven-colored energy collided with chaos, creating a violent conflict of laws. The system frantically returned energy, only to have it absorbed and transformed the moment it came into contact with the Lord of Entropy. At the critical moment, Lin Ziheo's mechanical phantom suddenly rushed towards the scepter. Its chain blades entangled the core crystal containing the life core. I'll hold him back. You all act quickly. His consciousness crumbled inch by inch in the chaos, but it bought everyone a crucial 3 seconds. Xiaoling, Lin Montauk, I shouted, and Xiaoling's purple flames and Lin Mo's sound waves formed a resonance matrix, forcibly suppressing the chaotic torrent. I seized the opportunity to activate the ultimate rewrite, injecting all the energy of the 100-fold return system into the light blade. The instant the 7-colored light blade struck, a countdown popped up on the system interface. Civilization level rewrite, remaining time, 1 second. The moment the life core crystal shattered, the Lord of Entropy Eclipse let out a deafening roar, and his body began to disintegrate into the chaotic origin. You think this is the end? His echoing voice reverberated through the corridor. My life core was nothing but bait. Before he finished speaking, the entire end corridor began to collapse into a singularity, sucking in countless fragments of parallel universes. I deployed my maximum protective barrier, only to find that the source of chaos was corroding the system's rewriting capabilities. At the critical moment, Qin Mingyao's consciousness suddenly emerged from the star map, blue-gold patterns forming the final sealing array. I see. The creation core can reverse chaos, but someone is needed. Before her voice faded, she imprinted the coordinates of the star map core into my consciousness. The spacecraft struggled through the dimensional turbulence, the group gazing at the gradually blurring system interface. Lin Mo's fishtail regrowthed, its scales shimmering with a light interwoven with chaos and order. Xiaoling's purple flames became more condensed, the fire spirit phantom absorbing some chaotic energy, its form growing increasingly mysterious. And deep within the system, the creation core resonated strangely with the chaos origin, subtly outlining a far larger conspiracy behind the Lord of Entropy. He was merely a pawn of some being beyond dimensions. The 100x return system popped up its final mission. Reach the source of chaos. Reward. Control of all dimensions. I gripped the light blade, which emitted a blend of 7 colors and dark purple, and gazed at the coordinates on the star map that shimmered with a dangerous light. No matter what the ending might be, having mastered the ability to rewrite civilization, I will tear apart all lies and make all forces that seek destruction suffer punishment sufficient to overturn dimensions. And in the deepest part of chaos, the true mastermind is watching this game of civilizations, his eyes reflecting a plan even more insane than the Lord of Entropy and the impending ultimate judgment. Chapter 75, The Abyss of Imaginary Numbers and the Endgame. As the intense light of the dimensional traversal dissipated, a scene that defied all comprehension unfolded before everyone's eyes. There was no physical space here, only countless luminous threads interwoven into a giant net, each thread connecting the destinies of different universes. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail trembled violently, its scales oozing a silvery white liquid. Sonic detection failed. The beings here don't even follow frequencies. As soon as she finished speaking, the threads suddenly came to life, transforming into a coiling giant python that lunged at the spacecraft. The 7-colored totem of the 100-fold return system spun wildly, and a warning popped up on the interface. Imaginary energy body detected. Conventional physical laws are ineffective. Xiaoling's purple flames surged into a shield, but were disintegrated into quantum foam the instant they touched the threads. It's the Lord of Entropy's backup plan. The fragment of Silverwing's consciousness issued a sharp alarm. These are cages of fate, woven by him using the origin of chaos. Anyone who touches them will have their existence erased. Qin Mingyao's consciousness projection flickered violently on the star map, and the sealing array composed of blue and gold patterns barely resisted the erosion of the threads. My precognitive ability can only see pitch black. This place does not belong to any known dimension at all. Her voice was filled with unprecedented fear, and Lin Zeheo's remaining mechanical phantom suddenly rushed towards the threads, and a blue data stream coiled around the giant python like chains. I will tear open the gap. You guys quickly find the source of chaos. The moment his consciousness collapsed in the imaginary energy, he bought the others 3 seconds to break through. System, initiate full dimensional scan. I plunged the light blade into the imaginary space, the 7-colored energy colliding with the silver-white threads, bursting forth with dazzling light. Suddenly, a hidden option popped up on the system interface. Activate Creation Core, Reverse Entropy Form. The moment I selected and confirmed, the Creation Core released a brilliant reverse-colored light, and the threads began to disintegrate in reverse the instant they touched the light, revealing a giant gear floating deep within. The gear's surface was engraved with the original code of the first-generation system, and a pulsating chaotic core was embedded in its center. That is the source of everything. The fragments of Silverwing flickered wildly. But around the core of chaos are 12 guardians of the end, ultimate weapons materialized from the despair of all civilizations. Before the words were finished, 12 black shadows emerged from the imaginary rift. These guardians had no fixed form, sometimes transforming into burning mechanical colossi, sometimes in a flowing antimatter fluid, and most strangely, each of them had a black crystal embedded in its chest, the same origin as the Lord of Entropy Corruption. Lin Mo launched the first attack, his ultra-high-frequency sound waves creating shock waves in the imaginary space. But the guards only slightly contorted their forms. Their counterattacks caused the surrounding space to fold. Shaoling's purple flames condensed into arrows and shot towards the core, only to be devoured mid-flight by the guard's chaotic energy, transforming into a weapon for retaliation. I activated my civilization-level rewriting domain, its 7-colored energy enveloping the battlefield, only to find the guards' bodies constantly reorganizing within the energy, seemingly impossible to completely destroy. Their weakness is the resonance frequency of the core crystal. Qin Mingyao star map suddenly lit up with key coordinates, but we need to attack all 12 nodes simultaneously. Her consciousness projection began to become transparent, burning its last vestiges to maintain its precognitive abilities. Lin Mo immediately adjusted the sound wave frequency, and the mechanical fishtail erupted with a piercing shriek. Shaoling divided the purple flames into 12 fire snakes, binding the guard's movements, and I gripped the light blade, mobilizing all the system's energy to prepare for a fatal blow. The moment the attacks struck the crystal simultaneously, the chaos core trembled violently, and the 12 guardians let out a deafening wail. But just as the core was about to shatter, a figure in black robes suddenly stepped out from the imaginary rift. This time, the Lord of Entropy was no longer an energy body. His body was condensed from the origin of chaos, and his face was clearly visible, resembling the appearance of the first host of the hundredfold return system. Foolish insects. His voice was like the gravitational pull of countless black holes. You think destroying the core will end the cycle of reincarnation? He waved his hand, and the chaotic core erupted with an all-consuming light, causing the imaginary space to collapse rapidly. I activated my anti-entropy form to resist with all my might, only to find that the system's energy was gradually assimilated in its struggle against the source of chaos. At the critical moment, Lin Zeheo's remaining consciousness suddenly sent a ripple. Attack his heart. That's the only place where humanity remains. The black robe on the chest of the Lord of Entropy Fission fluttered without wind, revealing a pulsating dark red heart. Cracked and riddled with cracks, the golden patterns of the original system faintly visible as it struggled. I seized the opportunity, channeling Lin Mo's sound waves, Shaoling's flames, Qin Mingyao's precognitive power, and all of the system's energy into the light blade. The 100X return system interface erupted in a blood-red light. Activating Final Judgment, system origin consumed 100%. The moment the 7-colored blade pierced his heart, the Entropy Lord's body began to disintegrate. Before vanishing, he let out a maniacal laugh. You think you've won? A true chess player has long since transcended the constraints of dimensions. With his annihilation, the chaos core began to rotate in reverse, and countless space-time rifts appeared in the imaginary space, each emanating whispers from a strange civilization. No, this is a sign of dimensional collapse. The fragment of Silverwing issued its final warning. The laws must be reconstructed using the creation core. But her voice trailed off, and her consciousness vanished completely. Without the slightest hesitation, I threw the creation core towards the chaos core, simultaneously activating a civilization-level rewrite. The seven-colored light collided violently with the chaotic energy, erupting with a world-shaking brilliance. As the light faded, the imaginary abyss began to reorganize into new cosmic laws. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail regained its vitality, its scales shimmering with a luster interwoven with order and chaos. Xiao Ling's purple flames became even more mysterious, the fire spirit phantom evolving into a completely new form after absorbing chaotic energy, and Qin Mingyao's consciousness successfully returned to her body, the aurora, eye shimmering with an unprecedentedly bright light. The 100X return system interface reset, revealing a new totem and ultimate authority. Omnidimensional controller. A solemn system notification sounded. Main quest completed. Reward. Authority to rewind the river of time. But deep within the universe, in a dark corner beyond all dimensions, the true mastermind slowly opened his eyes, his palm cradling an existence more ancient than chaos. The origin of nothingness, which even the first-generation system could not decipher. Interesting ants. His whisper transcended all of time and space, but the true end has only just begun. And in the newly born universe, I gripped a blade of light radiating 7 colors, gazing at the unknown starry sky. Whatever challenges lay ahead, as the master of all dimensions, I would reduce all threats to dust and protect every civilization worthy of survival. Chapter 76: The Origin of Nothingness and the Dimensional Web Weaver. Before the light of the laws of the new universe had completely dissipated, the hundredfold return system suddenly emitted a sharp beep. On the interface, countless scarlet warnings surged like a tide. Existence beyond dimensions detected. Universal law stability decreased to 3%. Erosion progress of the void, origin 47%. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail trembled uncontrollably, black mist seeping from the gaps in its scales. Something is devouring all frequencies. Outside the porthole, the previously reconstructed starry sky suddenly twisted into a vortex, from which jet black matter poured forth. This matter defied all physical laws. Wherever it passed, space was directly erased, and timelines shattered into floating fragments. Xiao Ling's purple flames extinguished the instant they touched the black mist, and the phantom of the fire spirit let out a mournful wail, shrinking into a speck of light and hiding in her palm. This is not chaos, but a void even more ancient than chaos. Qin Mingyao's aurora, I reflected a despairing scene. Within the black mist, countless enormous threads could be vaguely seen weaving into a net, each node connecting the annihilation of a universe. System, activate full-dimensional defense. I placed my hand on the creation core, and 7-colored energy surged forth, only to be swallowed up without a trace the instant it touched the black mist. The data remaining before the silver wings dissipated suddenly flickered. Master, the void source is immune to all energy attacks. Only by finding the entity of the dimensional web weaver and destroying the shuttle of destiny it uses to manipulate the void can. Her voice was drowned out by the whispers of the void, and the last stream of data pointed to a faint golden light spot deep within the black mist. Lin Ziheo's remaining mechanical phantom suddenly rushed towards the black mist, blue data streams binding the void like chains. I'm here to buy time. You guys get out of here. But his consciousness began to crumble the moment it touched the void, leaving only the last message. That point of light is the coordinate left by the creator of the first system. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, his mechanical fishtail reforming into a hyperspace engine, and the spacecraft struggled through the gaps in the void. With each meter it advanced, a layer of nano-armor peeled away from the cabin, revealing the corroded, charred metal beneath. When the group arrived at the location of the golden light, a colossal tower constructed from fragments of shattered space-time stood in the void. A shuttle-shaped object, emitting an eerie glow, hovered atop the tower, the shuttle of destiny. Below the tower, a figure clad in a stardust-covered robe stood with his back to the group. His body was translucent, and within flowed a darkness deeper than the void itself. You have finally arrived, intruders from all dimensions. His voice seemed to encompass all silence. I am the weaver of dimensions, and the spokesperson for the very essence of nothingness. The 100X return system frantically alarmed, and an option never before seen popped up on the interface. Initiate the final chapter of Genesis. Risk permanent dissipation of host consciousness. I gripped the light blade tightly. The 7-colored energy appeared exceptionally weak in the void. Why do you want to destroy all universes? The web weaver slowly turned around. His face was pieced together from countless masks of civilizations, his eyes reflecting the birth and death of the entire multiverse. Because only nothingness is the eternal truth. The struggles of all civilizations are merely a path to inevitable destruction within the web. He wielded the shuttle of destiny, and the ethereal matter transformed into countless sharp blades that shot towards the crowd. Lin Mo's sound waves formed a barrier, but were instantly pulverized upon contact with the blades. Qin Mingyao burned all her precognitive power, and blue-gold patterns formed a seal in the void, but it shattered after only 3 seconds. Xiao Ling suddenly poured all her purple flames and fire spirit phantoms into my light blade. With our power, perhaps we can. Before she could finish speaking, her body began to become transparent, gradually merging into the void. Little Ling, I roared, activating the final chapter of creation. The 7-colored totem of the 100-fold return system swelled into a sky-covering halo, colliding head-on with a void origin. In the intense energy conflict, the system interface began to collapse, and my consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse amidst excruciating pain. But on the verge of chaos, a clear fluctuation suddenly came from Lin Ziheo's remaining consciousness, attacked the center of the shuttle of destiny. It's connected to the Weaver's life core there. I mustered all my strength and condensed it into a beam of light, which I fired at the core of the shuttle of destiny. The moment the beam pierced through, the web weaver let out a monstrous howl, his body beginning to disintegrate into nothingness. But in his final moments, he hurled the shuttle of destiny into the depths of nothingness. Even if you destroy me, the source of nothingness will find a new representative. All civilizations will ultimately return to silence. With his annihilation, nothingness began to collapse in reverse, and the swallowed fragments of the universe gradually reformed. Xiao Ling's body reformed in the light, and the phantom of the fire spirit evolved into a more powerful form. Qin Mingyao collapsed to the ground, her aurora dimmed yet still bright. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail was covered in cracks, but the scales shimmered with the light of new life. Deep within the system, the creation core resonated with the remnants of the void origin, faintly revealing the final message left by the first system creator. The void is not the end, but a new beginning. When the shadow of the web weaver once more looms, only by merging the will of all civilizations can a new web be woven to defy fate. The 100X return system interface refreshed, displaying a new mission, protecting the embryo of a new universe. Reward, ability to manifest dimensional laws. I gaze at the gradually forming starry sky, gripping the faintly glowing blade of light. The threat of the void origin has not been completely eliminated. A new web weaver may be quietly awakening in some dimension. But as the controller of all dimensions, I will lead my companions to write our own final battle in this universe full of unknowns. In the deepest void, the shuttle of fate is spinning silently in the darkness, and new patterns are beginning to appear on its surface. The despair of a civilization yet to be born, and the prelude to the next dimensional battle. Chapter 77 Whispers of the Stars and the Spark of Civilization. The framework of the new universe's laws was beginning to take shape, yet the stars suspended in the void shimmered with a sickly, grayish-blue hue. Suddenly, blue coolant seeped from Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail, and tiny mechanical tentacles crawled out from the gaps in its scales. Abnormal radiation detected. These celestial bodies conceal. Her voice was abruptly cut off by a piercing alarm, and the spacecraft's instrument panel erupted with a blinding red light. Hundreds of stars simultaneously began to collapse in reverse, forming an all-consuming antimatter vortex in the void. The 7-colored totem of the 100-fold return system trembled violently, and a warning popped up on the interface. Detection of stellar consciousness contamination. Cosmic entropy exceeds critical limit. Qin Miao's aurora, I reflected a chilling scene. Inside a collapsing star, countless distorted faces floated in a torrent of antimatter, their pupils burning with black flames of the same origin as nothingness. They're the remnants of civilizations assimilated by the web weavers. She clutched her forehead, blue-gold patterns crisscrossing her skin. They are using stars as fuel to reconstruct the web of fate. Shaoling's purple flames reignited, but turned icy cold. A phantom of a fire spirit spread its wings, shielding the crowd. The consciousness of these remnant souls has been twisted into weapons. Her voice trembled. Ordinary attacks will only make them stronger. Before she finished speaking, thousands of jet-black arrows shot out from the antimatter vortex, each arrow's tail wrapped with shattered memories of civilization. I activated my civilization-level rewriting domain. The seven-colored energy collided with the arrows, and a resulting shockwave instantly vaporized 3 nearby planets. System, analyze the core of the pollution source. I gripped the light blade tightly. Its blade cracked from energy overload. A hidden file suddenly popped up on the system interface. The essence of the star remnant consciousness is a spark of civilization corrupted by nothingness. Suggested activation of creation core. Redemption mode. The moment I confirmed, the creation core released a warm amber light, and the faces shrouded in black flames briefly regained their clarity within the light. They're calling for help. Lin Mo's ultra-high frequency sound waves detected a faint fluctuation of consciousness. These sparks of civilization are trapped in an antimatter cage, forced to become puppets of the web weavers. Lin Ziheo's remaining mechanical phantom suddenly coalesced, and blue data streams formed a translation matrix. I heard, a voice repeating star remains hub, North Star remains. His consciousness continuously disintegrated during the analysis process, finally leaving only coordinates pointing to the edge of the universe. The spacecraft broke through the antimatter storm, and the starry sky ahead displayed an eerie mirror-like effect. Tens of thousands of shattered celestial bodies floated in the void, each fragment covered with warning runes from the original system. The hundredfold return system suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. Dimensional anchor point detected. The star remains central hub is absorbing the hope of all civilizations. Qin Mingyao's aurora eyes lit up, but she was burned by the blinding golden light. There! Something is devouring all will to resist. The group landed on the surface of the largest star debris, where the ground trembled rhythmically, like the beating of a giant heart. Suddenly, countless guardians formed from stardust crawled out of the cracks, their weapons shattered scepters of civilization, their eyes flashing with nihilistic indifference. Shaoling's purple flames transformed into chains that bound the guardians. Lin Mo's sonic waves created a resonant field that interfered with their movements, while I swung my light blade to cleave a path, the seven-colored energy being absorbed and transformed into black mist the instant it touched the star debris. Be careful. These stellar remains are eroding the system in reverse. The data left by Silverwing suddenly flashed. We must find the central core and destroy the despair amplifier buried by the web weavers. The group went deeper into the stellar remains. The walls on both sides of the passage were inlaid with countless glowing crystals. Each crystal sealed a scene of a civilization's last moments. Some were of a mother protecting her child. Some were of a warrior wielding his sword in resistance. All the scenes were being gradually swallowed by the black mist. As the group arrived at the core area, an altar built from the remnants of a civilization stood before them. At the center of the altar floated a sphere radiating a dark golden light, its surface entwined with countless black threads, the very nexus connecting all the stellar debris. Behind the altar, a figure clad in tattered armor slowly turned around. His body was composed of countless symbols of civilizations, and half a broken destiny shuttle was embedded in his chest. Welcome to the graveyard of civilizations. His voice was like the sigh of a million ruins. I'm the central hub of the stars, and the anchor point left in a mortal world by the web weavers. He waved his hand, and all the crystals around the altar shattered, the released remnants of civilizations turning into roaring black mist. The hundredfold return system frantically alarmed, and the interface displayed the ultimate option. Activate civilization resonance. Risk. The host will suffer the despair and pain of all civilizations. These sparks should not become fuel for destruction. I placed my hand on the altar, and the seven-colored energy collided violently with the dark golden sphere. The amber light of the creation core spread out, awakening a sliver of clarity deep within the remnant soul. Xiaoling merged her purple flames into the light, and the phantom of the fire spirit transformed into guiding sparks. Lin Mo's sound waves formed a soothing frequency, and the mechanical fishtail resonated with tremors of hope. Qin Mingyao burned her last bit of precognitive power, and blue gold patterns outlined a totem of civilization's rebirth in the void. As the light reached its zenith, the body of the star remnant core began to disintegrate, and fragments of the shuttle of destiny fell to the ground. The liberated sparks of civilization converged into a dazzling galaxy, re-illuminating the gray-blue universe. But in the shadows of the universe, countless tiny black threads were quietly growing. New foreshadowing left by the web weaver. A new mission popped up from the hundredfold return system, sowing the seeds of civilization. Reward: manifestation of dimensional will. I gazed at the gradually recovering blade of light in my hand, its blade shimmering with the brilliance of civilization and the shadows of nothingness. The whisper of the Starsoul's core before its dissipation still echoed in my ears. The web weaver has never disappeared. He lives in every civilization's moment of despair. And beyond distant dimensions, the other half of the shuttle of destiny flickered in the palm of some unknown being, and a new crisis had quietly begun. Chapter 78: The Marks of the Dark Web and the Mutation of the Fire Seed. In the galaxy of the new universe, the seeds of civilization were scattered like dandelions. But when the first space station nurtured by these seeds lit up, the 100X return system suddenly blared an alarm. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail scales emitted a blinding blue light. The quantum signals of all the seeds are being hijacked by an unknown frequency. Outside the porthole, the once brilliant starlight collectively turned into an eerie dark purple, and the space station's protective shield shattered like glass the moment it came into contact with the purple light. Golden tears of blood welled from Qin Mingyao's aurora eye, and scorch marks burned into her skin by the blue-gold patterns. The foreseeable scene is full of twisted threads piercing the heart of civilization. Something is deep within the star network. Her voice abruptly stopped, her body uncontrollably levitating, her consciousness forcibly pulled into an unknown dimension. Xiaoling's purple flames surged into a thorny form, and the phantom of the fire spirit spread its wings to shield everyone. But under the erosion of the purple light, it let out a painful howl, its feathers falling off and turning to ashes. System: initiate full domain scan. I inserted the light blade into the control panel, injecting seven-colored energy into the cosmic star network. The system interface was filled with scarlet gibberish. Dark web weaving traces detected. The spark of civilization is mutating into a carrier of destruction. Suggest initiating dimensional network disconnection program. The remaining data fragments of Silverwing suddenly reassembled, forming a warning symbol. This is the web weaver's backup plan. He wove a quantum virus with void threads, hiding it in the core of the spark. Lin Ziheo's mechanical phantom suddenly rushed towards the out-of-control flames, the blue data stream transforming into an antivirus program. I'll isolate the mutation. You go find the source of the virus. But the moment his consciousness touched the purple light, it emitted a piercing electronic shriek, and his figure rapidly disintegrated amidst the scrambled code. Lin Mo's ultra-high-frequency sound waves pierced through the star network, capturing a strange fluctuation coming from tens of millions of light-years away, a frequency generated by the friction of countless tiny threads, its source pointing directly to the eternal night star field at the edge of the universe. The moment the spacecraft tore through space, the sight of the eternal night star field caused everyone's pupils to shrink in shock. There were no stars, only hundreds of millions of black cubes hovering and rotating, each surface etched with runes of the same origin as the Shuttle of Destiny. The hundredfold return system frantically alarmed. Detection of void law materialization. Dark Web Central Core countdown. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Qin Mingyao's consciousness suddenly returned. In her aurora, I reflected a terrifying scene. Deep within the dark web central core, countless sparks of civilization were being refined into black crystals, powering the weaving of a new web of destiny. We must destroy the core and restart the Fire Seed protocol. I swung my light blade, cleaving through the cube, blocking my path. The seven-colored energy was absorbed the moment it touched the runes, transforming into a torrent of dark matter that attacked everyone. Xiao Ling condensed her remaining purple flames into arrows, amplified by the burning power of her fire spirit phantom. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail reformed into a particle cannon, its ultra-high-frequency sound waves transforming into highly penetrating beams of light. But each attack felt like falling into a black hole. The dark web's core only became more stable. At the critical moment, Qin Mengyao suddenly grabbed my arm, and blue gold patterns frantically wrapped around the light blade. Use my precognitive ability. I see it. The core weakness is in the 0.1 second interval between each data refresh. Her body began to become transparent, and her precognitive power forcibly tore open a space-time rift, revealing the black core pulsating in the dark web's central hub. A crystal formed from the despair of countless civilizations, its surface wrapped with silver threads, which are the control interface of the webweaver. System, activate final overload. I channeled all of Lin Mo's particle cannon energy, Xiaoling's purple flame arrows, and Qin Mingyao's precognitive power into the light blade. The 100x return system interface collapsed into a data stream. Overload operation. Host life force lost 87%. The moment the light blade struck the core, the cosmic star network emitted a rumbling sound like shattering glass. The dark network's central core began to collapse in reverse, and all the mutated sparks collectively erupted in a dazzling white light. But amidst the collapsing vortex of the dark web, a figure in black robes suddenly emerged. The weaver's voice, mingled with ethereal whispers, echoed. You think severing the threads can save civilization? With a wave of his hand, the destroyed core remnants reformed into an even larger form. These sparks were bombs I planted. When they detonate simultaneously. Before he could finish, Qin Mingyao unleashed her last vestige of precognitive power, blue gold patterns transforming into chains that bound the black-robed figure. I see it. The true core is within you. I seized the opportunity to unleash the final chapter of creation, seven-colored energy forming a massive claw of light that pierced directly through the webweaver's chest. In the instant he vanished, a crystal pulsating with dark golden light fell. The webweaver's life core, the ultimate key to controlling the dark web. The 100-fold return system issued a notification. Dimensional antivirus permission granted. New threat detected. Void law manifestation awakens. As everyone returned to the starnet, the purified embers shone brightly once more. But deep within the system, the creation core suddenly sounded an alarm. Fragments of the webweaver's consciousness remained within the life core, attempting to infiltrate other dimensions. The 100-fold return system popped up its ultimate mission. Completely purify the void laws. Reward. 0 reset reboot permission for all dimensions. I gripped my blood-stained light blade, gazing at the nascent civilization within the starnet. This dimensional war was far from over, and the webweaver's shadow still lurked in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike. Chapter 79 Virtual Core Fission and Dimensional Furnace. The life core pulsated eerily within the confines of the creation core, its dark gold patterns twisting like those of a living being. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail scales automatically rose, seeping out coolant carrying electric current. Detected that the life core is undergoing quantum fission. With each split, the void law will materialize a portion. Before she finished speaking, the life core exploded with a deafening roar, countless black crystals shooting towards various dimensions like meteors. The seven-colored totem of the 100-fold return system spun wildly, and a Doomsday countdown popped up on the interface. Void law contamination spread progress. 19%. All-dimensional furnace activation warning. Qin Mingyao's aurora, I reflected a breathtaking scene. Wherever a crystal fell, space began to melt into a viscous black liquid, timelines were tangled into a mess, and civilizations were reduced to nothingness as nourishment in the distortion. It's the webweaver's ultimate trump card. Her voice trembled. He wants to forge all dimensions into a new web of destiny. Xiaoling's purple flames suddenly surged, but were devoured the moment they touched the black crystals, the fire spirit phantom letting out a dying wail. These crystals are absorbing all forms of energy. She gritted her teeth and poured her last bit of power into the light blade. Ordinary attacks will only accelerate the contamination. Lin Zhehao's remaining mechanical phantom suddenly coalesced, blue data streams forming a protective barrier. I'll slow down the fission. You must find the core of the furnace. The key to reversal lies there. His consciousness rapidly disintegrated under the crystal's erosion, leaving only coordinates pointing to the center of the universe. The spacecraft shattered the dimensional barrier, revealing a scene at the center of the universe that defied all comprehension. A colossal furnace, constructed from fragments of shattered dimensions, stood in the void, its surface bound by jet-black chains, each link sealing the remnants of a civilization. Suspended atop the furnace was the remnant consciousness of the web weaver, his form now completely blurred into flowing dark matter, clutching a scepter composed of countless black crystals. Welcome to the crematorium of civilization. His voice echoed like the simultaneous collapse of millions of dimensions. When the furnace reaches its critical temperature, everything will return to nothingness. The 100x return system frantically alarmed, and a forbidden option popped up on the interface. Activate dimensional synchronization. Risk. The host will suffer the backlash of the laws of the entire universe. I inserted the light blade into the surface of the furnace, and the seven-colored energy collided with the black chains, unleashing shockwaves powerful enough to tear space apart. But each attack was absorbed by the furnace, converted into fuel to accelerate combustion. Lin Mo's ultra-high frequency sound waves resonated inside the furnace, only to find that the temperature at the core had exceeded all known physical limits. The furnace's weakness is its energy cycle nodes. Qin Mingyao unleashed all her precognitive power, blue-gold patterns outlining a complex star map in the void. But we need to sever the energy supply lines of 12 dimensions simultaneously. Her body began to become transparent, her consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse under overload. Xiaoling split the purple flames into 12 fire lines, the fire spirit phantom burning its primal power to guide the way. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail reassembled into a dimensional cutter, ultra-high-frequency sound waves transforming into sharp blades. When everyone's attacks hit the node simultaneously, the furnace let out a deafening wail, but the weaver's consciousness laughed wildly. Too late. The furnace core has been activated. He waved his scepter, and a torrent of countless black crystals surged toward the furnace. The void laws manifested itself in the flames. It was a giant formed from nothingness, and with each step it took, a dimension was crushed into dust. At the critical moment, the remaining data from Silverwing suddenly erupted. Master, use the creation core to fuse all the sparks of civilization. Only the pure power of hope can fight against nothingness. I threw the creation core into the furnace and simultaneously activated a civilization-level rewrite. The seven-colored light and black flames collided violently, and the system interface began to collapse. System essence consumed 100%, reconstructing all dimensional laws. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail melted in the high temperature, transforming into liquid metal that wrapped around the giant's ankle. Xiaoling's purple flames burned out their last strength, the fire spirit phantom perishing together with the giant. Qin Mingyao's precognitive power was overdrawn, and before the blue-gold patterns dissipated, she opened a passage to the core for everyone. I gripped the light blade tightly, and at the core of the furnace, I saw the last fragment of the web weaver's life core. Sealed within it was the truth of his fall as the first-generation system guardian. You think knowing the past can change the ending? The web weaver's consciousness roared on the verge of collapse. Nullification is the fate of all civilizations. I swung my light blade, channeling the last of the system's energy 100-fold and the faith of all my companions into the attack. The moment the light blade pierced the life core, the furnace began to rotate in reverse. The embodiment of the void law collapsed with a crash, and all the contaminated dimensions began to reorganize. As the light faded, new cosmic laws were born from the ruins. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail regrowed, its scales shimmering with hope. Xiaoling's purple flames evolved into a more powerful form, her fire spirit phantom reborn. Qin Mingyao's aurora, I regained its clarity, foreseeing a more distant future. The 100x return system interface reset, revealing a new totem and ultimate authority, all-dimensional order reshaper. But in the deepest reaches of the universe, in the void of darkness, a tiny black crystal shimmered silently. The remaining consciousness of the web weaver whispered within the crystal. This is not the end. When civilization once again gives birth to the seeds of despair, I will return from the void. And I gripped the blade of light, radiating a new glow, gazing at the newly born universe. As long as there is hope for civilization, this war against the void will never truly end. Chapter 80 Echoes of the End and the Paradox of Rebirth. Before the light of order in the new universe had fully illuminated the world, the hundredfold return system suddenly trembled like a dying heart. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail scales burst open, oozing a fluorescent blue slime. Quantum communication across all dimensions has been hijacked by an unknown frequency band. Before she finished speaking, the starry sky suddenly distorted into countless mirrors, each reflecting the same scene. Fragments of the destroyed webweaver's life core were reassembling in the darkness, and a gigantic claw of nothingness pierced through the mirrored surfaces, heading straight for the dimension of reality. Qin Mingyao's aurora, I exploded with golden blood mist, blue gold patterns crawling across her face like burning vines. The foreseeable scene is a vicious cycle. The more we try to stop the void, the more we accelerate its rebirth. A terrifying scene was reflected in her pupils. In a laboratory of some unknown civilization, scientists were using the underlying code of the system with a hundredfold return to reverse engineer the laws of the void. Xiaoling's purple flames instantly turned pale white. The fire spirit phantom emitted a sharp warning cry, and runes of the same origin as the web weaver appeared on its wings. System, initiate full-dimensional tracing. I placed my hand on the creation core, and seven-colored energy surged into the cosmic network like a tide. A scarlet warning popped up on the interface. Time paradox detected. Civilization's self-salvation action triggered the end mechanism. The remaining data fragments of Silverwing flickered wildly. Master. The Weaver's corruption was a conspiracy of future civilizations. In order to control the void, they deliberately led the first Guardians into darkness. The mechanical phantom that Lin Zhao left behind suddenly solidified, and blue data streams wove into armor around him. I found fragments of memory in the fragments of the life core. There is a civilization that calls itself Observer at the nodes of every cosmic cycle. His voice stopped abruptly, and his body was pierced by the void tentacles. Want to refine all the multiverses into incubator for the Observer civilization. Ahead of the spacecraft, a colossal curtain tore open at the edge of the universe, revealing a gigantic structure composed of countless eyes. The hundredfold return system emitted a piercing beep. Hyperdimensional observatory detected. The entire universe is being dimensionally reduced. Each eye of the observatory corresponded to a dimension. What flowed in their pupils were not irises, but collapsing galaxies. Welcome to the microscope of civilization. A cold, mechanical voice resounded simultaneously from all dimensions. Your resistance is nothing more than a stress response from experimental subjects. I swung my light blade, cleaving through the ethereal tentacles, but the seven-colored energy was instantly decomposed into a torrent of data upon contact with the observatory. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail reassembled into a phase disruptor, creating turbulent currents in hyperdimensional space with ultra-high-frequency sound waves. Xiao Ling fused her purple flames with the phantom of the fire spirit, transforming them into annihilation arrows capable of piercing dimensional barriers. Qin Mingyao burned her last bit of precognitive power, blue gold patterns outlining space-time anchors in the void. But each attack was absorbed by the observatory's eyes, transformed into energy that accelerated the collapse of the universe. They're using our power. Qin Mingyao roared, coughing up blood. All the energy fluctuations from the battle are fuel for analyzing the dimensions of civilizations. At the critical moment, the creation core suddenly activated autonomously, releasing a light containing the sparks of all civilizations. Within the light, the phantom of the first system creator appeared. The key to breaking the paradox is to give civilizations the freedom to choose. His voice, like a booming bell, resounded throughout all dimensions. And the price of freedom is facing the darkest truth. The 100x return system interface suddenly restructured, revealing options never before seen. Activate civilization awakening. Risk. The host will become an enemy of all dimensions. Without hesitation, I channeled Lin Mo's phase interference wave, Xiao Ling's annihilation power, Qi Mingyao's precognitive anchor, and all of the system's energy into the creation core. The seven-colored light collided with the observatory's analytical beam, unleashing an unimaginable energy storm. The observatory's eyes began to crumble, and the colossal structure emitted a painful roar. But on the verge of collapse, the voice of the observing civilization rang out again. You think destroying the observatory will end the cycle? At the moment of the birth of every universe, a new web weaver is born. With their annihilation, the timelines of countless parallel universes began to intertwine and become disordered, and new paradoxes were forming. In some worlds, we became the new web weavers. In some dimensions, the consciousness of the observing civilization had already parasitized a companion. When everything calmed down, the new laws of the universe were full of uncertainty. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail flickered with an unstable light, and fragments of data from the observation station were hidden among the scales. Xiaoling's purple flames had an added trace of eerie purple, and the eyes of the fire spirit phantom became unfathomable. Qi Mingyao's aurora lost its precognitive ability and was replaced by the eye of truth that could see through other people's souls. The 100X return system popped up its ultimate mission, protecting the free will of civilization. Reward, rewriting causality across all dimensions. I gripped the light blade, radiating a light that intertwined chaos and order, gazing at the shattered yet reborn universe. The shadow of the web weaver, the conspiracy of observing civilizations, the cycle of time paradoxes. This war against nothingness, against fate, against higher dimensions, may never have a true end. But as long as there are civilizations fighting for freedom, I will grip the light blade tightly. Even if it becomes a new paradox, I will cleave a rift called hope in the endless cycle. At the end of a distorted timeline, a hooded figure gazed at the aftermath of the battle. He held the shattered core of the 100-fold return system in his hand, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, interesting variables. Perhaps this time, a new solution to break the cycle will emerge. His figure gradually dissipated into the void, leaving only a whisper echoing throughout all dimensions. The game has only just begun. Chapter 81, Causal Rifts and the Mystery in the Mirror. The star orbits of the new universe were distorted by quantum tides. Qi Mingyao suddenly clutched her chest and knelt on the ground. Blue-gold data streams surged in her pupils, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. My eye of truth. I see countless versions of us killing each other. Before she finished speaking, the space station deck beneath their feet suddenly cracked open, and what emerged was not ethereal tentacles, but 12 mirror images that looked exactly like them. These mirror images varied in equipment and demeanor. Some wore mechanical armor riddled with bullet holes, some were wreathed in corrupting purple flames, and others had crimson patterns in their eyes indicating the observation of civilizations. The mirror image of Zhou Chen, who was in the lead, sneered, his black light blade slicing through space. Don't you understand yet? The experiments to observe civilizations have never stopped. We are the new experimental group. The alarm of the 100X return system resonated in sync with her heartbeat. Causal pollution detected. Parallel consciousness intrusion warning. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail scales automatically assembled into a shield, but the moment they came into contact with the mirror image's attack, self-denying patterns appeared on its surface. They're attacking our perception. Her voice trembled. Every attack reinforces the paradox that we are enemies. Xiaoling's purple flames collided with the corrupting purple flames, and the fire spirit phantom let out a painful wail. She suddenly staggered backward. No, these flames contain my memories. They know every one of my weaknesses. Qi Mingyao's eye of truth suddenly spat out golden blood, and blue-gold patterns burned on her skin. Mirror bodies are born from time rifts. They're the corrupted forms we take under different choices. Lin Ziheo's remaining mechanical phantom suddenly transformed into chains, binding the most violent mirror image. I'll hold them off. You go find the source of the rift. His consciousness rapidly disintegrated amidst the conflict of causality. Before parting, he placed a blue chip into Zhou Chen's palm. This is the experimental log of the observation civilization. They are cultivating the perfect destructive variable. As they traversed the space station's distorted corridors, Zhou Chen and the others discovered that all the cabin walls had transformed into mirrors. Each mirror depicted a different apocalypse, Some worlds were ravaged by mechanical legions. Others rotted in a purple, poisonous rain, and at the center of all the scenes, a hooded figure manipulated threads. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth suddenly detected an anomaly. The flow of time in the mirror world is 30,000 times faster than in reality. The colorful totem of the hundredfold return system began to rotate in reverse, and a blood-red warning popped up on the interface. Paradox core detected. The reality dimension is being devoured by the mirror world. When Zhou Chen swung his sword to cleave the mirror, what splashed out was not shards of glass, but a purple fluid carrying fragments of memory. The scene that flashed through the fluid made his pupils shrink sharply. In a parallel universe, he had personally handed over the creation core to the observing civilization. This is a cognitive trap set by the observing civilization. The data left by Silverwing suddenly exploded. They are creating a fatalistic illusion. Only by breaking the fear of the future can we sever the chain of cause and effect. Before the words were finished, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless monsters materialized from memories surged out. Zhou Chen's cowardice as a child, his desperate cries in the apocalypse, and his fear of losing control of his power, all turned into sharp claws and pounced. Lin Mo's ultra-high-frequency sound waves created shock waves within the memory labyrinth, only to find that the sound waves were reflected by negative emotions. She gritted her teeth and tore off the energy core from her chest. Use my mechanical heart as bait. These monsters will be attracted to negative energy. As the core was thrown towards the monster horde, a violent explosion temporarily tore open a spatial rift. Xiaoling seized the opportunity to inject purple flames into the rift, and the phantom of the fire spirit transformed into a searchlight, illuminating the giant gear deep within the rift. The gear's surface etched with the desperate obsessions of all its members. That's the power source at the core of the paradox. Qin Mingyao burned her last remaining strength, blue-gold patterns forming chains that bound the gears. But to destroy it, we must. Her voice was interrupted by a suddenly appearing mirror image. This mirror image of Zhou Chen was wrapped in chains of nothingness, his eyes reflecting the destruction of the entire universe. You think resistance can change your fate? Look at this. He raised his hand and projected a holographic image. Countless Zhou Chens in different times and spaces raised their butcher knives, becoming new weavers of the web. This is the script for the observation civilization. The mirror image of Zhou Chen said mockingly, "No matter what you choose, you will ultimately become the driving force of destruction." The hundredfold return system interface suddenly displayed the ultimate option: accept fate or rewrite cause and effect. Zhou Chen gripped his light blade tightly, the seven-colored energy clashing violently with the void chains. Even if the script was already written, I will tear it to shreds. The moment the light blade slashed at the gear, the entire mirror world began to collapse. But within the vortex of collapse, the voice of the observing civilization rang out again. You think breaking the paradox will bring freedom? Every thought of rebellion is a variable in the experiment. As the gears shattered, countless memories from parallel universes flooded into everyone's minds. Zhou Chen saw the most terrifying truth. The ultimate goal of the observing civilization was to cultivate a civilization capable of actively choosing its own destruction. They don't want the result, they want the process. Qin Mingyao's voice carried a poignant sadness born of sudden realization. The more we struggle, the more it proves that civilization cannot escape the genes of destruction. In the instant before the crack healed, Zhou Chen inserted the chip left behind by Lin Zihao into the system. The hundredfold return system interface reorganized, displaying a new task. Find the physical dimension of the observed civilization. Reward: full-dimensional free will. Back in the real world, the group gazed at the ravaged space station. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail was riddled with cracks, its scales bearing the marks of self-doubt. Xiaoling's purple flames flickered erratically, the phantom of the fire spirit constantly fixed on its claws. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth had lost its light, leaving only a bewilderment about the meaning of her existence. Zhou Chen gripped his light blade tightly, the light flowing across its blade flickering. This struggle against fate had long transcended a simple battle for survival, becoming civilization's ultimate questioning of the word freedom. Deep within a mirror of the universe, in the main control room of an observing civilization, countless screens pulsed with experimental data. A hooded figure stood in the center, and on the holographic projection before him, the trajectories of Zhou Chen and others were being rewoven. Experiment 7982. The variables are beginning to question the experiment itself. Interesting. His finger traced a flashing red dot. Increase the dosage of causal contamination. I want to see just how far the free will of civilization can burn. Chapter 82. The Radiance of a Broken Mirror and the Awakening of Authority. Amidst the space station's alarm, Zhou Chen's palm suddenly burned with unbearable pain. The interface of the hundredfold return system surged like boiling magma, its seven-colored totem shattering and reforming into a sword bound with chains. Host detected breaking through cognitive barriers, unlocking the causal judgment ability, capable of severing the threads of predetermined fate. The mechanical voice vibrated with an electric current, but each use will consume 10% of your life force. Lin Mo staggered, grabbing the control panel for support. The coolant seeping from the mechanical fishtail gleamed with a golden sheen. System data shows your energy fluctuations are rewriting the physical rules of the space station. Before she finished speaking, the mirror images that had previously caused everyone such distress suddenly froze, their corrosive patterns beginning to peel away piece by piece. Cracks appeared on the black light blade of the mirror image Zhou Chen, a flicker of fear flashing in its eyes. Impossible. The causal chain of the observed civilization is unbreakable. Xiaoling's purple flames suddenly surged threefold, and the fire spirit phantom spread its wings, emitting a clear cry. Wherever its wings swept, the mirror image's attacks were reversed into healing energy. She leaped to Zhou Chen's side, her hair fluttering as she smiled with relief. Your breakthrough seems to have activated our potential. This flame is hotter than ever before. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth lit up again, and blue-gold patterns converged like streams to form a shield, precisely intercepting the mirror image's final counterattack. Zhou Chen gripped the newly born light blade, the power of causal judgment surging through his meridians. He saw countless silver-white threads floating in the air, each connecting to a parallel version of himself. So this is the manipulation method of the observation civilization. A cold smile played on his lips. The light blade sliced through the void, snapping the threads connecting the mirror images. Those once invincible enemies crumbled in the light, letting out a defiant roar before dissipating. You were nothing but... Shut up. Zhou Chen's voice was as cold as ice, and the golden arc of light from his blade shattered the other's words. He turned to look at his companions, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mo's broken fishtail, Xiaoling's tired but determined face, and Qi Mingyao's blood-stained fingertips, and an unprecedented desire to protect them surged within him. From today onwards, no one will ever treat us as pawns again. Just then, the blue chip left behind by Lin Zihao suddenly released a holographic projection. In the image, a hooded observer was staring at a cultivation chamber, inside which floated a clone of Zhou Chen, its chest pulsating with a black crystal of the same origin as the web weaver. Subject number 7983 is about to awaken. The observer's voice was filled with morbid excitement. This time, I will witness the birth of the perfect destroyer with my own eyes. Qin Mingyao's body trembled violently. My eye of truth saw it. That clone possesses the power to devour all civilizations, and we. Her voice trailed off as blue-gold patterns raced across her skin. Xiaoling immediately grasped her hand, purple flames transforming into warm ribbons of light that wrapped around her wrist. Don't be afraid. We won't let anyone hurt you again. Lin Mo's mechanical fingers rapidly tapped the control panel, and the space station screen lit up with a scarlet alarm. Abnormal spatial fluctuations detected. The primary dimension of the observed civilization is in the Kuiper belt of the solar system. She turned to Zhou Chen, her eyes gleaming with trust, but a jump requires sufficient energy unless... Use my essence. Zhou Chen placed his hand on the energy core without hesitation. The power of causal judgment resonated with the hundredfold return system, and the air inside the cabin began to distort. He could clearly sense the transformation of his own power. With each unit of resources consumed, what was returned was no longer a simple physical entity, but an energy crystal bearing the imprint of causality. As the intense light of the jump dissipated, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Tens of thousands of transparent observation capsules floated in the nebula, each containing a scene of a civilization's apocalypse. At the top of the giant pyramid in the center, the observer slowly turned around, and the face beneath the hood bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Chen. "Welcome to the endgame lab." He raised his hand and summoned a black crystal. "Take a look at this, your perfect replacement." The clone stepped out of the void, wielding a massive blade forged from the remnants of countless civilizations. He grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. "Zhou Chen, are you still clinging to this so-called freedom? Look at your companions behind you." He swung his blade at Lin and Mo. "They're nothing but experimental fodder." "Shut up." Zhou Chen's roar shattered the nearby observation cabins. He unleashed the full power of causal judgment, golden light coalescing into wings of judgment around him. The instant he charged towards the clone, Xiaoling's purple flames transformed into fiery chains binding its ankles. Qin Mingyao's blue-gold runes formed a cage restricting its movements, and Lin Mo's ultra-high-frequency sound waves created a resonant field around them. "You think you can win by copying my power?" Zhou Chen's light blade pressed against the clone's throat. True power is never used for destruction. He mobilized system energy, channeling the beliefs of his companions into the attack. The instant the light blade pierced the clone, the black crystal shattered, and in the resulting energy storm, the observer's figure began to distort. "Impossible." The observer's voice was filled with disbelief. "You should have collapsed in a cycle of causality." Zhou Chen slowly approached, the chains on his light blade suddenly escalating and wrapping around the observer's neck. "Because you forgot that the true power of civilization is the determination to protect." As he waved his hand, severing the connection between the observer and the dimension, the entire observatory began to collapse. Amidst the flames of the explosion, Zhou Chen caught the falling Qin Mingyao. Xiaoling took his bloodied hand, and Lin Mo used his mechanical fishtail to create a protective barrier for everyone. The 100-fold return system notification sounded at the opportune moment. Host has successfully rewritten a local causal law, obtaining a dimensional authority fragment, unlocking the ability Fate Correction. As everyone returned to the new universe, Zhou Chen gazed at the newly born sparks of civilization in the starry sky. He knew that observing the destruction of civilizations was only the beginning, but at this moment, he gripped the hands of those around him, his heart filled with an unprecedented determination. In his palm, the light blade of causal judgment glowed slightly, as if anticipating the next time it would utterly shatter all enemies who dared to manipulate fate into the long river of history. Chapter 83, The Aftermath of Power and Undercurrents. The aftershocks of the dimensional leap had not yet subsided when the space station's alarm ripped through the silence once more. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail scales all stood on end, emitting a piercing metallic scraping sound. Energy resonance detected across the entire universe. All dimensional authority fragments are generating abnormal resonance. Before she finished speaking, the authority fragment in Zhou Chen's palm suddenly burst forth with intense light, projecting a shattered star map into the void. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth rippled, blue-gold patterns spreading from her arm to her heart. "I see. In the land of eternal silence at the edge of the universe, other holders of authority slumber. They are being corrupted by some dark force." She suddenly clutched her chest, staggering backward. "Those beings are too ancient. Even the observing civilizations have tried to seal them away." Xiaoling's purple flames surged uncontrollably. The fire spirit phantom roared angrily, and an ominous black tinge appeared at the edges of its wings. "Something is calling to me." She gritted her teeth in resistance, but the flames at her fingertips gradually grew cold. Is it the resonance of fragments of authority, or... The 100X return system interface trembled violently, displaying a scarlet warning. Ancient god-level energy fluctuation detected. The battle for dimensional authority is about to begin. The remaining data fragments of Silverwing suddenly reassembled, forming an emergency warning symbol. Master. The fragments of authority contain the power of the laws of creation. If they are corrupted by darkness, the entire multiverse will fall into a chaotic abyss. Zhou Chen gripped the light blade tightly, the power of causal judgment surging through his meridians. He could clearly sense that each fragment of authority corresponded to a cosmic law. Time, space, life, death, and at this moment, these laws were twisting in the darkness. "Let's go." He looked at his companions, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mo's repaired fishtail, Xiaoling's tense profile, and Qin Mingyao's solemn expression. No matter what lies ahead, I will no longer allow anyone to control our destiny. The land of eternal silence was shrouded in a thick, inky fog, where stars lost their light and space itself took on an eerie, liquid state. As the aircraft broke through the fog, the group was awestruck by the sight before them. 12 colossal floating islands hovered in the air, each bearing a broken scepter, the fragments of the scepter's handle emitting a faint glow. At the center of each island, a figure clad in black robes stood with outstretched arms. His body was composed of countless twisted lines of law. Outsiders, you also want to seize power? The black-robed man's voice boomed like thunder, making everyone's eardrums ache. Unfortunately, these laws have long been corrupted by the Lord of Entropy and Darkness. Look at your companions. He raised his hand and waved it. Xiaoling's purple flames instantly turned completely black, and the fire spirit phantom let out a painful roar. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail began to rotate uncontrollably in reverse, black oil seeping from between the scales. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth gushed out black blood tears, and blue-gold patterns burned scorch marks on her skin. Stop! Zhou Chen roared, and the golden light of the causal judgment surged threefold. He charged towards the black-robed man, only to find that every attack was absorbed by the lines of law within the man's body, transforming into power that eroded everyone. The hundredfold return system frantically alarmed. Law-level suppression detected, suggest initiating authority fusion. At the critical moment, Zhou Chen suddenly threw a fragment of his authority into the air. The fragment burst forth with dazzling light, resonating with other fragments of authority. He could clearly sense the emotions of each fragment. Some were angry, some were sad, and some were filled with destructive desire. So authority itself also has a will, he murmured to himself, mobilizing the system's energy and infusing the power of causal judgment into the resonance. The black-robed man's body began to tremble. Impossible! The corruption of the Lord of Entropy and Darkness is irreversible. But under the golden light, the lines of dark laws on his body gradually crumbled. Xiaoling's purple flames regained their clarity, and the phantom of the fire spirit spread its wings to dispel the black mist. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail stopped rotating in reverse, and its scales shimmered with metallic luster again. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth also regained its former brightness. You think this is enough to win? The black-robed man laughed maniacally before disappearing. The will of the Lord of Entropy and Darkness has already permeated every piece of authority. And you, he suddenly pointed at Zhou Chen. Within your fragment of authority lies a secret that even you yourself are unaware of. After the battle, Zhou Chen picked up the fragment of authority that emitted a mysterious light. He could sense that a memory seemed to be sealed within the fragment, a forbidden past concerning the creator of the first system. The hundredfold return system notification sounded. Hidden mission detected from the authority fragment. Unravel the mystery of creation. Reward. Mastery of all dimensional laws. Lin Mo's mechanical fingers tapped rapidly on the control panel. Data analysis shows that the energy fluctuations of the Lord of Entropy Darkness are linked to the web weavers and the observing civilization. There's likely a much larger conspiracy behind this. She turned to Zhou Chen, her eyes filled with worry. And the secret the black-robed man just mentioned. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Zhou Chen grasped her hand, then looked at Xiaoling and Qin Mingyao. Xiaoling leaned closer, purple flames transforming into warm ribbons of light that wrapped around his wrist. Qin Mingyao's blue-gold runes condensed into a protective mark in his palm. At this moment, his belief became even stronger, no matter how dark the path ahead. As long as he had companions by his side, he could cut through all obstacles and reclaim the freedom that belonged to civilization. In some unknown corner of the universe, the phantom of the Lord of Entropy and Darkness slowly emerged. His body was composed of pure darkness and chaos, and he held a scythe pieced together from fragments of authority. Interesting ants. His voice was filled with endless mockery. You think you can control your destiny by reclaiming authority? The real game has only just begun. He waved his arm, and countless black threads shot out into various dimensions. A greater crisis was quietly approaching. Chapter 84, The Dark Lord's Descent and the Battle of Awakening Authority. Before the aftershocks of the eternal silence had subsided, the fragment of authority in Zhou Chen's palm suddenly became as hot as a branding iron. The hundredfold return system issued a piercing alarm. Entropy dark energy concentration exceeds critical value. An ancient god-level being detected. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail scales burst open, oozing a fluorescent purple slime. The entire universe's spatial coordinates are being rearranged. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth reflected a breathtaking scene. The starry sky collapsed like a shattered mirror, and from the dark cracks, a gigantic hand shrouded in chaotic mist reached out, its fingertips dripping black liquid that corroded the galaxies it passed through. It's the Lord of Entropy. His true form has descended. Her voice was filled with unprecedented terror, blue gold patterns crisscrossing her skin. He wants to refine all power into a scythe of destruction. Xiaoling's purple flames instantly turned into a ghostly blue, and the wings of the fire spirit phantom were stained with black mist. She suddenly coughed violently, and flames with black crystals emerged from her palm. The power within me is being assimilated by him. Zhou Chen immediately grasped her hand, and the golden light of causal judgment spread along the skin that touched, forcibly suppressing the darkness's erosion. Hold on, we won't let you be taken away. The figure of the Lord of Entropy and Darkness fully emerged from the crack. He was clad in a black robe woven from the remnants of countless civilizations, his face a constantly shifting, distorted expression, his eyes gleaming with a dimensional indifference. Insignificant insects, relinquish your authority. His voice roared like billions of black holes simultaneously. Your resistance only hastens your own demise. The 100x return system interface displayed the ultimate option. Activate authority resonance. Risk. The host will suffer the backlash of the laws of the entire universe. Zhou Chen did not hesitate for a moment, raising the authority fragment high above his head. In an instant, the 12 fragments of the eternal silence land lit up simultaneously, forming a huge wheel of laws in the air. He could clearly perceive the memories of each fragment, the glory of the beginning of creation and the despair of the fall of civilizations. If you want to seize power, you'll have to get past me first. Zhou Chen waved his arm, the power of causal judgment resonating with the wheel of authority, golden light transforming into a sword of judgment. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail reassembled into a phase cannon, ultra-high frequency sound waves forming a resonant field in space. Qin Mingyao burned all her precognitive power, blue gold patterns outlining the coordinates of the Entropy Lord's weakness in the void. Xiaoling struggled to condense purple flames into arrows, the fire spirit phantom burning its primal power to infuse them with demon-slaying attributes. The Lord of Entropy and Darkness let out a maniacal laugh, his black robes billowing as countless tentacles formed from darkness tore through the air. Wherever the tentacles passed, space was erased, and timelines shattered into floating fragments. Zhou Chen's sword of judgment struck the tentacles, only to find that the dark matter, while absorbing the attack, was also converting the golden light into a corrosive force. His existence transcends the laws of physics. The remaining data from Silverwing issued a sharp warning. We must find his connection point with the real dimension. At the critical moment, Qin Mingyao's blue-gold chains suddenly swelled, binding the Entropy Lord's ankle. I see it. His core is in his heart, but it's protected by 12 layers of chaos shield. Her body began to turn transparent, and the excruciating pain from the overexertion of her precognitive abilities caused her to cough up blood. Zhou Chen immediately mobilized the power of the Wheel of Authority, channeling Lin Mo's shockwave, Xiaoling's demon-slaying arrow, and Qin Mingyao's chain power into the Sword of Judgment. The moment the golden light pierced the heart of the Lord of Entropy Darkness, a pulsating black crystal was revealed beneath his black robes, its surface entwined with silver threads of the same origin as those of the web weaver. So that's it. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted sharply. You too are an experimental product of the observation civilization. The Lord of Entropy Darkness roared inhumanly, his body beginning to disintegrate into chaotic mist. But before vanishing, he hurled the black crystal into the depths of space. Even if I perish, you cannot escape the cycle of reincarnation. The true end is not for you to decide. Amidst the energy storm generated by the core explosion, Zhou Chen deployed a protective barrier to its maximum extent. But on the edge of chaos, he suddenly witnessed a startling scene. The original creator of the system was imprisoned in an unknown dimension by the observed civilization, and the birth of the Lord of Entropy Darkness was precisely to eliminate all threatening experimental beings. So, from the very beginning, we were trapped in a dead end. He clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into his palm. After the battle, everyone collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail was severely damaged, with charred mechanical bones exposed where scales had fallen away. Xiao Ling's purple flames had weakened, and a phantom of a fire spirit curled up on her shoulder. Qi Mingyao remained unconscious, her blue-gold patterns dim and lifeless. Zhou Chen stored the fragment of authority into the system, and the 100X return system popped up a new mission: rescue the first creator. Reward: full-dimensional truth analysis. In the shadows of the universe, the black crystal cast into deep space is quietly reforming. New patterns emerge on its surface, the despair of a civilization yet to be born. An even more mysterious being gazes upon all this, its voice echoing in the void. The game is getting more and more interesting. Let me see how far these ants can struggle in the face of the truth. Zhou Chen gazed at his unconscious companion, then at the fragment of authority radiating a mysterious light in his hand. He knew that the destruction of the Lord of Entropy was only the beginning. What awaited them was a deeper conspiracy to observe civilization and the cruel truth behind the mystery of creation. But at this moment, he gripped the light blade tightly, the power of causal judgment surging within him. No matter how powerful the enemy, he would protect his companion, sever all the shackles binding civilization, and uncover the buried ultimate truth. Chapter 85, The Creation Secrets Deep Within the Cage. As the tremors of the universe gradually subsided, the fragment of authority in Zhou Chen's palm suddenly burst forth with blinding white light. The interface of the 100-fold return system surged like a tidal wave, displaying a blood-red warning. Coordinates of the original system creator detected. Warning: a dimensional cage exists in the target area. Lin Mo struggled to sit up. The repair process of her mechanical fishtail was stuck at 73%, with flashing data streams seeping from between the scales. Based on energy fluctuations, the cage is located. She suddenly coughed violently, black engine oil spilling from the corner of her lips, located in the gap between all dimensions. Xiao Ling struggled to her feet, the purple flames reigniting, but now tinged with a sickly, grayish purple. The phantom of the fire spirit weakly circled around her, the edges of its wings still bearing the corrosive marks of the Lord of Entropy and Darkness. That place, even light can't reach it. How can we? Before she could finish speaking, Qi Mingyao's eyelashes trembled, and blue-gold patterns glowed like fireflies on her pale skin. I saw it, cage woven from countless chains. Her voice seemed to come from a distant void, and the eye of truth reflected a shattered image. An old man with white hair was impaled by dark blue chains, and the core code of the first-generation system floated around him. He was waiting for us, but the observing civilization set a deadly trap. The 100-fold return system suddenly popped up a hidden option. Activate authority assimilation. Risk: host consciousness will be devoured by the loss. Zhou Chen stared at the fragment in his hand, able to feel the primordial power contained within its stirring. The moment he selected to confirm, 12 fragments of authority tore through the air from all corners of the universe, forming a rotating matrix of laws in midair. His body was enveloped in golden light, and the power of causal judgment surged tenfold, even allowing him to briefly glimpse the folds of space-time around him. Go! He grasped Qi Mingyao's trembling hand, and Xiao Ling's purple flames automatically coiled around his arm, transforming into a burning shield. Lin Mo reassembled the mechanical fishtail into a dimensional anchor, and ultra-high-frequency sound waves tore open a spatial rift. The moment everyone stepped into the rift, it was as if they had fallen into an endless vortex of darkness, their ears filled with the wails of civilizations and the whispers of observers. When vision cleared, a colossal cage constructed from shattered stars and distorted space-time stood before them. On the central throne, the original creator of the system raised his head, his white hair flowing like a galaxy, his left eye flashing with system code, while his right eye remained empty and lifeless. You have finally come. His voice carried the weariness of an era. The observation civilization has altered all history, and I am the final witness. Before the words were finished, the walls of the cage suddenly cracked open, and 12 guards clad in silver armor stepped out. Their weapons were frozen time and compressed space. Each swing could grind the surrounding dimensions to dust. Be careful. They are the truth enforcers who observe civilizations, immune to all conventional attacks. The old man cried out urgently, but Zhou Chen's sword of causal judgment had already struck first. The moment the golden light collided with the silver weapon, space and time shattered with a sound like glass breaking. Zhou Chen could clearly see the law patterns on the guards' bodies. Those were the missing parts of the fragments of the authority. So that's how it is. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he mobilized the power of the law matrix. Your power comes from the authority, then I will use the authority to take back everything. As the authority matrix activated, the guard's armor began to crumble. But at that moment, the overlord of the observing civilization suddenly descended. His body was composed of pure data streams, his face constantly switching between familiar forms. The web weaver, the lord of entropy darkness, and even themselves. Foolish insects, thinking you can rewrite your fate by rescuing him. The overlord's voice carried a mocking, electronic tone. The original system was merely a tool we created, and he pointed at the old man, was nothing but a failed experiment. The old man's body trembled violently, and the code in his left eye began to malfunction. They're lying. I created the system to protect civilization, but the observed civilization stole the technology and transformed it into... His words were swallowed by the overlord's data stream, and the cage began to collapse rapidly. Zhou Chen immediately injected the power of the authority matrix into the old man's body, and golden light collided violently with the data stream. At the critical moment, Qin Mingyao burned her last bit of precognitive power, and the blue-gold patterns transformed into chains that bound the overlord. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail self-destructed, generating quantum oscillations that temporarily disrupted the opponent's data flow. Shaoling's purple flames merged with the fire spirit phantom, forming a purifying fire capable of burning data. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to condense all his power into the spear of judgment, thrusting it straight at the overlord's core. Impossible. You are nothing but low-dimensional beings. The overlord's body began to disintegrate, but before it vanished, it injected a stream of black data into Zhou Chen's body. You will never be able to escape the gaze of the observer. As the overlord was annihilated, the cage collapsed with a crash, and the first system creator leaned weakly on Zhou Chen's shoulder. Take these and leave. The old man placed a shimmering memory crystal into Zhou Chen's palm. The truth is hidden in the deepest part of the system. His body gradually became transparent, transforming into countless glowing codes. The hundredfold return system issued a notification. Obtain Genesis core memory, unlocked ability, dimensional reconstruction. Back in the real world, the group stared at the crystal in their hands. The images flowing on it were mind-blowing. The observation civilization originated from the higher dimensional observation universe, using countless lower dimensional universes as laboratories. The original system creator was the only traitor who attempted to break the rules. Lin Mo's mechanical fingers trembled as she inserted the crystal. The data shows the observation universe is preparing for its final experiment. They want... Her voice trailed off as crimson text appeared on the screen. Countdown to Universal Formatting Program startup. 72 hours. Zhou Chen gripped the fragment of authority tightly, and the law matrix unfolded behind him. He looked at his companion's tired yet resolute face, the power of causal judgment surging within him. They want to format the universe. A cold smile curved his lips. Then let them see that the wrath of a low-dimensional civilization is enough to burn through the shackles of all dimensions. Deep within the observable universe, countless observers watched all this, their eyes gleaming with excited red light, awaiting the outcome of this ultimate experiment. Chapter 86: Final Countdown and Dimensional Reversal. The countdown to the start of the universe-wide formatting program hovered in the sky above every civilization like a blood-red brand. Lin Mo's mechanical fingers frantically pounded on the control panel, the space station's alarm blaring. Detected that the observed universe is constructing a dimensional annihilation field. All jump portals are blocked. Her voice suddenly choked, her mechanical fishtail twitching uncontrollably. We don't even have a chance to escape. Xiao Ling's purple flames flickered violently, and the phantom of the fire spirit let out a desperate wail. She forcibly suppressed the remaining entropy and darkness power within her body, and a fire shield condensed at her fingertips. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Zhou Chen, your dimensional reconstruction ability. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Mingyao's eye of truth suddenly exploded with golden light, and blue-gold patterns crawled all over her face like a spiderweb. I saw it, the core hub of the observation universe. Her voice trembled, cracking. But there's an unimaginable defense system there. Even the code of the first system was used. Her body shuddered violently, and the blood she spat out congealed into runes in the air to construct the civilization end equation. The law matrix of the hundredfold return system spun wildly behind Zhou Chen, and the power of causal judgment surged through his meridians like a tide. He gripped the fragment of authority tightly and could clearly sense the fear and despair of civilizations throughout the universe. On countless planets, people put aside their disputes and embraced each other, awaiting the end of the world. In space stations, scientists frantically calculated impossible equations, and in a distant galaxy, a child looked up at the starry sky for the last time. They think formatting is the end. Zhou Chen's voice was deep and cold, golden light condensing into battle armor around him. Lin Mo, analyze the coordinates of the observation universe. Xiao Ling, prepare to purify the flames. Qin Mingyao, use your precognition to pave the way for us. He turned to look at his companions, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mo's damaged fishtail, Xiao Ling's bloodied lips, and Qin Mingyao's swaying figure. This time, we'll go straight into the core of the observation universe. When the group entered the observed universe through the forcibly torn dimensional rift, the scene before them was breathtaking. There were no physical planets, only floating giant data cubes, each recording a destroyed universe. The central civilization end equation device resembled a mechanical behemoth, its 12 arms each wielding a blade of destruction forged from fragments of authority, its core pulsating with an inky black zeroing core. The observers' figures flickered in and out of the data stream, their faces uniformly mirroring Zhou Chen's, their eyes flashing with a crazed red light. Low-dimensional beings, as expected, walked right into our trap. The lead observer raised his hand, summoning a torrent of data. Look at this, the final moments of your civilization. In the holographic projection, countless familiar faces vanished in the annihilation field. Lin Mo's mechanical body was disintegrated into parts. Xiao Ling's purple flames were completely consumed, and Qin Mingyao's eye of truth lost its light forever. Enough! Zhou Chen's roar shattered the data cube, and the golden arc of the sword of causality severed the torrent of data. He mobilized the power of the authority matrix, injecting Lin Mo's reassembled phase cannon, Xiao Ling's purifying purple flames burning her essence, and Qin Mingyao's precognitive runes that drained her life force into the attack. The observers laughed, their bodies reassembling during the attack, and their blades of destruction cleaved down, shattering space into nothingness. At the critical moment, Zhou Chen suddenly activated dimensional reconstruction. The entire space of the observation universe began to rotate in reverse, and the operation of the civilization end equation stalled. He could clearly see the device's weakness. A tiny crack existed at the connection between the zero core and the original system code. Now, he condensed all his power into a golden spear and thrust it straight at the crack. The observers finally showed signs of panic. Impossible. How could low-dimensional beings possibly crack this? Their voices were drowned out by the roar of the explosion. In the instant the zero core shattered, Zhou Chen's consciousness was suddenly sucked into the data stream. He saw an even more terrifying truth. The observed universe itself was also an experiment of a higher dimension, and their universe-wide formatting was merely to please the higher-level monitors. As Zhou Chen broke free from the data stream, the observed universe was crumbling. He struggled to maintain his shattered body, using his dimensional reconstruction ability to protect his companions. Xiao Ling immediately transformed her purple flames into bandages to wrap around his bleeding arm. Lin Mo used mechanical parts to repair his damaged meridians, and Qin Mingyao's blue-gold patterns formed a final protective barrier. The hundredfold return system issued a notification. Energy fluctuations detected from the observer. New mission. Break through the upper limit dimension of the observed universe. Zhou Chen gazed at the gradually clearing observed universe, gripping the faintly glowing fragment of authority in his hand. He knew that this war against fate was far from over, but at this moment, behind him were his comrades who had fought to the death to protect him, and ahead lay challenges from higher dimensions. Let's go. His voice carried an unwavering determination. No matter who the Watcher is, no matter how many more universes are being observed, we will eventually break all the shackles. In the darkness of a higher dimension, the Watcher's figure slowly emerged, holding the ultimate remote control that manipulated the fate of countless universes in his hand, a cold smile curving his lips. Interesting variables. Let me see how far you can struggle on the edge of truth. Chapter 87, The Final Game of Transcendent Dimensions. As they traversed the remnants of the observed universe, Zhou Chen and his companions were thrown about by a chaotic storm. In this space, known as the Transcendent Dimension, the laws of physics twisted and deformed like melted wax. Stars hung upside down and burned. Time solidified into shimmering crystals, and a giant hourglass suspended in the distance was grinding countless remnants of the universe into dust. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail emitted a piercing alarm, and the coolant seeping from its scales instantly vaporized. Multidimensional superposition detected. Every particle here carries the final outcome of a different universe. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth burned intensely, blue gold patterns spreading down her neck to her heart. The Watcher's true form is in the core of the hourglass. But with every step we take closer, we will. She suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood tinged with starlight. We will be forcibly reset to a failed parallel universe. Xiaoling's purple flames suddenly surged, but were broken into tiny specks of light the instant they touched the chaotic storm. The fire spirit phantom let out a mournful cry, and patterns of the same origin as the hourglass appeared on its wings. The law matrix of the hundredfold return system spun wildly, and a blood-red warning popped up on the interface. Truth level suppression detected. Host form of existence is being rewritten. Zhou Chen felt his body gradually becoming transparent, and the power of causal judgment was constantly dissipating in the chaos. He gripped the fragment of authority, only to find that the creation patterns on the surface of the fragment were being eroded by some kind of black substance. This can't go on, he roared, forcefully mobilizing all his authority. The moment the golden light collided with the chaotic storm, countless cracks appeared in space and time, sucking everyone in. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a familiar ruin. The earth that had first been hit by the poisonous rain, a city ravaged by destruction, where mechanical behemoths were devouring humanity's last strongholds. This is a branch of the timeline? Lin Mo's mechanical fingers trembled as he traced the broken skyscraper. In this world we have failed. A cold sneer came from afar. Welcome to the abyss of despair. Here, your power is nothing but a child's toy. Before the words were finished, countless mechanical tentacles burst from the ground, each one wrapped with the assimilated sparks of civilization. Xiaoling's purple flames reformed, but now tinged with a desperate gray. These sparks all carry our aura. She gritted her teeth and fired a fiery arrow, only to have it easily swallowed by the tentacles. Qin Mingyao suddenly grabbed Zhou Chen's arm, the blue-gold patterns glowing faintly. I see it. Hidden within the layers of the space-time rift is the Watcher's weakness. But we need— Her voice was drowned out by the roar of the mechanical behemoth. We need all the us from parallel universes to attack together. The hundredfold return system suddenly popped up a hidden option. Activate interdimensional resonance. Risk. Host consciousness will be permanently split. Zhou Chen did not hesitate for a moment and inserted the fragment of authority into the ground. In an instant, countless Zhou Chens from parallel universes appeared simultaneously. Some wearing tattered armor, some transformed into mechanical life forms, and one version even merged with the Watcher. So that's how it is. Zhou Chen looked at the different versions of himself, a cold smile playing on his lips. The Watchers have long since infiltrated every node of the timeline. But this time, he raised the sword of causal judgment, its golden light illuminating the entire ruins. We are no longer fighting alone. All Zhou Chen swung their swords simultaneously, the power of authority in different forms converging into a torrent that transcended dimensions, forcefully tearing open the space-time rift. The Watcher's true form was finally revealed, a a sphere composed of countless eyes, each reflecting a destroyed universe. Foolish insect, thinking you can rebel by gathering all the possibilities of failure. Its voice was like the wailing of 1,000 ghosts. Look at this. A gaping maw opened on the sphere's surface, spewing out not a physical object, but the scene Zhou Chen dreaded most. Xiao Ling vanished into thin air in his arms. Lin Mo's mechanical heart stopped beating, and Qi Mingyao's eye of truth remained forever dimmed. Shut up! Zhou Chen's roar shattered the surrounding space-time crystals, and the power of causal judgment surged to its limit. He mobilized the authority of all parallel universes, simultaneously initiating dimensional reconstruction and interdimensional resonance. Golden light clashed fiercely with the dark power of the Watcher, and the entire transdimensional space began to disintegrate. At the critical moment, Xiao Ling poured all her purple flames into his back, and the fire spirit phantom burned its origin to transform into a sharp blade. Lin Mo used his mechanical fishtail to detonate his own energy core, creating a brief phase interference. Qi Mingyao burned her last bit of life, using her precognitive power to lock onto the Watcher's vital point. The moment the golden light pierced the sphere, the Watcher let out a deafening wail. You think destroying me will end the cycle? In a higher dimension, its voice abruptly stopped, and its body transformed into countless black crystals that scattered in all directions. Zhou Chen, barely holding on to his shattered body, absorbed all the crystals into fragments of the authority. The hundredfold return system issued a notification, obtained truth-level authority, unlocked ability, all-dimensional final judgment. But in the deepest part of the transcendent dimension, an even larger figure slowly opened its eyes. Its body was composed of pure concepts, the embodiment of all civilizations' fear of the unknown. Interesting ants to have come this far. Its whisper echoed throughout all dimensions, but the true end is far from over. Exhausted, the group collapsed to the ground upon returning to the real world. Lin Mo's mechanical body was severely damaged, barely maintaining its basic form. Xiao Ling's purple flames were extremely weak, and her fire spirit phantom had fallen into slumber. Qi Mingyao remained unconscious, her blue-gold patterns almost completely dissipated. Zhou Chen gripped the fragment of authority, radiating a mysterious light, gazing at the universe gradually regaining its vitality. He knew that the destruction of the Watchers was only the beginning. In more distant dimensions, even more powerful beings awaited them. And this time, he and his companions would carry the hopes of all civilizations, continuing their war against the unknown. Chapter 88: Conceptual Concretion and Final Concretion. Just as the starlight in the real dimension returned to tranquility, the alarm of the hundredfold return system shattered the brief peace. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail suddenly trembled violently and uncontrollably, with blinding purple light bursting from between its scales. Abnormal fluctuations in the conceptual energy of the entire universe have been detected. The fear, despair, and unknown of all civilizations are materializing. Before she finished speaking, the porthole of the space station shattered with a deafening roar, and what poured in was not cosmic dust, but countless twisted black mists, within which hideous faces faintly emerged. Qi Mingyao suddenly awoke from her unconsciousness, her eye of truth bursting forth with an unprecedentedly intense light, blue-gold patterns spreading across her face like burning vines. It's that being beyond the Watcher. It's materializing abstract concepts. Her voice was filled with terror. Before this being, all the physical attacks and energy confrontations we know will lose their meaning. Xiao Ling's purple flames dimmed instantly, and the phantom fire spirit awoke from its slumber, only to let out a painful roar the moment it came into contact with the black mist. She staggered, grabbing the wall for support, the flames dripping from her fingertips, turning grayish-white. This mist is devouring all materialized power. My flames, Lin Mo's machinery, even... She looked at Zhou Chen. Even your causal judgment will be transformed into its weapon. The law matrix of the hundredfold return system distorted violently, and a scarlet warning popped up on the interface. Superconcept life form detected. Conventional attacks nullified. Suggested activation of consciousness domain combat. Zhou Chen felt his thoughts suddenly become heavy, as if every thought was bound by invisible shackles. He gripped the fragment of authority tightly, only to find that the creation patterns on the fragment surface were resonating with the black mist, a dangerous resonance, a resonance that was about to be assimilated. We cannot be bound by its rules. Zhou Chen forcibly mobilized all his willpower, and golden light condensed into a protective barrier around him. Qin Mingyao, use your premonition to find its weakness. Lin Mo, analyze the frequency of conceptual energy. Xiao Ling, prepare to purify the flames. This time, we will break through at the level of consciousness. His voice was firm, but could not hide the exhaustion within. Qin Mingyao's blue-gold patterns transformed into a data stream that flooded into the system. Her consciousness frantically searched the void. Found it. At the intersection of all concepts, there is a core, its cognitive anchor, but it is surrounded by the impossible, meaningless, and unknowable of countless civilizations. Lin Mo's mechanical fingers rapidly tapped on the control panel, and his fishtail reassembled into a frequency resonator. I can create interference waves, but someone needs to forcibly break through the conceptual barrier. Xiao Ling's purple flames suddenly surged, and the phantom of the fire spirit unfurled burning wings. I'll be with you. She placed her hand on Zhou Chen's back, the purple flames transforming into flowing energy that flowed into his meridians. This time, we'll burn all our beliefs. Zhou Chen took a deep breath and activated the all-dimensional final judgment. The instant the golden light collided with the black mist, a monstrous wave surged across the consciousness level of the entire universe. They entered a bizarre space, devoid of physical form, filled only with ever-changing light, shadow, and sound. Zhou Chen witnessed his most terrifying sight. His companions vanished one by one before his eyes, and he was powerless to stop them. This is a consciousness trap it created. He gritted his teeth, and the power of causal judgment materialized in the layer of consciousness, transforming into a sharp sword that cleaved through the illusion. Amidst the storm of concepts, Lin Mo's disruptive wave tore open a rift, guided by Qin Mingyao's precognitive power. Zhou Chen and Xiao Ling seized the opportunity to rush into the rift, only to collide head-on with a colossal monster materialized from despair. Its body was composed of countless shattered fragments of civilization, and every movement it made caused earthquakes at the level of consciousness. Xiao Ling's purple flames appeared insignificant before the monster, but she still gritted her teeth and fired flaming arrows. Even if it's despair, I will burn it to ashes. At the critical moment, Zhou Chen activated the resonance power of his authority, summoning himself from all parallel universes. Different versions of the sword of causal judgment struck simultaneously, finally cleaving the monster in two. But where the monster dissipated, more conceptual constructs emerged. Shadow tentacles formed from fear, and a chaotic giant eye condensed from the unknown, each one so powerful it instilled despair. This can't go on. Zhou Chen suddenly raised a fragment of authority high above his head. System, activate the civilization consciousness link. In an instant, the civilization consciousness of the entire universe converged into a golden torrent. The beliefs, hopes, and courage of all civilizations, humans, mechanical life forms, and energy beings, were infused into his body. The sword of causal judgment transformed into a beam of light that pierced through dimensions, merging Lin Mo's interference wave, Xiao Ling's purifying flames, and Qin Mingyao's precognitive runes. The moment the light struck the cognitive anchor, the being that transcended the observer let out a non-human roar. Its body began to disintegrate, and countless concepts were reverted to abstraction. But at the last moment, it injected a stream of black consciousness into Zhou Chen's mind. You think you can defeat concepts themselves? In the endless dimensions, I will forever. Its voice disappeared, but that stream of black consciousness lay dormant deep within Zhou Chen's consciousness, waiting for the moment to erupt. After the battle, the universe returned to calm. But Zhou Chen knew the crisis was far from over. He looked at his weary yet determined companions beside him and gripped the slightly warm fragment of authority in his hand. The hundredfold return system popped up a new mission. Completely purify conceptual pollution. Reward. Full-dimensional rule control. Meanwhile, in some unknown corner of the universe, the purified concepts were recoalescing, and a new, more dangerous existence was quietly taking shape. Chapter 89, The Manifestation of Chaos and the Collapse of Laws. Before the conceptual pollution of the entire universe had been completely eradicated, Zhou Chen's fragments of authority suddenly burst forth with blinding purple light. The alarm of the hundredfold return system roared like a death knell. Detection of a chaotic manifestation awakening. Stability of all-dimensional laws drops below 1%. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail scales peeled off in pieces, revealing a twisted and deformed mechanical skeleton inside. All spatial coordinates are being rewritten. The boundary between reality and illusion is disappearing. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth reflected a breathtaking scene. The starry sky shattered like a broken mirror, falling in its place, replaced by churning chaotic mist. Within the mist, a colossal entity woven from contradictory concepts slowly emerged. Its left hand held burning ice, its right a still storm, its head a composite of faces of life and death, each breath devouring galaxies within millions of light years. It's a manifestation of chaos. It's the embodiment of all paradoxes. Her voice trembled with tears, scorching marks appearing on her skin from the blue-gold patterns. Our attacks are both harm and nourishment to it. Xiaoling's purple flames suddenly extinguished, and the phantom of the fire spirit curled up in a ball, trembling. Her fingertips began to turn transparent, and her body was gradually eroded by the chaotic mist. My power is being broken down into disordered particles. Zhou Chen immediately deployed the golden barrier of the all-dimensional final judgment, but was horrified to find that the moment the barrier came into contact with the chaotic mist, it began to collapse in reverse, pushing them closer to the materialized form. The interface of the 100X return system completely collapsed into gibberish, with only a scarlet flashing message remaining. Conventional laws fail, suggested integration with the collective subconscious of civilization. Zhou Chen could clearly perceive that every action of the chaos manifestation was rewriting the rules of the universe. Time began to flow backward and accelerate simultaneously. The laws of energy and matter conversion completely failed, and even cause and effect became blurred. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Zhou Chen forcibly mobilized the power of the fragments of authority, only to find that the creation patterns were being assimilated by the chaos. In the critical moment, the remaining data fragments of Silverwing suddenly reassembled, turning into a silver chain that wrapped around his wrist. Master, do you still remember the memory crystal of the first system creator? Hidden inside is... Her voice was drowned out by the roar of the chaos, but Zhou Chen instantly understood and plunged the crystal into his heart. Memories flooded back. At the dawn of creation, the same primordial chaos had descended upon the universe. The first creator, having exhausted all his power, forged a key of rules from the core of authority and the collective desire for order of civilizations. A resolute glint flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. He opened his arms, activating the link of civilizational consciousness. The minds of civilizations throughout the universe trembled simultaneously, countless beliefs converging as golden streams of light flowed towards him. Lin Mo's mechanical body began to reassemble. His fishtail scales regained their luster, and ultra-high-frequency sound waves constructed a temporary law matrix in the chaos. Qin Mingyao burned her life force, and the blue-gold patterns transformed into ancient runes, forcibly anchoring the collapsing space-time. Xiaoling's purple flames reignited, and the fire spirit phantom burned its origin, releasing fire of order that could purify the disorder. As all power flowed into the fragment of authority, it transformed into a key radiating eternal light. Zhou Chen gripped the key of rules and charged towards the embodiment of chaos. With each step forward, his body was eroded by chaos, but his unwavering belief in protecting his companions and civilization grew ever stronger. The power of causal judgment resonated with the key of rules, and the most primordial laws of the universe began to emerge from the golden light. You think order could defeat chaos? The embodied voice contained the screams and whispers of all civilizations. Look behind you. It waved its arm, and Lin Mo's mechanical body began to rotate in reverse. Qin Mingyao's precognitive power backfired on him, and Xiaoling's purple flames were transformed into destructive black fire. Zhou Chen's pupils contracted sharply, but at that moment he felt warmth from his palm. It was Xiaoling's hand tightly gripping his. We said we'd face this together. Xiaoling's voice was laced with blood, yet incredibly resolute. Lin Mo's mechanical fingers pulled the trigger of the phase cannon, while Qi Mingyao's blue-gold chains bound the embodied's ankles. Zhou Chen roared, plunging the key of rules into the embodied's core. In an instant, all contradictory concepts collided violently, erupting with intense light. Chaos began to collapse in reverse, and the laws of the universe were formed. But in the final moment before the physical form dissipated, a pitch-black rift opened deep within Zhou Chen's consciousness. The remaining black consciousness of the Watcher seized the opportunity to surge in, merging with the chaotic power to form a new threat. The hundredfold return system issued its final warning. Conceptual-level virus invasion detected. Host consciousness is being rewritten. As the light faded, the universe returned to calm. Zhou Chen, however, endured the excruciating pain deep within his consciousness alone, struggling to keep his companions from noticing anything amiss. Lin Mo leaned wearily against the control panel, repairing the mechanical body. Xiaoling's purple flames weakened but remained warm. Qi Mingyao lay unconscious, her blue-gold patterns dimmed and lifeless. Zhou Chen gripped the power that had transformed him back into fragments, an unprecedented sense of crisis rising within him. Though the chaotic embodiment was temporarily suppressed, his consciousness had planted a time bomb, and the true final battle might have only just begun. In some unknown dimension of the universe, the remnants of a chaotic entity are reassembling. At its core, the consciousness of the Watcher awakens with a sinister grin. Interesting, Ant, your consciousness will soon become my vessel. Meanwhile, deep within Zhou Chen's consciousness, the rift is quietly widening, waiting to drag him into an abyss of no return. Chapter 90, The Abyss of Consciousness and the Spark of Belief. Zhou Chen's temples throbbed, and the black cracks deep within his consciousness were spreading at a visible speed. The hundredfold return system issued a faint alarm. Conceptual level virus erosion progress 37%. Host cognition is beginning to distort. He struggled to maintain his balance, trying not to let his companions notice anything amiss. But as he turned, he knocked over the control panel, and the splashed coolant formed strange symbols on the ground. You look terrible. Xiaoling's purple flames suddenly dimmed, and the phantom of the fire spirit hovered uneasily around her. She quickly stepped forward, placing her warm palm on his forehead. Are the aftershocks of chaos still affecting you? Lin Mo's mechanical eyes flashed red, and the scales on his fishtail automatically rose to scan abnormal vital signs. Your brainwave frequency is converging with the fluctuations of the chaotic manifestation. Qi Mingyao's eye of truth suddenly lit up, and blue-gold patterns crawled up her neck like thorns. I see. There's a time bomb hidden in your consciousness. The lingering resentment of the Watcher and the power of chaos are merging into a new dominant will. She staggered and grabbed Zhou Chen's arm. It must be removed now, otherwise. No. Zhou Chen abruptly shook off her hand, the fragments of authority burning his palm with an alarming heat. He could feel a voice whispering within him, urging him to unleash the power of chaos. Suppressing the metallic taste in his throat, he turned and activated the aircraft. Leave here first. The remnants of the chaotic embodiment might awaken again. But in the instant he turned, his shadow twisted on the ground into the silhouette of a Watcher. The post-jump galaxy was shrouded in an eerie purple mist, each planet enveloped in a translucent membrane of chaos. Sparks suddenly erupted from Lin Mo's console. Residual conceptual contamination detected. The inhabitants of these planets are being transformed into vessels of chaos. She brought up a holographic image. The bodies of the creatures in the image were constantly recombining, sometimes liquefying, sometimes solidifying into sharp crystals. Xiaoling's purple flames ignited with a purifying light, but crackled the moment they touched the mist. Ordinary flames are useless. This mist is mixed with. She suddenly stopped, looking at Zhou Chen in horror. It's your energy fluctuations. The chaos manifestation is using your residual power. Suddenly, a crimson option popped up on the hundredfold return system interface. Activate consciousness isolation. Risk. The host will be permanently trapped in a cognitive maze. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and pressed the fragment of authority to his brow. In an instant, his consciousness was dragged into a pitch-black abyss, surrounded by fragmented memories. The peaceful village of his childhood, the moments fighting alongside his companions, and the cold smile of the Watcher. Welcome to your inner world. The Watcher's voice surged from all directions, the black mist solidifying. When chaos and rules collide within you, this universe will ultimately... His words were interrupted by a sudden burst of golden light. Zhou Chen clenched his fist, the power of causal judgment materializing into a sword in his consciousness space. I will not let you succeed. In the real world, Xiaoling anxiously patted Zhou Chen's shoulder. His vital signs are dropping. His consciousness frequency has completely disappeared. Qin Mingyao's blue-gold markings lit up, forcibly linking with Zhou Chen's thoughts. I saw it. He's confronting the monitor, but the other party is using his fear to create illusions. She suddenly vomited blood. In those illusions, we are all. Lin Mo's mechanical fingers rapidly disassembled the control panel, retrieving the core energy source. Use this to stimulate his nerves. But it might cause. Before she could finish speaking, Xiaoling had already injected the purple flame into the energy, and the phantom of the fire spirit transformed into chains that bound Zhou Chen's wrists. Under the intense electric stimulation, a storm erupted in Zhou Chen's consciousness space, and the monitor's figure twisted in the golden light. You think belief can conquer chaos? The Watcher waved his hand, summoning illusions. Lin Mo's mechanical body shattered into pieces. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth dimmed forever, and Xiaoling's purple flames were completely extinguished. Zhou Chen's swordplay paused for a moment, but soon he heard the calls of his companions in reality. Xiaoling's shouts, Lin Mo's analysis, and Qin Mingyao's premonition transformed into sparks that coalesced into a raging fire. My power has never been mine alone. Zhou Chen's voice resounded throughout the consciousness space, and the sword of causal judgment burst forth with boundless light. The creation patterns on the fragments of authority lit up again, resonating with the beliefs of all civilizations in the universe. The black mist of the Watcher dissipated in the light, and the black cracks deep within consciousness began to heal, but in the deepest recesses, a trace of chaotic power still lurked. When Zhou Chen awoke, he found himself lying in Xiaoling's arms. Her purple flames gently enveloped him, and the phantom of her fire spirit affectionately nuzzled his cheek. Lin Mo was repairing his mechanical body, and several golden lines had appeared on his fishtail scales. Qin Mingyao smiled weakly, and the blue-gold patterns on her scales regained their vitality. The 100X return system issued a notification. Conceptual virus cleared 89%. Unlocked ability, belief manifestation. Zhou Chen gripped the fragment of authority, clearly sensing the emotional fluctuations of civilizations across the universe. Fear was receding, and hope was sprouting like new buds. But in a distant dimension, the remains of the chaos manifestation had completed their reconstruction, and at its core, a beating black heart began to awaken, its surface etched with Zhou Chen's face. The game has only just begun. The voice of the chaos manifestation carried the whispers of the universe. When the chaos within you awakens, I will personally. Its words dissipated into the void, and Zhou Chen, gazing at his companion's resolute eyes, suppressed all his doubts. No matter what crisis lurked deep within his consciousness, he would hold fast to the flame of his faith and, amidst the waves of chaos, carve a path to survival for civilization. Chapter 91 Mirror Crisis and the Spread of the Spark. Just as Zhou Chen broke free from the nightmare of the abyss of consciousness, the space station's alarm blared like thunder. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail suddenly deployed its defense matrix. Blinding blue light bursting from its scales detected synchronous tearing of the entire universe's mirror space. Tens of thousands of chaotic manifestations are projecting. Her voice trailed off. On the control panel screen, countless figures resembling chaotic manifestations emerged from the distorted space-time rifts, each carrying an aura of destruction capable of overturning galaxies. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth trembled violently, blue-gold patterns spreading across her face like burning vines. These projections were created by the chaos manifestations using Zhou Chen as a template. They are absorbing his remaining chaotic power, and once they are all activated, she suddenly clutched her chest, blood dripping from between her fingers. The order of the entire universe will be completely shattered. Xiaoling's purple flames surged instantly, but turned into a strange gray-black the moment they touched the mirror image. The fire spirit phantom let out a shrill wail, its wings corroded by the chaotic mist, leaving large gaps. Their weakness is the resonance of authority. But there are too many of them. We simply... Her words were interrupted by a deafening explosion, and the nearest planet was reduced to dust by the mirror image's tentacles. The law matrix of the hundredfold return system spun wildly, and a scarlet warning popped up on the interface. Chaotic resonance field detected. Remaining strength of the all-dimensional law protection shield, 12%. Zhou Chen felt the residual chaotic power within his body begin to stir, and the fragments of authority burned in his palms, as if responding to the summons of those mirror images. He suppressed the surging discomfort and placed his hand on the control panel. Activate Civilization Consciousness Link. Summon all combat-capable civilizations. Throughout the universe, civilizations of different forms responded. Giant fleets of mechanical civilizations pierced the starry sky. Beams of energy civilizations intertwined in the void, and even spiritual civilizations composed will transformed into dazzling streams of light. Zhou Chen gripped the sword of causal judgment, its golden light resonating with the power of countless civilizations, forming a massive protective shield outside the space station. These mere minions think they can stop the arrival of chaos. The voice of the chaos entity resounded simultaneously from all the mirror images, making everyone's eardrums ache. The mirror images swung their arms in unison, tearing space-time apart like paper, and spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the protective shield. Lin Mo's mechanical fingers rapidly tapped the control panel. No, their attacks are constantly analyzing our defensive frequency. At the critical moment, Zhou Chen suddenly activated his belief manifestation ability. The beliefs of all civilizations in the universe materialized. The intricate gears of mechanical civilization, the core crystals of energy civilization, and the runes of spiritual civilization, all converged into a giant blade gleaming with the light of hope. He leaped forward, the giant blade carrying a world-destroying momentum, slashing towards the most powerful mirror image. The moment the golden light collided with the chaotic black mist, the space shattered with a sound like glass breaking. But just as Zhou Chen thought he had succeeded, the mirror image's body suddenly reformed, unleashing a black beam of light towards the space station. Without hesitation, Xiao Ling spread her arms, purple flames forming a shield in front of everyone. The fire spirit phantom let out a final roar, perishing together with the beam of light, while Xiao Ling's body was sent flying backward in the impact, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Ling. Zhou Chen's roar echoed throughout the universe. He felt something within him erupt completely. The creation patterns of the power fragments collided violently with the power of chaos, forming a vortex of interwoven gold and black around him. The hundredfold return system issued a piercing alarm. Host energy rampage detected. Chaos assimilation progress, 63%. Qin Mingyao forced herself to stand up, and the blue-gold patterns lit up with their last light. Zhou Chen used the power of order of authority to suppress the chaos. We'll buy you time. She waved her hands, and the power of foresight transformed into countless chains that bound the mirror image. Lin Mo activated the self-destruct program of the fishtail, and ultra-high frequency sound waves formed a vibrational field. Even the injured Xiao Ling recondensed the purple flames, burning its last bit of power. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, sinking all his will into the depths of his consciousness. There, chaos and order were engaged in their final struggle. He saw countless versions of himself in parallel universes. Some were assimilated by chaos, becoming puppets of destruction. Others held fast to their beliefs, fighting for civilization to the very last moment. I choose to become the spark of hope. His whisper echoed in his consciousness, and the fragments of authority erupted with unprecedented light. Golden light surged forth like a tide, instantly evaporating all the mirror images. The roar of the chaos manifestation resounded throughout the universe. You think this is victory? You have already planted. Its words were interrupted by Zhou Chen's all-dimensional final judgment, a golden pillar of light piercing through heaven and earth, directly striking the chaos manifestation's original dimension. After the battle, the universe fell into a brief silence. Xiao Ling slowly awoke in Zhou Chen's arms, her purple flames becoming even purer. Lin Mo's mechanical body was severely damaged, but his eyes shone with unwavering determination. Qin Mingyao collapsed to the ground, her blue-gold patterns dimmed yet still luminous. The hundredfold return system issued a notification. Chaos Mirror Crisis resolved. Civilization Seed Medal obtained. New mission. Completely destroy the Chaos Manifestation Body. Zhou Chen gazed at the ravaged universe, gripping the fragment of authority tightly in his hand. He knew the Chaos Manifestation wouldn't perish easily, and the chaos power within him remained a ticking time bomb. But at this moment, the shared belief of all civilizations in the universe acted like a beacon, illuminating the path forward. No matter how many hardships and obstacles lay ahead, he would fight alongside his companions, ensuring the flame of civilization burned forever. In some unknown corner of the universe, the true form of the Chaos Manifestation let out a sinister laugh. Its body was absorbing the residual chaotic power of Zhou Chen, growing even stronger. Next time, I will make you ignite the fuse of destruction yourself. Its whisper echoed in the void, foreshadowing an even greater crisis to come. Chapter 92, Entropy, Erosion, Embers, and Echoes of the Abyss. Before the scorched earth of the universe had even cooled, black viscous fluid suddenly seeped from the fragment of the power in Zhou Chen's palm. The alarm of the hundredfold return system, like the turning of rusty gears, emitted a piercing buzz deep within his consciousness. An abnormal increase in chaotic entropy detected. Failed to locate the body's dimensional coordinates. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail scales burst open, revealing the twisted quantum circuitry within, and coolant mixed with dark purple current gushed out. All spatial anchor points are being disintegrated by some kind of high-frequency vibration. The frequency of this fluctuation is completely consistent with the core resonance of the chaotic embodiment. Qin Mingyao's eyes of truth rippled with crimson light, blue-gold patterns slithering across her skin like serpents. She staggered, grabbing the control panel for support, her nails digging deep into the metal surface. I see. The edge of the void abyss, the remnants of the Chaos Manifestation are reassembling. Within those fragments lies an existence even more ancient than chaos. Before she finished speaking, the space station's protective shield suddenly twisted into a bizarre vortex. Countless tiny black crystals piercing the barrier and suspending in a hexagonal array within the cabin. Xiao Ling's purple flames suddenly extinguished, and a phantom of the fire spirit curled into a trembling speck of light. She stared at the suspended crystals, her pupils contracting sharply. These things are absorbing the purifying power within me. They're like... Her voice trailed off as one of the crystals suddenly shot out a beam, precisely shattering the flame core pendant on her chest. The 100X return system interface collapsed into a waterfall of data, with crimson warnings raining down like blood. Entropy corrosion virus invasion detected. Host chaos assimilation progress 68%. Zhou Chen felt a metallic taste rise in his throat, the fragment of authority burning hot like a branding iron in his hand, the creation pattern being devoured by black cracks. He forced himself to activate the civilization consciousness link, only to find that the response signals from the entire universe had become weak and distorted. The light of countless civilizations' beliefs was being swallowed up by some invisible force. Prepare for battle. Zhou Chen's voice was hoarse as sandpaper, and when the sword of causal judgment was drawn, its blade was shrouded in black smoke. Lin Mo transformed the damaged fishtail into a phase disruptor. An ultra-high-frequency sound wave stirred up visible spatial folds in the cabin. Qin Mingyao bit her tongue and used her blood to draw ancient runes on the ground, and the blue-gold light collided fiercely with the purple light of the black crystal. Xiao Ling gathered her last strength, and purple flames transformed into chains to entangle the crystal that tried to approach. The crystal array suddenly spun rapidly, combining into a phantom image of chaotic form. Think you can rest easy just because you've destroyed the projection? The phantom's voice emanated simultaneously from all the crystals, making everyone's eardrums bleed. Look at your hero. It raised its hand and fired a dark purple beam of light, aiming directly at Zhou Chen's chest. The fragments of authority automatically rose to defend, but upon contact with the beam, their golden light transformed into a strange gray mist. His body is becoming a conductor of chaos. Lin Mo's mechanical eyes flashed red. The connection between the authority and the chaotic energy must be severed. She risked rushing towards Zhou Chen, her mechanical fingers inserting into the energy interface on his back, attempting to forcibly reset the system. But suddenly, a cluster of black crystals formed a giant net, enveloping the two of them. Qin Mingyao's chains of precognition had just entangled the crystals when they were corroded into dust by the gray mist. Xiao Ling recklessly plunged into the net, her purple flames colliding with the gray mist, erupting in a blinding burst of light. At the critical moment, Zhou Chen's consciousness suddenly plunged into darkness. He found himself in a space composed of shattered star charts, where countless versions of himself battled chaos in different timelines. Deepest within, the phantom of the original system creator slowly emerged. The manifestations of chaos are merely the tip of the iceberg. The true threat comes from the source of entropy erosion across all dimensions. The old man raised his hand and shattered a piece of star chart, revealing dense black veins on its back. These viruses, parasitic on the rules of the universe, are transforming order into nothingness. As Zhou Chen's consciousness returned, golden fluid suddenly surged from the cracks on the surface of the power fragment. He wielded the sword of causal judgment, this time unleashing not a single beam of light, but a spiral blade interwoven with gold and black. The crystal array emitted a sharp, mournful cry and began to collapse in reverse. But at the other end of the universe, at the core of the abyss of the void, the true form of the chaos manifestation slowly opened its eyes. Zhou Chen's reflection burned in its pupils, and a twisted smile curled at the corners of its lips. The true rules of the game should be rewritten by me. After the battle, the space station was a scene of devastation. Lin Mo's mechanical body was 2/3 missing, surviving only on emergency power. Xiao Ling's purple flames were extremely unstable, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Qin Mingyao lay unconscious, her blue-gold patterns almost completely dissipated. Zhou Chen gripped the cracked fragment of the authority, the system notification sounding particularly jarring in the silence. New mission. Tracing the source of entropy corrosion. Reward. Permission to build a dimensional firewall. Deep within the abyss of the void, the chaos manifestation placed its hand on its chest, where a heart pulsated from the remnants of Zhou Chen's chaos energy beat. When entropy erosion completes its erosion of the rules, its voice trembled with the tremors of space. The entire multiverse will become my chessboard. At this moment, the assimilation progress of chaos within Zhou Chen's body was quietly surpassing 70%. Chapter 93, The Entropy Erosion Mystery and the Quantum Crack. The emergency lights of the space station flickered among the wreckage, while the progress bar of chaotic assimilation within Zhou Chen's body slowly climbed like a venomous snake. The 100X return system suddenly beeped, and a semi-transparent holographic star map popped up on the interface. Entropy erosion energy fluctuation source detected. Zeta Ursae Majori star sector. Warning, quantum entanglement degree in this region is 100%. Conventional detection is ineffective. Lin Mo connected the damaged robotic arm to the control console, the tattered fishtail leaving a trail of sparks on the ground. According to energy spectrum analysis, the spatial structure there is collapsing into a chaotic state. Qin Mingyao suddenly convulsed violently, while unconscious, the blue-gold patterns lighting up again, now tinged with a sickly gray. Her eye of truth opened uncontrollably, reflecting a shattered scene. Deep within a distorted nebula, countless black tentacles were weaving a planet into a gigantic cocoon, its surface etched with patterns identical to those on the fragments of authority. It's the incubation ground of entropy erosion. Her voice was weak yet trembling. Those cocoons seal away the assimilated sparks of civilization. Xiao Ling struggled to her feet, purple flames flickering at her fingertips. A phantom fire spirit nestled on her shoulder, black frost crystals condensing on its feathers. I can feel a power summoning my flames. But it's not purification, it's... She suddenly clutched her chest, coughing up blood tinged with dark purple crystals. It wants to devour me completely. The 100X return system's LOM matrix began to rotate in reverse, and a scarlet option popped up on the interface. Initiate quantum leap. Risk. The host form of existence may be rewritten by entropy erosion. Zhou Chen gripped the fragment of the power, golden fluid seeping from the cracks, swirling and rising with black mist. The instant he pressed the confirm button, the space around the space station shattered like a mirror, and everyone was sucked into the distorted quantum flow. The scene in the Zeta Ursae Majoris sector defied all expectations. There were no stars, only giant, floating cocoons, each pulsating with an eerie light. Between the cocoons, dark purple quantum rifts spread relentlessly, slicing space into countless irregular fragments. Lin Mo's mechanical eyes suddenly shattered, data gushing from their sockets. Our coordinates are being forcibly rewritten. The flow of time here is the same as outside. Her voice trailed off as her mechanical body began to uncontrollably reassemble itself. Watch out! Qin Mingyao suddenly grabbed Zhou Chen, blue-gold runes lighting up around her. A black tentacle grazed past Zhou Chen's ear, instantly turning his hair to ash. A gaping maw opened on the surface of the cocoon, and mutated creatures covered in crystals crawled out, their pupils reflecting Zhou Chen's face. These monsters were created using my chaos remnant power. Zhou Chen swung the sword of causal judgment, but the interwoven gold and black light was absorbed by the monster's crystalline skin and transformed into attacks. Xiaoling gritted her teeth and condensed purple flames into chains, binding the nearest cocoon. I'll destroy these incubators. You. Her words were interrupted by a roar from inside the cocoon. The cocoon shattered, and a figure clad in black robes emerged. His face was identical to Zhou Chen's, and he held a scepter forged from the bones of countless civilizations. Welcome to the cradle of entropy, the black-robed figure spoke, his voice laced with the wails of millions of civilizations. You think you're the savior? You're nothing but the perfect sacrifice. The 100X return system frantically alarmed. Entropy erosion manifestation detected. Chaos assimilation progress surges to 78%. Zhou Chen felt his consciousness being torn apart as the black-robed man's memories flooded him like a tidal wave. He was Zhou Chen's fallen form in a parallel universe, chosen by the source of entropy erosion to become a vessel for chaos. See that? The black-robed man waved his scepter, and all the surrounding cocoons exploded, releasing tens of thousands of mutated creatures. This is the final fate of all civilizations. At the critical moment, the phantom of the original system creator reappeared. His body became transparent, his left eye burning with the flames of order, and his right eye churning with the mists of chaos. Only by completely merging order and chaos can the root of entropy erosion be severed. The old man placed his hands on Zhou Chen's shoulders, and the fragments of authority suddenly emitted a blinding light. The golden and black forces collided violently within Zhou Chen's body, and spiral patterns began to appear on his skin, each engraved with the most ancient laws of the universe. The black-robed figure roared, and the skeletal remains atop the scepter collectively awakened, forming a massive, sky-covering bone dragon. Lin Mo exhausted his last bit of energy, transforming the mechanical fishtail into a quantum collapse cannon. Qin Mingyao burned her life force, using precognitive runes to draw a binding array in the void. Xiao Ling poured all her and the fire spirit's primordial power into the purple flames, causing them to surge 1,000-fold instantly. Zhou Chen raised the scepter, and chaos and order condensed in his palm into a new energy, the primordial light, powerful enough to rewrite the rules of dimensions. The instant the primal light collided with the bone dragon, the quantum rifts throughout the entire star sector began to heal in reverse. But before the black-robed man vanished, he flung a drop of dark purple blood at Zhou Chen. You can never escape the curse of entropy erosion. The moment the blood seeped into his skin, the assimilation of chaos within Zhou Chen's body exceeded 80%, and in the deepest part of the star sector, a cocoon larger than a star was slowly writhing, the face of the first system creator emerging from the surface of the cocoon. Chapter 94, The True Face Within the Cocoon and the Reversal of Laws. The lingering glow of the primal light hadn't yet dissipated when the progress bar of chaos assimilation within Zhou Chen's body was already growing like a rampant vine, with 80% of the mark being devoured by the dark purple patterns. The 100-fold return system emitted a piercing beep. Entropy erosion core fluctuation detected. Warning, quantum entanglement formed between authority fragment and giant cocoon. Lin Mo's broken mechanical fingers frantically tapped on the control panel, the sparks illuminating the constantly flashing red alarm in her pupils. The energy intensity of the giant cocoon is equivalent to 3 supernovae exploding simultaneously. Our protective shield in front of it is like... Her voice suddenly trailed off as the holographic image projected by her mechanical eye showed spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the surface of the cocoon. Qin Mingyao's eyes of truth glowed with an eerie, ghostly blue, the blue-gold patterns bulging like veins. She suddenly grabbed Zhou Chen's arm, her nails digging deep into his skin. Inside the cocoon is the original system creator, but his consciousness has been completely eroded by the source of entropy and is... Her body trembled violently, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, is reversing the laws of the entire universe back to the beginning of chaos. Xiaoling's purple flames suddenly transformed into chains, binding the collapsing space station. The phantom of the fire spirit unfurled its cracked wings, black fragments constantly peeling off the edges. I can feel the power within the cocoon, resonating with the corrupted flames within me. Zhou Chen, this might be our chance, or it might. Her voice was drowned out by a deafening roar as the cocoon exploded completely, revealing the figure of the first system creator. His body composed of countless luminous lines of law, yet a dark purple entropy-corroding core pulsated within his chest. Long time no see, my creation. The creator's voice was like thousands of stars shattering at once, and the lines of law twisted into vortexes around him. You think you can fight against entropy erosion by obtaining the power of chaotic balance? Look behind you. He raised his hand and waved his hand, and space instantly reversed. Everyone's memories flooded back like a tide. The conspiracy of the observation civilization, the birth of the chaotic embodiment, and every evolution of the power fragments were all rewoven into the script of the source of entropy erosion. Zhou Chen's pupils contracted sharply, the fragment of authority trembling violently in his hand. He saw a more terrifying truth. The original creator of the system had already failed in the fight against entropy erosion. He was now nothing more than a puppet controlled by the source of entropy erosion. Impossible. Zhou Chen's voice trembled. You clearly wanted to protect civilization. Guardians? The creator let out a maniacal laugh, and the lines of law transformed into countless sharp blades that shot towards the crowd. Civilization is the fuel for entropy increase. Look at these. Countless glowing fragments emerged from the cocoon ruins, each one recording the moment as civilization was born and destroyed. When the flames of all civilizations are extinguished, the universe will return to the purest chaos. Lin Mo's mechanical fishtail suddenly disintegrated, reforming into a quantum-cutting ring. She gritted her teeth and slipped the ring around her neck. I'll create interference. You. Before she could finish, a blade of law pierced her left shoulder, black corrosive liquid spreading along the wound. Qin Mingyao's blue-gold runes formed a shield, but it turned to dust the moment it came into contact with the corrosive liquid. Xiaoling's purple flames burned their essence, colliding with the blade of law and erupting in a blinding light. The 100x return system interface completely collapsed into a data vortex, displaying the final option. Activate Authority Self-Destruction Program. Risk. Breakage of the universe's law chain. Zhou Chen gripped the authority tightly, the golden fluid seeping from the cracks, tangling wildly with the dark purple mist. He suddenly remembered the words of the original system creator in the consciousness space. True balance is giving civilization the right to choose. I won't let you succeed. Zhou Chen roared, forcefully mobilizing the power of chaos and order within his body. Fragments of authority burst forth with unprecedented light, enveloping him in a cocoon. Within the cocoon, he saw countless versions of himself in parallel universes, some becoming slaves to entropy, others self-destructing in despair. But only his version in one universe merged chaos and order into one, transforming into light, illuminating the darkness. Outside the cocoon, the entropy core of the original system creator began to throb violently. He looked at Zhou Chen's figure in horror. You actually want to? No. The light of the power fragment collided with the entropy core, and the laws of the entire space began to distort. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to put the quantum-cutting ring around the creator's neck. Qin Mingyao used her last bit of precognitive power to lock onto his weakness. and Shaoling's purple flames transformed into chains to entangle the entropy core. As the light faded, the figure of the original system creator collapsed with a crash, and the entropy corruption core fell to the ground. But in the instant the core cracked, a dark aura beyond dimensions spread out. The hundredfold return system issued its final warning. The source of entropy corruption is about to awaken. Instability factors detected within the host body. Zhou Chen weakly knelt on the ground. He could feel that the assimilation progress of chaos within his body had exceeded 85%, and in some corner of the universe, the true source of entropy corruption was opening its eyes. Chapter 95: The Birth of Entropy and the Fission of Authority. The instant the entropy core shattered, the orbits of stars throughout the universe began to distort. The progress bar of chaotic assimilation within Zhou Chen's body surged wildly, instantly surpassing the 85% threshold. Thick, dark purple matter seeped from the cracks on the surface of the power fragments, violently clashing with the golden fluid. The hundredfold return system emitted a piercing beep, detection of a superdimensional existence, host power undergoing quantum fission. Lin Mo's tattered mechanical body suddenly began to uncontrollably reassemble, eerie purple light bursting from between the scales of his fishtail. Spatial coordinates are being reset. The true form of the source of entropy is condensing in the crevices of all dimensions. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth erupted with blinding golden light, and blue-gold patterns spread across her face like burning veins. She staggered and grabbed Zhou Chen's arm, her nails digging deep into her skin. I saw it. It's an existence beyond all concepts. Its form is... Her voice trailed off as blood gushed from her 7 orifices, the embodiment of the despair of all civilizations. Shaoling's purple flames suddenly extinguished, and the phantom fire spirit let out a dying cry before turning to ashes and dissipating in the air. Her body began to become transparent, and her fingertips were gradually swallowed by dark purple mist. The law matrix of the hundredfold return system rotated in reverse, and a scarlet warning popped up on the interface. Power fission completed, 3 sub-powers detected, key of order, blade of chaos, core of entropy. Zhou Chen felt his consciousness being forcibly torn into 3 parts, each resonating with one of the 3 sub-powers. The power fragments split in his palm. The golden key of order emitted a gentle light. The black blade of chaos was wrapped in an aura of destruction, and the newly formed core of entropy continuously seeped out dark purple corrosive liquid. Interesting ants. A deep voice resounded simultaneously from all dimensions, causing space to crumble like a shattered mirror. The true form of the source of entropy erosion slowly revealed itself. A chaotic nebula composed of countless distorted symbols of civilization, with a gigantic eye burning with dark purple flames suspended at its center. You are obsessed with balance, yet you do not know that all your struggles are in vain. As the gigantic eye blinked, countless planets began to evolve in reverse. Life was stripped away, and matter decomposed into the most primitive particles. Lin Mo reassembled the remaining mechanical parts into a phase jammer, creating an unstable field in the void with ultra-high frequency sound waves. Its weakness is the quantum entanglement nodes. But these nodes will... Her words were interrupted by suddenly appearing dark purple tentacles, and the mechanical body was instantly corroded into scrap metal. Qin Mingyao burned her last bit of life force, forming a cage of blue-gold runes to trap the giant eye, but it was burned to ashes the moment it came into contact with the dark purple flames. Shaoling struggled to gather her last bit of strength, transforming purple flames into arrows that shot towards the source of entropy erosion. But the arrows were transformed into attacks from the source midway. Zhou Chen gripped the 3 power handles tightly, the chaotic and orderly forces within his body clashing violently. He could clearly sense that the source of entropy corruption was devouring the sparks of civilization throughout the universe. With each one extinguished, its power increased. System, activate the civilization consciousness link. His voice was laced with a tearing force, instantly resonating with every hopeful soul in the universe. But this time, the light that responded to him was consumed by dark purple flames as it approached the source of entropy corruption. Your beliefs are nothing but nourishment for my chaos. The source of entropy laughed maniacally, a beam of light shooting from its giant eye striking Zhou Chen. The key of order and the blade of chaos lit up simultaneously, barely managing to withstand the attack, but the core of entropy began to resonate with the dark purple flames. Zhou Chen felt his consciousness being assimilated by the source of entropy. He saw countless versions of himself from parallel universes bowing down to the source of entropy. At the critical moment, the remnant consciousness of the original system creator suddenly surfaced, sever the connection with the entropy core, reshape chaos with order, then destroy order with chaos. The old man's phantom transformed into golden light, infusing the key of order and the blade of chaos. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and clashed the two wielding scepters together, the golden and black forces merging into a new light of boundary breaking. The moment the light of boundary breaking slashed towards the source of entropy corruption, the laws of the entire universe began to collapse. The source of entropy corruption roared in anger, and the chaotic nebula surrounding the giant eye contracted wildly, forming a massive dark purple vortex. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to pierce the center of the vortex with the light of boundary breaking, only to discover an even more terrifying truth hidden within. The core of the source of entropy corruption was a figure exactly like himself, sitting on a throne built from the bones of civilizations, holding a complete scepter in his hand. "Welcome to the endgame, my vessel." The figure on the throne spoke, his voice identical to Zhou Chen's. "The moment you split your authority, your defeat was inevitable." He waved his hand, and the three wielded by Zhou Chen began to crumble. The hundredfold return system issued its final notification. Core of authority lost. Host chaos assimilation progress 90%. Meanwhile, within the domain of the source of entropy erosion, a dark purple cocoon, larger than the universe itself, was slowly taking shape, and Zhou Chen's despairing face appeared on its surface. Chapter 96: Reincarnation within the cocoon and the cage of consciousness. The moment the dark purple cocoon was fully formed, Zhou Chen felt the world spin. The hundredfold return system emitted a sharp beep, and the interface was covered with a dense barrage of warnings. Detection of a space-time loop. Host has fallen into an entropy erosion cycle. Power core reconstruction progress. 0%. His body floated uncontrollably into the air, and the three powers transformed into streams of light and disappeared into the cocoon, leaving only a constantly pulsating dark purple mark on his palm. The prison shackles branded by the source of entropy erosion. Lin Mo's tattered mechanical body struggled at the edge of the cocoon, the coolant seeping from the fishtail remnants turning a viscous purple. The space-time structure inside the cocoon is a Mobius strip. Her mechanical eyes flashed an unstable red light. "Every step we take forward will return us to the starting point." Before she finished speaking, a dark purple tentacle pierced through her chest cavity, shredding the remaining mechanical core into fragments. Qin Mingyao's eye of truth lost its former brilliance, its blue-gold patterns dull and lifeless. She suddenly grabbed Zhou Chen's wrist, the temperature emanating from her fingertips icy cold. "I saw. In countless reincarnations, we have been dying repeatedly in this cocoon. But there is one scene." Her voice suddenly twisted into a strange duet, a scientist in a white coat, observing our every failure. Xiaoling's body became completely transparent, and the purple flames turned into wisps of green smoke and dissipated. Before disappearing, the fire spirit phantom let out a final shriek, turning into starlight and entering Zhou Chen's brow. "Don't give up. My flame will always be in your heart." The moment her figure disappeared, countless eerie blue light particles suddenly lit up inside the cocoon, each particle containing the desperate memories of a civilization. The law matrix of the hundredfold return system completely froze, and a scarlet option popped up on the interface. Activate consciousness stripping. Risk. The host will permanently lose emotional cognition. Before Zhou Chen could make a choice, the inner wall of the cocoon suddenly cracked open, and countless phantoms with faces identical to his poured out. These phantoms wore armor of different colors, some holding burning scepters, others wielding decaying scythes, but all stared at him with empty eyes. "Welcome to the Eternal Theater, protagonist." "Who are you?" Zhou Chen clenched his fist, the power of 90% chaos assimilation surging within him. The leading phantom let out a mechanical laugh. data streams, observing civilizations appearing on the surface of its armor. We are you who have succumbed to the source of entropy corruption in all parallel universes. Look at this. He raised his hand and projected a holographic image. Countless Zhou Chens kneeling on one knee, offering their authority to the giant eye of the source of entropy corruption. Space-time within the cocoon began to distort, and Zhou Chen felt his memories being altered. He saw himself destroying the space station with his own hands, sacrificing his companions' corpses to the dark purple flames. He saw the entire universe's civilization turn to dust beneath his feet, while he, crowned, became the new lord of entropy. "This isn't real," he roared, throwing a punch, only to find his arm already covered in dark purple patterns. At the critical moment, the voice of the original system, creator, resounded deep within her consciousness. "Don't believe your eyes. The cocoon has woven a cage with your fear. Do you remember the spark of civilization? That was..." The voice abruptly stopped, replaced by Qin Mingyao's final premonition. In a laboratory of a scientist in a white coat, there were countless culture chambers containing clones of Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen suddenly awoke, mobilizing the last remaining power of order within him. Golden light shone around him, tearing through the fog that shrouded his consciousness. He saw the true structure of the cocoon, a prison of consciousness composed of countless parallel universes, each failed cycle a meticulously crafted script by the source of entropy. So that's how it is. He clenched his fist, the progress bar of chaotic assimilation suddenly beginning to flow in reverse. The real breakthrough isn't outside, but he submerged all his will into the depths of his consciousness, finding the spark of civilization enveloped in dark purple at the very bottom of his memory. The moment the spark reignited, the cocoon began to tremble violently. Countless failed phantoms screamed in agony, and the data stream observing the civilization was purified by golden light. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to gather his remaining power and rushed towards the core of the cocoon. There hidden were the scientists in white coats who controlled everything and the complete core of authority. But just as he was about to touch the core, the dark purple cocoon suddenly contracted into a singularity. The hundredfold return system issued its final warning. Entropy erosion cycle enters final stage. Host is about to be completely assimilated. Zhou Chen's chaos assimilation progress exceeded 95%, and his consciousness was on the verge of collapse amidst the tearing apart of order and chaos. Outside the cocoon, the giant eye of the source of entropy erosion gleamed with excitement, its voice echoing across all dimensions. Finally, the perfect vessel is about to be born. Chapter 97, Singularity Fission and the Battle of the Origin. The singularity formed by the collapse of the cocoon unleashed an unimaginable gravitational force, tearing Zhou Chen's body apart with the sound of bones shattering. The alarm from the hundredfold return system distorted into a piercing wail. Entropy erosion origin manifestation detected. Host existence form is quantizing. He watched as his arm gradually became transparent, dark purple lines pulsating beneath his skin like veins, while the spark of civilization in his palm stubbornly burned in the darkness. "Give up, you ants!" The voice of the source of entropy corruption echoed from the depths of the singularity. A giant eye appeared in the void, its pupil reflecting the despair of the entire universe. When the cocoon completes its final collapse, all dimensions will return to nothingness. Before the words were finished, countless dark purple tentacles pierced through space, engulfing the remains of Qin Mingyao, Lin Mo, and Xiao Ling into the singularity. Zhou Chen's chaos assimilation progress instantly surpassed 98%. The cracks in the fragment of authority no longer oozed golden fluid, but rather a black mist of the same origin as the source of entropy corruption. At the critical moment, the consciousness of the original system creator suddenly transformed into golden chains, binding Zhou Chen's dissipating body. Do you remember the belief you held when you severed causality? Now, use it to cut through this false cycle of reincarnation. The old man's voice was laced with a sense of dread. White-coated scientists are nothing but puppets of the source of entropy. The true enemy is... The spark of civilization deep within his consciousness erupted, and Zhou Chen's progress bar for assimilation into chaos began to sprint in reverse. He forcibly condensed the remaining power of order and chaos, summoning back the fragments of the three powers. The key of order transformed into a shield of light to resist gravity. The blade of chaos shattered the entangled tendrils, and the core of entropy corrosion began to operate in reverse in his hands, transforming the devoured despair back into hope. The scene inside the singularity was mind-blowing. The scientist in the white coat was actually a humanoid figure composed of dark purple flames. Countless fragments of Zhou Chen's memories floated in his laboratory, each corresponding to a failed cycle. Welcome to the core of the truth. The scientist's voice was filled with a morbid excitement. You think you're a rebel? From the moment you gained power, you were our chosen sacrifice. He raised his hand and waved it, causing the laboratory wall to crack open, revealing the massive entropy erosion furnace behind it. The furnace was seething with the despair of all civilizations, and at its core, the complete core of authority was being refined into the heart of the source of entropy erosion. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. He saw the consciousness of the original system creator trapped at the bottom of the furnace, being relentlessly scorched by dark purple flames. Release them! Zhou Chen roared, swinging the chaos blade, only to find his attack distorted into nothingness as it approached the scientists. The hundredfold return system issued its final warning. Initiating origin fusion. Risk. The host will share consciousness with the source of entropy. Without hesitation, he simultaneously plunged the key of order, the chaos blade, and the entropy core into his chest. Golden and black energies exploded within him, plunging Zhou Chen's consciousness into a chaotic ocean. He witnessed the moment of the universe's birth. The source of entropy and the origin of order were originally one, but split due to the birth of civilization. With the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the source of entropy gradually devoured too much despair, ultimately succumbing to darkness. We were all wrong. His consciousness whispered within the energy storm, not to eliminate entropy, but when Zhou Chen's consciousness returned, his body underwent an astonishing transformation. The assimilation of chaos reached zero, replaced by a primal body flowing with gold and black hues. He raised his hand, summoning the fused, primal authority, its blade engraved with the most ancient laws of the universe and the memories of civilizations. The scientist finally revealed a look of horror. Impossible! How could you? The moment the primal authority was unleashed, the entropy erosion furnace exploded. The consciousness of the original system creator was liberated, transforming into a stream of light that flowed into Zhou Chen's body. The laboratory began to collapse, and the scientist's body gradually dissipated under the power of the primal force. But at the last moment, he grinned maliciously and activated the furnace's self-destruct program. Even if you can fuse with the primal source, you cannot stop the final form of the entropy erosion source. In the aftershocks of the explosion, Zhou Chen carried his unconscious companion out of the singularity. But at the edge of the universe, a figure larger than a galaxy was coalescing. The ultimate form of the source of entropy corruption, its body composed of the remnants of all civilizations, its heart beating with the corrupted core of authority. The hundredfold return system issued its final warning. The entropy corruption informed descends. The laws of the entire universe begin irreversible collapse. Zhou Chen gripped the primal authority tightly, its golden and black light illuminating his resolute face. He knew the true battle had only just begun, and this time, he was fighting not only to protect civilization, but also to restore balance between order and chaos. Behind him, the awakened Lin Mo began repairing his mechanical body. Shaoling's purple flames reignited, and Qin Mingyao's eye of truth regained its light. Together, they gazed at the all-consuming dark figure, preparing for this battle that would determine the survival of the universe. Chapter 98, Dimensional Web and Elegy for Civilization. The cosmic background radiation twisted into a wailing vortex around the entropy-eroding final body. Zhou Chen gripped the origin authority tightly, its golden and black light tracing morbid streaks in the vacuum. His retina reflected the giant composed of the remnants of civilization, each breath of its being turning nearby star systems into inscriptions on tombstones. Memory annihilation wave detected. The alarm from the hundredfold return system pierced his eardrums. Zhou Chen abruptly pushed Qin Mingyao away, the grayish-purple ripple brushing past his left shoulder. In an instant, his memories of his childhood hometown began to fade, his mother's face shattering into pixels in his consciousness. It's erasing the very foundation of existence. Blood tears streamed from Qin Mingyao's eye of truth, 11 dark stars swirling within her iris. Find those dimensional anchors. She flung out a data link, which collided with the defensive network formed by Lin Mo's mechanical legion, creating dazzling sparks. The dark purple patterns on Zhou Chen's right arm suddenly erupted. The Origin Authority emitted a buzzing sound, and 360 symbols representing the languages of civilizations appeared on the blade. He saw the Earth tombstone on the chest of the End Being, where the inscription, Experimental Site No. Omega 7, was seeping black blood. Lin Montauk. Zhou Chen thrust his authority into the void, a golden light barrier blocking the second wave of annihilation attacks. Transform the mechanical units into dimensional needles. A metallic clanging sound echoed eerily in the vacuum. Lin Mo's mechanical spine unfolded into a precision machine tool, and he detached his left arm, tossing it into the air. Little spirit. Purple flame code. The purple fireball exploded from the girl's palm, splitting into 108 leaping flames. Within each flame curled a nebula in the shape of an infant, arranged according to some ancient chord progression. Zhou Chen felt the hundredfold return system reconstructing within his mind, evolutionary prompts flowing like a waterfall. Civilization resonance mode activated. Detected absolute precision compatibility with silicon-based civilization. The concept burning of the purple flame civilization has finished loading. The Inform suddenly let out a piercing shriek that pierced through dimensions. Its gigantic hand shattered 3 star systems, and the broken stars transformed into wailing human faces as they fell. Zhou Chen's primordial body began to destabilize, and fragments of memories from other reincarnations surfaced beneath his skin. In the 97th reincarnation, he was piercing Qin Mingyao's heart with a blade of chaos. Focus. The voice of the first creator pierced his nerves like golden needles. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, dismantling the authority, the power of order and chaos transforming into shuttle and weft threads respectively. When the first dimensional needle pierced the knee anchor point of the End Being, ripples spread across the entire cosmic membrane. Qin Mingyao suddenly screamed, her eyes reflecting an unbelievable scene. Zhou Chen, those anchor points are... The annihilation wave struck again. This time, Shaoling flashed in front of her, the purple flames solidifying into crystal the instant they touched the grayish-purple ripples. The girl's body began to turn transparent, but a strange smile appeared on her lips. I see. The equation within the fire? Golden light suddenly burst forth from within the End entity. Zhou Chen's right eye, the civilization compass, activated automatically, revealing the trajectories of countless civilizations struggling within the sea of entropy. Among them, the brightest was a high-dimensional civilization bound by black chains. They were launching a rebellion at the heart of the End entity. The Purification Faction. Zhou Chen was stunned. The moment the words slipped from his lips, his primordial authority trembled violently. A baby-like cry emanated from the core of his authority, a sound that directly tore through his mental defenses, exposing deeply buried memories. In the first round of the lab, the scientist in the white coat pierced his eyeball with a syringe. You will be the perfect container. Amidst excruciating pain, Zhou Chen completed the stitching of the 7th anchor point. The Inform's left arm suddenly stiffened, and the civilization tombstones that made up the arm began to fall off. One of the tombstones engraved with Three-Eyed Clan cracked open, revealing a mechanical life form curled up inside. Above its head floated a golden rune of the same origin as the hundredfold return system. The first host. Lin Mo's mechanical voice distorted. His right leg suddenly regressed back to flesh and blood, and his blood congealed into blood coral in the vacuum. Taking advantage of the situation, the End entity released the causality virus, and the data link that Qin Mingyao had just repaired instantly corroded into black maggots. Shaoling's crystal body exploded at that moment. Fragments of purple flame pierced the dimensional membrane, burning a penetrating wound in the abdomen of the Inform. Zhou Chen saw that the inner wall of the wound was covered with cultivation chambers, each containing a Zhou Chen clone being entropy corroded. The central chamber was labeled Container Candidate Alpha. So this is the truth of reincarnation. Zhou Chen's original body began to overload. He frantically wove the final three-dimensional anchor points, and the evolution prompts from the hundredfold return system kept refreshing. Warning: civilizational resonance overload. Silicon-based civilizations, absolute precision, triggers a mechanical leap. Purple flame civilization equation deciphered, 39%. When the 11th anchor point was completed, the end entity suddenly came to a standstill. The cosmic background radiation transformed into the strings of a harp, playing a lament for the collective unconsciousness of civilization. Zhou Chen saw all the dimensional needles connect to form the topological structure of a Klein bottle, while the remaining purple flames of Shaoling were burning at the bottle's mouth, forming a Mobius strip. Now, Qin Mingyao gouged out her bleeding right eye and threw it at the end entity. The eyeball unfolded into a golden key in flight and inserted itself into the keyhole in the end entity's heart. For the first time, the intraperoded end form let out a painful roar. The tombstones of civilization on its surface collectively crumbled, revealing a writhing, dark purple embryo within. Zhou Chen's primordial authority suddenly and automatically reorganized, and a complete purple flame equation emerged on the blade. That turned out to be the formula for correcting the cosmological constant to reverse entropy increase. But before the dawn of victory could break, the consciousness of the original creator suddenly backfired. Zhou Chen's left eye was invaded by a golden data stream, and he saw 7 figures in white lab coats adjusting the parameters of experimental field Omega-7 in an observation station that transcended dimensions. "You are all Cole's clones?" Zhou Chen roared deep within his consciousness. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the end entity launched its final attack, its hand piercing through the dimensional web and directly grasping the Earth in reality. The 100x return system popped up a final warning. Observer protocol activated. The 7th observer's awakening progress is 87%. It is recommended to immediately implement the civilized flame ejection system. Zhou Chen gazed at the faint flame of civilization burning in his palm, then looked at the Earth held captive by the intraperoding giant. His primordial body began to disintegrate, and golden and black energies wrote in a vacuum the only choice that remained unchanged throughout all reincarnations. He stabbed his own heart in the power. "No, there's a third option." Xiaoling's voice suddenly came from within the purple flames. Her afterimage unfolded into a star map, pointing to a flickering coordinate deep within the wound of the end body. There lies the first cause of all reincarnations. Chapter 99, The Anti-Entropy Alliance. The moment the colossal hand of the entropy erosion finality closed, Earth's atmosphere shattered like fragile glass. Zhou Chen watched as the azure planet deformed between the remnants of civilization, its core molten lava erupting from tectonic plate fissures and solidifying into blood-red crystals in the vacuum. His primordial body was collapsing, the golden black energy beneath his skin gushing forth like ruptured blood vessels, tracing a poignant and tragic trajectory through the universe. The alarm of the 100x return system had distorted into a hissing sound like electricity, but Zhou Chen's lips curled into an almost insane smile. His right eye, the evolved compass of civilization, was spinning at a speed exceeding the speed of light, its pupil reflecting the starlight that Shaoling had marked with her life. Lin Mo's mechanical body disintegrated at the quantum level. Hundreds of millions of nano-units poured forth like a galaxy, reconstructing in the void into a colossal weapon spanning 3 star systems. Runes of a silicon-based civilization flowed across the gun, each symbol representing the law of absolute precision. Blood tears streamed from Qin Mingyao's single eye. Her bitten finger traced eerie paths in the vacuum, the blood droplets not dissipating but solidifying into ancient cuneiform script. "With the blood of the observer, I command you to reveal yourself." Her voice echoed eerily in the cosmic vacuum, like a vibration from some higher dimension. The chest of the end form was forcibly torn open. At the heart of that darkness, a miniature universe floats. Countless remnants of civilizations drift within it like trash, and at its very center, a heart pieced together from 99 Zhou Chen corpses beats. Each corpse retains a different posture of death. Some are pierced by the blade of chaos. Some are covered in burn marks from purple flames, and the oldest one, is even still wearing a laboratory lab coat. I see. Zhou Chen heard his own voice, unusually calm. I am the final nourishment for the end form. Golden light suddenly erupted from the depths of his heart. A cyborg figure broke free of its chains, 12 golden wings unfurling behind it. The face of the first host, the mechanical prophet, condensed from the data stream, his voice carrying an electronic resonance. Welcome home, Subject 100. A violent upheaval began within the end form. The mechanical legions of the Silicon Empire crawled out of the data abyss. The souls of the Purple Flame civilization transformed into a rain of ghostly blue fire, and the time-space sorcerers of the Three-Eyed Clan froze the localized entropy increase. These remnants of the swallowed civilization now all responded to the call of the civilization resonance. Zhou Chen's primordial authority began its ultimate evolution. One after another, the civilizational imprints on the blade lit up, each symbol representing the ultimate law of a universe. His first sword strike carried the absolute boundary-breaking power of the silicon-based civilization, and the right arm of the end form dissipated in the data stream. The second sword strike burned with the conceptual fire of the Purple Flame civilization, and the dark matter at the wound melted like wax. Just as the sword was about to pierce the heart, Zhou Chen's face was suddenly reflected in the pupils of the end being. Are you sure you want to kill yourself? The voice of the end being transformed into Zhou Chen's. With each cycle of reincarnation, we get closer to the truth, and more like entropy itself. The heart made of corpses beat. My power is your power. Zhou Chen's sword hovered over the surface of his heart. He could feel the memories of 99 versions of himself flooding in. The screams in a laboratory during his first reincarnation, the trembling as he personally killed Qin Mengyao during his 17th reincarnation, and the despair as he watched the Earth be destroyed before his eyes during his 73rd reincarnation. System, his voice was soft, activate the civilization seed overload protocol. Warning lights flashed frantically, but Zhou Chen had already transformed into pure light. His body disintegrated at the quantum level, each elementary particle carrying the imprint of a different civilization. As this beam of light pierced the core of the end form, the remnants of those imprisoned civilizations resonated simultaneously. At the singularity of the explosion, a brand new spark was born. Unlike before, it no longer flickered faintly, but burned steadily, and deep within its core, the nascent form of an infant universe could be faintly seen. Qin Mingyao's single eye widened as she saw an image emerge from the firelight. Her third reincarnation standing before the original system. A metal nameplate bearing the inscription Tester 07 pinned to her chest. Lin Mo's mechanical body suddenly and uncontrollably turned towards the mechanical prophet, unfamiliar code flowing within his nanounits. And within the dissipating purple flames and ashes of Shaoling, an equation transcending the current dimension was self-compiling. In the dark depths at the edge of the universe, some being opened its seventh eye. Chapter 100 Reincarnation Tombstone. The aftershocks of the explosion formed a magnificent nebula vortex in a vacuum, within which the newly born spark hovered, emitting a soft, pale, golden light. Zhou Chen's consciousness was reorganizing at the quantum level. He felt as if he had been disassembled into countless elementary particles, only to be reassembled in a state of chaos. Host's vital signs are recovering. The system's voice trailed off, seventh-dimensional energy fluctuations detected. Zhou Chen slowly opened his eyes and found himself floating in an unfamiliar star field. There were no stars here, only countless enormous black stone tablets silently suspended, each inscribed with different characters and symbols. He reached out and touched the nearest tablet. The moment his fingertips touched its surface, he was pulled into an unfamiliar memory. The 37th cycle. He stood on the rooftop of the last city on Earth, the Chaos Blade in his hand broken. Qin Mengyao lay in his arms, her chest pierced by dark, purple tentacles. Her lips moved, as if she were saying something important, but the roar of the explosion drowned everything out. This is my memories? Zhou Chen abruptly pulled his hand back, causing ripples to spread across the surface of the stone tablet. He looked around and suddenly realized that these black stone tablets were all tombstones. Tombstones recording his previous 99 reincarnations. Not far away, Qin Mengyao was kneeling before an enormous stone tablet. Data streams flickered wildly in her single eye, and the blood and tears on her cheeks had already congealed. Zhou Chen. Her voice trembled. Come and see this. On the tombstone in the third cycle, a holographic image is clearly engraved. A young Qin Mingyao, dressed in a white lab coat, is debugging a device that is extremely similar to the 100X return system. She wears a metal nameplate that reads Tester 07 on her chest, while a blurry, tall figure stands outside the laboratory's glass window. I'm one of the system's creators. Qin Mingyao's fingers dug deeply into her palms. Then why do I have absolutely no memory of this? Lin Mo's mechanical body suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. His right arm rose uncontrollably, nano units assembling into a sharp blade, aimed directly at Zhou Chen's back. Warning, system core protocol tampered with. His voice, laced with electronic noise, announced, the mechanical prophet is remotely controlling my system. Zhou Chen instinctively dodged to the side, but was still grazed on the shoulder by the blade. Golden black blood drifted in the vacuum, each drop containing a miniature nebula pattern. Lin Montauk, resist him, Zhou Chen shouted, simultaneously activating the civilization compass. His right pupil split into countless concentric circles, attempting to decipher the abnormal code within Lin Mo's body. It's no use. Lin Mo's mechanical joints groaned under the strain. This is a backdoor program planted by the first host. He suddenly screamed, his entire body stiffening like a puppet. He's discovered us. The seventh observer is awakening. The dissipated purple flames and ashes of Xiao Ling suddenly regrouped. Those tiny sparks formed a complex equation in the air, each symbol constantly changing shape, as if evolving on its own. Zhou Chen's civilization compass automatically locked onto these symbols, and the system notifications refreshed rapidly. A hyperdimensional mathematical module has been detected, analyzing the ultimate entropy reduction equation. Progress 1%, 3%. Qin Mingyao suddenly clutched her head and curled up in pain. More fragments of memories surfaced on her single iris. In her third reincarnation, she was typing a string of code in front of a terminal in a laboratory. In her fifth reincarnation, she plunged a dagger into the back of a man in a white coat. In her 99th reincarnation, she detonated her eye of truth inside the end body. We've all been set up. Qin Mingyao's voice trembled with tears. Every cycle is a meticulously planned experiment. Zhou Chen felt a wave of dizziness. His original body suddenly experienced data flow disorder, and the golden black energy beneath his skin began to leak out uncontrollably. Sensing his condition, the newly formed spark suddenly accelerated and flew towards him, directly merging into his chest. The intense pain caused Zhou Chen to kneel on the ground. He saw his hands being quantized, sometimes transparent and sometimes solidified. The host is fusing with the fire seed. The system's voice became unusually clear. Warning, seventh-dimensional biomarker detected. The cosmic microwave background radiation suddenly distorted. All the tombstones trembled simultaneously, their surface engravings emitting a ghostly blue light. At the center of the matrix formed by countless tombstones, space shattered like glass, revealing the enormous, indifferent eye behind it, the gaze of the seventh observer. Lin Mo's mechanical body completely lost control. His chest cavity opened, revealing a chip at its core engraved with the mark of the first host. He's here, Lin Mo said with his last shred of consciousness. Remember, Xiao Ling's equation is... The chip suddenly exploded. The shockwave propelled Zhou Chen and Qin Mingyao in opposite directions. In his final moments before losing consciousness, Zhou Chen saw the enormous eye blink, and the tombstone matrix began to rearrange, forming a giant arrow pointing to some unknown coordinate in the depths of space.